Chapter 1. Dragon Ball. Chu Xiao piloted a dark blue maglev vehicle along a winding mountain road, accelerating rapidly towards the horizon. In the passenger seat sat a young girl, her innocence and youth radiating vibrantly. With a sky-blue ponytail and striking violet eyes, she gazed at Chu Xiao with an expression of fascination. When a man is serious about something, he looks incredibly handsome, the girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with admiration. What did you say? Chu Xiao, unable to catch her words, turned his head slightly to inquire. Oh, it's nothing. Hee, she replied, covering her rosy lips with a playful smile. Beep, beep, beep. A series of mechanical sounds suddenly drew their attention. The girl hurriedly retrieved a peculiar device from a small bag slung around her slender waist. It resembled a miniature electronic radar, its screen displaying a complex grid of intersecting lines. Tap, tap. She deftly operated the device, her face soon lighting up with excitement, her smile radiant. Chu Xiao, this is fantastic. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that there's a Dragon Ball just 10 kilometers ahead. Chu Xiao smiled gently, nodding in response. Hold on tight, Bulma. I'm about to accelerate. With a whoosh, the maglev vehicle surged forward, its power unleashed as it sped towards their destination. As they sped along, the scenery outside the window blurred past, prompting Chu Xiao to drift into reflection. Half a year ago, he had lain on his own sofa, idly scrolling through social media. In a twist of fate, after a brief nap, he awoke to find himself transported into another world. He had inhabited the form of an ordinary employee at the Capsule Corporation. Absorbing the memories of his new identity, Chu Xiao deduced that he had arrived before the events of the Dragon Ball saga commenced. Bulma was unaware of the existence of Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong was still training in the mountains. Krillin was at the Shaolin Temple. Tien Shinhan was aspiring to become the world's greatest assassin, and the Demon King Piccolo remained sealed within a rice cooker, while Vegeta was still in service to Frieza. Everything lay ahead, yet to unfold. Realizing the opportunity that lay before him, Chu Xiao acknowledged that while his new body possessed average physical capabilities, his appearance was quite striking. Leveraging his job and his past experiences in romance, along with his appealing looks, he soon captured Bulma's heart, making the heiress of Capsule Corporation utterly devoted to him. Once he secured Bulma's affections, Chu Xiao refrained from indulging in the luxurious lifestyle that was readily available. Instead, he revealed to her the existence of the Dragon Balls. By collecting all 7, they could summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for anything they desired. Knowing of the Dragon Ball's existence, Bulma was even more exhilarated than Chu Xiao and eagerly proposed embarking on a quest to gather them. With thorough preparations made, the duo commenced their adventure. As they journeyed, the bond between Chu Xiao and Bulma deepened, and they overcame numerous challenges to collect 2 Dragon Balls. At this moment, they had discovered yet another Dragon Ball and were racing towards it. Pulling his thoughts from the past, Chu Xiao pressed the accelerator, the maglev vehicle vanishing in a streak of light from its previous position. Could this Dragon Ball belong to Sun Wukong? La 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 hiss. Hiss. After approximately 10 minutes, Chu Xiao vaguely discerned some peculiar sounds, reminiscent of 2 entities rubbing against each other, resonating through the mountains. As they continued onward, the noise became increasingly pronounced, capturing even Bulma's attention. She clutched Chu Xiao's arm tightly, her head resting against him like a delicate bird, and said, Chu Xiao, do you hear that strange sound? Is there a monster ahead? I'm so scared. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel and the other gently brushing through Bulma's cerulean hair, Chu Xiao gazed in her violet blue eyes, reassuringly stating, fear not. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Hiss. No sooner had Chu Xiao spoken than the magnetic levitation vehicle rounded a bend, revealing a massive blue fish blocking the road. Accompanied by the shrill screech of brakes, Chu Xiao deftly elevated the steering wheel, propelling the car over the fish, catching a glimpse of a figure flitting before it. Remaining composed, Chu Xiao exerted every ounce of strength to halt the vehicle, narrowly averting a collision. He promptly checked on Bulma's safety, relieved to find them both unharmed, with Bulma merely startled. Ah, you foul monster! You must be trying to steal my food. A youth clad in a dusty yellow training outfit, sporting an exceptionally distinctive hairstyle and a long, agile monkey tail, stood protectively before the fish, assuming an aggressive stance and roaring. Sun Wukong. Although Bulma did not recognize him, Chu Xiao immediately identified the boy as the main character from Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong. Ah. Upon hearing Chu Xiao utter his name, the poised Sun Wukong hesitated, while Bulma regarded Chu Xiao with a puzzled expression, curious about the unfolding situation. Monster! How do you know my name? Chu Xiao, do you know this child? Cough, cough. Chu Xiao cleared his throat twice and stepped out of the vehicle, realizing he could not answer these questions truthfully. Two more monsters have emerged from the tin can. Chu Xiao instinctively shut the car door, contemplating the unmistakable innocence of the child and his distinctive features, concluding that this was indeed Sun Wukong. The reason I recognize you, Sun Wukong, is that I am a great seer. A seer? What is that? Can it be eaten? Bulma, taken aback, recalled her previous inquiry about how Chu Xiao knew of the Dragon Balls, to which he had responded similarly. Initially, she believed this was just Chu Xiao's way of dismissing her question, yet his reiteration of the term seer piqued her curiosity. Could it be that Chu Xiao truly was a great seer? Should she ask him to predict how many children we would have if we were to marry in the future? 1, 2, 6 or 7? Hee hee. How mischievous. Chu Xiao caught a glimpse of Bulma's transition from confusion to shyness, yet remained unaware of her thoughts. Drawing from past experiences, he wisely refrained from probing further. His attention was focused on Sun Wukong at that moment, and he replied, "A prophet is one who can foresee the future." Chu Xiao stated earnestly, "The reason I know your name is that I have predicted your future. Why future? What is that?" Sun Wukong lowered his guard, perplexed with his intellect. It seemed difficult to grasp the significance of Chu Xiao's words. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao stood upright, his profound gaze directed towards the distant sky, his face slightly lifted to embrace the warm sunlight. "In the future, you will become the most powerful warrior in the entire universe." After speaking, Chu Xiao slowly approached Sun Wukong, and while the latter was momentarily stunned, he gently tousled the Saiyan's distinctive hair. "Young man, I have taken a liking to you. Come and work with me." Sun Wukong raised his head, gazing up at Chu Xiao. "The strongest warrior? No, the strongest warrior in the entire universe. The strongest warrior in the entire universe." Indeed. Sun Wukong lowered his head, seemingly in deep contemplation. "Becoming the strongest warrior in the universe. Will it be enough to satisfy my hunger?" Chu Xiao's lips twitched slightly. "Absolutely. It must be enough. I have quite the appetite." Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. "Allow me to ponder this a moment longer." Chapter 2. Wukong the magnetic levitation car came to a halt beside a winding mountain path, not far from a bonfire that blazed with fervent flames, sending forth waves of heat that enveloped Chu Xiao and his companions. The flames roasted a large azure fish suspended over the fire, the intense heat searing the succulent flesh, while the fish's fat crackled and hissed. Soon, the fish released an enticing, primal aroma. Sun Wukong, drooling with anticipation, resembled a ravenous wolf that had not eaten for an eternity, poised to pounce on the fish. "Wait, do not eat just yet," Chu Xiao exclaimed, retrieving a universal capsule from his waist pouch and tossing it onto a patch of ground. With a resounding thud, a refrigerator materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. Opening the refrigerator, Chu Xiao retrieved several packets of powdered seasoning. Under Sun Wukong's curious gaze, he sprinkled the spices evenly over the fish. The enticing aroma intensified and wafted through the air. "Wow, how fragrant." Sun Wukong's eyes widened, sparkling with delight. "I've never encountered such a tantalizing scent before. Brother Chu Xiao, what have you applied to the fish?" Human. Sun Wukong greedily inhaled the fragrant air, his fingers twitching with eagerness. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leapt from the ground and lunged at the fish, disregarding the heat, and began to feast voraciously. Chu Xiao and Bulma exchanged amused glances, slicing a small piece from the fish to savor delicately. In no time, the once magnificent fish was reduced to mere bones. Bulma, somewhat astonished, remarked to Chu Xiao, "This child has quite the appetite. He can certainly hold his own." Nodding in agreement, Bulma understood Chu Xiao's implication. This child was destined to become the mightiest warrior in the universe, and it was only natural for him to consume copiously. After finishing the fish, the trio continued their journey and soon arrived at Sun Wukong's home, where Chu Xiao successfully obtained the 4-star Dragon Ball. During this time, he informed Sun Wukong about the Dragon Ball's capabilities, yet Wukong showed little interest in the orbs themselves, being far more captivated by the prophecy of becoming the strongest warrior in the universe. Recognizing that now was not the opportune moment to reveal Wukong's Saiyan identity, Chu Xiao chose to inspire him with motivational wisdom instead. "Wukong, with great power comes great responsibility. When you are able to shoulder greater responsibilities, you will gain more formidable strength." Brother Chu Xiao, what is responsibility? The magnitude of responsibility you can bear determines your potential to become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Ahem. Chu Xiao cleared his throat and continued, Wukong, you are still young. As you grow older, you will come to understand what responsibility truly means. I can tell you now, but you may not fully grasp it. You must seek your own understanding until you comprehend the essence of responsibility. Your focus should be on relentless training, and collecting the Dragon Balls is a form of that training. By following Bulma and me, you will one day fulfill this prophecy. After this profound discourse, Wukong nodded in realization. I understand now. My grandfather once told me that I would undergo various forms of training in the future, leading me to profound realizations. Our current endeavor of collecting Dragon Balls is indeed a form of training. I am determined to complete this journey, assisting you and Bulma in gathering the Dragon Balls, thereby gaining wisdom and growing stronger. Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential in the youth. With a swift motion, Chu Xiao pressed the accelerator, and the hovering car surged forward, seamlessly transitioning the conversation to the next Dragon Ball's location. That night, Chu Xiao produced a universal capsule, transforming it into a yurt-style dwelling. Though modest in size, it boasted modern furnishings, sofa, refrigerator, kitchen, and bedroom, everything of the highest quality. After a long day of travel, the three felt fatigued. They had a light meal, refreshed themselves, and retired for the night. In the original tale, Bulma had only prepared a single bedroom, not anticipating her encounter with Goku. However, with Chu Xiao's foresight, a room for Goku had been thoughtfully prepared in advance. Naturally, Chu Xiao shared a room with Bulma, while Goku was accommodated in the guest room adjacent to the kitchen. On the following morning, Goku awoke early and began training outside. Chu Xiao set up a table nearby, enjoying the breakfast Bulma had prepared while observing Goku. He watched as Goku performed a few simple stretches before approaching a large boulder, roughly his size. With a mighty roar, Goku summoned all his strength and lifted the stone, exerting further force until the resilient rock shattered into several pieces. Such extraordinary strength, truly befitting a Saiyan. Chu Xiao marveled, captivated by the display. Setting aside his unfinished breakfast, Chu Xiao approached a boulder of similar size. He positioned himself with legs apart, shoulder width, grounded his shoulders and elbows, and assumed a stance before unleashing a powerful shout. The boulder responded, rising into the air. With a forceful throw, he propelled the stone high, executing a knee lift and twisting his waist, ultimately kicking the descending boulder into two fragments. Brother Chu Xiao, how impressive! Goku exclaimed. As the saying goes, an outsider watches the spectacle, while an insider perceives the intricacies. Goku instantly recognized the disparity between himself and Chu Xiao. Compared to Goku's brute strength, Chu Xiao's technique was far more refined and energy efficient. Would you like to learn? Chu Xiao offered. Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Chu Xiao. Goku replied eagerly. Chu Xiao smiled and shared the technique he had just demonstrated. As he watched Goku diligently mimic the movements, Chu Xiao reflected on the past 6 months. He had leveraged the resources of the Universal Capsule Company to recruit numerous formidable martial artists. Rising early and toiling late, enduring hardships, he had trained under these masters, developing his skills over 6 months to achieve his current prowess. Typically, 5 or 6 ordinary humans would stand no chance against him. However, in comparison to Goku, he could barely hold his own. The gap in strength was partly due to Goku's Saiyan heritage, but there was also a deeper understanding that Chu Xiao had only just begun to grasp. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the true and formidable methods of cultivation are possessed by only a select few. In Chu Xiao's mind, a peculiar image surfaced of a bald old man, hunched over with a turtle shell on his back. Just then, as Chu Xiao was lost in thought, Goku let out a mighty roar, once again lifting a stone and, employing Chu Xiao's technique, forcefully shattered it into countless fragments. Brother Chu Xiao, I've mastered it. My strength has increased significantly. Chu Xiao's lips twitched as he fell into silence, finally uttering a single word, monstrous. The martial arts talent of Sun Wukong is utterly extraordinary. While Chu Xiao toiled for an entire month to grasp this technique, Wukong merely needed to observe it once to master it. How absurd. Chapter 3, Master Rashi. As the morning training concluded, Chu Xiao transformed his house into a multifunctional capsule and was about to retrieve his magnetic levitation vehicle when he heard a peculiar cry from Wukong. Following the sound, he noticed Wukong dragging an enormous sea turtle, drooling and exclaiming excitedly, Big Brother Chu, look what I've caught. Do you have any cumin? We can roast the turtle and then set off. It must be delicious given its size. Chu Xiao furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the sea turtle that Wukong had caught, feeling an uncanny familiarity but unable to recall who it was at that moment. No. Please don't eat me. I'm just an old sea turtle with tough meat. I'm not tasty at all, the turtle pleaded, struggling with a voice that betrayed its age. A talking sea turtle? Chu Xiao suddenly remembered. This turtle was none other than the one raised by Master Roshi. It was said that this turtle had a penchant for travel but possessed a terrible sense of direction, frequently losing its way home. It seemed that once again, it had wandered off course, fortuitously encountered by Chu Xiao and his companions. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had rescued the turtle, and in gratitude, Master Roshi had gifted him the flying nimbus and promised to take him as an apprentice. Chu Xiao, who had just been contemplating where to learn the ways of strength, now found an opportunity presented before him. He certainly could not let this chance slip away. Wukong, quickly put down the sea turtle. We cannot eat this turtle. Though puzzled, Wukong obediently released the creature. What's wrong? Is there no cumin left? It's all right. Even without it, roasting will be delightful. I'm not delicious. My meat is tough. The sea turtle was on the verge of tears. Wukong, we still have plenty of cumin. No, wait. Chu Xiao interjected, correcting him. It's not about the cumin. This turtle can talk. We cannot consume something that can speak. Do you understand? Sun Wukong tilted his head in confusion and asked, why not? Chu Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for a plausible answer. He glanced at the sea turtle and replied, that is a question you should pose to the sea turtle. Oh, sea turtle, why can't I eat you? The turtle's tears began to flow. It was bewildered as to why it could not be eaten, or why this mischievous child was so intent on consuming it. Was it truly that delectable? Seeing the turtle on the verge of a mental breakdown, Chu Xiao was compelled to take decisive action. Wukong, if you wish to become the strongest warrior in the universe, you must heed your brother's words. If I say we want to eat it, then we want to. With the mention of becoming the strongest warrior, Wukong promptly cast aside thoughts of eating and vigorously nodded, responding, yes, yes. I understand. We want to eat it. Wukong's acquiescence brought a sigh of relief to both Chu Xiao and the sea turtle. Chu Xiao then engaged with the turtle, feigning ignorance. You must be the sea turtle. But how did you end up on land? The East Sea is over 100 kilometers away. The sea turtle, relieved to have escaped a grim fate, looked up with gratitude and said, thank you for saving my life. Indeed, I am a sea turtle. May I ask for another favor? Please get me some salt water. I'm parched. Of course. I have always been eager to assist. The turtle, Chu Xiao, once again opened the universal capsule and instructed Bulma to prepare a bucket of saline solution in the kitchen for the sea turtle to drink. Gurgle, gurgle. The trio patiently awaited the sea turtle to finish its drink before it responded to Chu Xiao's inquiry. I am a turtle who relishes traveling, but I have inadvertently lost my way and cannot find my route home. Therefore, I implore you to assist me in returning home. Indeed, this turtle is the one that Master Roshi has been nurturing, known for its poor sense of direction. Hey, how can you be so demanding, sea turtle? Brother Chu Xiao just saved your life and provided you with salt water to drink, and now you ask to be taken home. You are being quite unreasonable. Bulma clenched her fists, her expression filled with concern for Chu Xiao, her lips pouting in frustration. Well, I realize I am imposing upon you. The sea turtle spoke, slightly embarrassed. However, I assure you that I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. I have an elderly martial artist at home. No, an old rogue, who will surely express his gratitude if you escort me back. Chu Xiao's eyes brightened, thinking how Bulma, indeed, was his precious darling, providing the perfect support. We do not seek gratitude. Having assisted you, we shall see it through to the end. Rest assured, we shall return you home. With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Xiao summoned a maglev vehicle and pointed to Goku. Goku, wipe your drool and carry the sea turtle as you run behind the car. Huh? Why must I run while carrying the sea turtle? Do you aspire to be the mightiest warrior in the universe? Yes. Then carry it. This is a form of training. All right. Goku nodded vigorously and, without further ado, hoisted the sea turtle onto his back and began to run. On the vehicle, Bulma glanced at the exhausted Goku through the rearview mirror and mischievously remarked, Chu Xiao, you are quite naughty. Chu Xiao was puzzled. He thought having Goku carry the sea turtle was indeed a form of training within the Dragon Ball realm. How could that be considered naughty? Do you think I am unaware? Hee. Bulma leaned closer to Chu Xiao and whispered in his ear. You suggested Goku carry the sea turtle because our vehicle couldn't accommodate all of us, didn't you? Hee. Fear not. I shall not divulge this to Goku. Chu Xiao affectionately patted Bulma's head, saying, as long as you are happy. The maglev vehicle journeyed along, stopping intermittently. After 2 days, Chu Xiao, Bulma, Goku, and the sea turtle finally arrived at the seaside. Sea turtle, your destination has arrived. It is time to return home. Chu Xiao declared passionately, pointing towards the azure sea. Thank you for escorting me home. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. Very well. We shall await your return. Chu Xiao nodded, anticipating that the sea turtle intended to bring Master Roshi along. The three watched as the sea turtle submerged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. Chu Xiao, do you believe the sea turtle will return? Bulma asked skeptically. Of course, it will undoubtedly return, and it will bring someone with it. Chu Xiao smiled as he retrieved 2 lounge chairs from the universal capsule, leisurely basking in the sun while observing Goku playing in the mud by the shore. After a considerable time, a distant black appeared on the horizon of the boundless sea. As it drew closer, Chu Xiao beheld a giant sea turtle carrying an extravagantly dressed bald old man adorned with a dragon ball around his neck and a massive shell upon his back. The man's demeanor exuded a rather roguelike aura. Could this be the legendary Master Roshi? Chu Xiao pondered, doubtful, if this old man were to be lost among a crowd. His demeanor and physique would merely categorize him as an elderly scoundrel, the kind that lacks propriety. He bore no resemblance to the legendary martial artist, the mightiest human on earth. If it weren't for Chu Xiao's own transmigration, he would never believe this man to be Master Roshi. Brave young souls. Have you saved my wayward turtle-less life? Master Roshi inquired as he approached the shore, leaping from the back of the giant turtle. Alas, whether due to the softness of the sand or his own clumsiness, he slipped and fell to the ground. Master Roshi, mind your image, the sea turtle exclaimed, covering its eyes with a tone of disdain. Indeed, they saved my life and brought me home. Oh, are there 3 of them? Master Roshi remarked, patting his waist as if he had sustained a serious fall, followed by a few dry coughs, presenting a picture of frailty. No, it was primarily Chu Xiao who brought me back. That child with the long tail nearly devoured me, and the girl beside him was initially unwilling to escort me home. Master Roshi nodded, then regarded Chu Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze, revealing a complex expression. However, when his eyes fell upon Wukong, he paused, exclaiming softly, "Child, where did that golden staff on your back come from?" "It was left to me by my grandfather," Wukong replied. "Ah, that reminds me of an old acquaintance. How is your grandfather faring? Is he well?" "Grandfather has passed away." "Passed away?" A fleeting glimmer of sorrow flickered in Master Roshi's eyes. "Child, do you wish to learn martial arts? I can teach you." "Ah, my grandfather wanted to teach me martial arts. Of course, I wish to learn. However, I must first assist Brother Chu Xiao in collecting the Dragon Balls. Once I have gathered them all, I shall seek you out for training." "Very well. It is a promise. You may come to me whenever you wish." Thus, Master Roshi and Wukong shared a heartfelt connection, engaging in pleasant conversation, while Chu Xiao, Bulma, and the giant sea turtle stood in bewilderment. This unfolding scenario felt rather peculiar. The sea turtle had clearly informed Master Roshi that it was Chu Xiao who had saved it. Yet he showed no regard for Chu Xiao and instead placed great emphasis on Wukong. Chu Xiao's expression darkened. Was this the aura of a protagonist? Chapter 4. I do not wish to take you as my disciple, the turtle sage sighed. I promised them that as long as they brought me home, I would repay them. The great sea turtle gently patted the turtle sage's leg and whispered, "Just give them a few treasures as gifts." The turtle sage's expression darkened. "Nonsense. Each treasure in my possession is priceless and unique. How can I simply give them away? Are your treasures not merely discarded in a dusty box beneath your bed, covered in layers of grime? Are they truly valuable?" retorted the sea turtle. "What do you know?" Chu Xiao observed the turtle sage and the great sea turtle murmuring to each other, unable to discern the full conversation but catching snippets that suggested the turtle sage was rather stingy and reluctant to offer a reward. This simply cannot stand. There is no such thing as a free favor in this world. I am no fool. I shall not allow myself to be taken advantage of. Turtle sage. I have heard tales of a great martial artist from long ago, revered as the god of martial arts. I have admired him since childhood and aspired to learn from him. Do you happen to know his whereabouts? The god of martial arts? Those are mere legends circulated in the martial world. The turtle sage chuckled. You have helped me return the absent-minded turtle home. I should be grateful to you. Let me ponder what I should bestow upon you. After a moment of contemplation, the turtle sage raised his staff and called out to the sky. It shall be you. Come forth, Phoenix of Immortality. Chu Xiao and the others looked up expectantly, but after a prolonged wait, nothing descended from the heavens. Turtle sage, have you forgotten? The phoenix perished from food poisoning 2 years ago. The great sea turtle awkwardly reminded him. I nearly forgot. Then, let us try something else. Come forth, Nimbus Cloud. Suddenly, a yellow cloud resembling a comet descended gracefully before them. This is the Nimbus Cloud. Only those with pure hearts may ride it. Watch closely as I demonstrate. As the turtle sage leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud, a pain scream erupted, and he fell off, shell and all. Ahem, that was a faulty demonstration. You must understand. Not just anyone can ride the Nimbus Cloud. Before he could finish, Wukong, at Chu Xiao's signal, hopped onto the Nimbus Cloud. Haha, I can ride the Nimbus Cloud. Wukong exclaimed, as he rode it effortlessly, maneuvering through the sky like a child on cotton candy, enjoying the boundless freedom above the sea. Ahem. The turtle sage coughed again. The Nimbus cloud can sometimes misjudge its passengers. Since the Nimbus cloud has been granted to Wukong, I shall find another treasure for you. After much deliberation, the turtle sage still could not conjure a suitable gift for Chu Xiao. Why not take me as your disciple? Turtle sage? Chu Xiao proposed. Take you as my disciple. The turtle sage scrutinized Chu Xiao once more, then shook his head decisively. I shall not take you as my disciple. Why not? Chu Xiao's countenance fell. He had never anticipated that Master Roshi would decline his request to become his disciple. You must forge your own path, Master Roshi stated, turning to leap onto the back of the giant tortoise. I cannot assist you in this endeavor. Thus, I suggest you propose another request. Chu Xiao pondered Master Roshi's words deeply, feeling a profound shock. Upon gazing at the master again, he recognized the formidable aura surrounding him. Master Roshi's fearsome presence stemmed not only from his strength, but also from his keen insight. After merely conversing with Chu Xiao, he discerned the latter's innermost thoughts. I have underestimated the complexity of this situation. Chu Xiao mused silently. He had instinctively perceived the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world as mere NPCs. But it had become evident that they were living beings, imbued with flesh, blood, and souls. Master Roshi was indeed the god of martial arts. Thank you for your guidance. Master Roshi, I comprehend now. Chu Xiao respectfully bowed to him. Therefore, I would like to request the orb around your neck, as well as the precise location of Karen Tower. Karen Tower. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. It has been quite some time since I have heard anyone mention that place. This orb is merely a decorative piece. You may have it. As for Karen Tower, Master Roshi contemplated for a considerable time before raising his cane and pointing in a particular direction. That is the way to Karen Tower. If you ascend it, please extend my regards to the sage residing there. Chu Xiao accepted the Dragon Ball and memorized the direction to Karen Tower, nodding earnestly, I shall do so. The trio of Chu Xiao had obtained the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi and, after bidding him farewell, departed from the seaside in their vehicle. Master Roshi, why are you unwilling to take Chu Xiao as your pupil? The giant tortoise inquired, observing Chu Xiao's receding figure. Foolish tortoise. Do you not sense the malevolent power lying dormant within that individual? But you still revealed the location of Karen Tower to him. Are you not concerned he may grow stronger? Do not fret. The sage at Karen Tower is likely more aware of that dark force's malevolence than I am. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiao, he remained oblivious to Master Roshi's deliberations and the sinister energy residing within him. His thoughts were solely fixated on the Dragon Balls. He had already acquired 4. If he were to find the remaining 3, he would be able to summon the Eternal Dragon. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, the trio ventured towards the next orb's location. Along their journey, they encountered minimal peril, particularly with Goku as their formidable ally, allowing them to navigate through crises relatively unscathed. During this time, they stumbled upon Oolong, a shape-shifting creature menacing the villagers in a small hamlet. Goku effortlessly defeated him, and under Chu Xiao's intimidation, Oolong agreed to join their quest for the Dragon Balls. Chu Xiao was intrigued by Oolong's transformation abilities and, after inquiring further, learned that such skills could only be mastered by non-human earthlings. Skeptical of this notion, Chu Xiao diligently practiced Oolong's techniques for an extended period, yet yielded no results, ultimately conceding defeat. Subsequently, the quartet, now including a pig, encountered Yamcha in the desert, engaging in a battle where Chu Xiao emerged victorious over Yamcha. Days later, the group of 3 and their porcine companion arrived at the bread-baking mountain. This is the domain of the Ox Demon King. Yet the entire mountain is now shrouded in flames. Chu Xiao, standing at the base, can feel the terrifying wave of heat. How unbearably hot. The 5th Dragon Ball is indeed located in such a sweltering place. Bulma, drenched in sweat, continuously wipes her brow with a towel, her supply of water never ceasing. It seems like. Oolong glances around, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Could this be the Toasted Bread Mountain? The territory of the Ox Demon King. Oolong trembles all over and, uttering his thoughts, attempts to flee. However, after just a couple of steps, he is yanked back by Chu Xiao. Why run, Oolong? What is wrong with the Ox Demon King's domain? With me here, there is no need for fear. It is indeed quite hot. Transform into a standing fan and provide some relief for everyone. Oolong, thrown onto the ground by Chu Xiao, realizes escape is futile. Following Chu Xiao's command, he utilizes his transformation technique and morphs into a standing fan. Whoosh! The fan whirs to life, sending forth a refreshing breeze. Though it offers some respite, the heat remains oppressive. After a brief rest to replenish their hydration, the group, under Chu Xiao's guidance, ascends towards the summit of Toasted Bread Mountain. Chu Xiao gazes at the raging fire atop the mountain and muses inwardly. It is time for me to witness Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Chapter 5. The Turtle School's Kamehameha Wave and Toast Mountain. Soon, Chu Xiao and his companions encountered the Bull Demon King. After a fierce battle, it was only through the combined efforts of Chu Xiao and Wukong that they managed to achieve a stalemate against him. Upon recognizing Wukong by the golden staff he wielded, the Bull Demon King, as in the original tale, implored Wukong to seek Master Roshi and borrow the banana fan to extinguish the raging fire on Toast Mountain. Thus, Chu Xiao piloted a maglev aircraft, accompanied by Wukong riding his cloud, as they journeyed to the East Sea in search of the Turtle Hermit's abode. Had Wukong ventured alone, it would have been a daunting task to find the dwelling. However, under Chu Xiao's guidance, they swiftly located the turtle house. As they arrived, Master Roshi lounged comfortably in a wicker chair, basking in the warm sunlight. Observing the duo, he curiously inquired if they had swiftly gathered all the Dragon Balls. Not quite. We are here to borrow the banana fan to quell the blaze on Toast Mountain, Chu Xiao replied. Toast Mountain? Ah, so it is the Bull Demon King. The banana fan can indeed extinguish his flames, but his reputation has taken a severe hit in recent years. Master Roshi rose from his chair, shaking his head in disappointment at his former pupil's misdeeds. Over the years, the Bull Demon King had resorted to slaying many treasure seekers who dared to ascend Toast Mountain to safeguard his hoard. Nonetheless, since you have come seeking the banana fan, I shall see what I can do, Master Roshi stated as he entered the house, instructing Chu Xiao and Wukong to wait outside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a look of exasperation. Alas, I must apologize, for I have misplaced the banana fan. Misplaced? What shall we do? Wukong exclaimed in distress, while Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Master Roshi's claim. Previously, the Turtle Hermit had shown great reluctance to part with his treasures, and it was inconceivable that he could have lost such a formidable artifact as the banana fan. Master Roshi is lying, Chu Xiao surmised, recalling the Turtle Hermit's earlier words, concluding that he likely wished to admonish the Bull Demon King for his transgressions. Fear not. Even without the banana fan, I possess means to extinguish the fire on Toast Mountain, Master Roshi declared, stretching his limbs. Let us proceed to Toast Mountain. After spending too long in the turtle house, it is time for a change of scenery. Thus, Chu Xiao piloted the aircraft, Wukong rode his cloud, and Master Roshi summoned a four-legged, fire-breathing turtle which soared through the skies on its spinning shell. The trio departed the turtle house, heading towards Toast Mountain. Upon their arrival, Bulma and the others had been anxiously awaiting their return. Upon sighting his master, the Bull Demon King fell to his knees, weeping like a child who had lost his father, despite his imposing stature. Nevertheless, Master Roshi did not offer him any kindness, delivering a stern lecture that addressed the Bull Demon King's recent malevolence. Only after the Bull Demon King vowed to cease his unwarranted killings and amend his ways did Master Roshi's demeanor soften. Master Roshi, I realize my mistakes. Please extinguish the raging fire on the Toast Mountain. Heeding the earnest plea of the Bull Demon King, Master Roshi finally resolved to take action. Under the intense gaze of Chu Xiao, Master Roshi removed the turtle shell from his back and shed his upper garment, revealing his frail, sun-dried physique. Just as everyone was puzzled about Master Roshi's intentions, he bellowed a mighty command, bringing his hands together at his waist. Kamehameha. With a thunderous shout, Master Roshi's withered muscles swelled dramatically, akin to an inflated balloon, transforming his slender frame into one more formidable than that of a bodybuilder. As he spoke, an extraordinarily brilliant light blue energy sphere coalesced between his palms, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations and an astonishing aura. With a decisive thrust of his hands, the light blue energy orb transformed into a dazzling beam of light, streaking towards the blazing Toast Mountain like a meteor. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the Toast Mountain vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only a ripple of shockwave extending into the distance. Such devastating power. Chu Xiao swallowed hard. Even though he had mentally prepared himself for the might of the Kamehameha, he was still taken aback by its sheer destructive capability. I must master such an extraordinary skill. Chu Xiao yearned to learn the Kamehameha. Although Master Roshi was reluctant to take him as a disciple, he could still seek instruction at Korin Tower. Once he arrived at Korin Tower and mastered the use of Ki, learning the Kamehameha would surely become a breeze. After all, in the latter part of Dragon Ball, any character could effortlessly unleash a Ki blast. It was practically a standard skill in the series. With a single Kamehameha, Master Roshi extinguished the fire on Toast Mountain, steering the Bull Demon King towards redemption while showcasing his immense power to Goku, Bulma, and the others. The subsequent events unfolded predictably. Chu Xiao quickly located the Dragon Ball amidst the rubble with the help of his Dragon Radar. He instructed Bulma to secure the Dragon Ball and beckoned Goku to leave Toast Mountain, only to find Goku encircled around Master Roshi. Master Roshi, could you teach me that technique? Goku implored. Ah, Goku. The Kamehameha is not something one can learn easily. It requires rigorous training and a high level of martial arts mastery to execute. Master Roshi boasted about the strength and difficulty of the Kamehameha, oblivious to the fact that Goku had already begun attempting to replicate the technique. Mimicking Master Roshi's posture, Goku crossed his palms, gathered his energy, and gently pushed forward. Boom. With a resounding crash, a light blue energy beam erupted from Goku's hands, striking Chu Zhao's magnetic levitation aircraft. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that Goku had learned the Kamehameha after merely observing it once. Master Roshi cleared his throat awkwardly and offered words of praise. Wukong's martial arts aptitude is exceedingly high, and his foundation is commendable. It is entirely reasonable that he can barely manifest his abilities. However, for an ordinary individual or one of mediocre talent, such a feat would be exceedingly challenging. As Master Roshi spoke, he observed Chu Zhao raising his palms, mimicking his stance, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Master Roshi immediately fell silent, refraining from continuing, fearful that Chu Zhao might indeed release a Kamehameha, which would force him to endure another moment of humiliation. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Chu Zhao, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Bulma and the others hoped that Chu Zhao would master the Kamehameha wave, while Master Roshi secretly prayed for Chu Zhao's lack of talent. The Ox-King, grateful for Chu Zhao's assistance in summoning Master Roshi to extinguish the Great Fire, stood firmly in support of him. For a brief interval, the stillness atop the toasted bread mountain was such that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Zhao took a deep breath, focused his mind, and concentrated all his attention between his palms, imitating the stance of Master Roshi and Wukong. He shouted, Kamehameha! Suddenly, with a dull thud, Chu Zhao's palms moved apart, and a small light blue energy sphere, the size of a fist, materialized between them. It emitted a faint sound before dissipating into the air. Just as everyone assumed Chu Zhao had failed in his attempt to execute the Kamehameha, a surge of joy welled up within him, an emotion so intense it was nearly beyond expression. His excitement became uncontrollable, tears glistening in his eyes, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Yet, to the onlookers, these actions appeared as manifestations of self-denial and insecurity following failure. Only Chu Zhao alone comprehended the truth. Although he had indeed failed in mimicking the Kamehameha wave, he had sensed a flicker of energy within him, a mere hint of which awakened a hidden mysterious power within his dantian. It was a pitch-black lotus seed, radiating a terrifying aura that inspired trepidation. Chu Zhao's consciousness delved into his dantian, vividly perceiving that the black lotus seed was surrounded by delicate, translucent blue lotus petals, as thin as a cicada's wing and as small as a mayfly. The reincarnation black lotus, seizing the essence of the heavens and the earth, replenishes the creation of all things. By collecting 7 lotus petals, one could activate the reincarnation black lotus, allowing for a random traversal through the cycle of worlds, with a duration of 2 years. Chapter 6. The Reincarnation Black Lotus, a journey through the Golden Finger. In his previous life, having immersed himself in numerous novels, Chu Zhao instantly recognized that the black lotus seed within his dantian was a mysterious entity possessing the ability to traverse various realms. From the information transmitted by the black lotus seed, it could be inferred that the black lotus drew upon the world's fortune to coalesce lotus petals. And with 7 such petals as energy, it could transport him to other worlds for a span of 2 years. How could I possess the reincarnation black lotus? Chu Zhao mused silently, aware of how to utilize the black lotus, yet entirely ignorant of its origins. As he meticulously recalled the events of his past life, he found no information related to the black lotus. His body's memories held no references to it either, as if the reincarnation black lotus had appeared out of thin air in his dantian. Since he was currently unaware of its provenance, he decided to set that matter aside. The foremost priority was to devise a means to gather the 7 lotus petals and attempt his first traversal. Chu Zhao then turned his attention to the Dragon Balls, pondering whether they could alter the conditions of the reincarnation black lotus, enabling direct traversal. Alternatively, he could focus on gathering the 7 lotus petals. Quickly, he shook his head, dismissing that notion. Regardless of whether the Dragon Balls could fulfill such a wish, he had already devised a plan for their use, which promised significant benefits. To squander them on an uncertain opportunity for traversal would be counterproductive. Thus, it would be wiser to first collect the Dragon Balls, harness the world's fortune through them, and gradually gather the 7 lotus petals. After all, hadn't his efforts already yielded 1 lotus petal? Clearly, Chu Zhao could indeed collect them gradually. He merely needed to contemplate the method. Once he gathered the Dragon Balls and the lotus petals, not only would he be able to make a favorable wish, but he would also gain an opportunity to traverse to another world. It would be a perfect resolution, indeed. Chu Xiao nodded solemnly and resolved to proceed as planned, to collect the Dragon Balls and make his wishes. He silently recited his aspirations, swiftly redirecting his thoughts. Big Brother Chu, don't be disheartened for not unleashing the Kamehameha wave. After all, Master Roshi has stated that with diligent practice, anyone can master this power. Bulma consoled as she leaned against Chu Xiao, mistaking his joyous immersion in acquiring his golden finger for disappointment over not mastering the Kamehameha. It's all right. I'm not a child. I won't let such matters affect me. Chu Xiao reassured as he stroked Bulma's long hair. Though I haven't mastered the Kamehameha, I can faintly sense a hint of energy. Energy? What is that? Bulma inquired, looking up at Chu Xiao with curiosity. Standing nearby, Master Roshi overheard Chu Xiao's words and nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. He had not anticipated that, despite not mastering the Kamehameha, Chu Xiao could perceive energy. As a master of martial arts, Master Roshi understood the significance of this sensation far better than Bulma and the others. Although Wukong can unleash the Kamehameha wave, he has yet to develop a sense of energy, merely relying on the technique of mimicking the Kamehameha to accidentally trigger the energy wave. Ultimately, to truly master the Kamehameha, one must first discover this sense of energy and then learn the requisite techniques. Thus, from another perspective, Chu Xiao's innate talent is not inferior to Wukong's, and may even surpass it. Once Chu Xiao becomes proficient in sensing energy, mastering the Kamehameha will merely be a matter of time. Energy exists within every individual as a form of power. With the appropriate methods, one can uncover it and subsequently strengthen it through cultivation. Chu Xiao, come here. I shall teach you the methods of energy cultivation. Chu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why the turtle sage had suddenly changed his mind and was willing to impart the secrets of energy cultivation. However, he would certainly not refuse the opportunity to be taught by the turtle sage. Initially, the turtle sage had harbored reservations about the malevolent aura within Chu Xiao, preferring to send him to Master Karen. Yet now, confronted with Chu Xiao's extraordinary talent, the turtle sage could not help but offer guidance. In the sage's mind, once Chu Xiao perceives energy, he will inevitably master it and learn the Kamehameha, thus gaining formidable power. With this in mind, why should the turtle sage not serve as a guiding light for Chu Xiao, using his martial philosophy to transform the malevolent aura within him? Or teach Chu Xiao to discern good from evil, to remain true to himself, and to bury the malevolent aura deep within his heart? This reflects the vision and generosity of the turtle sage as a deity of martial arts. Your talent is remarkable, the turtle sage said earnestly. But I hope you remember not to let power blind your eyes. Power itself is devoid of good or evil. It all depends on the wielder. A benevolent heart yields goodness, while a malevolent heart brings forth evil. You are not my disciple, yet you are learning from the turtle school. Thus, you must understand our principles. Chu Xiao listened intently to the turtle sage's instructions on energy cultivation and his teachings. Thank you, turtle sage. I, Chu Xiao, will not forget your teachings. In this lifetime, I shall never act against my true nature. Memorizing the secret methods of energy cultivation, Chu Xiao reflected deeply and made a vow. He bowed deeply to the turtle sage before departing with Bulma and the others from the Bread Mountain. Watching Chu Xiao's departing figure, the turtle sage mused, "A fine jade awaits to be carved. I hope you achieve greatness." Donning his turtle shell, the sage reminisced about Wukong's talent with a sigh. The young waves pushed the old waves forward. It is time for this old bone to rest after aiding them once more. As Chu Xiao and his companions descended from Bread Mountain, they had already collected 5 Dragon Balls. Bulma, upon checking the Dragon Ball radar, discovered that the last 2 Dragon Balls had evidently been gathered by someone else. She relayed this news to Chu Xiao, who, with a thought, discerned the identity of the holder of the final 2 Dragon Balls. The Fried Rice King. Chu Xiao's impression of the Fried Rice King was faint. He merely remembered him as a short figure resembling the Demon King Piccolo. In the realm of Dragon Balls, those who left a lasting impression on Chu Xiao possessed unique abilities. Even the once formidable Satan, now reduced to a shadow of his former self, possesses his own unique charm and capabilities. In this light, it seems the King of Fried Rice is not a cause for concern. As anticipated by Chu Xiao, he and his companions quickly located the Fried Rice King's castle, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. After an intense battle, with the combined might of Chu Xiao and Goku, they utterly overwhelmed their opponent and successfully acquired the last 2 Dragon Balls. Moreover, upon defeating the Fried Rice King, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao underwent a transformation, culminating in the formation of a second petal. This realization led Chu Xiao to conclude that by continuously disrupting the narrative of the Dragon Ball universe and seizing the fortunes of other characters, he could gather additional lotus petals. The elusive concept of fortune had, in Chu Zhao's eyes, become a tangible and actionable method of acquisition. Brother Chu, we have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the Dragon Balls gleaming with a golden hue on the ground. Brother Chu, the Dragon Balls are complete. Hurry and make your wish. Once you do, I can seek out Master Roshi and commence my new training. Goku, having witnessed Master Roshi's strength, had been preoccupied with the prospect of training under him, showing little interest in the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao slowly approached the Dragon Balls. Then, let us begin. Let the Eternal Dragon grant my wish. Chapter 7, The Wish Arise. Divine Dragon. Chu Xiao raised his hands to the heavens, uttering the incantation to summon the dragon. As his words reverberated, the previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by an array of ominous black thunderclouds, and the sun was swiftly shrouded in darkness. Daylight transformed into night, plunging the entire earth into an eerie gloom. Humanity looked skyward in confusion, astonished at the unexpected solar eclipse. Yet, as they soon realized it was not an eclipse, dread enveloped them. Had the sun vanished? Was the apocalypse upon them? Outside the ruins of the Fried Rice King's castle, Chu Xiao and his companions stood before the pulsating Dragon Balls. The dragon was about to emerge. Bulma, her violet blue eyes fixed intently on the skies, murmured in awe, her heart brimming with indescribable astonishment. The celestial phenomena heralding the dragon's arrival compelled Chu Xiao to admire the power of the Dragon Balls and the ingenuity of the Namekians. When the thunderclouds coalesced into a vast, ominous cover, a golden dragon-shaped apparition erupted from the Dragon Balls, soaring majestically into the heavens. A cerulean dragon, cloaked in shimmering scales, appeared amidst the tempestuous clouds, weaving through the lightning and fierce winds, exuding a profound and heavy aura. In his past life, Chu Xiao, as a descendant of the Huaxia people, harbored an ineffable sentiment towards dragons deep within his soul. Witnessing the divine dragon in this realm, even knowing it was merely a creation of the Namekians, stirred something within him. Conversely, upon beholding the dragon's true form, Goku's eyes sparkled with countless stars. Fixated on the colossal creature, drool unwittingly escaping his lips. So much meat. It looks delicious. Chu Xiao and the others chose to disregard Goku's presence. For this child, under Chu Xiao's influence, seemed solely preoccupied with food and training, his worldview having strayed far from the path of reason. At that moment, the dragon slowly lowered its majestic head from the thunderclouds, its voice resounding with grandeur. Did you summon me? Speak your wishes. Whatever they may be, I shall grant them. Bulma, Goku, and Oolong turned their gazes toward Chu Xiao, eagerly anticipating his wish. Chu Xiao stepped forward, raising his head to meet the dragon's gaze. His desire had long been conceived, and he spoke earnestly. Divine Dragon, grant me the gift of eternal life. What? Eternal life? Bulma's heart twisted as if she were on the brink of losing something of great significance. She glanced at Chu Zhao's silhouette, her emotions swirling in complexity. Yet before long, the look of disappointment in her eyes vanished, replaced by a bashful joy. It was only natural for Chu Gu to desire immortality. Who wouldn't he wish for everlasting life? Once his wish was fulfilled, she vowed to choose the same wish next time. And they could remain together forever and have countless children. Chu Xiao gazed at the dragon, his heart brimming with hope. 6 months ago, Chu Xiao entered the perilous realm of the Dragon Ball universe, perpetually haunted by the specter of his own mortality. Fearing that a mere misstep by either the protagonists or antagonists could lead to his untimely demise amidst their fierce battles. This overwhelming sense of impending doom ignited within him a profound desire for immortality. Only through eternal life could one confront the terrors of the Dragon Ball world. However, upon articulating his wish, the dragon Shenron fell into an unsettling silence, leaving Chu Xiao in anxious anticipation for what felt like an eternity. After a minute had passed, unable to contain his impatience, Chu Xiao ventured to ask the dragon, "Can you fulfill this wish for me?" In response to his inquiry, Shenron gently shook his majestic head, stating, "This wish is beyond my capabilities. Please, choose another." Chu Xiao's countenance darkened, and even Bulma appeared disheartened. Their meticulously crafted plans were shattered by a single pronouncement from the dragon. Shenron had claimed to grant any wish, yet he was unable to help Chu Xiao realize his dream of immortality. "Why? Aren't you capable of granting any wish?" Bulma pressed, her expression turning sour. "I apologize, but my powers are derived from the divine, and thus I cannot perform feats outside the realm of divine capability. The cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is a fundamental law of the universe, one I cannot transgress," Shenron explained slowly. "Therefore, I urge you to choose a different wish." The inability to defy universal laws resonated with Chu Xiao, who found clarity in this revelation. Shenron, indeed, could not fulfill every desire. For instance, resurrecting the deceased was limited. Each could only return once, and only under specific circumstances, murder or accidental death, while natural death remained beyond even Shinran's reach. Furthermore, when the Saiyans descended upon Earth, Goku and his companions could not employ the Dragon Balls to eradicate them. Combat was necessary, underscoring the significant limitations imposed upon the use of the Dragon Balls. Even the Dragon Balls on Namek could not alter the environmental crises plaguing the planet or save the ailing Elder Namekian. Thus, Shinran's inability to grant Chu Xiao's dream of immortality was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. As he grappled with the disappointment of his unfulfilled wish, Chu Xiao felt a wave of despondency wash over him, particularly upon realizing that the Dragon Balls could not directly endow him with extraordinary power, further compounding his dismay. After diligently gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, he now faced the awkward predicament of an unattainable wish. "Young man, please state your wish," Shenron urged, seemingly pressed for time, indicating that his existence was not without limits. Chu Xiao, recognizing the futility of prolonging the encounter, resolved to seek an alternative wish. "Shenron, I implore you to grant me the ability of super regeneration, so that I may recover swiftly from any harm I encounter," he articulated slowly, uncertain of the feasibility of this new desire. "Can you fulfill this wish?" Shinran's imposing presence remained steadfast, yet a hint of awkwardness lingered. Chu Xiao's latest wish posed a genuine challenge for the dragon. However, the divine dragon let out a long sigh and spoke. "Your wish is quite arduous. Yet I shall assist you. I can bestow upon you the ability of super self-healing, but once your lifespan is exhausted, you shall still meet your end." "Before my lifespan is exhausted?" Chu Xiao furrowed his brows and inquired, "Might you disclose to me how long I have left?" The divine dragon fell silent for a moment, perhaps feeling a sense of indebtedness for not fulfilling Chu Xiao's wish perfectly, and said, "Your total lifespan is 96 years, of which you have 80 years remaining." 80 years. A sense of discomfort washed over Chu Xiao. While 80 years is not short, it pales in comparison to his dream of immortality. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his pursuit of eternal life and pressed on with his inquiry. "Divine Dragon, can I extend my lifespan through other means?" "Indeed, in this world, there exist numerous treasures that can prolong life. If you are fortunate enough to acquire them, it may offer a different form of immortality." After guiding Chu Xiao, the divine dragon ceased further conversation and directly unleashed its power. Its eyes emanated a crimson divine light, enveloping Chu Xiao. In that moment, Chu Xiao felt a formidable and vast energy infusing his entire being, as if he were basking in sunlight, filled with warmth. "Done. Your wish has been granted." The divine dragon added as a final reminder, "Be cautious. If you sustain grave injuries, it will deplete your lifespan. Once your lifespan is exhausted, you too will perish." Having fulfilled Chu Xiao's wish, the divine dragon dissipated, transforming once more into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions. "Ah, grandfather!" Goku exclaimed in alarm as he watched the 4-star ball, representing his grandfather, vanish before him. He was about to hop onto his Nimbus cloud to pursue it, but the Dragon Balls had already disappeared without a trace. Bulma, perceiving Goku's distress, reassured him. "Goku, there is no need to fret. The Dragon Balls will enter a slumber for a year after granting a wish. After 1 year, they will revert to their original form, and we can collect them again with the Dragon Radar." Meanwhile, having achieved his wish, Chu Xiao was meticulously observing his body. Super self-healing ability. The reincarnation Black Lotus has coalesced into a 3rd petal. Chapter 8. The misguided talent of Bulma. As the dragon vanished, the sky gradually regained its brightness, and daylight returned across the globe. The uninformed populace perceived this as an extraordinary celestial phenomenon or perhaps a divine omen punishing humanity. However, such matters were of little concern to Chu Xiao and his companions. Chu Xiao was immersed in the euphoria of acquiring super healing abilities. Regarding the 3rd petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus, Chu Xiao anticipated its emergence. He felt no discernible change in his body, but deep down, he understood that he had indeed attained super healing capabilities. Simultaneously, Bulma was exceedingly intrigued by the ability Chu Xiao had gained, as it was a wish granted by the dragon after much effort in gathering the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, due to the bond between Bulma and Chu Xiao, she naturally cared deeply about his transformation. "Chu Xiao, might I witness your super healing ability?" Bulma asked, her curious eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at him. I suppose I could," Chu Xiao replied, feeling a touch reluctant to refuse her. However, demonstrating super healing was not as straightforward as showcasing abilities like fire or water manipulation. It had an element that felt somewhat inappropriate for display. If you're unwilling, then forget it, Bulma said, sensing Chu Xiao's hesitance, her mood instantly dampening. After all, she was a young girl caught in the throes of first love, still retaining a hint of childlike innocence. That's not it. It's just that my ability isn't particularly glamorous to demonstrate, Chu Xiao explained, simultaneously retrieving a broken steel bar from the nearby ruins, weighing it in his hand. Finding it quite manageable. One end of the bar was especially sharp due to its fracture, making it an excellent prop for his demonstration. Bulma, if it makes you uncomfortable, you may close your eyes, Chu Xiao suggested. Before he finished speaking, he pierced the steel bar into his palm before Bulma and the others. With a piercing sound, the steel bar penetrated Chu Xiao's palm and was swiftly withdrawn, leaving a wound the size of a fist. Ah! Bulma exclaimed, rushing towards him, undeterred by the gruesome sight. She grasped his injured hand, her medical training kicking in as she hurriedly retrieved a first aid kit from her capsule. Bulma, there's no need to panic. Though the wound is painful, have you forgotten the ability I received from the dragon? Chu Xiao grimaced through the intense pain, amused by Bulma's anxious demeanor. What good is such a cursed ability if it only leads to self-harm? What if your hand becomes useless? What will happen to my happiness afterward? Bulma lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chu Xiao chuckled softly. Bulma, look, my hand is almost healed. As Chu Xiao spoke, he noticed that the fist-sized wound on his palm was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, it returned to its pristine state. Bulma, astonished, gently touched Chu Xiao's palm, and apart from a slight warmth from the bloodstain, there was no trace of injury whatsoever. Instantly, her sorrow transformed into joy, and she playfully admonished Chu Xiao. You are so annoying. You really startled me just now. Ahem. It was your insistence to show me. If I want to see, you should just let me. Does it still hurt? It was painful when I was injured, but it doesn't hurt anymore after the healing. Just a bit itchy. It seems that while the Eternal Dragon granted me extraordinary self-healing abilities, it hasn't deprived me of my sense of pain. That must have hurt a lot. Please don't showcase your abilities like that again. No, I mean, don't get hurt again. It's quite terrifying. Haha, rest assured. As long as my lifespan hasn't reached its end, I shouldn't die, Chu Xiao replied, and Bulma leaned against him, resembling a delicate bird. Humph, don't be so conceited. You must not have heard the Eternal Dragon's last words clearly. Your ability is merely super regeneration, not immortality. If your injuries are too severe and affect your lifespan, it will surely accelerate your demise. When your lifespan is depleted. Don't worry, I know my limits, Chu Xiao smiled. There is no absolutely perfect ability. Only an absolutely perfect user. I will find a way to extend my life. The two of them engaged in playful banter until they were utterly exhausted. After a while, Wukong tidied up his belongings and approached Chu Xiao. Brother Chu, congratulations on having your wish fulfilled, Wukong exclaimed. I should head to Master Roshi for my next training. Go ahead. We shall meet again in a year. I hope you become even stronger. And then we can collect the Dragon Balls together. Sure, no problem, Wukong said, stepping onto his flying nimbus, bidding farewell to Chu Xiao and the others, and heading towards Master Roshi's home. Only Chu Xiao, Bulma, and Oolong remained amidst the ruins of the Fried Rice King's castle. Bulma, we should also be on our way. You've been out for quite some time. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. Let us go home, Chu Xiao declared, tossing out a universal capsule to conjure a magnetic levitation aircraft, and he flew towards Bulma's house with her and Oolong. Days later, at Bulma's home, Chu Xiao, are you really leaving? Where are you going? I want to go too, Bulma pouted, tugging at Chu Xiao's hand. I am going to train and seek out the Tower of Korin. It will grant me greater strength. The journey may present dangers, so I cannot take you with me. But we encountered dangers while collecting the Dragon Balls before, and we were together then. Why can't you take me this time? Bulma whimpered, feeling aggrieved. Be good. As a seer, I, Chu Xiao, sense the significance of this journey, and I also believe that remaining at home is the wisest decision for you, Bulma. Trust my intuition. I shall conclude this expedition and return to you at the earliest opportunity. Once again, Chu Xiao invokes his identity as a prophet, expressing his heartfelt concern for Bulma. And through a series of sweet words, he finally persuades her. Very well, but you must promise me this. While you are away, do not gaze at other girls. Do not converse with them, and certainly do not spend the night at another girl's residence. Bulma, embodying the essence of a delicate woman, meticulously lays out her stipulations, insisting that he must think of her daily and call her every hour. Bulma continues to speak incessantly, blissfully unaware that Chu Xiao has stealthily slipped away, piloting a magnetic levitation aircraft that swiftly departs from her villa. You must return soon. He hears Bulma's voice calling after him as he departs. The Bulma he has just met is not the same. She must have been influenced by him, misinterpreting her innate talents. As Chu Xiao navigates the skies, He silently vows that upon returning from the Kalinta journey, he will thoroughly guide Bulma, honing her talents and steering her toward the path of a brilliant scientist, immersing her in the depths of scientific inquiry. This is the true Bulma he envisions. After all, what distinguishes a Bulma who cannot innovate from a Lan Chi? Chapter 9. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. With great speed, Chu Shao piloted his magnetic levitation aircraft, quickly departing from the eastern city where Bulma resided. Upon leaving the city, he tucked away the aircraft and began his journey on foot towards Karinta. On the Toast Mountain, the turtle hermit had imparted to him the methods of cultivating his chi. During this period, Chu Shao had become adept at mastering the faint chi within his body. Following the turtle hermit's guidance, he understood that continuously honing his physical form was the simplest and most direct way to enhance his chi. Thus, he resolved to traverse the distance to Karinta on foot. Heading westward, 5 days later, Chu Shao had yet to catch sight of Karinta, but was compelled to halt his progress, for 2 individuals stood before him, obstructing his path. Their attire was peculiar, adorned with intimidating tattoos devoid of any aesthetic appeal, unmistakably marking them as unsavory characters. Their garments prominently featured the gilded characters for gold and silver, and one of them conspicuously dragged a purple golden gourd. From the malicious glint in their eyes, it was evident they intended to rob him. This notion piqued Chu Xiao's interest. During his time in the Dragon Ball universe, although he had encountered those foolish enough to provoke him, only to be effortlessly dispatched, he had never before faced an outright robbery. This development ignited a playful spirit within him. "Hey, kid, what's your name? Where do you hail from? And where are you headed?" inquired the man clad in gold, clutching the treasure gourd. "Are you asking for my name right off the bat? Shouldn't you introduce yourselves first and lay down your demands? Is there not a shred of professionalism among robbers these days?" Chu Shao retorted, eyeing the two with a teasing demeanor. The duo exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiao's words, realizing there was merit to his observations. "Self-introduction, you say? I am Golden Horn, and this is my brother, Silver Horn. As for your point about demands, we're rather new to this line of work, and no one has taught us the ropes. Would you be so kind as to enlighten us?" Their tone shifted, seemingly casting aside the notion of robbery and adopting the demeanor of eager students seeking guidance. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Upon hearing these names, Chu Shao was reminded of the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King from Journey to the West. Coupled with the purple golden gourd in their possession, his expression darkened. Reflecting on the narrative of Dragon Ball, he realized he had long forgotten these 2 characters. But many names and concepts within Dragon Ball were inspired by Journey to the West. For instance, the protagonist's son Wukong, Zhu Beiji corresponds to Oolong, Yamcha to Sha Tsung, and Bulma to Tang's son. Furthermore, figures like the Bull Demon King and the Banana Fan, along with the rabbit sent to the moon. Upon closer examination, it became clear that numerous characters and abilities in Dragon Ball drew from Journey to the West. Thus, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn standing before Chu Shao were far from ordinary robbers. The gourd they wielded was undoubtedly capable of ensnaring people. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chu Shao calmed his thoughts, his mind already fixated on the purple golden gourd, a treasure that held considerable allure for him. As the saying goes, every nation has its laws, and every profession has its customs. Robbery, though a venture devoid of legitimate backing, is nonetheless an occupation, and naturally, it has its own set of rules. Chu Shao spoke slowly. The so-called industry jargon is often articulated in this manner. Suddenly, with a fierce demeanor, Chu Shao bellowed, "Halt! You 2 rascals, stand right there." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were taken aback, startled by Chu Xiao's abrupt shift in presence, their eyes wide with astonishment. "This road is mine. This tree is my planting. If you wish to pass this way, leave behind a toll," Chu Shao declared, adopting an aggressively imposing stance, resembling a robber intent on accosting Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. "Ah, truly, the vernacular is impressive," they exclaimed in admiration. Previously, when the brothers had engaged in robbery, they felt an underlying sense of guilt. However, with this newfound jargon, their psychological burdens had lightened considerably. Chu Shao shook his head and continued. "While the jargon is straightforward and you have naturally grasped it, merely understanding the words is insufficient. You must also learn the customs of the trade." "Customs? What are those?" Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao inquired earnestly. "Without rules, there can be no order," Chu Shao explained. "Every profession has its customs, and those who disregard them will be scorned by both their peers and outsiders. The rules of robbery are quite simple. We adhere to the principle of 4 prohibitions. We do not rob the elderly, the weak, the sick, or the disabled. We do not rob the lonely, the orphans, or the young. We do not rob those who do good deeds, and we do not rob those of high moral standing." Such an extensive list of prohibitions. What then shall we rob? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, clearly struggling to comprehend Chu Zhao's so-called customs. The customs dictate that once you enter this profession, you must abide by its rules. Failure to adhere to them will render you as robbers devoid of ethics, earning you the disdain of society. Bah, let them disdain us. We care not for reputation, Jin Jiao retorted, dismissing the notion. Nonetheless, your jargon is indeed effective. He waved his hand and continued. But you have yet to tell us your name. What do they call you? Chu Zhao's expression darkened. He thought to himself that these two were indeed incorrigible, still seeking to uncover his name for their own gain. With a swift glance, he replied, I am but an orphan, having never known my name since childhood. Nor has anyone ever given me one. To this day, I have grown accustomed to my nameless existence and do not concern myself with such trivialities. Upon hearing Chu Zhao's words, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao found themselves at a loss. Their treasured gourd could capture anyone's essence, provided they spoke their name. Should the individual remain silent, they would be unable to ensnare him, and thus could never transform him into wine. This stood in stark contrast to the mythical gourd from Journey to the West. However, there lay a flaw in their gourd's magic. Without knowledge of a person's name, capturing them was impossible, and thus the transformation into wine was unattainable. Brother, what shall we do? This fellow is far too wary. He refuses to divulge even a false name. Yin Jiao lamented, feeling helpless. Even a pseudonym, if spoken by the individual, could still be captured within the gourd. But Chu Zhao would not even utter a feigned name. How then could they proceed with their robbery? Humph. This fellow is exceedingly rude. How could a person exist without a name? With a few scathing words, the Golden Horn remarked with disdain that it mattered not whether names were spoken. In this moment, there were two of us and only one of him, giving us the numerical advantage. It appeared that action was inevitable today. As Golden Horn stowed away the treasured gourd, Chu Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding the gourd. If he were to be ensnared within it, even his remarkable regenerative abilities would be gradually extinguished, reducing him to mere liquid. However, with the gourd now secured, Golden Horn sought to engage him in a contest of strength. Was this not akin to brandishing a sword before the legendary Guan Yu, a foolhardy endeavor? If a fight was what they desired, then let them come forth. As the three engaged in battle, events unfolded precisely as Chu Zhao had anticipated. The prowess of Golden Horn and Silver Horn was merely a notch above that of an ordinary individual, their entire combat effectiveness reliant on the gourd's formidable powers. With the gourd rendered ineffective, Chu Zhao, having cultivated his energy, easily triumphed over both adversaries, retrieving the purple gold gourd from Golden Horn. This was the illustrious purple gold gourd. Chu Zhao scrutinized the artifact in his grasp, his mind instantly ignited with a desire to test its capabilities. Golden Horn, Silver Horn, come forth. The two, now kneeling, hastily complied, fearing that a delayed response would result in their entrapment within the purple gold gourd. With a rhythmic chant, Chu Zhao repeatedly uttered their names, instilling terror in the hearts of the two brothers as they hurriedly answered. Come forth, come forth. A mischievous smile crept across Chu Zhao's face, embodying the essence of someone who had them entirely at his mercy. A vibrant plume of multicolored smoke erupted from the purple gold gourd, enveloping Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Amidst their desperate pleas for mercy, they were ultimately drawn into the gourd. I had already warned you. There are rules within every profession. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 10, Corinta. Before long, Chu Zhao once again shook the purple gold treasure gourd, which emitted the sound of liquid sloshing inside. Upon opening the lid, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted forth, enticing one to take a sip. However, as Chu Zhao recalled that the wine within was crafted by the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, his desire for it swiftly dissipated. He sought out a suitable place and poured out the contents of the gourd entirely, fastening the purple gold treasure gourd to his waist. Upon returning to Buma's residence, he intended to have Buma create a versatile capsule specifically designed to hold the gourd. Simultaneously, with the demise of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Zhao underwent a transformation, coalescing into the fourth petal of the lotus flower. He was now only 3 petals away from gathering the 7 necessary to traverse the realm of reincarnation. Chu Zhao felt a sense of anticipation. Yet he steeled himself and set off in the direction of Corinta. After all, traversing the realm of reincarnation was merely an opportunity, while reaching Corinta promised far greater power. He was acutely aware of the weight of this choice. Having traveled westward for an extended period without encountering any significant dangers, Chu Zhao finally arrived at Corinta. The towering totem pole, reaching skyward amidst the forest, was the very Corinta he had long yearned for. Atop Corinta resided the immortal Corinta, and above that lay the divine sanctuary where the gods dwelled. Chu Xiao's purpose for this journey was solely to seek out the immortal Corinta, not to venture into the divine sanctuary. On one hand, the path to the sanctuary required the golden staff wielded by Wukong. On the other hand, Chu Xiao believed he lacked the strength to confront a deity directly. Should a god discover his identity as a traveler and decide to eradicate him, there would be no place for him to lament his fate. At the base of Corinta, there existed a tribe that bore a resemblance to Native Americans. Adorned in animal skins, donning hats woven from bird feathers, and sporting various totem tattoos on their faces, standing in stark contrast to the modern society of East City. Chu Xiao approached the tribe's chief, briefly introducing himself and stating his purpose: to attempt the ascent of Corinta in search of greater strength. A martial artist drawn by the legend of Corinta, exclaimed the chief. The tales of Corinta are seldom shared beyond our borders. How did you come to know of its existence? Chu Xiao noted the chief's robust physique and formidable strength, only slightly inferior to his own. I learned of Corinta's location from the Turtle Sage, Chu Xiao replied candidly. The Turtle Sage? Could it be Master Wutian? He indeed ascended Corinta. I was but a child back then. The chief reflected wistfully, realizing that time had flown by. Now he was nearing 40, and his son, UPA, was already 12. Since you were guided here by the Turtle Sage, our tribe will not impede your progress. However, the day is drawing to a close. Why not spend the night with us and allow us to graciously host a guest from afar? Chu Xiao glanced at the time and then at the towering Corinta, nodding in agreement. Soon, a bonfire was ignited in the tribe, and a barbecue grill was set up. The tribe's leader had specifically hunted a mountain deer to serve as the main dish for the evening. The villagers brought forth an assortment of fruits and foods from their homes, placing them beside the fire. As they danced joyfully, they savored the wild delicacies. At that moment, the children of the tribe gathered around, gazing at Chu Xiao with innocent eyes, eagerly requesting tales of the world beyond. Graciously accepting the tribe's hospitality, Chu Xiao felt reluctant to refuse and began to recount the amusing encounters he had during his journey to collect the Dragon Balls, captivating the children with his stories. After a while, Chu Xiao felt a thirst creeping in. Although the tribe had water, it was merely lake water, lacking any beverages like wine. He retrieved a multifunctional capsule from his waist and, under the curious gaze of the tribe, tossed it casually. With a puff of white smoke, several large boxes appeared. The villagers were astounded by Chu Xiao's ability to conjure such large boxes with his bare hands, believing he was performing magic. This is not sorcery, it is science, he explained. In the outside world, this is quite common. We call it a multifunctional capsule, capable of storing many items within a small capsule. Chu Xiao opened one of the large boxes, releasing a rich aroma of fine wines. Inside, an array of exquisite beverages was displayed. He casually pulled out a bottle of red wine, and with a pop, the cork was freed, releasing an enticing fragrance. At that moment, the tribe ceased their activities, captivated by the sight of the wine bottle, eagerly gulping in anticipation. Chu Xiao, what are you drinking? May we have a taste? One voice broke the silence. And soon the crowd echoed in enthusiastic response, realizing that this tribe had been isolated for quite some time. With only the leader occasionally venturing to a nearby town for essential supplies, Chu Xiao understood their fascination. While those in the eastern city had already embraced the age of flying magnetic cars, these people remained in a semi-hunting, semi-agricultural era, dictated by the rising and setting sun. They had truly never encountered wine, and even if they had seen it, they had never tasted it. Feel free to come and take some if you wish. I have plenty, Chu Xiao said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the male members of the tribe could no longer contain their excitement and rushed to him to claim the fine wine. Soon, nearly every member of the tribe held a bottle, and the children received delightful fruit juices. To Chu Xiao, cheers. The tribe's leader raised his cup, expressing gratitude for the exquisite wine. Thank you, brother Chu Xiao. Cheers. Let's drink to our heart's content. Seeing the spirits of the crowd rising higher, Chu Xiao decided to open the remaining boxes, revealing them to be filled with various delectable dishes. Come, thank you all for your warm hospitality. Let us feast and enjoy this evening. Hooray! The children cheered, expressing their gratitude to Chu Xiao as they began to take the food from the boxes, setting it beside the bonfire for the entire tribe to enjoy. Thank you. It had been a long time since such joy had graced the tribe. The chieftain expressed his gratitude. No, it is I who should thank you for your gracious hospitality this evening, Chu Xiao replied. For his previous life had been rooted in a civilized society, and he remained deeply moved by the simplicity and warmth of these hospitable people. They embodied the most fundamental essence of humanity. After a night of revelry, Chu Xiao awoke the following afternoon. Phew, I truly overindulged last night. He adjusted his state of mind, preparing to ascend the Corinta. With the blessings of the tribe, Chu Xiao began his ascent. utilizing both hands and feet. He climbed the textured carvings of the Kalinta totem stone, progressing step by step. Although his pace was not swift, he maintained a steady rhythm, maximizing the limited energy at his disposal. Despite his efforts, after a day and night of climbing, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Kalinta, as if he were merely treading water in place. In the original tale, Wukong had ascended with remarkable speed, taking 2 days and nights to reach the summit. Chu Xiao's situation would likely require even more time. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he understood that the journey up the Kalinta itself was a form of cultivation. Thus, while honing his will through the climb, he also strengthened his otherworldly physique, his energy gradually swelling unbeknownst to him. In this manner, he repeated the process. Whenever hunger struck, he would retrieve sustenance from the universal capsule, and when fatigue set in, he would tether himself to the Kalinta with a rope to rest. After 2 more days and nights, Chu Xiao finally beheld the culmination of his efforts, the vast structure resembling a loaf of bread, several hundred meters in diameter. At last, he had arrived at the summit of the Kalinta. Chapter 11. The heavenly beings at the pinnacle of Kalinta, resembling a grand palace, an aura of exoticism permeated the atmosphere. At this moment, a bipedal white cat stood resolutely, clutching a sandalwood staff, its expression solemn as it gazed intently at Chu Xiao, who was gradually ascending the steps of Kalinta. The cat's eyes were profound and ancient, etched with the marks of history. How intriguing this individual is. The immortal Carlin furrowed his brow, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the affairs of the mortal realm. As Chu Xiao reached the base of Kalinta, Carlin utilized his celestial powers to observe him. At first glance, Carlin discerned a sinister force residing within Chu Xiao, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Could it be that another great demon was emerging from the mortal world? Yet, simultaneously, Carlin sensed a normal energy emanating from Chu Xiao, leaving him perplexed. Typically, a person would exude only one type of aura, whether malevolent or virtuous. A being embodying both evil and normal energies was something Carlin had never encountered in centuries. Consequently, Carlin continued to observe Chu Xiao, even during the festivities he shared with the tribe. Through meticulous scrutiny of Chu Xiao's actions, Carlin concluded that he was not malevolent. Rather, his deeds were imbued with goodwill, devoid of the traits of a nefarious villain. Ultimately, Carlin assessed Chu Xiao as a valiant child persistently resisting the encroachment of evil forces. Such a child, indeed, deserves nurturing. Since time immemorial, good and evil cannot coexist. It is imperative to guide Chu Xiao in vanquishing the darkness within him. Resolute in his decision, Carlin noted that Chu Xiao had finally ascended the steps of Kalinta and stood before him. Carlin immortal? Chu Xiao gazed at the slightly portly white cat, questioning in confusion. But then, reflecting upon the situation, he realized that the cat atop Kalinta could only be the immortal Carlin. Indeed, I am Carlin Immortal, the white cat nodded, but you may address me as Cat Immortal. Carlin Immortal is merely my title. Chu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and greeted the cat Immortal once more. What is your name? The cat Immortal inquired, pleased by Chu Xiao's politeness. I am Chu Xiao, hailing from East City. The turtle Immortal sent me to Kalinta to greet you. East City? It is rare for a promising martial artist to emerge from there, the cat Immortal replied, instinctively licking its fur. I was curious about your origins. It turns out you were recommended by that rascal, Wu Tian. Though the cat Immortal spoke lightly, it felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards the turtle Immortal's actions. The cunning cat Immortal could easily discern the turtle Immortal's ulterior motives. Clearly, the turtle Immortal was reluctant to invest effort in cultivating a disciple with a tainted aura, thus pushing Chu Xiao towards him. The turtle Immortal was still too young to grasp that power knows no distinction of good or evil. It is the human heart that must discern between the two. The cat Immortal squinted, reflecting on Chu Xiao's various behaviors at the foot of Kalinta, having already resolved to invest in his training. However, before proceeding, it was essential to establish a firm ground for the forthcoming cultivation. Chu Xiao, what brings you to Kalinta on such a long journey? The cat sage spoke with a feigned demeanor. O cat sage, I beseech you to guide my cultivation, and I seek to acquire some celestial beings and the divine water from you. Chu Xiao articulated his intentions straightforwardly. The cat sage inwardly cursed, pondering how that old turtle, the turtle sage, divulged all his secrets to Chu Xiao. This Chu Xiao, devoid of pretense, aimed to unearth his hidden truths at once. Truly, he was a child imbued with nefarious power. Such a condition is a malady that must be remedied. Shaking his sandalwood staff, the cat sage squinted and remarked, it is commendable for the youth to possess ambition and aspirations, yet one must understand that to attain something, one must first make sacrifices. As he spoke, the cat sage lifted a uniquely designed water flask with his staff. The The divine water you desire is contained within this vessel. Should you procure it, not only shall I bestow it upon you, but I shall also impart my teachings and gift you a bag of celestial beans. Being a traverser, Chu Shao was acutely aware that the flask hanging from the cat sage's staff contained nothing but ordinary water, while the genuine divine water was elsewhere. Faced with the cat sage's demands, he found himself reluctant to refuse. For Chu Shao comprehended that his true cultivation within the Corinta was only just commencing. However, after the arduous ascent to the Corinta, he was utterly exhausted, and entangling himself with the cat sage was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Noticing Chu Xiao's hesitation, the cat sage mocked, "If you lack the courage to act now, I suggest you return. The Corinta does not require individuals of your ilk." In response to the cat sage's derision, Chu Xiao bellowed, "Do not mistake my hesitation for cowardice. Since arriving in this world, I have never feared anyone. Cat sage, here I come." With a fierce shout, Chu Xiao charged towards the cat sage, intent on seizing the divine water. Minutes later, exhausted, Chu Xiao lay in a corner of the Corinta, his clothing tattered, yet his body bore no wounds. "So, you wished upon the Dragon Balls for super healing abilities. No wonder my strikes healed so swiftly," the cat sage chuckled. "This ability is rather advantageous. I need not worry about accidentally killing you." Chu Xiao felt disheartened. The super healing power that served as his lifeline was perceived by the cat sage as a means to torment him. Such unpredictability was truly vexing. Nevertheless, he understood that effort would yield rewards. Within those brief minutes, he sensed a significant enhancement in his capabilities, not in brute strength, but in his observational acuity, willpower, agility, and combat awareness. Even the energy within him flowed more smoothly than before. It was as though he had been a battery accumulating charge without knowing how to harness its potential, yet through the cat sage's guidance, he gradually discerned the application of energy and how to integrate it into combat. "Here, consume this, and after that, we shall continue our sparring." The cat sage, seemingly still unsated with amusement, tossed him a green bean. "Is this a celestial bean?" Chu Shao scrutinized the unremarkable bean in his hand, scarcely able to believe that this was the legendary celestial bean, a glitch in the Dragon Ball universe. "Indeed, this is the celestial bean. How ironic that you clamored for it, yet the true essence of the celestial bean lies in your hands, and you fail to perceive it." The cat sage licked its paw, noting that while your extraordinary self-healing ability allows your physical form to recover swiftly, the exhaustion of your spirit remains unhealed. "Consuming the celestial bean will restore you completely." Chu Shao gazed in a daze at the celestial bean in his hand. Although his abilities were remarkably formidable, rendering him nearly immortal, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings. On one hand, there was the matter of his lifespan, for which he had yet to discover a means of enhancement. On the other hand, there was the issue of his mental fortitude in an optimal state. His mental strength enabled him to unleash his utmost combat potential, yet in a suboptimal state, it would undoubtedly impair his capabilities in battle. Having just endured torment at the hands of the cat sage, while his body could withstand the ordeal, his spirit could not bear it any longer. Now, the celestial bean provided a perfect solution to this dilemma. It seemed to Chu Shao that he had stumbled upon a shortcut to becoming stronger. With a shake of his head, he placed the celestial bean into his mouth, producing a crisp sound as he chewed. A faint aroma of beans wafted through his senses as he swallowed it down. Instantly, he felt a warm current rising from his stomach, flowing throughout his body, nourishing both his physical form and his weary mental energy. Ah, what bliss! Chapter 12. Cultivation. After consuming the mystical beans, Chu Xiao's condition was completely restored. Upon meticulously examining his physique, he realized that his energy had returned to its peak state, and the vitality within him had significantly strengthened. Grateful, Chu Xiao expressed his appreciation to the cat sage. "Thank you, cat sage." As soon as Chu Xiao ascended the Corin Tower, the cat sage wasted no time, immediately commencing a rigorous training regimen to extract Chu Xiao's latent potential. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this form of cultivation involves relentlessly pushing oneself to the limits of physical endurance, shattering the shackles that bind one, and continuously growing stronger. Such unwavering courage is essential for any martial artist. The cat sage employed the most direct method to impart the first lesson to Chu Xiao. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Chu Xiao sincerely thanked the cat sage, while an indomitable spirit of perseverance blossomed within him. The path to becoming stronger is fraught with challenges and obstacles. To truly attain strength, one must possess a fearless heart of a warrior. "Let us continue, cat sage," Chu Xiao declared, his eyes brimming with determination and confidence, his demeanor transforming dramatically, akin to a chrysalis undergoing metamorphosis into a butterfly. The cat sage, as the guardian of Corin Tower, keenly sensed Chu Xiao's transformation and smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, His comprehension far surpasses that of that lecherous little brat. The turtle sage. On the Korin Tower, the man and the cat engaged in a vigorous spar, their clash resonating through the air. Time flew by, and a year slipped away in the blink of an eye. At the base of the Korin Tower, Chu Shao bore a hefty package taller than himself, filled with fish he had recently salvaged from a nearby lake. In that moment, Chu Shao was a picture of muscular vigor, his physique exuding raw, untamed power. He stood at the foot of the Korin Tower, leaping upwards with the agility of a swift cheetah, disappearing into the clouds in the span of just a few breaths. The commotion caused by Chu Xiao's leap drew the attention of the tribal children nearby, who erupted in excited cries, while many of the adults in the tribe regarded him with envy. A year prior, when Chu Xiao first arrived, his strength, although formidable, was still within the realm of what ordinary people could comprehend. Yet, in just a year's time, his transformation left the tribal folk astounded. This amiable young man had not only scaled the Korin Tower and met the cat sage, but had also trained under him, now possessing a power that was beyond the reach of mere mortals, inspiring envy and aspirations among the tribe's youth. However, the ascent of the Korin Tower is a formidable challenge. Several brave young tribesmen attempted to climb, only to meet failure and sustain significant injuries. Fortunately, Chu Shao occasionally descended to the base, aiding the cat sage in catching fresh fish and using the mystical beans to save their lives. Otherwise, they would have been left incapacitated for half their lives. Before long, Chu Shao ascended the Korin Tower, transporting the large package into the tower and dumping its contents into the sizable tank the cat sage used for fish cultivation. Although the tank appeared small, its capacity was vast, crafted specifically for the sage by divine means to store provisions. In response, Chu Shao could only once again marvel at the wisdom of the Namekians. Truly remarkable. Unfortunately, as a human, he could never master their sorcery. Gazing at the fish in the large water tank, he mused. This should suffice for the cat sage for quite some time. Time flew by, and a year had swiftly passed. The Dragon Balls had returned to their normal state and could be utilized once more. It was time for him to depart and embark on his journey to seek the Dragon Balls again. Resolute in his decision, Chu Shao approached the cat sage to bid farewell. Chu Shao, over this past year, your strength has progressed rapidly, but remember, there are always those stronger than you in this world, and you must continue to strive, the cat sage advised. I understand, Chu Shao replied, the stronger I become, the more acutely I feel my own weaknesses. He nodded solemnly and instinctively looked upwards, where the palace of the gods resided. At this moment, although the deity had aged, his power remained formidable, a force that Chu Shao could not hope to overcome, instilling in him a sense of humility. The cat sage exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Shao and nodded in silent agreement. Before I leave, cat sage, might you grant me a few more senza beans? And where exactly do you conceal the true super divine water? Chu Shao inquired. The cat sage squinted, and upon hearing the mention of senza beans, his expression soured dramatically. You dare bring up senza beans? I have painstakingly saved my stock for decades, only for you to devour them like candy. And now you wish for more? Huh. I assure you, you shall not obtain another bean from me. Faced with the cat sage's sudden shift in demeanor, Chu Shao felt a sense of helplessness. Throughout the year, he had almost always utilized senza beans to restore his vitality and energy during his arduous training, which had significantly enhanced his training efficiency. However, the drawback was evident. The consumption of senza beans was colossal. In just a year, he had exhausted the entire supply from Korin Tower. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Chu Shao knew that the cat sage must still possess some senza beans. This seemingly harmless and generous feline was, in truth, a miser of the highest order. A smirk crept across Chu Xiao's lips as he produced a universal capsule from his waist, tossing it casually. A puff of white smoke dissipated to reveal a large box. Trying to bribe me again. That's out of the question. No matter what you present this time, I will not part with a single senza bean. The cat sage recalled the numerous occasions over the past year when Chu Shao had tempted him with an array of delectable delicacies, repeatedly admonishing himself not to fall for such tricks again. Cat sage, don't be so hasty in your refusal. Consider the goods I have in my possession before you decline, Chu Shao said, opening the large box. The cat sage snorted disdainfully, shutting his eyes, which had appeared to be closed for quite some time, refusing to glance at whatever lay within Chu Xiao's box. I won't fall for your tricks. After all this time, you've consumed my household provisions entirely. I will not. Wait. The feline sage, with his eyes closed, spoke softly. Yet he was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable fragrance that surged into his nostrils. It was a peculiar aroma unlike any he had ever encountered, igniting an uncontrollable yearning deep within his soul. Hiss! What could this scent possibly be? With a swift motion, Chu Shao closed the box, severing the enticing aroma. leaving only wisps of its lingering essence to drift through the air. Hey, Chu Shao, don't close it. Let me see what treasures lie within. The feline sage squinted his eyes, curiosity piqued. A bag of celestial beans. Chu Shao replied firmly. That won't do. The feline sage immediately shook his head. You mustn't close it. Chu Shao, you. The sage felt a restless itch within, his mind replaying the enchanting fragrance. Please, just open it so I can see what's inside. No, it's a bag of celestial beans, and I shall open it. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. The feline sage, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, conjured a bag of celestial beans from behind and tossed it to Chu Shao. Quickly, I've given you the celestial beans. Now may I open the box? Chu Shao weighed the beans in his hand. There were approximately 20. And he mused that this could not be all, for surely the plump feline had more beans in his possession. Once more, Chu Shao opened the large box, revealing its contents, a green plant with lip-shaped leaves, exuding an extraordinary fragrance. Hiss! How delightful! Upon glimpsing the treasures within the box, the feline sage erupted into motion, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged toward Chu Shao. With a scoff, Chu Shao remained composed, delivering a powerful punch that intercepted the charging feline sage. And with even greater swiftness, he withdrew his leg, sending the sage tumbling away. Have you forgotten? Just a month ago, you were no match for me. It would be wise to refrain from violence. We can engage in a civil discourse. Chapter 13. Tao Bai. A month ago, Chu Shao possessed the strength to effortlessly defeat the cat immortal, and as a result, a lotus petal had coalesced within him, bringing his total to 5. With just 2 more petals, Chu Shao would acquire the privilege to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, the cat immortal could only gaze longingly at the large chest in Chu Xiao's possession, for resorting to force was out of the question. And attempting to seize it by brute strength would be futile. They were left to negotiate verbally. Chu Shao, you always delight in these petty schemes to further your own interests. Such behavior is unbecoming. The cat immortal's voice was hoarse, as if he were straining to suppress his inner desires. Cat immortal, if one cannot be good to oneself, how could one possibly be good to others? Moreover, this is hardly a petty scheme. It is merely commerce. You provide the celestial beans and the genuine super divine water, and I shall exchange it for the contents of my chest. It is a fair transaction, devoid of deceit, Chu Shao remarked, wearing an expression of confidence. For the items in his chest were specifically prepared for the cat immortal. After discovering the whereabouts of Kalinta, he had instructed Bulma to procure them. Catnip, this plant, which drives cats into a frenzy, was undoubtedly the most potent weapon against the cat immortal, far superior to the previous fish feasts, cat balls, and catnip, by countless magnitudes. Cat immortal, if you believe this deal to be unworthy, I shall simply put the chest away, Chu Shao declared, mimicking the motion of closing the chest. Chu Shao, wait. Please, lower your hands. You young folks are so impetuous. Allow me to ponder this further. The cat immortal appeared troubled, hesitating for quite some time, his gaze continually darting to the large chest. After a lengthy pause, the cat immortal could no longer resist the allure of catnip and, with narrowed eyes, said, Chu Shao, it is not that I refuse to give you the celestial beans. It is simply that my supply is quite limited. I only have a few seeds left, and if I give them all to you, I will have no means to cultivate more. The sincerity in the cat immortal's words was evident, devoid of deceit. Chu Shao contemplated the matter. He would undoubtedly require celestial beans in the future. What would happen if he were to deplete their supply this time? The thought of formidable foes such as Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu filled him with immense pressure. The absence of celestial beans, a veritable cheat, was an unthinkable prospect. Very well, I am not one to be unreasonable. Just 1 more bag of celestial beans will suffice. Chu Shao waved his hand, feigning a look of great loss, and continued, additionally, I desire the genuine super divine water. The cat immortal shook his head vigorously. The celestial beans I can provide, but the super divine water is absolutely non-negotiable. This substance must only be used in dire circumstances, otherwise, even with your immortal body, the risk of demise is perilously real. The cat immortal began to elucidate the terrifying nature of the super divine water. While it could unleash the latent potential within a person, it was also inherently toxic. Even a single drop could lead to catastrophic consequences for an ordinary individual. Many powerful martial artists had met their demise at its hands. Having grasped the perilous nature of the super divine water, Chu Shao temporarily abandoned the notion of utilizing it. It now appears that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong consumed the super divine water to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. Relying not solely on the formidable physique of the Saiyans, but primarily on his extraordinary protagonist's aura, which ultimately spared his life. Had it been Chu Shao instead, he would have surely succumbed to poison long before the tale's conclusion. Then, I shall settle for a bag of Senza beans. The super divine water can be contemplated at a later time, Chu Xiao declared, pushing the large box towards the cat immortal. Very well, here are your Senza beans. The cat immortal responded, tossing a bag of the beans over, hastily cradling the large box in his arms with an expression of sheer delight. However, I sincerely hope you never find yourself in need of the super divine water for… Observing the cat immortal immersed in the fragrant aroma emanating from the opened box, Chu Xiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Preparing to depart from Korin Tower and embark on a new quest to collect the Dragon Balls. He activated the Dragon Ball radar to ascertain the location of the nearest Dragon Balls. To his astonishment, the radar revealed that someone was already gathering them. 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together, with an additional 3 lying right at his feet. Strangely, one of the 7 Dragon Balls had mysteriously vanished. Given that the restoration of the Dragon Balls had occurred less than a month prior, it was inconceivable that someone could have collected 3 so swiftly, indicating that they were certainly not an ordinary individual or faction. Chu Xiao mused, realizing that the 3 Dragon Balls closest to him were indeed situated beneath Korin Tower. Without hesitation, he soared downward, diving swiftly along the totem pole of the tower. In a matter of moments, Chu Xiao arrived at the base of Korin Tower, his gaze sweeping across the scene, and he could not suppress a frown, his heart brimming with indignation. The once bustling tribe had been utterly ravaged, with collapsed huts strewn across the ground, and the lifeless bodies of the tribesmen littered everywhere, revealing that a horrific massacre had recently transpired. Not far away, a child knelt beside the corpse of the tribe leader, sobbing and choking on his tears. Chu Xiao recognized the child as UPA, the leader's son, who had always held him in high regard. UPA, what transpired within the tribe? Chu Xiao inquired, tempering his fury. Wah, brother Chu Xiao. Daddy and the tribe members were slain by wicked men. UPA lamented, collapsing before Chu Xiao in desperation. Brother Chu Xiao, you must avenge our fathers. From UPA? Chu Xiao gleaned the grim details of the events, learning that the perpetrator was a gaunt middle-aged man with braids, who had come to hunt down a child named Sun Wukong, seeking to seize an object from him. Tao Bai. Chu Xiao immediately deduced the man's identity. In the original storyline, Tao Bai merely killed the tribe leader before engaging in a fierce battle with Wukong. However, due to Chu Xiao's intervention, many of the tribe's youth had come to admire him, with most having attempted to scale Korin Tower. Thus, these young tribesmen were significantly stronger than in the original plot. When they encountered Tao Bai attempting to harm a child, they naturally rushed to his aid, but regrettably, they were no match for him and perished at his hands. Chu Xiao gazed upon the countless lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. Ultimately, had it not been for his excessive interactions with the tribespeople, these young souls may have been spared. He bore a degree of responsibility for this tragedy. Chu Xiao was not driven by a misguided sense of compassion. Rather, his internal struggle revolved around the understanding that to grow stronger, he must inevitably confront the specter of violence. However, such violence should never devolve into indiscriminate slaughter, treating life as mere fodder. The actions of Tao Bai had crossed a line that resonated deeply within Chu Xiao's humanity. To wield power without reverence for life is to become nothing more than a soulless instrument of death, unworthy of the title of human. With a fierce glint igniting in his eyes, a murderous intent surged forth from the depths of his being. This was the first time he truly embraced the notion of vengeance since his ascent in strength. Boom, boom, boom. From the dense thicket nearby, the sounds of combat echoed, undoubtedly signaling a fierce clash between Tao Bai and Sun Wukong. UPA, wait for me here. I shall seek retribution for you. Wait, brother Chu Xiao, I wish to join you. I want to slay him with my own hands. In UPA's gaze, Chu Xiao discerned an indelible hatred. The innocence that once resided in this child had long since vanished. The heart of this young one had been irrevocably altered. The true architect of this calamity was none other than the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai. Chapter 14. The death of Tao Bai, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air as a straight white energy column shot forth, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Despite being gravely wounded, Wukong exerted every ounce of strength to evade the impending attack, yet he could not escape its grasp. The force of the blow struck his arm, rendering it powerless and clearly broken. Gasping for breath, Wukong found himself in a dire situation for the first time in Chu Xiao's presence. He had grown considerably over the past year, maturing beyond the innocent child who had just emerged from the mountains. Under the tutelage of Master Rashi, he had learned to discern good from evil, and witnessing Tao Bai's malevolent actions ignited a fury within him. However, in this moment, Wukong was no match for Tao Bai. Fool, You're already injured. One more of my piercing blasts, and it will be the end for you. Tao Bai Bai sneered. His face contorted with malice as he pointed his finger, unleashing another energy wave. The formidable blast, capable of piercing through anything, hurtled towards Wukong's chest. Had it connected, it could have claimed his life. Yet, just as the energy wave closed in on him, a figure materialized out of nowhere. With a resounding crash, a powerful arm deflected the lethal attack, sending it ricocheting towards the ground, where it left behind a charred crater the size of a bowl. What? How can this be? Tao Bai Bai exclaimed in disbelief, his fingers still outstretched in shock, eyes wide as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. As he beheld the sudden appearance of Chu Xiao, a primal instinct as a killer set his hairs on end. The murderous aura emanating from the young man was unlike anything he had encountered in his career. How could someone so youthful possess such immense power and exude such a formidable presence? Feeling a dryness in his throat, Tao Bai Bai instinctively took a step back. Chu. Brother? Wukong, who had thought he was on the brink of death, looked upon the figure who had just intervened, realizing it was indeed Chu Xiao. When had he become so powerful? The terrifying energy wave, which Wukong had feared to confront, had been effortlessly diverted by Chu Xiao. Having trained under Master Rashi, Wukong had believed his strength had far surpassed that of Chu Xiao, yet it was now clear that Chu Xiao had exceeded him by vast margins. Brother Chu, you've grown so strong. Can you teach me? Wukong, clutching his injury, momentarily forgot the battle with Tao Bai Bai, his thoughts captivated by Chu Xiao. You're injured. Here, eat this. Chu Xiao retrieved a magical bean from his pouch and offered it to Wukong. With a look of confusion, Wukong swallowed the bean, and in an instant, all traces of his wounds vanished as if he had never fought at all. Brother Chu, how miraculous! What is this? I feel no pain, and my strength has returned. Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Beside them, Tao Bai Bai witnessed Wukong's transformation, his gaze fixated on the bag held by Chu Xiao. Unlike Wukong, who possessed a certain innocence, Tao Bai Bai discerned the immense value of the magical beans at a glance, and an uncontrollable desire to possess them surged within him. Surely, this bag contained treasures capable of healing wounds. If only he could seize it. Originally retreating, Tao Bai Bai took a step forward, contemplating how to eliminate Chu Xiao and claim the precious item. This is a magical bean, Chu Xiao declared, turning to face Tao Bai Bai, a fierce intent igniting within him. Wukong, step aside. I shall handle this individual. Wukong, sensing Chu Xiao's intent to engage, decisively moved away to stand beside UPA. Humph. I was worried about you two teaming up, but it seems you are eager to face that little brat, Tao Bai Bai chuckled ominously. Do not think that merely blocking a single attack makes you formidable. I am the world's premier assassin. My skills in murder are unparalleled. With that, Tao Bai Bai assumed a combat stance, his muscles rippling as he unleashed a terrifying display of strength, propelling himself towards Chu Xiao with incredible speed. What does it matter if you are the world's greatest assassin? Chu Xiao's expression turned icy. Though he was a fraction slower than Tao Bai Bai, he leaped with greater agility, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Tao Bai Bai struck with a punch, believing he had landed a hit on Chu Xiao, only to realize he had merely struck at an illusion. Alarmed, his muscles tensed as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a chill wafted from behind him. Instinctively, he swung a fist backward, shouting, I found you. Yet, to his astonishment, he once again struck only a shadow. In that moment of bewilderment, an immense force struck his side, piercing through his muscles and fracturing his ribs. The sickening crack echoed as blood erupted from his mouth, forcing him to stagger back over a meter. Clutching his ribs, pain contorting his features, beads of sweat quickly formed on his brow. How could this young man possess such strength? Tao Bai Bai initially thought Chu Xiao's assault had come to an end, but the situation was far from that simple. As the saying goes, take advantage of a weakened foe. Chu Xiao, unyielding in his resolve, would not let this opportunity slip away. Just as Tao Bai Bai was reeling from Chu Xiao's overwhelming power, Chu Xiao vanished once more, only to reappear beside him in the next heartbeat. A colossal fist loomed larger in Tao Bai Bai's vision, the tremendous impact shattering his nasal bones, blood gushing uncontrollably. Wait, let me catch my breath. Tao Bai Bai mumbled, his pleas falling on deaf ears as Chu Xiao's assault intensified, more ferocious than before. Enough, Chu Xiao bellowed, his anger erupting from within. He fought not only for himself, but for the fallen kin of his tribe. The obstinate stones obstructing his path to enlightenment deserved to be obliterated. The deep-seated grievances born of bloodshed demanded to be washed away with the blood of enemies. Tao Bai Bai, today you shall meet your demise. Chu Xiao's expression was as cold as ice, revealing no trace of emotion. He exuded an indomitable spirit of relentless advance, akin to a fierce storm. His fists, like rain-drenched pear blossoms, relentlessly battered against Tao Bai's body, and the splattering blood quickly soaked the ground beneath them. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant Tao Bai transformed. Under Chu Xiao's terrifying onslaught, he bore no resemblance to a human any longer, appearing instead as a grotesque mass of congealed blood and shredded flesh. His bones shattered beyond repair, he collapsed into the bloody mire, with only the faint rise and fall of his breath indicating that he was not yet fully dead. Although the struggle between inhalation and exhalation was uneven, his demise was imminent. "Please, spare my life," Tao Bai managed to utter, summoning every ounce of strength to voice the plea. Yet, Chu Xiao remained unmoved, his gaze dismissively shifting away from Tao Bai, as if regarding refuse. "Yupa, he is now yours." Yupa, who had been immersed in the battle, suddenly paused, his mind snapping back to reality upon hearing Chu Xiao's words. He fixated on the dying Tao Bai, and any remnants of fear within him were swiftly drowned by the flames of vengeance. Clenching his small fists, he advanced step by step towards Tao Bai. Tao Bai sensed that Yupa's approach signified his impending doom, and dread consumed him from within. A piercing scream echoed, and Chu Xiao understood that Tao Bai had met his end. Within him, the cycle Black Lotus once again coalesced into a petal, leaving only one more to gather the full 7. "Thank you, brother Chu Xiao." Yupa's voice was calm, and Chu Xiao could perceive that this child had matured significantly through this ordeal. As the man perished, he spoke of his brother, the Crane Immortal, who would soon come seeking vengeance. Upon hearing the name of the Crane Immortal, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. The Crane Immortal was a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, both formidable beings in their own right. Although Chu Xiao had managed to defeat the Cat Immortal, he knew that he was not truly a match for the Turtle or Crane Immortal. While the Cat Immortal had been their mentor in a sense, having guided both in their training, he had long since surpassed them, having grown complacent and rarely practicing on the Karen Tower. Yet, what did it matter? As Chu Xiao looked at Yupa, he observed that the boy, now aware of a more powerful foe approaching, was no longer filled with fear or trepidation. Only determination to vanquish the enemy remained. How could Chu Xiao be any less resolute than Yupa? "Do not fear. I will protect you." Chapter 15. The Crane Immortal. After the demise of Tao Bai, his lifeless body was callously discarded. Chu Xiao and his companions paid no heed, knowing that by nightfall, wild beasts would be drawn by the scent of blood and consume him entirely. Chu Xiao and Wukong exchanged few words. Instead, they assisted UPA and the tribe's members in laying their deceased kin to rest. UPA stood silently before the freshly mounded grave, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. After all, he was but a child. Chu Xiao shook his head in resignation, sighing softly. Wukong, witnessing UPA's sorrow, felt a deep ache within his heart. To him, Tao Bai was the reason he had come here, and the deaths of these individuals weighed heavily upon him. Bowing his head in contemplation, Wukong seemed to arrive at a significant thought, rushing towards Chu Xiao. "Brother Chu, do you think we could use the Dragon Balls to wish UPA's people back to life?" Wukong's wide eyes sparkled with hope as he awaited Chu Xiao's response. This Chu Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Utilizing the Dragon Balls could indeed resurrect UPA's kin, for in the original tale, the second wish granted was precisely that. Yet, Chu Xiao had already devised a plan. His first wish had bestowed upon him remarkable self-healing abilities, albeit with a limitation on his lifespan. Thus, he intended to wish for an extended life or to acquire the Saiyan bloodline, subsequently seeking treasures that could enhance his longevity. At that moment, Wukong's question evidently disrupted Chu Xiao's meticulous plans. Observing Wukong's eager expression, along with UPA's tear-streaked face, Chu Xiao found himself compelled to reconsider his strategy. As long as the deity remained alive, the Dragon Balls could be used repeatedly, he mused inwardly. However, to utter a falsehood at this juncture, Chu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, self-mockingly reflecting, "I, Chu Xiao, am not so shameless as to deceive 2 children." "Wukong, UPA, the Dragon Balls can indeed revive your father and your people," Chu Xiao admitted candidly. Currently, Wukong possesses 3 Dragon Balls, with another 3 likely in the possession of the Red Ribbon Army. The last Dragon Ball has vanished from the radar. If my memory serves me correctly, cough cough. Chu Xiao abruptly cleared his throat, amending his statement. "Based on my prophetic abilities, it should be in the hands of the Fried Rice King. 3 + 3 = 6, and 6 + 1 = 7. Wukong exclaimed with exuberance. "So, we can gather the Dragon Balls and help UPA revive his father and tribe." "Yes, indeed. But the prerequisite is that we must seize those 3 Dragon Balls from the Red Ribbon Army," Chu Xiao cautioned. Aware that the situation was not as simple as Wukong envisioned, he understood well the formidable nature of the Red Ribbon Army. a ruthless organization that dominated the realm of the Dragon Balls and should not be underestimated. Although Chu Xiao's strength had grown considerably, he remained an ordinary human, incapable of withstanding bullets like Wukong, let alone the devastation wrought by more advanced weaponry such as rockets. From Chu Xiao's understanding, the Crimson Ribbon Legion is replete with formidable heavy weaponry and weapons of mass destruction, not to mention the likes of the prodigious scientist Dr. Gallo, who has developed the first generation of artificial beings, as well as exoskeleton armor robots reminiscent of Iron Man. Thus, for Chu Xiao, it would be exceedingly difficult to obliterate the Crimson Ribbon Legion single-handedly. Brother Chu Xiao, you are so strong. What is there to fear from the Red Bag Legion? Wukong inquired, tilting his head curiously. Chu Xiao turned to Wukong, smiting his forehead in realization of having overlooked Wukong, his exceptional ally. Wukong, the Crimson Ribbon Legion is indeed quite powerful. As you are now, it would be a challenge for you to contend with them. However, fret not. I shall impart to you a method of cultivation. Once you have mastered it, together we shall eradicate the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Consequently, Chu Xiao directed Wukong to ascend the Karen Tower, where Master Roshi would provide him with specialized training. During this period, Chu Xiao utilized a universal capsule to conjure a dwelling beneath the tower, engaging in his own cultivation while awaiting Wukong's completion of his training. Days passed, and Wukong still did not descend, leaving Chu Xiao to practice alone beneath the tower. Suddenly, a peculiar voice emerged from the woods, interrupting Chu Xiao's meditation. It is you who murdered my brother, Tao Bai Bai. Chu Xiao focused his gaze to see a gaunt, sinister-looking elder with a goat beard, accompanied by a robust young man who bore a striking resemblance to Erlang Xinyang Jian from the Investiture of the Gods, complete with a third eye on his forehead. Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan. Chu Xiao immediately prepared himself for battle. Recognizing their arrival was undoubtedly for revenge on behalf of Tao Bai Bai. He had not anticipated their swift arrival. Just days earlier, the Crimson Ribbon Legion, unable to locate Tao Bai Bai, had suspected his demise and informed Master Roshi of both his death and the circumstances surrounding it. Grieved by the news, Master Roshi, accompanied by his foremost disciple Tianjin Fan, sought vengeance. Observing Chu Xiao's silence, Master Roshi became increasingly convinced that Tao Bai Bai had indeed perished at the hands of this young man. My incompetent brother fell to a mere greenhorn like you? Master Roshi scolded vehemently. I warned him countless times that with his meager strength, he would surely suffer against a true master. Yet he refused to listen while Master Roshi berated his brother. Chu Xiao discerned the latent malice directed at him. Master Roshi had arrived too swiftly. With his current strength, it would be arduous to defeat him. The situation would be even more dire with Tianjin Fan's involvement. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating how he might vanquish both Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan. A confrontation seemed inevitable, yet Chu Xiao alone stood little chance. Haha, young man. Regardless of how you dispatch Tao Bai Bai, today marks your end. Master Roshi cackled ominously, preparing to strike. What to do? With a sudden tightening of his heart, Chu Xiao recalled a precious item he possessed in a moment of desperation. He swiftly turned his wrist and retrieved a purple golden gourd from his waist, uncorking it and aiming it at the Crane Hermit and Tian Shinan. The two, instinctively halting their actions at the sight of Chu Xiao's maneuver, understood that he was wielding a significant treasure amidst a world brimming with extraordinary artifacts. Faced with the imminent danger, they were compelled to adopt a defensive stance, uncertain of the gourd's capabilities. Crane Hermit, Tian Shinan. Chu Xiao called out loudly, startling the two into a brief exchange of glances. In response to his urgent summons, they found themselves at a loss for words. The Crane Hermit exchanged a knowing look with Tian Shinan, who, with a sense of resignation, replied, I'm here. On high alert, they witnessed a vibrant cloud emanate from the gourd, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Just as it was about to engulf them, it enveloped the Crane Hermit, who was swiftly diminishing in size, drawn into the purple golden gourd. What? The Crane Hermit exclaimed in terror, realizing that the gourd's power was to absorb those who failed to respond to its call. Tian Shinan, having just answered Chu Xiao's query, narrowly escaped this fate, while the Crane Hermit's own cleverness led to his predicament. Release my master, Tian Shinan declared, witnessing the Crane Hermit being captured, and prepared to wrest the gourd from Chu Xiao's grasp. However, Tian Shinan was no longer the same fighter who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. His strength was nearly on par with Chu Xiao's. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Tian Shinan found himself fatigued and injured, while Chu Xiao, despite his wounds, seemed to recover instantaneously, bolstered by the miraculous senzu beans, revealing no signs of exhaustion. Gasping for breath, Tian Shinan fixated on the gourd, uncertain of his next course of action. Engaging in combat would lead to a stalemate, prolonging the inevitability of his defeat. With the Crane Hermit still in Chu Xiao's possession, escape was not an option. Tian Xinhan, what are you doing? Hurry and seize the gourd to rescue me. Have you forgotten all I've done to train you? If you don't act quickly, I shall expel you from my teachings. The Crane Hermit's voice echoed from within the gourd, striking Tian Xinhan's heart like a whip. Desperate to save him, Tian Xinhan found himself overmatched, unable to summon the strength necessary to prevail. While the Crane Hermit offered no assistance, his taunts only deepened Tian Xinhan's sense of helplessness. It is often said that a disciple can lead their master astray. Yet in this case, the Crane Hermit exemplified the opposite, embodying the archetype of a master leading his disciple to ruin throughout the entire Dragon Ball saga. Just as Tian Xinhan hesitated, uncertain of his next move, Chu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Tian Xinhan, you should leave. You are no match for me. Return when you have grown stronger to seek your revenge. Chu Xiao spoke slowly, suggesting that in due time, one could avenge both their master and the esteemed Tao Bai. What? Tianjin Fan stared at Chu Xiao in bewilderment, perplexed by the motives concealed within his heart. Given the current situation, if Chu Xiao were to prolong the encounter even slightly, Tianjin Fan would inevitably face defeat, and his fate would rest entirely in Chu Xiao's hands. Yet, inexplicably, Chu Xiao urged Tianjin Fan to depart, to seek vengeance only after growing stronger? What could be the reasoning behind this? With profound significance, Chu Xiao remarked, Tianjin Fan, you are an exceptionally gifted martial artist. Although you aspire to become a killer akin to Tao Bai, I perceive that deep within your heart lies a desire not to embrace the life of a killer, but to evolve into an outstanding martial artist. Therefore, I shall spare you. Go your way. Observing Tianjin Fan's retreating figure, Chu Xiao discerned the confusion regarding his future and the longing for revenge. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Chu Xiao's decision to release Tianjin Fan stemmed from his fondness for this character as depicted in the original narrative. This individual from Earth, who aspires to be the world's foremost assassin, yet transforms into an exemplary martial artist, indeed possesses admirable qualities. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao harbored no fears of Tianjin Fan seeking retribution, for he was confident that by their next encounter, he would have grown immensely stronger, to a stature that Tianjin Fan would look up to. In this light, allowing a talented and promising martial artist, who could potentially serve his purposes in the future, to go free was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 16. 7 Lotus Petals. After Tianjin Fan departed, Chu Xiao's attention naturally shifted to the Crane Hermit within the magic gourd. How infuriating! How despicable! That ungrateful, cowardly scoundrel Tianjin Fan actually left me to escape alone. The Crane Hermit, trapped in the gourd, could hear the conversation between Chu Xiao and Tianjin Fan, and he incessantly cursed within the confines of the gourd. With a disdainful snort, Chu Xiao mused that although both the Crane Hermit and the Turtle Hermit claimed to be sages, the Crane Hermit lacked the composure a true master should possess. Nevertheless, the Crane School he founded indeed held many valuable techniques. For instance, the Ding wave employed by Tao Bai, while not as powerful as the Turtle School's Kamehameha, had the advantage of shorter charging time, lower energy consumption, and greater flexibility in execution. Moreover, the Crane School's exclusive skill, Sky Dance technique, granted the ability to fly, which was a power Chu Xiao yearned to acquire. After all, throughout the lengthy history of human evolution, flight had always been an ingrained aspiration within humanity's very genes. Thus, with the Crane Hermit now in his grasp, Chu Xiao was determined to extract these two exceptional skills from him. Crane Hermit, if you continue to curse, I might just turn you into a beverage. As soon as Chu Xiao's words fell, he sensed the Crane Hermit fall silent within the gourd. Moments later, the Crane Hermit, with a pitiful tone, pleaded for mercy. Dear brother, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My brother's demise was undoubtedly his own fault. Release me, and let us discuss this matter calmly. Chu Xiao scoffed, thinking that sitting down to discuss was akin to the old longevity, start contemplating life's end. Naturally, he did not trust the Crane Hermit's words. Crane Hermit, I am not a child. You cannot deceive me. If you wish to escape, it is not impossible. Ah, clever young brother indeed. Pray tell, how might I be released? Chu Xiao wore a smile and began, since my youth, I have been diligent and eager to learn, filled with respect for the world's foremost martial artists, particularly enamored by the techniques of various schools. He paused, noticing the silence from the gourd, and continued, I have heard of your exceptional talent, Crane Hermit, renowned as the foremost martial artist of our time, and the techniques within the Crane School are exquisite beyond compare. Today, I am fortunate to encounter you. I humbly request your guidance and teachings. The Crane Hermit thought to himself that the boy's flattery was indeed pleasing to the ear. Were it not for his precarious situation within the gourd, he might have genuinely entertained the notion of imparting some wisdom to Chu Xiao. However, it was imperative that he escape swiftly, for then he could strip this boy of his gourd and avenge Tao Bai Bai. Ah, indeed. I, the Crane Hermit, have always delighted in meeting gifted young individuals, and you are the most talented I have ever encountered. Here's the deal. Release me, and I shall personally teach you the Crane School's ultimate techniques. Chu Xiao contemplated, recognizing the Crane Hermit's cunning nature. He had no intention of releasing him under any circumstances. Turtle Sage, do not prolong the inevitable. With each passing second, you edge closer to being transformed into liquid. Simply impart to me the profound skills of the Crane School from within the magic gourd, and once I have mastered them, I shall release you. Ah, dear brother, please do not deceive me. What if I teach you, and you fail to set me free? Inquired the Turtle Sage. His words struck a chord within me, for I, Chu Xiao, am not one to break my word. As long as you impart your teachings to me, you will be my master. And being one who has revered his mentors since childhood, how could I possibly bring hardship upon my own teacher? With a visage filled with respect, I resembled a devoted disciple. The magic gourd fell silent once more, then responded, for now, I shall place my trust in you. Listen closely. Moments later, I nodded at the gourd, realizing the essence of the techniques. DNGD-ing-B and WK-ing-SH. Dear brother, I have imparted the sacred knowledge unto you. Hasten to release me. The Turtle Sage urged, his voice laden with urgency. Do not fret, Sage. I have only just begun to grasp the intricacies of these two techniques. How can one claim mastery so soon? Allow me to study diligently, and once I can wield these arts, you shall be freed, I replied, fully engrossed in my endeavor to master the two skills. Ultimately, DNGD-ing-B and WK-ing-SH are merely manifestations of energy control. And for one adept in the manipulation of Qi, like myself, they pose little challenge. Much like Gohan teaching Goten and Videl. Gohan swiftly comprehended the principles of WK-ing-SH, and even Videl, who had never encountered Qi before, mastered the technique in a single day. I hold firm in my belief that my aptitude surpasses hers. As I diligently pursued the teachings of the Crane School, the Turtle Sage within the gourd began to curse. Wretched fool, you have deceived me. You promised that upon teaching you, I would be released. Have you not claimed to honor your teachers? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? In a tone of derision, I retorted, Sage, consider this. I stated that once I have mastered the techniques, I would naturally free you. I am currently striving to learn them swiftly, so that I may release you. Your loud protests are quite distracting. The Turtle Sage chuckled softly. Realizing he had fallen prey to my cleverness, this impudent child had engaged him in a battle of wits, a game scarcely played even by children, yet I had ensnared him. Despite the revelation of my ruse, the Turtle Sage found himself powerless. He must wait until I had mastered the skills and kept my promise to release him. Once freed, he would unhesitatingly exact his vengeance upon me, ensuring I would find it impossible to escape his wrath. Then, dear brother, expedite your learning. The sooner you master it, the sooner I shall be liberated. With a serious nod, I assured the Turtle Sage, rest easy. I shall immerse myself wholeheartedly in the ocean of knowledge. Time passed, yet silence enveloped the magic gourd. The Turtle Sage increasingly felt the temperature rising around him, as the moment of his transformation into liquid approached ever closer. After a while, his garments began to dissolve, yet still, there was no sign of movement from beyond the gourd. The Crane Immortal could no longer contain his impatience. Raising his voice to inquire, young brother, have you not yet mastered these techniques? Once you grasp the essence of these two profound arts, they should be quite simple for you. I have been rather dull-witted since childhood. A heavy silence enveloped the magic gourd, as the Crane Immortal silently cursed within. You foolish boy, how can you claim to be dull-witted when you possess such remarkable energy at such a young age? It is evident that you are reluctant to release me. Unable to wait any longer, the Crane Immortal felt his very being beginning to dissolve. Young brother, release me swiftly. I am on the verge of melting. You must honor your promise. Does your conscience not ache for your dishonesty? Not at all. The Crane Immortal's face contorted with despair, lamenting his once illustrious life, realizing that he might indeed meet his downfall at the hands of Chu Xiao today. Outside the gourd, Chu Xiao focused his energy, envisioning himself as a feather of a celestial crane, gradually rising under the buoyancy of his qi. Initially, there was no sign of movement from Chu Xiao's body, but soon he began to ascend slowly, albeit at a snail's pace, yet he was indeed levitating. However, once he reached 10 centimeters off the ground, he could rise no further. I have managed to learn the art of aerial dance, he mused, but with my current energy, it hardly qualifies as flight. It is merely a gentle drift. Chu Xiao self-deprecatingly reflected on the considerable distance he still had to travel to realize his dream of soaring through the skies, like in the latter part of Dragon Ball. Understanding that continued training and mastery over his chi was essential. After concluding his practice of the aerial dance, Chu Xiao commenced his training on the whole wave technique, which was significantly simpler in comparison. By merely channeling his chi to condense at his fingertips, he could unleash a whole wave with his current amount of energy. The waves he produced were no thicker than chopsticks, and he could only launch 5 or 6 before reaching his limit, beyond which it would detrimentally affect his overall combat prowess. Nevertheless, it was a cause for celebration, as Chu Xiao had finally mastered these two extraordinary techniques of the Crane Immortal. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the Crane Immortal's condition within the gourd, he sensed a shift within his body as the reincarnation Black Lotus coalesced into a petal. 7 lotus petals circled around the heart of the reincarnation Black Lotus, perpetually spinning and emanating an enchanting aura. At last, he had gathered 7 lotus petals. He was ready to embark on his first journey through the realm of reincarnation. As for the Crane Immortal, why could you not hold on until I mastered these 2 remarkable techniques? Chapter 17. The First World. Chu Xiao gently shook the purple gold treasure gourd, and the sound of liquid sloshing within revealed that the Crane Immortal had been transformed into wine. He poured out the contents, emptied the gourd, and stored it away, taking stock of his equipment as he prepared to embark on his first journey into the reincarnation world. With Sun Wukong still training atop the Karen Tower, Chu Xiao realized he could remain in the reincarnation world for 2 years, during which he could enhance his strength, regardless of the challenges he might face. Through the sensing ability of the reincarnation Black Lotus, Chu Xiao discerned the time discrepancy between the reincarnation world and the Dragon Ball world. One day in the Dragon Ball world equated to a year in the reincarnation realm. This concept mirrored the age-old adage of a day in heaven being equivalent to a year on Earth. Therefore, he felt no apprehension about venturing into the reincarnation world, knowing he could return before any major events unfolded in the Dragon Ball realm, such as the confrontation with King Piccolo or the arrival of Vegeta. In 2 days, it was likely that Wukong would still be at the Karen Tower. Chu Xiao conveyed his brief departure to UPA, requesting him to inform Sun Wukong, and sought a secluded spot. Following the guidance of the reincarnation Black Lotus, he activated 7 lotus petals, which began to whirl around the lotus core in a mesmerizing dance. The petals gained momentum, ultimately coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored cloud that enveloped the reincarnation Black Lotus. With a mere thought, Chu Xiao caused the cloud to burst, releasing a surge of immense energy that flowed into the lotus core. As the energy infused, the reincarnation Black Lotus emitted strange black ripples that expanded from his dantian, enveloping him entirely. The space around him quivered with the ripples, and in the next moment, Chu Xiao vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, it felt as though he had awoken from a sweet slumber. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, finding himself on a bustling street filled with people. The thoroughfare was alive with traffic, primarily populated by fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals clad in attire reminiscent of the 1990s, with soldiers in military uniforms frequently weaving through the throngs. Where am I? Chu Xiao pondered, momentarily at a loss regarding which world he had entered. However, judging by the contemporary vibe, it appeared to be a city in the Western world. He attempted to connect with the reincarnation Black Lotus within his dantian, but to his dismay, it remained unresponsive, as if it had led him through the transition and subsequently succumbed to slumber. Left to his own devices to ascertain his location, Chu Xiao aimlessly walked along the concrete path until he paused at the entrance of a narrow alley, glancing sideways. "You're meddling too much," he overheard a burly Caucasian man shout, swinging his fist towards a young, frail figure, seemingly so delicate that a gust of wind could sweep him away. Bang! Though the diminutive figure endeavored to shield himself from the assault of the burly adversary, his frail stature rendered him powerless, and he could only watch helplessly as the fist struck his visage, sending him sprawling to the ground under the force of the blow. Observing from the sidelines, Chu Xiao exhibited no intention of intervening. After all, he was unaware of the underlying reasons for the altercation and did not wish to display unwarranted compassion by aiding the seemingly weak. As the small man lay defeated, the giant believed he had secured victory in this confrontation. However, to his astonishment, the little one unsteadily rose once more, adopting a defensive stance despite his staggering. "Lie down," the brute bellowed, swinging his fist to knock his opponent back to the ground. Yet again, the small figure rose, determination radiating from his eyes, undeterred by the giant's formidable presence, demonstrating neither weakness nor fear. "I wonder how many times you can rise." The brute, filled with rage, exerted all his might upon the small man. This cycle repeated endlessly, It was impossible to count the number of blows exchanged. Even the giant began to feel fatigue. But the small man remained resolute, dragging his battered body off the ground yet again. The small man's tenacity caught Chu Xiao's attention. In his eyes, individuals like the little one, who refused to yield and bravely confronted a powerful enemy, were exceedingly rare. His ability to rise was not born from physical strength, but rather stemmed from an unwavering belief within. Chu Xiao felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding the conviction that propelled him to persist against the odds. In his previous life, many had been dulled by the harshness of existence, long forgetting the essence of belief. Even Chu Xiao, granted a second chance in the Dragon Ball world, had navigated life with a pragmatic approach, allowing the quality of belief to remain buried deep within. Even an ordinary individual possesses qualities worthy of emulation. Chu Xiao reminded himself not to underestimate anyone due to their size. Gradually, he approached the duo, and as the giant prepared to strike once more, he seized the brute's wrist. The giant felt an immense force grip his wrist, as unyielding as steel, and in an instant, a powerful surge coursed through his arm, sending him flying like a puppet with severed strings, crashing against the wall, and rendering him unconscious. At that moment, the small man felt a throbbing in his head, as if he might faint at any moment. Chu Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Aye, fine," the small man replied, struggling with the English language. Chu Xiao, with a sense of helplessness, noted that although he had studied it in his past life, he was far from proficient. It sufficed for examinations, but faltered in practical application, making comprehension easier than expression. "Thank you for saving me." Just as Chu Xiao was feeling overwhelmed, the reincarnation Black Lotus within his dantian finally responded. A beam of iridescent light emanated from the lotus, coursing along Chu Xiao's spine and directly into his brain. Upon entering his mind, Chu Xiao suddenly felt an additional presence there. In the next moment, he found himself able to comprehend the words of the diminutive figure before him. And to his astonishment, his own words were understood in return. "I can stand up on my own. No need for your assistance. I must hurry to the next draft physical examination, so I shall express my gratitude at a later time." The small man spoke, drawing Chu Xiao's attention to the rejected draft physical report he held, which bore a name that ignited a spark of recognition in Chu Xiao's eyes. "Stephen Rogers, Captain America?" Chu Xiao gazed incredulously at the frail young man before him, whom he felt could be easily toppled with a mere finger. This was the spiritual leader of the American comics, Captain America? Had he been drained of his potential? No, that couldn't be right. Recalling past memories, Chu Xiao remembered that in the first Captain America film, Rogers appeared in this very state, until he was selected by Dr. Abraham Erskine for the Super Soldier program. After being injected with the Super Soldier serum, he transformed into the true Captain America. This meant that the Rogers he encountered at this moment was yet to undergo the Super Soldier transformation. It seemed that the world Chu Xiao had entered was indeed the realm of Captain America, at a time when the story was just beginning. "Yes, I am Stephen Rogers. But I am certainly not Captain America. I would be rejected even for military service, let alone to be called Captain America," Rogers said with a resigned shrug, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "Rogers, do not be disheartened. Trust me, you will one day become America's greatest hero," Chu Xiao reassured him, placing a comforting hand on Rogers' shoulder. "Now, let us shake hands, future great Captain America, and become friends." Chapter 18, Captain America and Bucky. "I am Chu Xiao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chu Xiao extended his hand. "Rogers, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Your strength is truly remarkable, unlike mine." "Which is akin to that of a frail vessel," Rogers replied, shaking Chu Xiao's hand, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. After all, an ordinary person could not possess the power to lift a towering figure of over 6 feet and weighing more than 200 pounds. "My strength is the result of arduous training. There is nothing to envy. If you are willing to train, you too can attain a power akin to mine." Chu Xiao reassured him, for the future Captain America was indeed a man brave enough to confront Thanos head-on. "What kind of training would grant me strength like yours?" Rogers asked, shaking his head, realizing he might be overthinking. Chu Xiao's words were likely a form of self-comfort, for he knew his own physical condition all too well: asthma, heart disease, scarlet fever, chronic typhoid, hypertension, and fatigue. None of these ailments allowed him to partake in any form of training. "Hey, Rogers, I finally found you." At that moment, a voice echoed from the alleyway. Chu Xiao and Rogers turned to see a robust young man clad in military attire. The way he looked at Rogers indicated a close relationship. "Bucky," Chu Xiao nearly exclaimed in unison with Rogers, recognizing the individual. "You know Bucky?" Rogers asked, puzzled, while Bucky curiously surveyed Chu Xiao and the unconscious giant lying nearby. Bucky had no recollection of Chu Xiao. This handsome young man, with the distinctive yellow skin typical of East Asians, was a complete stranger to Bucky. Hey, this is my first time meeting the real Bucky. I've only heard tales before. Let us not dwell on this. Since it's our first encounter, shall we go out and have some fun? Chu Xiao waved his hand, steering the conversation away, for explaining would be rather complicated. It seems my reputation in the military precedes me, Bucky said confidently. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the battlefield tomorrow. Tonight is my last night. I've already made plans with a girl, so we can head out now. Where to? Rogers inquired. To the World Expo tomorrow. Chu Xiao and Bucky announced simultaneously. As a time traveler, Chu Xiao remembered this plot point quite well. For the organizer of the World Expo was none other than Howard Stark, the father of the future Iron Man and owner of Stark Industries. Having arrived in the world of Captain America, meeting Stark was a necessity for Chu Xiao. That night, at the New York World Expo venue, a colossal steel sculpture of Earth stood majestically in the center of the square. Chu Xiao had seen this structure in Iron Man 2. It was clear that he was stepping onto Stark Industries territory. This indicated that Stark Industries indeed wielded significant influence in America. Although there was a disparity compared to Bulma's Capsule Corporation from Dragon Ball, it was still an opportunity worth pursuing. All the men in New York have gone to war. There are still 3.5 million women left, and I only need one. This is quite a simple matter. Bucky waved his hand, his gaze settling on the two beautiful women waiting at the entrance of the venue. Apologies, Chu Xiao, your arrival was rather sudden, and I couldn't arrange for you to meet them. Chu Xiao glanced at the two blonde, blue-eyed women. While they were not exceptionally stunning, they were certainly pleasant enough. He nonchalantly shook his head. In comparison to Bulma, these two women paled significantly. No worries, you two enjoy yourselves. I must seek out a friend. With that, Chu Xiao bid farewell to Rogers and swiftly vanished into the crowd. Hey, Bucky, where did that handsome guy go? Isn't he joining us? The two women, captivated by Chu Xiao's striking physique, watched as he disappeared among the throngs of people. He's gone to meet a friend. Let's just have fun without waiting for him. Bucky shrugged, offering a vague explanation. He was largely unaware of Chu Xiao's circumstances, only sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. As Chu Xiao navigated through the crowd towards the exhibition hall, he encountered numerous intriguing inventions, yet most seemed constrained by the technological limitations of the era. Many resembled the technology from his previous life. For instance, while portable mobile phones had yet to emerge, some individuals were already beginning to explore that avenue. Although their research resulted in cumbersome devices the size of backpacks for wireless communication, it was nonetheless an advanced innovation. As he strolled, he found nothing particularly noteworthy until he arrived in front of a red vintage sports car, which caught his attention. Beside the vehicle stood a young man with a neat appearance and a small mustache. He was surrounded by a group of fashionably dressed women, enthusiastically explaining the car. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Expo of tomorrow. I am Howard Stark. If I told you that in a few years, your cars will no longer need to touch the ground, and all of this could become a reality with Stark Industries' anti-gravity system. As Stark concluded his statement, the women began to remove the wheels from the sports car, and he activated the anti-gravity control. Before the astonished crowd, the red sports car defied the laws of gravity and began to hover slowly, eliciting expressions of disbelief from many. However, the moment was fleeting. The anti-gravity system had significant flaws and soon malfunctioned due to overloading. I mentioned this would only be feasible in a few years. Stark awkwardly attempted to recover from the blunder, his gaze scanning the crowd until it fell upon a striking young man who caught his attention. This individual, with his distinctive yellow complexion and attire that markedly differed from those around him, intrigued Stark. Though he could not recall ever having met this person, an inexplicable urge to know him arose within. A blend of wariness towards the unfamiliar and curiosity for the novel stirred deep within his heart. As the performance concluded and the crowd dispersed, Howard was engaged in organizing the personnel to dismantle the equipment when he once again noticed the young man approaching him. He is coming over? What could he want? A sense of foreboding enveloped Howard, and his expression turned grave as he instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. After all, these were perilous times during World War II, and the nation was rife with spies planted by enemy states. Despite Stark's covert identity, caution was imperative. The young man seemed to perceive Howard's apprehension and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Mr. Howard, there's no need for such tension. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Howard's wariness intensified. The visitor was none other than Chu Xiao, who gestured toward the anti-gravity vehicle behind Howard. Would you like to learn more about magnetic levitation technology as opposed to the anti-gravity system? Chapter 19. Stark Industries' Magnetic Levitation Technology? Howard Stark furrowed his brow. A luminary in the realm of cutting-edge technology, he had never before encountered the concept of magnetic levitation technology. the young man who had come to him with such fervor. What exactly was this magnetic levitation technology he spoke of with such conviction? Could there truly be advancements in the world that had eluded his knowledge? Howard began to harbor doubts, wondering if Chu Xiao might be attempting to perpetrate a scam, concocting a nonsensical technological project to swindle Stark Industries. Perceptive of Howard's skepticism, Chu Xiao refrained from further elaboration. With a casual flick of his wrist, he produced a universal capsule and tossed it, from which a car materialized seemingly out of thin air. What manner of technology was this? Spatial folding. As the saying goes, the layman observes the spectacle, while the expert discerns the intricacies. Howard's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the suddenly manifested vehicle, his mouth agape in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he realized his limited knowledge struggled to comprehend the situation before him. How could such a large automobile be contained within that small capsule? If this was indeed spatial folding technology, what level of scientific advancement could possibly yield such a sophisticated product? With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Xiao had shattered Howard's worldview. Howard, akin to a discoverer of a new continent, was brimming with excitement. Greetings, I am Howard Stark of Stark Industries. I apologize for my earlier neglect. If you would not mind, might we discuss this further at my company? He inquired respectfully. Chu Xiao nodded, acknowledging that this was not the appropriate venue for their discussion. He stepped into his vehicle and gestured for Howard to join him. Let us board. We shall visit your office. I believe it is essential that we have a thorough conversation regarding potential collaboration. Howard eagerly acquiesced, taking his seat in the passenger side. Oh, by the way, I have yet to learn how to address you. Call me Chu Xiao, he replied as he turned the key, igniting the engine. Chu Xiao, are you from Huaxia? Howard inquired, straining to recall if Huaxia was home to any extraordinarily advanced corporations, but none came to mind. All he knew was that the region was currently embroiled in the ravages of war, hindering technological progress. Yes and no. Chu Xiao's response was deliberately ambiguous. He had indeed been a Huaxia citizen in his past life, but reborn in the world of Dragon Ball, this body belonged to an earthling of that realm. Aware that his question had ventured into personal territory, Howard hesitated to probe further. Just as he was about to shift the conversation, Chu Xiao's vehicle roared to life, slowly levitating until it hovered 5 or 6 meters above the ground. With a sudden press of the accelerator, he sped off with Howard towards Stark Industries. My God, is this a mature anti-gravity system? Howard exclaimed, watching as the buildings below rushed past him. His astonishment was reignited. This was not merely an anti-gravity system. It was precisely the magnetic levitation technology one just mentioned. Chu Xiao explained as he drove. Anti-gravity systems exist at a higher tier of technological advancement than magnetic levitation technology. Maglev technology merely utilizes magnetic forces to transcend the pull of gravity. Chu Xiao, once an employee of the Capsule Corporation, possesses considerable knowledge about the technological advancements within the company, particularly in maglev and capsule technologies, which he had diligently studied. Is this truly maglev technology? Howard realized that he had been astonished more times today than in all his previous life combined. Just who is this Chu Xiao? How does he command such advanced technology? Howard pondered, gazing at the profile of the young man before him, striving to decipher his enigma, yet despite his scrutiny, he found it to be a futile endeavor, only deepening his sense of mystery surrounding Chu Xiao. Before long, Chu Xiao's vehicle arrived at Stark Industries. Howard guided him to his private conference room, where they sat across from one another to discuss the particulars of their collaboration. Mr. Chu Xiao, could you elaborate on your proposal? Howard inquired directly. Having surmised during the journey that Chu Xiao's intention was to leverage his technological prowess to forge a beneficial relationship with Stark Industries. You are quite forthright, which I appreciate. Chu Xiao replied with a light smile, continuing, the focal point of this collaboration is maglev technology. I will provide the technology, while Stark Industries will handle everything else. As for the terms of the partnership, I require 50% of Stark's shares. What? Howard sprang from his chair, astonished, fixating on Chu Xiao in disbelief. Internally, he mused that 50% of Stark shares was utterly implausible. Though Stark Industries belonged to him, the shareholders extended beyond just Howard. He himself held a mere 45% stake, making it impossible to negotiate with half of the company's shares. Furthermore, to demand such a significant portion merely for a technological contribution was an outrageous proposition. Observing Howard's reaction, Chu Xiao did not consider his request excessive. At least Howard had not outright rejected it. This indicated that the terms might be feasible, albeit challenging and cumbersome for Howard. Yet, those were Howard's concerns. Chu Xiao was simply intent on exchanging maglev technology for 50% of the shares. Howard, as both a scientist and a businessman, you must recognize the commercial potential of maglev technology, Chu Xiao asserted confidently. The Capsule Corporation in the Dragon Ball world initially prospered through maglev technology. Its immense value is evident to anyone with discernment. Were it not for Chu Zhao's desire to leverage Stark Industries' strength, he would certainly not have presented maglev technology. Mr. Chu Zhao, please hold on. This matter is of great significance. We at Stark need to convene an emergency shareholder meeting to deliberate. Please bear with us. Chu Zhao waved his hand dismissively, signaling Howard to confer with the shareholders. He cared little for the method employed. He was solely concerned with the outcome, as the convoluted process held no importance for him. Mr. Chu Zhao, before you depart, may I inquire whether the capsules you possess utilize spatial folding technology? Howard, nearing the doorway, turned back to ask. Indeed, it is spatial folding technology. However, given your current level of technological advancement, it would be prudent to refrain from delving into spatial folding technology. Chu Zhao chose to elaborate no further, as the universal capsule technology far surpasses magnetic levitation technology in complexity. For Howard, with his present technological capabilities, comprehending and developing spatial folding technology is exceedingly challenging. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Although faced with rejection, Howard bore no resentment, for even mastering magnetic levitation technology would occupy them for an extended period. The chasm between their current capabilities and the study of spatial folding technology is simply too vast. Please hold on. As soon as the meeting concludes, I shall come to seek you out. Chapter 20. The Super Soldier Program. Chu Zhao sat alone in his office when 7 or 8 elegantly dressed Caucasian women entered, bustling about to serve tea, massage shoulders, and engage in playful banter, continually surrounding him. The wait felt interminable, and Chu Zhao decided to revel in the moment. Sharing exquisite wine and delicacies from his universal capsule, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the office, radiating warmth and joy. After approximately 2 hours, Howard reappeared, signaling the women to withdraw and initiating the second round of discussions with Chu Zhao. Howard, I hope you bring me good news, Chu Zhao said, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth and finishing his glass of red wine. Ah, what a fine wine, Howard remarked, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, contemplating that the vintage he had brought paled in comparison. If you desire, I shall gift you a bottle, he offered. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Chu Zhao, regarding your proposed collaboration, Stark Industries has reached a decision, Howard stated slowly. We are willing to offer you a 45% stake, inviting you to join Stark Industries. With solemnity, Howard explained the lengths he had gone to facilitate this collaboration, voluntarily relinquishing 20% of his own shares and persuading other shareholders to yield 25%, ultimately presenting Chu Zhao with the 45% stake. Should Chu Zhao accept, he would become the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, surpassing Howard's stake by 20%. 45%, you say? Chu Zhao pondered briefly. The offer was not far from his expectations, and he chose not to dwell on the details. After all, his time in this world was limited to 2 years. And the true value of Stark Industries lay not in wealth but in its undeniable ties to the military. From what Chu Zhao understood, the Super Soldier Program that birthed Captain America was a collaborative effort between the military, Stark Industries, and Dr. Abraham Erskine. By joining Stark Industries as its largest shareholder, Chu Zhao could logically become a part of the Super Soldier Program. His ultimate goal was to acquire the Super Soldier Serum from Dr. Erskine. In the cinematic narrative, the Super Soldier Serum not only enhanced Captain America's physical abilities, but also extended his lifespan. At this moment, longevity was of utmost importance to Chu Zhao. As for the serum, it was known to have both detrimental and beneficial side effects. Chu Zhao believed that even if Dr. Erskine could not refine it, he could return to the Dragon Ball world where, with Bulma's genius, a perfect Super Soldier Serum could be developed. As long as Chu Zhao nodded in agreement, the negotiations would proceed smoothly. In the following days, he joined Stark Industries as a leading scientist, spearheading the development of magnetic levitation technology. Stark Industries launched an extensive promotional campaign, proclaiming that it would soon unveil a groundbreaking technological product, igniting a fervor throughout the tech community. Everyone is speculating about the significant developments at Stark Industries. A select few, connected to the situation, have vaguely inquired and discovered that the recent upheaval is linked to a new shareholder at Stark Industries. Consequently, major media outlets have reported on the matter, yet regrettably, very few are aware of the true identity of this enigmatic investor. 2 weeks later, Stark Industries successfully developed its first batch of magnetic levitation devices. Unsurprisingly, the military swiftly acquired these devices at a premium price, equipping them onto military aircraft and armored vehicles. The following day, Stark Industries received an exorbitant order from the military, far exceeding the prices of all previous orders combined. The shareholders of Stark Industries recognized the boundless potential of the magnetic levitation technology from this single transaction and expressed their gratitude for Chu Xiao's entry into the company. Their shares had transformed into a measurable future value, marking one of the wisest decisions in history. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao sat in his office, engrossed in contemplation as he examined the documents laid before him. On the table were files stamped with the designation top secret, prominently featuring the military insignia and the super soldier program. However, Chu Xiao's brow furrowed, revealing a look of disappointment. Erskine, he murmured, recalling the name of the inventor of the super soldier serum and the creator of Captain America. The documents in his hands merely contained information about the super soldier program, while the formula for the serum resided solely in the mind of Dr. Erskine. It was evident that a meeting with Dr. Erskine was imperative. With resolve, Chu Xiao dialed Stark's number, and after a brief wait, Howard Stark arrived at his office. Chu Xiao, my good brother, is there something urgent you need? Perhaps you have made progress with the space folding technology? Howard, having frequently sought Chu Xiao's company of late, had taken to calling him brother. Although Chu Xiao did not explicitly agree, he also did not object, leading Howard to assume a camaraderie that Chu Xiao did not particularly mind. Howard, focus less on the space folding technology. The magnetic levitation technology has not yet reached commercial viability. It is still quite premature, Chu Xiao continued. The reason I called you here is for this. He tossed the Super Soldier Program documents to Howard, indicating his desire to join the initiative as a scientist. You wish to join the Super Soldier Program? Howard exclaimed, visibly taken aback. The program was highly classified, managed by the military, with Stark merely providing partial technical support. While inserting a scientist might not pose much of an issue, facilitating Chu Xiao's entry would be problematic. During their collaboration, Howard had uncovered discrepancies regarding Chu Xiao's identity. He had scoured personnel records across the United States and even leveraged connections to access demographic data from China, only to find an astonishing similarity. There was no record of this individual. Chu Xiao seemed to materialize from thin air, with the earliest record of his presence noted on the streets of New York City, where he strolled alone, leaving no further information in his wake. Such an enigmatic individual would not have garnered the support of the shareholders were it not for Howard's unwavering determination to overcome formidable obstacles. Now, as Chu Xiao seeks to enter the military's purview, the situation becomes even more intricate. It requires more than mere connections. What? Is it difficult to maneuver? Noticing Howard's expression, which conveyed a sense of reluctance to trouble his older brother, Chu Xiao understood that Howard was motivated solely by profit, despite any challenges. Howard's capabilities could certainly navigate the situation. The only missing element was a compelling incentive to spur him on. With a light-hearted smile, Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand, gently tapping his index finger. Under Howard's puzzled gaze, a dazzling beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip. The radiant beam sliced through the air near Howard's ear, the intense heat causing a tingling sensation. Suddenly, Howard spun around to find that the wooden door behind him had been pierced by the light, leaving a hole the size of a bowl, the edges charred and emanating waves of warmth. Gasping, Howard broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had this strike been directed at him, he would surely have perished. Turning back to Chu Xiao, Howard found that the familiar persona he thought he knew was once again cloaked in an aura of mystery. Howard, my dear brother, is there still an issue with my joining the Super Soldier program? And no issue at all, haha. After all, we are brothers. He chuckled nervously. Oh, by the way, what was that technique you just used? A high-temperature ray? Chapter 21. Dr. Erskine Howard was exceedingly curious about Chu Xiao's ability to emit rays out of thin air. He readily agreed to assist Chu Xiao in joining the Super Soldier program, yet his thoughts remained fixated on the concept of the Ding wave. What I employ is not merely a high-temperature ray. It is known as the Ding wave, a power attained through rigorous training. Chu Xiao briefly elucidated the principles of qi and the application of the Ding wave, leaving Howard, a staunch materialist, utterly bewildered. Is there truly such a miraculous ability in this world? Chu Xiao, is this magic? Howard felt as if his worldview was being reshaped. His exaltation of technological supremacy confronted by an unexpected challenge. I have just explained, this pertains to the use of qi, which is distinctly different from magic. The mention of magic prompted Chu Xiao to recall Doctor Strange and the Ancient One. Indeed, magic exists within the Marvel Universe. However, at his current level, Chu Xiao dared not recklessly approach the Ancient One, fearing that she might discern his identity as a traveler from another realm and subject him to a fate of eternal exile in the mirror dimension. Chu Xiao believed that only upon acquiring a certain degree of self-preservation against the Ancient One could he seek the sanctum without delay. After all, the power he currently wielded was derived from the Dragon Balls, which pursued formidable offensive and destructive capabilities. Mastering them to their fullest extent would allow him to shatter stars with ease. With such immense potential awaiting his exploration, he lacked the energy to pursue the study of magic. At least for the moment, he felt no pressing desire to delve into the arcane arts. As Howard grasped the principles of Qi, he pondered for a moment before losing interest in Chu Xiao's training. Qi. This concept is too esoteric compared to technology. It lacks the tangible impact of launching a few missiles. Although Howard had accepted the existence of supernatural forces in this world, as a leader in the technological realm, he held firmly to his stance. In Howard's eyes, while Chu Xiao's power was indeed wondrous and potent, the arduous nature of mastering it was insufferable. Daily training of the physical body was simply beyond Howard's endurance. What is this Qi and Ding wave? Nothing could compare to the simplicity and directness of pulling a trigger. Chu Xiao, let us discuss the universal capsule instead. Do you comprehend the significance of spatial folding technology for us at Stark Industries? Humph. I have previously stated that I will unveil the universal capsule technology when the time is right, and that moment has yet to arrive. Chu Xiao huffed, demonstrating his prowess before Howard solely to exert pressure and compel him to act with greater efficiency. However, to his surprise, Howard seemed entirely absorbed in technology, disregarding any intimidation posed by Chu Xiao's martial abilities. You must expedite my arrangements. I need to meet Dr. Erskine at the earliest opportunity. I am greatly intrigued by his super soldier serum. As for elucidating the strength of Qi to Howard, Chu Xiao had no intention of doing so. On one hand, he was uncertain whether the Qi from the Dragon Balls could be cultivated by the indigenous people of the Marvel world. On the other, he simply lacked the energy to take on an apprentice and provide meticulous guidance. Shortly after Howard's departure, within just a couple of days, Chu Xiao received a message instructing him to visit a tailor shop located in the Queens District of New York. He was aware that this was the site of the Super Soldier Program's research. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao drove his magnetic levitation vehicle directly to the destination. Following the method employed by Agent Carter to lead Rogers in the original narrative, he entered the shop, recited the riddle, and was subsequently ushered into the concealed research facility beneath the tailor shop. Soon, Chu Xiao encountered Dr. Erskine, who bore a resemblance to Einstein with his grizzled hair and a face marked by the passage of time, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Chu Xiao's presence undoubtedly attracted the attention of the research staff, who were somewhat familiar with this newly transferred colleague. Dr. Erskine had long been informed about Chu Xiao, recognizing him as the recently enigmatic new shareholder of Stark Industries. In other words, Chu Xiao was the inventor of the magnetic levitation technology. However, Dr. Erskine and his colleagues were astonished to discover that such a remarkable individual in the realm of technology was, in fact, a remarkably handsome young man. Chu Xiao, I am Dr. Erskine. It is a pleasure to become your colleague. Dr. Erskine approached Chu Xiao with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Greetings, Dr. Erskine. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Chu Xiao replied courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly immersed themselves in their regular work. Having spent a considerable time conducting research in the Dragon Ball universe, Chu Xiao possessed a strong aptitude for embracing new concepts. With Dr. Erskine's guidance, he swiftly became acquainted with the workflow. However, for Chu Xiao, this was not the crux of his purpose. He was not there to serve as an ordinary research personnel, but sought to extract the formula for the super soldier serum from Dr. Erskine. After a day of intense and bustling work, Chu Xiao extended an invitation to Dr. Erskine to join him for a meal. Out of appreciation for Chu Xiao, Dr. Erskine readily agreed. Chu Xiao drove his magnetic levitation vehicle to a restaurant he had frequented recently, choosing a secluded spot where they ordered a simple selection of dishes. It was here that Chu Xiao began to genuinely engage Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine, do you believe in the existence of supernatural forces in this world? Chu Xiao's inquiry caused Dr. Erskine to pause, his hand stilling midair with the fork. Dr. Erskine gazed at Chu Xiao with a complex expression, recalling that he had been posed with a similar question before by none other than Red Skull, the head of Hydra. Someone once asked me this very question. And later Dr. Erskine shook his head, trailing off before shifting the conversation, stating, as scientists, we should uphold our belief in science. Supernatural forces do not align with scientific principles. Chu Xiao shook his head in response, asserting, Dr. Erskine, in fact, supernatural forces can be viewed as a form of science. Your super soldier serum, from a certain perspective, embodies supernatural power. However, as you have mastered and comprehended it, it has transformed into science. Dr. Erskine fixed his gaze on Chu Xiao's eyes, contemplating his words deeply, and upon reflection, found them to possess a compelling rationale. Chu Xiao, each individual possesses a unique understanding of science, and yours is remarkably advanced, akin to your magnetic levitation technology, which seems to transcend the confines of this era. Although Dr. Erskine remains unaware of Chu Xiao's true nature, his words inadvertently unveil a secret about him. Indeed, Chu Xiao does not belong to this time, nor even to this world. Ah, Doctor, you have not disappointed me. Your intellect and foresight are commendable. Chu Xiao feels a sense of satisfaction in conversing with someone as astute and visionary as Dr. Erskine. Before the esteemed doctor, Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand, his palm facing upwards as energy began to coalesce. Gradually, a sphere of white energy, roughly the size of a baseball, manifested in his grasp. Dr. Erskine, your super soldier serum is more than merely a serum. It serves as humanity's first stepping stone into a new world. Dr. Erskine stared in astonishment at the energy sphere in Chu Xiao's palm, his fork slipping from his fingers and clattering to the floor. Within mere minutes, a multitude of thoughts raced through the doctor's mind, deepening his perception of the enigmatic figure before him. Dr. Erskine, your super soldier serum is still not sufficiently refined. I believe I can assist you in this regard, Chu Xiao said with a smile, gazing at the doctor. Dr. Erskine was at a loss for words, yet felt a stirring within. The worse becomes worse, and the better becomes better. While the super soldier serum holds great power, its side effects are equally formidable. Such advanced technology should not exist in this age, yet since it has emerged, it demands refinement. Doctor, you require someone who has already stepped into the new world to help you perfect your masterpiece. As Chu Xiao dissipated the energy sphere in his hand, he resolutely declared, I am that individual who has entered the new world. Let me assist you in refining your super soldier serum. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Erskine eventually nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chu Xiao's perspective. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao secretly broke into a cold sweat prior to arriving at the laboratory. He had pondered various strategies to obtain the super soldier serum from Dr. Erskine. He contemplated numerous approaches, yet none offered absolute certainty, ultimately leading him to the most audacious course of action, revealing his supernatural abilities. At first glance, this seemed futile, yet it held profound significance for Dr. Erskine. Throughout the narrative of Captain America, it becomes apparent that Dr. Erskine, the inventor of the super soldier serum, harbors a deeply conflicted sentiment towards his creation. On one hand, he admires the serum's power. On the other, he fears its side effects. This is why he chose Rogers as a test subject, for Rogers embodies the virtues of goodness, thereby minimizing the serum's adverse effects. However, Rogers' success was merely a fortunate happenstance. Had Dr. Erskine possessed a means to refine the serum, he would not have needed to seek out someone like Rogers. Once the serum is perfected, anyone could attain extraordinary strength through its injection, without the trepidation of side effects altering their essence. This encapsulates the lifelong aspiration of Dr. Erskine, now a seemingly ordinary individual who has already mastered supernatural powers. With no side effects to speak of, seeks out Dr. Erskine. He finds it exceedingly difficult to decline, for he has never felt closer to realizing his dreams. Should the serum be perfected, it would cease to be a double-edged sword and instead become the inaugural stepping stone for humanity's entry into a new realm. Erskine's name would be immortalized through the annals of history. Such a prospect is an irresistible temptation for every scientist, dedicating one's life to the ascension of humanity. Chapter 22. The making of Captain America. The following day, Chu Xiao arrived at the Research Institute early, where Dr. Erskine had been waiting for him for quite some time. Chu Xiao even harbored suspicions that after escorting Dr. Erskine home the previous night, the doctor had made his way back to the institute in the dead of night and had not left since. Come, Chu Xiao, I shall guide you in understanding the true essence of the super soldier serum. With utmost seriousness, Chu Xiao followed closely behind Dr. Erskine, attentively listening to his explanations while meticulously jotting down various details in his notebook. Pleased with Chu Xiao's earnest demeanor, Dr. Erskine nodded in approval. After a considerable duration, Chu Xiao's notebook was densely filled with an array of research data. Dr. Erskine divulged both the formula for the super soldier serum and the intricate manufacturing process to Chu Xiao. Upon comprehending the formula, Chu Xiao began collaborating with Dr. Erskine to investigate ways to mitigate the serum's side effects. Chu Xiao, do you have any suggestions on this matter? Dr. Erskine inquired, hoping for constructive input. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao realized he was at a loss for meaningful contributions. The formula for the super soldier serum was far more intricate than he had anticipated, and the underlying human biology was profoundly complex. With his limited scientific expertise, he found it challenging to offer anything of substance. Chu Xiao's original intention was merely to acquire the serum's formula, and while assisting Dr. Erskine in its refinement would be advantageous, he thought that if he could not succeed, he could always return to the Dragon Ball world and entrust Bulma with the research. Dr. Erskine, before I offer any suggestions, I would like you to examine my body. With that, Chu Xiao tactfully redirected the conversation, drawing Dr. Erskine's attention to himself. The doctor, filled with curiosity about Chu Xiao's physique, had hesitated to initiate the research himself. But with Chu Xiao's proactive approach, he was more than willing to proceed. Dr. Erskine quickly gathered some of Chu Xiao's cellular samples and began to observe them under the microscope. Moments later, he leapt from his seat, rushing towards Chu Xiao, seizing his hand with excitement. I've got it. I have finally discovered a method to eliminate the serum side effects. Chu Xiao was bewildered. How could Dr. Erskine arrive at a solution to the serum side effects after merely observing his own cells? Could it be that the remedy was concealed within his own cells? Intrigued, Chu Xiao continued to listen to Dr. Erskine's elucidation. Chu Xiao, your cells possess a resilience several times greater than that of an ordinary person, endowing your body with exceptional strength. Moreover, your regenerative capabilities are astonishing, granting you an unimaginable capacity for self-healing. Even more remarkable is the presence of an unknown energy within each of your cells, which continually enhances them, rendering them increasingly formidable. Dr. Erskine spoke of Chu Xiao's cellular characteristics as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiao pondered that the unknown energy Dr. Erskine mentioned was likely qi, which was indeed fortifying his cells in a comprehensible manner. Regarding the terrifying regenerative ability, it must be the extraordinary self-healing power that Chu Xiao wished for from the Dragon Ball. However, is there an inevitable connection between this and the elimination of the serum side effects? Chu Xiao, through my observation of your cells, I injected them with the super soldier serum. Can you guess what I discovered? Dr. Erskine gazed at Chu Xiao with an air of mystery. Injecting serum into my cells? Chu Xiao too began to feel exhilarated. What transpired within them? They perfectly acquired the enhancements of the serum, without exhibiting frenzy, expansion, collapse, mutation, or transformation. None of the side effects occurred. The formidable resilience provided ample space for the serum's enhancement, while the super healing ability allowed the failed cells to metabolize naturally, retaining only the most perfect serum-enhanced cells. The cells that underwent serum enhancement exhibited double the resilience, tripled neural responsiveness, and their lifespan was enhanced fourfold. Dr. Erskine trembled as he grasped Chu Xiao's hand. The secret to eliminating the serum's side effects lies within the strength of the receptor cells and their self-healing capabilities, such a simple truth. And yet it only dawned on me now. Chu Xiao was even more thrilled. According to Dr. Erskine, after injecting the super soldier serum, he would gain double the defensive capabilities, triple the neural responsiveness, and quadruple the lifespan. His original lifespan of 80 years would be directly augmented to 320. Congratulations, Doctor. Chu Xiao was not only congratulating the doctor, but also rejoicing for himself. The subsequent research would primarily focus on two directions: enhancing individual cellular resilience and self-healing capability. Do you have any suggestions regarding these two aspects? Dr. Erskine inquired. Well, Chu Xiao momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He truly did not know how to enhance individual cellular characteristics. Should each person practice qi? That would certainly be impractical. Then it must be through pharmaceuticals. Doctor, the serum's role is fundamentally to enhance cellular resilience, vitality, lifespan, and other characteristics. So why not attempt to dilute the serum to prolong the duration of the enhancement effect? This would naturally achieve the desired results. I had previously tried this method. Prolonged injections of low-concentration serum would lead individuals to develop serum antibodies, significantly diminishing the serum's enhancing effects, resulting in far inferior outcomes compared to a one-time enhancement. Chu Xiao furrowed his brows, looking at Dr. Erskine, and proposed, then, Doctor, why not categorize the serum into two types? A diluted serum as a universal serum suitable for everyone, and an enhanced serum specifically for individuals meeting certain criteria to create the perfect super soldier? Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Dr. Erskine was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had previously fallen into a logical deadlock, solely contemplating how to eliminate the serum's side effects while ensuring its effectiveness. Yet, he had never considered the disparity between universal serum enhancement and that of super soldiers. Thank you, Chu Xiao. Dr. Erskine expressed his gratitude, his eyes reflecting profound appreciation. No need for thanks, Chu Xiao replied. Then next, our super soldier program can commence the human experimental phase. The military has been incessantly urging us, to the point of annoyance. Dr. Erskine nodded vigorously, his excitement evident as he declared, let us begin at once. I will have the military select suitable candidates for us. The notion of having the military select candidates startled Chu Xiao, prompting him to inquire, Dr. Erskine, are you acquainted with a young man named Rogers? Rogers? Who is he? I am not familiar with him at all. Dr. Erskine responded, Bewilderment etched across his face, clearly unaware of Rogers. Chu Xiao's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Dr. Erskine did not recognize Rogers, which meant there was little chance for Rogers to be enhanced into Captain America. The butterfly effect. Chu Xiao understood that his presence had already altered the narrative surrounding Captain America. Dr. Erskine had overlooked Rogers' existence, making the subsequent events improbable. Shaking his head, he resolved not to allow such a fate to unfold. How could there be a Captain America without Captain America? Chu Xiao felt compelled to take action. Dr. Erskine, please refrain from contacting the military just yet. I believe we should take a moment to gather our thoughts, he suggested, a glimmer of strategy flashing in his eyes. Our serum is not solely of interest to the military. Numerous factions are also eyeing it. If we were to leak information about the universal serum now, it would undoubtedly provoke a global incident, spiraling out of control. Dr. Erskine immediately recalled the Red Skull of Hydra. If he were to discover the existence of the universal serum, he would stop at nothing to seize it. What shall we do then? Dr. Erskine turned to Chu Xiao, having begun to rely on him in the short span of 2 days. First, we must keep the information about the universal serum under wraps. We should continue with the perfect serum project, identify a suitable candidate, and divert the attention of other factions while conducting secret experiments on the universal serum. Dr. Erskine nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Chu Xiao's perspective. Then who shall we choose for the perfect serum experiment? With a smile, Chu Xiao looked at Dr. Erskine and replied, Stephen Rogers. Chapter 23. Enhancement within the confines of the Research Institute. The staff were taken aback by the sudden appointment of Chu Xiao as the head, while Dr. Erskine seemed to have vanished without a trace. They pondered this development silently, refraining from voicing their inquiries. At that moment, Dr. Erskine was en route on a train to the city where Rogers resided, his mission being to locate Rogers and extend a direct invitation for him to join the Super Soldier program as a candidate. The narrative, altered by Chu Xiao's involvement, was gradually reverting to its original course. As night fell and the research personnel clocked out, only Chu Xiao remained within the empty institute, preparing to enhance his own super soldier serum. Ever since he discovered that his physique could flawlessly adapt to the serum's augmentation, he had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to enhance himself. During the day, with the bustling crowd, he was reluctant to reveal his capabilities or the details concerning the serum. In truth, only Howard and Dr. Erskine were privy to his true abilities, while the rest merely recognized Chu Xiao as a rising star in the scientific community. Chu Xiao retrieved a notebook containing the serum's formula. All the necessary raw materials were readily available within the institute, and the staff were diligently engaged in the extraction and synthesis of these components. However, the precise ratios were known solely to Dr. Erskine and Chu Xiao. Delving deeper, it was known that Hydra's Red Skull possessed a limited stock of super soldier serum, remnants of what Dr. Erskine had produced during his tenure with Hydra. Fortunately, the quantity was scant. Otherwise, the Red Skull would have already dominated the world. Utilizing the materials at hand, Chu Xiao swiftly concocted a batch of super soldier serum. Gazing at the pale blue, translucent liquid within the vial, it was hard to fathom that this was the very essence capable of enhancing human abilities. Chu Xiao filled a syringe with the serum, shed his clothing to reveal the taut contours of his muscular physique, and reclined slowly upon the cold experimental table. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the control button to commence the injection. With a crisp click, the needle of the syringe pierced Chu Xiao's upper arm, and the super soldier serum began its gradual infusion into his body. A chilling sensation radiated from the needle, coursing through his veins and entering his circulatory system. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, shattering the earlier calm. The once composed Chu Xiao was engulfed in excruciating agony. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his muscles tensed, veins bulging like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He felt the icy liquid surge through his body, transforming into a tempest of fury and madness. Like soldiers bereft of reason, they waged war within his form, unleashing chaos. His entire being was besieged by an unbearable sensation, akin to countless ants gnawing at him, as his muscles tore apart under the weight of unimaginable torment. However, for Chu Xiao, none of this mattered, as the pain lasted only a minute before his innate super healing ability, bestowed by the Dragon Pearl, began to take effect. This mysterious force followed the serum closely, akin to firefighters arriving at the scene of a blaze, mending the dead cells and repairing the torn muscles with perfection. All of this transpired in mere moments. For the first time, Chu Xiao experienced the sensation of time stretching out. When the pain finally subsided, he slowly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat drenching the entire experimental platform. Once characterized by well-defined muscle lines, Chu Xiao's physique had transformed into a robust and explosively aesthetic bronze form. Upon closer inspection, His musculature rivaled that of Captain America, if not surpassing it in perfection. Power surged through him as he gazed at his body. It was as if he were admiring an exquisite work of art. He clenched his fists, the force erupting from within him sending thrilling tremors through his being. Speed. Chu Shao threw a punch, and his arm became a mere blur. The sound of air being sliced filled the room, yet his fist was nowhere to be seen. Longevity. He felt the response from his super healing ability. The effects of the serum were manifesting. His lifespan had quadrupled, extending to 280 years. Chu Shao was astonished. According to Dr. Erskine's predictions, the serum was meant to enhance his lifespan fourfold. The dragon had previously informed him that his lifespan was 80 years. Thus, for times that should equate to 320 years. So, why had it now been reduced to 280? This reduction meant a mere 70 years of life left. Upon reflection, Chu Shao quickly realized that his lifespan had indeed been diminished. The dragon had once mentioned that his super healing ability was intricately linked to his lifespan. Its continual use would gradually deplete it. From the moment he acquired this capability, he had been engaged in relentless training, which understandably placed a significant burden on his body, resulting in a reduction of his lifespan from 80 years to 70, a loss of an entire decade. The rigorous training under the Cat Sage had indeed been excessively draining on his longevity. Recalling the Cat Sage's relentless torment, utilizing his super healing ability without regard for the damage inflicted, Chu Shao realized that such practices on Corin Tower had severely depleted his lifespan. In future training, he resolved to exercise moderation and minimize the consumption of his life force. He had previously overlooked this aspect, but now that the issue had arisen and its cause identified, he was determined to prevent a recurrence. As for the lifespan loss incurred during battles with enemies through the use of his super healing ability, there was little he could control. He could only strive to grow stronger, thereby reducing the likelihood of injury and preserving his lifespan. Reflecting on this, Chu Shao suddenly perceived that his extended lifespan of 280 years had become rather diminutive, with the looming possibility of death ever present. After completing his enhancement, Chu Shao donned his attire and erased any traces he had left behind before departing from the research facility. Simultaneously, Dr. Erskine finally arrived in the city where Rogers resided, seeking out Rogers, who had once again been rejected by the draft board. Upon witnessing Rogers holding a 4F classification medical report, Dr. Erskine was perplexed as to why Chu Shao had recommended this frail individual as the first candidate for the super soldier serum enhancement. However, after conversing with Rogers, the doctor's perspective shifted remarkably. He became resolute in his belief that Rogers was indeed a suitable subject for the super soldier serum experiment. I do not wish to harm anyone, nor do I desire for anyone to be harmed. My enlistment is not to prove anything, but rather to hope for a better world. Rogers' words resonated deeply within Dr. Erskine's heart. Rogers, you are a good man. Chapter 24. The new lotus petal. Dr. Erskine, accompanied by Rogers, boarded the train back to New York. During the journey, the doctor placed a call to Chu Shao, instructing him to prepare for the super soldier program at a moment's notice. However, after hanging up, Chu Shao, who had intended to rest, discovered a peculiar transformation occurring within his body. While enhancing the super soldier serum, he had focused entirely on amplifying his physical form, neglecting the subtle changes within the cycle of the Black Lotus in his dantian. Upon entering the realm of Captain America, the Black Lotus had fallen into a dormant state, only stirring when he interacted with Rogers, as their language barrier allowed for a fleeting alteration that granted him proficiency in English. Now, the Black Lotus was stirring once more, gradually coalescing into a lotus petal under Chu Shao's consciousness. He was well acquainted with the significance of the lotus petal. It was the key to traversing the cycle of worlds once 7 were gathered. Reflecting on the purpose of the Black Lotus, to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and to replenish the essence of creation, Chu Shao realized that this nascent lotus petal might be a result of his enhancement of the super soldier serum, or perhaps a boon to assist Rogers in transforming into Captain America. It dawned on him that even in the cycle of worlds, one could acquire lotus petals. Thus, by striving to harness the fortune of the Captain America universe, he might collect the requisite 7 petals by the time he returned to the Dragon Ball world in 2 years, thereby regaining the privilege to traverse the cycles once more. This prospect was far more exhilarating to Chu Shao than merely strengthening the super soldier serum, for each cycle represented an expansive treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Yet, the situation was not as straightforward as Chu Shao had envisioned. The concept of fortune was elusive and nebulous. He had little understanding of what it truly entailed, let alone the means to seize another's fortune. Despite becoming the largest shareholder of Stark Industries without having gathered any lotus petals, Merely enhancing the super soldier serum and aiding Rogers in obtaining his Captain America opportunity had resulted in the manifestation of a lotus petal. This disparity puzzled Chu Xiao deeply. He surmised that only events involving the protagonist or significant plot developments could prompt the Black Lotus to materialize a lotus petal. Given this insight, it seemed that his desire to live quietly in the Captain America universe for 2 years, from a perspective of maximizing interests, was untenable. It appeared imperative to instigate some grand events within the Captain America universe. Lying on his bed, eyes closed, Chu Xiao began to contemplate his next course of action. Firstly, he had already acquired the formula for the super soldier serum and completed its enhancement, so that aspect could be set aside for the moment. Secondly, Stark Industries' magnetic levitation technology, although not yet universalized and primarily directed towards military applications, had begun to take shape, yielding little immediate profit. In detail, the vibranium in Howard's possession held some allure for Chu Xiao, and he could obtain a portion of it. Beyond that, nothing else sparked his interest. Thirdly, there was, of course, the core artifact of the Captain America universe, the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, encapsulated within the Tesseract. In contemporary times, the Cosmic Cube is presumed to be in the possession of the Red Skull of Hydra. Recent battlefield reports indicate that the Red Skull has indeed acquired the Cosmic Cube and has commenced clandestine development of energy weapons. From the perspective of Chu Xiao's interests, whether it is to obtain the Cosmic Cube or to gather the petals of the reincarnation Black Lotus, he must position himself in opposition to the Red Skull and engage in a grand battle against Hydra. Therefore, the most significant event that Chu Xiao can orchestrate at present is to defeat the Red Skull and seize the Cosmic Cube. As he lay on his bed, turning to his side, Chu Xiao pondered. With his current strength, even the Red Skull would not pose a challenge to him. He possessed such confidence. And how could the fortified super soldier serum of the Red Skull possibly rival him? However, the prospect of confronting Hydra alone harbored considerable peril. The disparity in strength between himself and the Red Skull was self-evident. Yet, Hydra is not merely a singular entity, but rather an organization, a world-class terrorist collective composed of fervent disciples of the Red Skull. To annihilate Hydra, Chu Xiao would not only contend with the Red Skull, but face the entirety of Hydra. The difficulty of this endeavor is undeniable. The mere thought of energy weapons derived from the Cosmic Cube, which could teleport an individual away from Earth without leaving so much as a trace, sent a chill down his spine. Chu Xiao acknowledged that he lacked the power to withstand such weaponry. Thus he must, akin to Captain America, seek a cadre of allies. He set his sights on Rogers, considering the scenario from the Dragon Ball universe where he could enlist Goku as a formidable ally and still acquire the Lotus Petals. Joining forces with Captain America to dismantle Hydra's stronghold would naturally not impede the gathering of the reincarnation Black Lotus Petals. Furthermore, from a strength standpoint, there are indeed few individuals in Captain America's world who could qualify to team up with Chu Xiao. Resolute in his decision, Chu Xiao reclined on his back, intending first to assist Rogers in augmenting the super soldier serum before embarking with him to confront Hydra's challenges. All of this stemmed solely from self-interest, aimed at enhancing his own power. Early the next morning, Chu Xiao arose promptly, adhering to his customary training regimen. After completing 1,000 weighted push-ups and 800 weighted squats, he refreshed himself and proceeded to the research facility. As he neared the institute, he discerned some unusual signs. The once quiet tailor shop was particularly lively today, with cars lining the street in an orderly fashion and several unidentified individuals scattered throughout the vicinity. Some feigned conversation. Others pretended to read newspapers, while a few leaned against cars, sullenly smoking. However, as Chu Xiao parked his magnetic levitation vehicle in front of the tailor shop, they all, without exception, turned their gazes toward him. The subtle hostility emanating from them alerted Chu Xiao to the fact that these individuals were not allies. They were likely spies from Hydra. Why were Hydra's spies congregating at the research facility today? The answer was clear. They were drawn by the super soldier serum. Anticipating that today, as Rogers enhanced the serum, Dr. Erskine would naturally concoct the serum's original solution. The Red Skull's intentions were unmistakable, to seize the serum's original liquid and decipher its formula. Chu Xiao let out a cold snort, transforming the maglev vehicle into a versatile capsule and stowing it away. In his heart, he mused that in the original narrative, you had succeeded, but now that I, Chu Xiao, am here, do you think you can still kill the doctor and seize the serum? Do not harbor such delusions. Ignoring the watchful eyes of Hydra's spies, Chu Xiao turned and entered the research facility. Inside, Dr. Erskine, Rogers, Howard, and other significant military figures had been waiting for him, eager to commence the serum enhancement. As Chu Xiao surveyed the room, his gaze quickly fell upon the alluring agent, Carter. This marked his first encounter with her, yet he recognized her instantly amidst the crowd. Indeed, she possessed the captivating allure that had once enchanted Captain America. Under the scrutiny of those present, Chu Xiao slowly approached Agent Carter, bending close to her ear and whispering softly, "There is a mole in the research facility. The tailor shop outside has been surrounded and is poised for action." Carter, initially taken aback by Chu Xiao's direct approach and the ambiguous gesture before so many witnesses, felt a rush of warmth at his breath, sending shivers through her. However, upon comprehending his words, a jolt of alarm surged within her. As a top-tier agent, she maintained her composure, concealing her gravity beneath a facade of youthful shyness to mask Chu Xiao's abrupt behavior. What a clever woman. Chu Xiao noted her reaction, while the others misinterpreted the exchange, believing that the two were well acquainted and shared a deeper connection. The world of youth is indeed splendid. Chapter 25. Captain America. With the arrival of Chu Xiao, the super soldier program commenced in earnest. As in the original narrative, Rogers ascended the experimental platform. Unlike Chu Xiao's enhancement, Dr. Erskine had preemptively administered analgesics to Rogers to prevent him from losing consciousness during the process. In contrast, Chu Xiao had no such intervention. His confidence in his super healing abilities rendered him unperturbed by pain. He believed that no matter the agony endured, it would not claim his life. He simply needed to grit his teeth and persevere. Such analgesics were only necessary for someone like Rogers. The procedure unfolded as it did in the original tale. Howard administered the analgesic to Rogers and pressed the start button. Rogers was encased within the experimental chamber, and as Howard incrementally elevated the experimental power, the chamber radiated a blinding white light. Rogers' anguished screams echoed throughout the research facility, and despite Chu Xiao's prior preparations, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Rogers. Due to Chu Xiao's intervention, Rogers had not joined the super soldier training camp and consequently had not met Agent Carter. Thus, although Rogers' cries were chilling, no one present dared to call for a halt. Chu Xiao focused intently on the experimental chamber, releasing his aura and attuning himself to Rogers within. He sensed Rogers' vitality gradually intensifying, his strength undergoing transformation, as the serum began to take effect. However, this process was agonizingly slow. Rogers was forced to endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the serum's alterations, and his mental fortitude struggled to withstand such relentless suffering for an extended period. Chu Xiao realized he had to intervene. If Rogers failed to emerge from the chamber, his subsequent plans would inevitably be jeopardized. The demise of Captain America would, without a doubt, impact Chu Xiao's objectives, gravely threatening his interests. Howard, increase the power to the maximum, Chu Xiao commanded, instructing Howard to elevate the power settings to hasten Rogers' serum enhancement. Howard hesitated momentarily, daunted by the prospect. But upon recognizing it was Chu Xiao's directive, he complied without further delay. This was a testament to Howard's trust in Chu Xiao. With a resounding snap, the power gauge skyrocketed, straining under immense pressure as it approached 100%, even threatening to exceed that threshold. Within mere seconds, the facility's equipment could scarcely endure such overwhelming strain, leading to catastrophic overloads and sparking short circuits, accompanied by arcs of white electricity. Rogers' screams grew increasingly harrowing, instilling fear in all present, save for Chu Xiao, who remained resolute. The blinding light permeated the experimental chamber's glass, illuminating the research facility as though it were the height of day, rendering it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. They could only hear Rogers' cries reverberating within the confines of the lab. Boom. The equipment could no longer withstand the extreme intensity of the load, exploding with a deafening roar and collapsing into a heap of twisted metal. Rogers' voice abruptly ceased, plunging the entire laboratory into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, the onlookers remained ensnared in the recent events, save for Chu Xiao, who maintained his composure. He grasped the lever controlling the experimental chamber, pulling it open, which jolted everyone back to reality. As the chamber swung open, all eyes were drawn inside. The frail Rogers had vanished, replaced by a magnificent figure brimming with explosive musculature. Strikingly similar to Rogers himself, the enhancement was a success. Captain America had been born. Chu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, finally easing the tension in his heart. In that moment, the cycle of the Black Lotus within him began to change once more, unexpectedly coalescing into a petal of a lotus flower. This revelation astonished Chu Xiao. The success of Rogers' serum was a pivotal event from the original narrative, yet the cycle of the Black Lotus seemed to have aided in the formation of the lotus petal. Unable to derive a satisfactory explanation, he could only assume that his actions had somehow contributed to Rogers' success. As the crowd beheld Rogers' transformation, visibly altered beyond recognition. They descended from the observation deck, converging around him. Just as their collective gaze fixated on the newly enhanced captain, a bespectacled man stealthily approached the table housing the super soldier serum, clutching a silver button resembling a lighter. At the very moment he intended to press it, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, a powerful force radiating from it. In terror, he turned to find an elegantly attired man in a white lab coat standing beside him, none other than Chu Xiao himself. With a cry of anguish, the man realized his wrist had been fractured. The device wrested from his grasp by Chu Xiao before anyone could react, who swiftly subdued the intruder. Did you think I was oblivious to your presence? A Hydra spy. The onlookers, initially bewildered by Chu Xiao's sudden aggression, were gripped by fear upon learning the man's true identity, their hearts racing. Chu Xiao held the detonator firmly in his hand. A Hydra operative had infiltrated their midst, plotting to detonate a bomb. Even the seasoned general felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Agent Carter, witnessing the unfolding drama, drew her sidearm and approached to assist in restraining the spy. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, the man's lips twitched, and he bit down on a concealed poison capsule, frothing at the mouth before decapitating himself, only for two heads to sprout in its stead. Long live Hydra! His death only solidified his status as a Hydra agent, prompting the crowd to cast grateful glances at Chu Xiao. Had he not detected the threat in time and acted decisively, it was likely that many would have met their end that day. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Chu Xiao, redirecting their attention to him, particularly as he was also a researcher involved in the experiment, thus garnering even more focus. Meanwhile, the newly enhanced Captain America remained overlooked, save for Dr. Erskine, who stayed by his side, inquiring about his feelings following the enhancement. Just when Chu Xiao and his companions believed the crisis had been averted, a sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility. Dr. Erskine stared in disbelief at his chest, where crimson blood swiftly soaked through his white lab coat. "Doctor!" Captain America shouted, his piercing gaze directed at the perpetrator, a Hydra spy concealed among the crowd. There was not just one Hydra infiltrator within the research facility. The spy had somehow pilfered the remaining 2 vials of super soldier serum and was now preparing to flee the scene after fatally wounding the doctor. However, Chu Xiao would not allow this spy to escape. In an instant, as if a mere illusion had flickered before their eyes, Chu Xiao vanished from sight, leaving only a residual shadow, while his true form surged forth to intercept the spy's escape route. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Chu Xiao's voice resonated like a chilling summons from the abyss, sending a shiver down the spy's spine. Instinctively, the spy reached for his weapon to shoot Chu Xiao. But alas, in Chu Xiao's eyes, his movements were painfully sluggish, akin to a snail's pace. "Kneel before me." With the precedent of the first spy committing suicide by poison, Chu Xiao held nothing back, delivering a swift chop that rendered the spy unconscious, denying him the chance to take his own life. When Chu Xiao launched his initial attack, the onlookers had failed to grasp the full extent of his prowess, but now, as he struck again, everyone bore witness to the entire sequence. The crowd was left astounded by the display of strength exhibited by Chu Xiao. Was this truly the power one could expect from a human? Could it be that Chu Xiao had undergone enhancement through the super soldier serum? The sheer magnitude of his might, which allowed him to move with such blinding speed that only a fleeting afterimage was visible, transcended the limits of human comprehension. Even Captain America, present in the fray, could not claim to have perceived Chu Xiao's movements, let alone replicate such swiftness. In merely 2 strikes, Chu Xiao had shattered the perceptions of all present, augmenting his identity from that of a brilliant scientist to that of a super soldier. Having incapacitated the spy, he wasted no time and rushed towards Dr. Erskine, whose heart had been pierced, teetering on the brink of hypovolemic shock, moments away from death. Dr. Erskine could not die. Chu Xiao's expression darkened, at first glance. The doctor's demise might seem inconsequential to him, but upon deeper reflection, the implications became clear. Should Dr. Erskine perish, the super soldier serum would transform into a burdensome liability in Chu Xiao's hands. Any faction that learned of his connection to the serum would undoubtedly scrutinize him closely, severely curtailing his freedom and imposing significant inconveniences. Furthermore, the doctor's death could very well rob Chu Xiao of the opportunity to coalesce a lotus petal, a matter of utmost importance to him. 7 lotus petals represented a chance to traverse the cyclical worlds, each petal being crucial for Chu Xiao. Thus, Dr. Erskine must not die. He had to survive. The individuals present were far from insignificant. They immediately recognized that Dr. Erskine's injuries were fatal. Even with resuscitation efforts, it would be in vain, leaving them to helplessly witness the gradual ebbing of the doctor's life. Yet, Chu Xiao shouted that the doctor must not die. and his actions drew the attention of the crowd once more, who thought to themselves, could it be that Chu Xiao is not only a scientist and a super soldier, but also a physician capable of miraculous revival? With eyes like lightning, Chu Xiao deftly maneuvered his wrist, producing a small gray cloth bag in his hand. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he withdrew a single green bean. What is this? A mung bean. Some could not help but exclaim, their expressions reflecting disbelief. However, Chu Xiao remained undeterred. Grasping the bean between his fingers, he applied gentle pressure, reducing it to a fine powder. He then lifted Dr. Erskine, pried open his mouth, and placed the powder within. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment as the seemingly lifeless Dr. Erskine miraculously stood up, dusting himself off. Equally incredulous as he stared at Chu Xiao. Indeed, Chu Xiao was a physician capable of resurrection. Chapter 26. Team Formation. Dr. Erskine gazed in astonishment at his own body. The wound on his chest had vanished, and he felt no pain whatsoever. Even his spirit seemed remarkably rejuvenated. Were it not for the presence of Chu Xiao and the others nearby, he might have believed he had either ascended to paradise or descended into hell. Chu Xiao. Thank you for saving my life, Dr. Erskine said, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Upon reflection, this was not the first time Chu Xiao had aided him. Initially addressing the side effects of the serum, followed by recommending Rogers as a candidate for the super soldier serum enhancement. Now, he had been rescued from the clutches of death itself. Dr. Erskine realized that no matter how much he offered in return, he could never repay Chu Xiao's kindness. All right, Doctor, there is no need for excessive words. This is not the time for such discussions, Chu Xiao interjected, nodding in acknowledgement. At the moment of Dr. Erskine's recovery, the rebirth black lotus within him began to coalesce once more, producing a petal. In merely half an hour within the laboratory, the rebirth black lotus had already manifested 2 petals, and now 3 petals encircled it. Indeed, it seemed that petals could only be acquired when matters pertained to the protagonist or significant plot developments. Chu Xiao confirmed his previous suspicions and turned to address the military representatives. Gentlemen, the super soldier serum has achieved preliminary success, which is indeed commendable. However, as you can see, there are still deficiencies in the serum enhancement process that require further refinement. More critically, our internal structure has been infiltrated by Hydra. The success of the super soldier program should have elicited excitement. However, as they observed, Hydra had already penetrated both the research facility and the military. The original purpose of developing the super soldier serum was to combat Hydra. If a perfected serum formula were to be seized by Hydra, the frontline would undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. Now, the assembly found themselves in a predicament. On one hand, they yearned for the super soldiers that the serum promised, yet on the other, they feared the potential theft of the serum by Hydra. The super soldier program must be temporarily suspended. Chu Xiao, unconcerned with the military's trepidations, was solely focused on his own interests. Thus, as the military representatives floundered in uncertainty, he decisively announced the cessation of the super soldier program on behalf of the research facility. Absolutely not. The super soldier program cannot be halted. A voice rose in opposition immediately. Dr. Chu, you must understand what the serum represents for our frontline soldiers. Just imagine. If we had a battalion of super soldiers, we could swiftly bring this war to an end. Indeed, the super soldier program cannot be interrupted. As for the infiltration by Hydra, we can take every possible precaution. You may select a new batch of researchers, and additionally, our military can provide you with 3-fold, no, 5-fold the funding for your experiments. But you must urgently develop a flawless super soldier serum. We require not just one individual, but an entire battalion. Chu Xiao let out a cold laugh. His piercing gaze fixed on the military representatives, causing them to freeze in place, as if they were prey under the watchful eye of a lion, poised to lose their lives at any moment. I rarely repeat myself, Chu Xiao remarked, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. Do you wish to hear it again? The military representatives fell silent, none daring to respond to Chu Xiao's words, despite their inner dissent. Faced with his formidable presence, they lacked the courage to speak. After all, they had long witnessed Chu Xiao's extraordinary might. Those who have ascended to their positions are seasoned individuals, aware of the dangers of provoking a tiger. Humph, Chu Xiao scoffed disdainfully. If your ultimate goal is to end this war, then leave it to me. What? You intend to terminate this war? A military representative could no longer contain himself, questioning Chu Xiao. He perceived that such a statement could either stem from madness or brilliance, given Chu Xiao's numerous displays. He leaned towards the latter. How could it be possible, relying on just you? A general shook his head, seizing upon Chu Xiao's words with contempt. Dr. Chu, do you understand what war entails? Have you witnessed its horrors? Not even an entire army can withstand the grinding forces of war. The folly of mortal intellect. Chu Xiao had little interest in altering their antiquated worldview. He turned to face Captain Rogers. Rogers, it is a pleasure to see you again. Chu Xiao, I appreciate the opportunity you've provided. Since our first meeting, I have longed for a chance to converse with you. Rogers had learned from Dr. Erskine that it was Chu Xiao who fervently recommended him as the candidate for the super soldier serum enhancement, granting him his current powers, for which he was profoundly grateful. Do you recall what I told you during our initial encounter? Chu Xiao smiled, noting how Rogers, now enhanced by the serum, appeared even more virtuous. I remember. You said I would become a hero for all of America. Rogers had once thought Chu Xiao was jesting, but now it seemed his prophecy was unfolding. He realized that his previous perspective had been too narrow, failing to grasp the depth of Chu Xiao's words. You have a good memory, Chu Xiao praised. Rogers, would you be interested in forming a team? Together, we can save the world. Rogers stiffened at first, then felt a surge of elation. His heart racing with fervor at the thought of saving the world, a noble and grand endeavor. He had always dreamed of the day he could make such a difference, and now it seemed that dream was finally within reach. Absolutely. I am very interested. Rogers nodded vigorously, his face alight with determination. At that moment, he felt he could contribute to his country and humanity. As Chu Xiao and Captain Rogers successfully formed their alliance, the military representatives exchanged glances. Unsure of how to comment on the unfolding events, they dared not speak further on Chu Xiao's affairs, especially now that he was partnering with Rogers, both preparing to embark on a mission to save the world. At first glance, it may seem like a far-fetched notion. However, upon closer examination, particularly when considering Chu Xiao's formidable prowess and the identity of Rogers as a super soldier serum enhancer, everything begins to appear remarkably plausible. In the depths of their hearts, some individuals even harbor a belief that this hastily assembled duo could indeed save the world. Why not allow them a chance? Perhaps, against all odds, they might truly rescue the planet. Dr. Erskine ultimately stepped forward as a mediator, striving to ease the tense relationship between Chu Xiao and the military. Thus, they decided to give it a try. The military representative, also eager to find a way out, agreed to the proposal, thereby softening their stance towards Chu Xiao and offering a form of apology for their earlier skepticism. They voluntarily proposed to provide the necessary military supplies and personnel deployment privileges, granting him the authority to summon soldiers from the frontline units. Chu Xiao, however, had little interest in the military provisions, for those resources were mere wares sold to the military by Stark Industries. Howard had no shortage of such items. What truly mattered to Chu Xiao was the power of personnel deployment. With this privilege, he could assemble an elite special operations team, leading them to obliterate Hydra and ultimately save the world. Chapter 27. Intelligence of Hydra. As Chu Xiao stepped out of the research facility, he noticed that the tailor shop outside had been thoroughly cleaned. Despite the ground undergoing special treatment, a faint metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air. It was evident that upon receiving Chu Xiao's intelligence regarding a spy at the entrance, Agent Carter must have taken swift action. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Agent Carter, her demeanor as frosty as ever, trailing closely behind him. Accompanying them was the ever-enthusiastic Captain America. Agent Carter's reason for shadowing Chu Xiao, as she had articulated, was that Captain America was an asset of the Super Soldier program, a military possession that required constant surveillance. However, Chu Xiao was acutely aware that Carter was not monitoring Captain America's movements, but rather keeping an eye on him, as the military had misconstrued his connection with Agent Carter and sought to exploit it to track Chu Xiao's whereabouts. Chu Xiao dismissed any concerns regarding this oversight. If Agent Carter wished to accompany him, so be it. He had little interest in engaging in mind games with the military personnel, and keeping Agent Carter around would at least provide some reassurance to them. The trio traveled in silence, with Chu Xiao navigating his magnetic levitation car towards Stark Industries, as he needed to procure some equipment to arm himself before heading to the battlefield. Within a clandestine Hydra base, the sinister Red Skull sat in his office, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the intelligence that had just been delivered to him. The plan to seize the serum and eliminate Dr. Erskine had failed. The mere mention of Chu Xiao's name caused the guards standing nearby to shudder with fear. They understood that the more composed Red Skull appeared, the more perilous he became. Chu Xiao, Red Skull pronounced, rising slowly from his chair and making his way toward a device that flickered with an eerie blue light. Where did you emerge from? Are you not of this world, just like it? He pressed a button on the device, causing a crystal cube that emanated a soft blue glow to rise gracefully into the air, captivating in its beauty. Red Skull was an ardent believer in myth and legend, and after discovering the Tesseract, his convictions had only intensified. Just as his plans for world domination were set to commence, An unexpected figure like Chu Xiao had appeared. Not only did he possess technology far beyond this era, but he was also collaborating with Dr. Erskine on the super soldier serum and had access to miraculous restorative elixirs. What troubled Red Skull even more was the intelligence relayed by his spies, indicating that Chu Xiao had seemingly enhanced the super soldier serum, granting him an unimaginable and terrifying power. Could it be that he was a god? Red Skull's gaze shifted from the tesseract to the vast expanse of blue skies and white clouds above, his emotions tumultuous. After a prolonged silence, he dialed a number, uttering a few terse words into the phone. Soon after, a short man with large glasses hurriedly rushed in. This individual was none other than Dr. Arnim Zola, the scientist who had assisted Red Skull in studying the tesseract in the original narrative. Dr. Zola, you need to see this. The Red Skull handed over the documents to Dr. Zola, awaiting his response. Had the mission to assassinate Dr. Erskine failed? Dr. Zola found it hard to believe the authenticity of the documents in his possession. With the assassination capabilities of their Hydra organization, it was inconceivable that the elimination of Dr. Erskine could have failed. So, where did the problem lie? As Dr. Zola continued to read, his brow furrowed deeper, and an expression of incredulity emerged in his eyes. Chu Xiao. He had never heard of this individual. How could one person possess such extraordinary talents? Maglev technology, super soldier serum, miraculous medical skills, and powerful mysterious abilities? It was simply implausible for all these attributes to coexist within a single individual. Dr. Zola felt a surge of agitation, perhaps even jealousy towards Chu Xiao's brilliance. He was undoubtedly one of the leading scientists of his time, yet in comparison to Chu Xiao, his own brilliance felt considerably diminished. How could a single person possibly master so many disciplines? Even if Chu Xiao had begun his studies from the womb, it was unfathomable for him to be a scientist, a physician, and a formidable warrior all at once. Could it be that such a prodigy, born with innate knowledge, truly existed? Astonishing, indeed. The Red Skull discerned Dr. Zola's thoughts and inquired about his perspective on Chu Xiao. Leader, it is improbable for one individual to achieve such greatness. Thus, I speculate he may hail from a realm far advanced beyond our technological civilization, or even from another world. The Red Skull nodded in satisfaction, finding Dr. Zola's conjecture quite aligned with his own. Then, where do you believe Chu Xiao originates? The Red Skull posed the most challenging question to Dr. Zola. Although he already harbored an answer within, Dr. Zola narrowed his eyes, contemplating the Red Skull's intentions. Their gazes locked in mutual understanding, and almost instinctively, they turned their eyes toward the sky outside the window, the fabled abode of deities. Yet, according to the speculations of the Red Skull and Dr. Zola, these gods were merely extraterrestrial beings whose civilization far surpassed that of Earth. Leader, we should dispatch agents to capture Chu Xiao alive. He must possess invaluable information. Dr. Zola exclaimed with excitement. I have already issued orders to monitor Chu Xiao around the clock. We will seize the opportunity to apprehend him. Dr. Zola pondered for a moment before stating, Leader, Chu Xiao's strength is formidable. It will be quite challenging to capture him solely with our dispatched agents. The Red Skull interrupted him with a scoff. Zola, do not underestimate Hydra's operatives. They are much more powerful than you might imagine. Even if they cannot match Chu Xiao in strength, surely they can devise other means to bring him to us? The confidence in the Red Skull's words was palpable, and Dr. Zola, well aware of his character, understood the implication behind them. The mission of Hydra's operatives was not to eliminate Chu Xiao, but rather to find a way to present him before the Red Skull. This made the task considerably simpler. Dr. Zola had already gleaned from the documents that Chu Xiao would team up with Rogers and head to the front lines of battle. Once the two arrived at the front, bringing them before the Red Skull would merely be a matter of issuing a command or gathering intelligence. Leader, you are astute. Dr. Zola respectfully bowed to the Red Skull and said, Proceed, Zola. Accelerate the progress of your subordinates. We must assemble a battalion equipped with energy weapons in the shortest possible time. The gleam in the Red Skull's eyes reflected excitement. Once my forces are gathered, the entire world will belong to Hydra. Long live Hydra. Dr. Zola, in his reverie, recalled a piece of intelligence. Commander, our agents on the front lines report that the military has apprehended a Hydra spy at the Super Soldier Serum Research Facility and claims to have obtained extremely vital information from him. He hesitated, should we not? That is merely their ruse. It warrants no concern. Every member of Hydra is a great creator of the era. They shall never betray Hydra. In New York, Stark Industries, Chu Xiao emerged from Howard's private laboratory, where Rogers had already donned his vibranium star-shaped shield. Chu Xiao opted for a long sword forged from vibranium, reminiscent of the great swords of European medieval times, which he intended to refine further. The vibranium longsword bore a striking resemblance to the sword wielded by the future Trunks in Dragon Ball. With the vibranium weapon in hand, Chu Xiao felt a newfound capacity for self-defense against the energy weapons wielded by the Red Skull. By deflecting the energy waves from the Tesseract with the Great Sword, he would no longer fear being transported to some distant corner of the universe. The strength of vibranium lay in its ability to absorb any heat, kinetic energy, or force. Armed with this magnificent vibranium greatsword, Chu Xiao's combat prowess ascended to a new echelon. As for Agent Carter, after ensuring that Chu Xiao and Rogers boarded the aircraft bound for the battlefield, she departed, seemingly tasked with a mission of greater significance that required her expertise. The 28th mission leaned towards the Tiger Mountain. Chapter 28. Towards the Tiger's Den. As Chu Xiao and Rogers arrived at the front lines of the battlefield, they received the latest intelligence from the military. The report revealed that the exact location of Hydra's secret base had been disclosed by a spy, and they were immediately dispatched to investigate. Chu Xiao was given only a day to select no more than 10 soldiers from the frontline troops to accompany them. What splendid fortune! Little did they expect that upon their arrival at the battlefield, they would have the opportunity to strike directly at the heart of Hydra, dismantling the secret lair of the nine-headed serpent. Rogers, eager for action, rubbed his fist in anticipation, brimming with enthusiasm. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, having not yet endured the trials of the original narrative, which featured him as a mere buffoon on a global tour to raise bonds. In contrast, Chu Xiao fell into a contemplative silence after receiving the news. He meticulously reviewed the intelligence multiple times before shaking his head and declaring, "This information is false." "False?" Rogers exclaimed, bewildered. "How did you discern that this news is fabricated, Brother Chu?" Since his emergence from the Serum Research Facility, Rogers had taken to calling Chu Xiao brother, a moniker Chu Xiao didn't mind and thus accepted. Over time, it became a habit. "Do you remember the spy who committed suicide with poison at the Serum Research Facility?" Chu Xiao explained. "Of course. He took poison right after you captured him. But didn't you knock out another spy afterward?" "The military could have extracted information from him regarding Hydra," Rogers speculated. "Did the military not announce they had obtained significant intelligence?" Chu Xiao shook his head again, indicating that Rogers' reasoning was overly simplistic. "Do you truly believe the military possesses the capability to extract useful information from Hydra's spies?" He countered. "That shouldn't be too difficult. I've heard the military is quite formidable in interrogating prisoners," Rogers replied. "Huh, you underestimate the situation. The spy I knocked out likely hadn't even regained consciousness before being dealt with. The so-called vital intelligence is merely a ploy orchestrated by the military," Chu Xiao said, waving the intelligence report in his hand. "If this is indeed a fabrication by the military, how did it reach us? Someone must be leveraging their privileges to lure us into this location." "What? Who would do such a thing?" Rogers inquired, seemingly content to rely on Chu Xiao for analysis. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Rogers, for Chu Xiao had been orchestrating everything, leaving little room for Rogers to engage his intellect. "Hydra." Chu Xiao tore the intelligence report into pieces, uttering no further words as he made his way toward the military camp. Rogers initially thought that Chu Xiao would refrain from visiting the secret base indicated in the intelligence. However, to his surprise, Chu Xiao casually selected several capable soldiers from within the camp and set off for the designated secret location. Knowing it was a trap, why proceed? Rogers was perplexed by Chu Xiao's actions but lacked the courage to question him, thus silently followed Chu Xiao as they embarked on their journey to the secret base. That night, they arrived at a dense forest. Chu Xiao signaled for everyone to halt, instructing Rogers and the others to remain in place while he ventured alone into the shadowy depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Xiao had his own intentions. The moment he stepped into the thicket, his awareness of the surrounding energy revealed the presence of several concealed soldiers. This ability to sense energy was a crucial skill acquired in the latter stages of the Dragon Pearl, functioning much like radar, once activated. It enabled him to detect nearby life forces, ascertain their locations, and evaluate their combat prowess. Typically, this sensing capability remained dormant, only to be activated by Chu Xiao as needed, for it demanded a significant expenditure of energy, making it impractical to maintain continuously. Hence, he would activate it only upon reaching a new location to conduct his reconnaissance. As he approached a soldier, Chu Xiao peered through the gaps in the foliage and discerned the soldier's identity, a member of Hydra. This revelation confirmed that he was nearing the secret base indicated in the intelligence report. He retreated silently, having spotted several sentries ahead. Any further advance would lead him into Hydra's territory. A sense of urgency gripped the group as they recognized that the critical moment of their mission was imminent. Just how could they infiltrate Hydra and dismantle its secret base with only their small team? Everyone awaited Chu Xiao's directives. "Rogers, Their SA convoy about 10 meters ahead. Lead your team to seize it, then disguise yourselves as Hydra soldiers to stealthily infiltrate the secret base. Rogers nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed a viable strategy. As long as they executed it discreetly and flawlessly, they could gain entry. After all, Rogers understood that this so-called secret base was merely a decoy set by Hydra to lure them in. Its defenses not particularly formidable. Disguising themselves as Hydra soldiers would facilitate their infiltration. But what lay beyond that? Rogers glanced at Chu Xiao, realizing that if he was to lead the team, what role would Chu Xiao play? Brother Chu, what about you? Rogers inquired. Me? Chu Xiao met Rogers' gaze, pausing thoughtfully before responding. Hydra has woven this vast net to ensnare its prey. Since the trap is laid, how could I, the quarry, not oblige? Rogers and the others exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of Chu Xiao's meaning. Was he truly planning to boldly charge into Hydra's encirclement alone? That seemed rather audacious. Rogers refrained from further inquiries. Once you and the team infiltrate the secret base, await my signal. Together, we shall collaborate to dismantle everything here. With the outline of the plan established, the group set about executing Chu Xiao's strategy. Shortly after Rogers led his team away, Chu Xiao, using his energy sensing, confirmed that they had successfully captured Hydra's convoy and were en route to the depths of the secret base. With that, Chu Xiao transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating deeper into the forest, ready to unleash the hidden butcher within him. In the dense forest, a Hydra soldier concealed himself within the fork of a grand tree. His exceptional skills and stealth rendering him nearly undetectable, even to the most elite warriors. Report 618, all is well, he murmured into the signal device, transmitting information to the headquarters of the secret base, where the Red Skull leisurely savored red wine and steak, awaiting the arrival of Chu Xiao. Maintain vigilance. Report any anomalies immediately. 618 received. Just as the soldier's words faded and he reattached the signal device to his waist, a sudden chill enveloped his back, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his chest. A glimmering sword had pierced his heart. He attempted to scream, but powerful hands clamped down on his mouth. In despair, the soldier sought to activate the signal device at his waist, but despite his struggles, he could not reach it, helplessly witnessing the encroaching darkness as his life ebbed away. 1. Chu Xiao observed the lifeless body on the ground, softly uttering the word before transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The carnage had only just begun. The 29th Slaughter. Chapter 29. Slaughter in the shadowy depths of the forest. Darkness conceals more than mere obscurity. It serves as the most fertile ground for the nurturing of death. A faint scent of blood permeates the air as Chu Xiao wields his adamantine sword with relentless precision. Having dispatched an uncountable number of soldiers beneath its blade, Chu Xiao's method of assassination is remarkably strategic. He patiently awaits the reports from the soldiers before executing his strikes, keenly observing that they relay their updates every 10 minutes. Yet, within this brief interval, Chu Xiao, endowed with extraordinary speed and strength, has decimated the majority of the sentinels hidden within the thicket. Soldiers, report your status. The temporary headquarters has signaled, yet the response remains elusive. The soldiers at the control panel, bewildered, attempt to contact another nearby soldier, only to receive the same troubling results. Something is amiss. The soldiers recognize the gravity of the situation and swiftly relay their concerns to the Red Skull. At that moment, the Red Skull, still savoring his steak, has already lost dozens of soldiers to the grim reality unfolding before him. With an air of elegance, the Red Skull sets down his knife and fork, wiping away the grease from the corner of his lips, and calmly states, "Ah, at last they have arrived. Chu Xiao, let me witness your strength. Do not disappoint me." As he speaks, the Red Skull issues a series of commands, placing the entire army on high alert, directing all soldiers to encircle the forest. He believes that their adversary lies concealed deep within the woods. Unbeknownst to the Red Skull, Rogers and his team have silently infiltrated the inner sanctum of the secret base. Although this base is merely temporary, it was originally a church, providing ample space within, where tanks and patrolling soldiers abound. A testament to the might of Hydra's formidable forces. This also underscores the Red Skull's wariness of Chu Xiao's capabilities, compelling him to mobilize substantial armed resources against him. Not long after infiltrating the secret base, Rogers and his team receive orders for all personnel to converge on the forest. They realize that Chu Xiao's presence has been detected by Hydra. At this moment, the influx of soldiers heading towards the thicket alleviates the pressure on Rogers and his companions, granting them more favorable conditions to delve deeper into the secret base. Follow my lead. We shall push further in. We must seize the opportunity that Brother Chu has created for us. Let us first sabotage their heavy weaponry and communication devices. Rendering them blind, deaf, and crippled. Rogers, adhering to Chu Shao's strategic plan, begins his advance toward Hydra's armament depot. The Red Skull stands at the edge of the forest, behind him a dark mass of Hydra soldiers, each wielding energy weapons developed by Dr. Zola. A single hit could spell doom for Chu Shao. The Red Skull's expression is icy, his gaze as dark as the shadows enveloping the forest. With a flick of his wrist, he commands, "Advance. Capture Chu Shao alive, the rest shall perish." The Hydra soldiers, fueled by his orders, surge into the thicket, forming small groups to systematically scour the area. In the heart of the dense forest, Chu Shao, attuned to the ebb and flow of life around him, sensed the movements of his enemies. Faced with the encirclement of the Hydra, he bore not a trace of concern, but instead revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, Chu Shao had never unleashed a massacre. He typically refrained from provoking others unless they disturbed him. Yet now, he was prepared to cast aside his self-imposed limitations and embark on a spree of slaughter. On one hand, the soldiers of the Hydra, each stained with the blood of innocence, weighed not on his conscience. On the other, Chu Shao sought to compel the reincarnation Black Lotus to gather its petals, forging an inevitable enmity with the Hydra. Thus, he released his inhibitions, extending his fangs towards the Hydra amidst the shadows. A chorus of anguished cries echoed through the thicket as a small squad of 5 encountered Chu Shao. In the blink of an eye, before they could even raise their weapons, they lay slain at his feet, their blood saturating the earth. When nearby squads arrived, they were met with a scene of carnage. Yet Chu Shao had vanished without a trace. As the soldiers near the fallen bodies speculated that he had fled, more screams pierced the air from deeper within the forest, signaling yet another squad had met their demise at the hands of Chu Shao's vibranium sword. "Cursed wretch," spat one soldier in fury, branding him a coward who resorted to ambush. His voice grew louder, an attempt to bait Chu Shao into revealing himself, his words becoming increasingly derogatory. Even cloaked in darkness, Chu Shao acknowledged the soldier's exceptional talent for invective. Yet, what did it matter? He remained unfazed, even grateful for the soldier's vitriol, which unwittingly set the stage for his next strike. After all, many soldiers, affected by the taunts, found it difficult to remain vigilant to the rustling of leaves or the whisper of the wind. Selecting another squad, Chu Shao struck again, his vibranium sword swiftly severing throats before the blood could even spray, disappearing from sight before they could react. "Ah, another assault," a nearby soldier exclaimed. "I saw him." A shadow flickered past, and our soldier's head was severed. His voice trembled with disbelief. He moved so swiftly, like a mere shadow. Is he even human? The screams resounded once more, a relentless cycle of death unfolding within the forest. "Another has fallen, yet we barely caught a glimpse of our foe," they lamented. "He is a demon, a malevolent spirit from the abyss." After enduring a cascade of fatalities, the soldiers dared not pursue their hunt any longer, remaining paralyzed in place, their spirits taut with the dread of an ever-looming specter. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Chu Shao's slaughter continued unabated, the cries within the forest slicing through the hearts of the Hydra soldiers like blades. What, then, is fear? It lies in the unknown, in the agonizing wait for death itself. As time passed, the overwhelming pressure of death became unbearable for some. "Where are you?" A soldier raised his energy gun, roaring as he wildly fired in all directions. The blue waves of energy from the weapon shot forth incessantly, reducing anything that encountered the blue light to mere wisps of white smoke. The madness of one soldier ignited the extreme fears of the Hydra's 9-headed soldiers like a spark to gunpowder. More soldiers began to shoot frantically and aimlessly, illuminating the previously dark forest with a barrage of blue light. Such a terrifying and concentrated wave of energy not only devastated the flora of the forest, but also affected the Hydra soldiers caught within. A stray blue wave struck a soldier on the brink of madness, instantly transforming him into a mound of white dust. Death, madness, and fear spread throughout the forest, leaving the Hydra's soldiers utterly consumed by darkness. "Commander, our forces have suffered severe losses." When the Red Skull received reports from his subordinates, the battle in the forest was nearing its conclusion. The Red Skull's confidence, or rather his disregard for his soldiers, cost them their lives. A group of inept individuals, an ostensibly well-equipped and battle-hardened unit, unable to defeat a hastily assembled temporary squad? What use are you to me? With a careless shot, the Red Skull executed the messenger and commanded, "Dispatch the tank division at once. Level the forest to the ground." Chapter 30. Chu Shao and the Red Skull. The Red Skull seethed with rage, issuing commands with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. At that moment, the desire to capture Chu Shao alive was cast aside. All he yearned for was to obliterate Chu Shao and his companions into mere remnants. However, after ordering the tank divisions to mobilize, not a single tank appeared for support. Just as the Red Skull was about to erupt in fury, a tremendous explosion erupted from the area where the tanks were stationed within the church, a blinding light illuminating the sky above the church as if it were day. "Commander, something terrible has happened. Our temporary base has been detonated." A soldier scrambled to the Red Skull's side, his anxiety palpable. "How could this be? Who set it off?" The Red Skull demanded, having stacked explosives in the church to ensure that if he found himself outmatched by Chu Shao, he could annihilate him with a blast and eliminate the adversary for good. Yet now, he had not even laid eyes on Chu Shao, had lost a significant number of soldiers, and his temporary base had been prematurely destroyed. It was a figure clad in stars and stripes, accompanied by enemy special forces. The soldier reported truthfully, "Captain Rogers? How could he infiltrate the base?" The Red Skull exclaimed in shock. "Wait, if Rogers is inside the base, then who lurks in the dense forest?" "Chu Shao." A cold sweat broke out on the Red Skull as he realized that only Chu Shao remained in the forest. And it was solely through Chu Shao's prowess that his elite forces had been severely crippled. Chu Shao's strength was far greater than he had been led to believe. The Red Skull finally recognized his grave misjudgment. His arrogance had blinded him. From the outset, even when suspecting that Chu Shao was an extraterrestrial deity, he had never truly regarded him as a threat. After all, with the technological prowess and military strength at his command, he had every reason to be confident. Yet, he had underestimated Chu Shao's combat capabilities, which surpassed anything he could comprehend. Damn it! The Red Skull gazed at the inferno consuming his irretrievable temporary base, then turned to the dark, ominous forest behind him. Though his anger was intense, the thought of his unfulfilled ambition to rule the world sowed seeds of retreat in his heart. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a shortage of firewood. Although the Red Skull was no match for Chu Shao, and his elite forces could not withstand Chu Shao and his companions, he possessed the cosmic cube. As long as he could fully harness its power, he believed that even 10 Chu Shaos would not stand a chance against him. With this thought, the desire to retreat strengthened within him. "Everyone, obey my command. Eliminate the enemies in the forest and at the temporary base." The Red Skull issued his final command, watching as his soldiers surged into battle while he stealthily made his way aside. There, parked in a commanding fashion, was an antique supercar, the very personal vehicle of the Red Skull from the original storyline. "I must leave this place swiftly. Once Dr. Zola develops more formidable weaponry, I shall have my moment of vengeance." The Red Skull pondered deeply as he inserted the car key into the ignition, turning it to start the engine, which roared to life with a powerful hum. Just as he was about to make his escape, a voice suddenly broke the silence from behind him. "Where are you headed? Mind giving me a ride?" The Red Skull froze, glancing into the rearview mirror to find a young and handsome boy seated in the back, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Chu Shao. The Red Skull instantly recognized him, despite the black and white, slightly blurred photograph he had seen in the intelligence report. His instincts confirmed that the young man in the back seat was indeed Chu Shao. Boom. After a brief moment of silence within the car, the Red Skull could no longer contain himself and swung around with force, his powerful arm piercing through the leather seat, aimed directly at Chu Shao's face. Slap. What appeared to be a formidable punch was effortlessly intercepted by Chu Shao before it could reach him. He merely grasped the Red Skull's wrist and, with a displeased expression, remarked, "You haven't answered my question." "How rude of you." The Red Skull struggled to free himself from Chu Shao's grip but found it impossible. Internally, he cursed, "Rude. This is my car, and you just waltz in here as if it's your right? If only your strength weren't superior to mine, I would have dispatched you by now." Although he harbored such thoughts, he maintained an outward calmness and replied, "Dr. Chu, why are you so interested in my destination? How about joining Hydra? With your abilities, I could offer you the position of deputy leader. Together, we could rule the world." While he spoke, the Red Skull's other hand discreetly moved behind the seat, inching toward the gun strapped to his waist. "Join Hydra." Chu Shao scoffed, having indeed contemplated this very question. Upon arriving in Captain America's world, he had considered aligning with Hydra, but after careful deliberation of the pros and cons, he decided to distance himself from them. The Red Skull was far too treacherous and malevolent for Chu Shao's comfort. Moreover, due to the necessity of gathering the petals of the reincarnation Black Lotus, joining Hydra was not an option for him. Instead, he resolved to personally bring about Hydra's downfall to maximize his own interests. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the Red Skull had already drawn his gun, pulling the trigger as flames erupted, aimed directly at Chu Shao's face. Bang! Blood splattered, flesh tore. Bang! 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 The Red Skull's shots found their mark, madly squeezing the trigger as bullets ripped through Chu Shao's skin, burrowing into his muscles, scorching his insides. Blood soaked the entire backseat. Haha! Chu Shao. What use is your strength if you still fall at my hands? You are ultimately too young. The Red Skull sneered at Chu Xiao's lifeless body, lamenting. What a pity, the maglev technology you possess, along with the formula for the super soldier serum. And as for your medical expertise. The Red Skull recalled the information that Chu Xiao had saved Dr. Erskine with a green bean, leading him to believe that this miraculous medicine must still be within Chu Xiao. The Red Skull swiftly withdrew, reaching towards Chu Xiao's lifeless body. After a thorough search, he found no trace of the green bean-like divine medicine. Instead, he stumbled upon a small box designed to hold capsules. Clutching the blood-stained box in his hands, the Red Skull could hardly contain his excitement. Could it be? This is the technology of spatial folding. Trembling with exhilaration, he, a man driven by an ambition to dominate the world, could not possibly overlook the immense potential of spatial folding technology. With such a power at his disposal, the world would undoubtedly belong to him, the Red Skull. For instance, should any nation dare to oppose him, he could simply dispatch a cadre of spies, each armed with an array of explosive capsules, and without expending a single soldier, he could annihilate his foes. My march towards world domination has taken another step forward. Just as the Red Skull was about to stow the capsule box away, a bloodied hand suddenly grasped him. Red Skull, what has stirred such excitement within you? Speak, and let me share in your joy. Chapter 31. The Reckless Red Skull. What? How are you still alive? The Red Skull gazed incredulously at the corpse of Chu Xiao, which had been reduced to a grotesque state. To his astonishment, the body was rejuvenating, the wounds visibly mending before his very eyes, returning to its former state in the blink of an eye. This extraordinary phenomenon, far beyond human comprehension, shook the very core of the Red Skull's being. You truly are a deity, a god from the cosmos. Chu Xiao, however, offered no response to the Red Skull's fervent proclamations. At that moment, he harbored an intense loathing for the Red Skull, who was now spouting divine nonsense. My lifespan has been drastically reduced by 5 years. The backlash from his extraordinary regenerative abilities ignited an overwhelming fury within him. With the aid of a super soldier serum, he had extended his life to 280 years, only to have it abruptly diminished by 5 years due to the Red Skull's gunfire. Anyone in his position would struggle to contain their rage. The Red Skull must pay for this transgression. With a countenance as frigid as ice, Chu Xiao twisted the Red Skull's hand, eliciting a piercing scream as the arm shattered, bones protruding grotesquely from the flesh. Wait, Chu Xiao, spare my life, and I shall grant you anything. The Red Skull begged, desperation evident in his voice. Typically cold and merciless, a harbinger of death, he now revealed the deep-seated terror lurking within him in the face of mortality. A wise man once remarked that those who frequently deal death come to understand its horror more profoundly than the average person. The Red Skull epitomized this truth, his pitiful plea betraying the faade of the Hydra's ruthless leader. What a joke. I will end you. Everything you possess will be mine at my fingertips. Why should I spare your life? To add to my own troubles? Chu Xiao scoffed, raising his right hand and extending a finger, while the Red Skull's face contorted with dread. A beam of white energy surged forth, piercing the Red Skull's forehead. Blood erupted from the back of his head, a vivid splash of crimson staining the steering wheel. As Chu Xiao exited the vehicle, he cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless body of the Red Skull, silently vowing never to show such leniency again. In confronting adversaries like the Red Skull, one must be resolute and decisive, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Having grown too complacent in the Dragon Ball world and smoothly navigating the Captain America realm, Chu Xiao realized that his inflated ego had led to the recent ambush by the Red Skull. The lesson of losing 5 years of his life was invaluable. He had learned the importance of decisiveness. In retrospect, sacrificing those 5 years to grasp this lesson was not a loss at all. Reflecting on the long arc of life, it was indeed a worthwhile exchange. Meanwhile, following the Red Skull's demise, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao's dantian began to transform, slowly coalescing into a petal of a 7-colored lotus. With 4 petals now in his possession, he needed only 3 more to gain the ability to traverse the reincarnation world once more. Brother Chu. The voice of Rogers echoed from behind as he approached with his squad from the makeshift base. Each member bore various injuries, yet miraculously, none had succumbed to death. This only reaffirmed Rogers' esteemed reputation as Captain America, showcasing his remarkable leadership skills. As he drew nearer, Rogers noticed Chu Xiao's blood-soaked attire, with visible bullet holes marking his clothing. Taken aback, he inquired, "Brother Chu, have you been shot? Are you all right?" Chu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Rogers, "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. I'll recover soon." However, the furrowed brows of Rogers and his team betrayed their concern as they scrutinized Chu Xiao, silently contemplating the gravity of his condition. Such significant blood loss and a body riddled with bullet wounds could have rendered any other individual lifeless. Yet, here stood Chu Xiao, calm and composed, dismissing his injuries as trivial. It was not surprising that Rogers and the others were puzzled, after all. Chu Xiao's extraordinary regenerative abilities had never been disclosed to Captain America or anyone in the world. Only Dr. Erskine was privy to the extent of Chu Xiao's remarkable healing capabilities. Understanding their reaction, it became evident why they were so perplexed. Upon confirming that Chu Xiao was indeed unscathed, they chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. The enigma of Chu Xiao's strength had long since planted a seed of belief in their hearts. Few would dare to question his assertion of divinity. Brother Chu, we have successfully dismantled Hydra's temporary base, yet we have not encountered their leader, Red Skull, Rogers stated, securing his vibranium shield on his back. Isn't he right there? Chu Xiao pointed towards the corpse in the sports car. Following his gesture, the team indeed spotted a body lying on its back. Red Skull is dead. The team hurried over, eager to behold the visage of their nemesis. They found Red Skull with a gaping wound in his forehead, his eyes wide open in a grotesque expression, slumped within the vehicle. Is this truly the leader of HYDRA? What a ghastly sight, one remarked. Indeed, I had imagined that the leader of Hydra would bear a closer resemblance to Hitler, but this is quite unexpected. Did anyone notice that the wound on Red Skull's forehead does not appear to be a gunshot? It seems as though something has pierced through him directly. True. In my decade-long military service, I have never encountered a weapon capable of inflicting such an injury. The squad engaged in animated discussion, pointing towards Red Skull's body. Let us set aside the nature of the injury for now. Can anyone explain why he is called Red Skull? Perhaps it is due to the skull emblem of HYDRA. That could be the case. Rogers meticulously examined Red Skull's wound, realizing that Chu Xiao must possess formidable weaponry unknown to him, which had undoubtedly caused such damage. As he reached out to inspect the wound, he discerned something peculiar. It appears he is wearing a mask, Rogers observed, gently tugging at the injury and peeling away a layer of skin from Red Skull's face. The crowd finally discerned the true visage of the Red Skull, which was a skull devoid of skin, its surface enveloped in crimson muscle, exuding an exceedingly sinister aura. Red Skull. No wonder he bore that name. This was indeed the origin of his moniker. Was this creature once human? How could one evolve into such a grotesque form? As Chu Xiao observed the fervent discussions among the onlookers, he gradually approached, gazing at the Red Skull's true appearance with an inability to appreciate such a sight. The Red Skull had transformed into this horrifying figure after augmenting Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum. He elucidated. The super soldier serum could render one into such a form. The crowd turned their attention to Rogers, their expressions laden with a sense of impending doom. Upon learning that the Red Skull had morphed into a monstrosity due to the enhancement of Dr. Erskine's serum, Rogers felt a jolt of trepidation and cast a pitiful glance at Chu Xiao. Brother Chu, I won't end up looking like that, will I? Chu Xiao shook his head reassuringly. You will not only avoid becoming a skull, but will grow increasingly handsome. Really? A glimmer of hope sparked in Rogers' eyes. Have I ever deceived you, Rogers? Chapter 32. The Cosmic Cube. Chu Xiao led Rogers and his comrades in a successful assault on Hydra's temporary base, ultimately vanquishing the formidable Red Skull, the leader of Hydra. This mission can be deemed a resounding triumph. Even before Chu Xiao and his team returned to our base, news of their remarkable victory echoed throughout the entire facility, reaching the rear headquarters as well. For the soldiers stationed at the front, Chu Xiao and his companions were heralded as heroes who had received a mission and executed it flawlessly, returning in glory. Not only did Chu Xiao accomplish the task, but he did so without incurring a single casualty. This feat invigorated the soldiers, who eagerly sought to join Chu Xiao's elite strike team. In the theater of war, what holds the utmost importance? Undoubtedly, it is the opportunity to fight alongside a powerful leader. Chu Xiao epitomized these ideals, and this battle catapulted him to fame. However, the military hierarchy was left utterly bewildered, having never issued any orders to Chu Xiao. The mission to dismantle Hydra's secret base was covertly assigned to him by Hydra spies, abusing their authority, unbeknownst to the military command. They were nearly oblivious to the existence of Hydra's clandestine operations. How was it possible that only a few days later, Chu Xiao and his team successfully obliterated Hydra's secret base and eliminated their leader, Red Skull? This unexpected windfall left military officials exhilarated, for they understood the significance of Hydra to Hitler's war efforts. The demise of Red Skull would undoubtedly cripple the enemy's fighting capabilities. It was evidently an opportune moment to launch a full-scale offensive and annihilate the adversary. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao's commendable performance garnered unanimous recognition from military leaders. who expressed their support for his forthcoming endeavors. Thus, after a brief period of reorganization at the base, Chu Xiao and his team embarked on their next mission. During their respite, Chu Xiao overheard unsettling rumors regarding a fire at Stark Industries laboratory, which allegedly resulted in the tragic demise of Dr. Erskine. While this news seemed credible, Chu Xiao dismissed the notion that a fire could occur at such a crucial facility, let alone that someone as vital as Dr. Erskine could perish so easily. Consequently, he paid little heed to such gossip. Their current objective was to systematically dismantle Hydra's secret bases and disrupt their weapons production facilities. As anticipated from the original narrative, under Chu Xiao's leadership, one by one, Hydra's bases were destroyed, leading to a significant decline in enemy morale and a one-sided progression of the battle, with victory within reach. In the majestic Alps lay Hydra's final secret base. Chu Xiao and his team approached the last stronghold aboard their maglev vehicles, gradually nearing their destination and preparing to disembark for a foot incursion. As Chu Xiao issued commands to the soldiers beside him, he noted the admiration and reverence reflected in the eyes of his comrades, underscoring the team's unity. Chu Xiao parked the maglev vehicle in a concealed location, transforming it into a capsule for storage, while the team donned their snow camouflage gear, commencing their stealthy advance into enemy territory. A few hours later, drawing from their previous experiences, Chu Xiao and his companions effortlessly infiltrated the secret base. However, a sense of foreboding gripped them when they discovered that the base was utterly deserted, leaving behind only the equipment for manufacturing energy weapons and hastily abandoned armaments and semi-finished products. This was an empty stronghold. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xiao swiftly commanded Rogers, handing him a universal capsule containing a magnetic levitation vehicle, stating, "Rogers, lead the team to evacuate the base immediately. Start the timer. 1 hour later, if I have not emerged, you shall drive away." Rogers accepted the universal capsule with a solemn nod, without questioning Chu Xiao's orders, and promptly led the team away from the base, leaving Chu Xiao alone within its confines. This was Hydra's final outpost, and the Tesseract must surely be housed here. Yet it had transformed into a ghost town. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiao expanded his search, rapidly scouring the various rooms of the base until he soon discovered the laboratory once belonging to the Red Skull. Upon entering, he beheld the specialized equipment that once held the Tesseract, now devoid of its presence. Meticulously searching the surroundings, Chu Xiao's attention was drawn to several corpses, high-ranking officers clad in German military uniforms. Each had met their demise by gunfire, seemingly at the hands of a single assailant. It appeared that the killer had absconded with the Tesseract, but who could it be? A list of potential suspects flitted through Chu Xiao's mind. First, he dismissed Odin and Thor, as they would never resort to gun violence against their foes. Next, it could not have been Hitler's men. These bodies were likely dispatched by him to take control of Hydra. Then, a name flickered in Chu Xiao's thoughts. Dr. Zola? He found it hard to believe. In the original narrative, Dr. Zola was portrayed as a cowardly scientist, terrified even during the Red Skull's reign of terror. Such a timid individual could hardly possess the courage to slay multiple officers. The Tesseract. Chu Xiao immediately discerned the motive. Dr. Zola must have murdered Hitler's men in pursuit of the Tesseract. To Zola, the Tesseract represented a divine gem, a source of inexhaustible energy. However, as a traveler from another realm, Chu Xiao was acutely aware that the Tesseract was, in essence, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. Mastery of the Space Stone would grant one the ability to traverse the infinite cosmos at will. For instance, Thanos, upon gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, could effortlessly open portals to journey across the universe. Such alluring power was difficult for even Chu Xiao to dismiss, let alone for Dr. Zola, who was constantly in proximity to the Tesseract. Power alters the very essence of a person, compelling them to pursue strength at any cost. Dr. Zola had undoubtedly been transformed by the allure of the Tesseract's might. Where could he have fled with the Tesseract? With a bittersweet smile, Chu Xiao lamented that had he not preemptively vanquished the Red Skull, Dr. Zola would not have had the opportunity to seize the Tesseract solely for himself. Now, with both Dr. Zola and the Tesseract vanished without a trace, Chu Xiao found himself engulfed in disappointment. The Tesseract represented not merely the formidable power of the Space Stone, but more crucially, its acquisition would undoubtedly allow the 5th petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus to coalesce within him. Yet, given the current circumstances, the Tesseract seemed painfully distant from his grasp. Reluctantly, Chu Xiao resolved to temporarily abandon his pursuit of the Tesseract. Intending to dispatch intelligence personnel to thoroughly investigate Dr. Zola's whereabouts upon his return. Resolved, he made his way to the command center of the secret base, activating its self-destruct mechanism before turning away from the facility. Chu Xiao reunited with Rogers and the others, piloting a magnetic levitation vehicle as they departed from the base. Casting a glance back at the conflagration and smoke that intertwined behind them, a sense of elation eluded him. After all, he had not secured the Tesseract. What weighed heavily on his heart was that since defeating the Red Skull and obtaining a petal of the Lotus, he had not acquired any further petals. Even the destruction of Hydra's final secret base elicited no response from the reincarnation Black Lotus. In the aftermath of his confrontation with the Red Skull, the most significant gain for Chu Xiao was the rising acclaim among the American populace. The military, recognizing the need for heroes to invigorate the spirit of ordinary soldiers and civilians, had elevated Chu Xiao, embellishing his feats with grandiose tales. He transformed into a paragon of heroism in the hearts of the American people. Furthermore, the revelation of his major shareholder status in Stark Industries amplified his renown, eclipsing even Captain America's acclaim in the original narrative. The stocks of Stark Industries soared wildly, becoming a legendary figure on Wall Street. At the frontline base, the war was on the cusp of conclusion, and their squad was nearing dissolution. "It has been an honor to fight alongside you all." Chu Xiao expressed his parting sentiments to Rogers and the others as he boarded the plane back to New York alongside Rogers. Chapter 33, The Death of Dr. Erskine. As Chu Xiao and Rogers disembarked from the plane, they were immediately engulfed by a throng of media personnel. The air was filled with the blinding flashes of cameras and the excited shrieks of admirers, creating an atmosphere far more overwhelming than that of a superstar's arrival. Rogers had never witnessed such a spectacle. He strained to present himself as tall and imposing, while internally, he trembled with anxiety. Observing the usually formidable Rogers in this vulnerable state, Chu Xiao chuckled and remarked, "Rogers, I have matters to attend to and must return to Stark Industries for a media engagement arranged by the military, as well as the White House Hero Award ceremony. I would greatly appreciate it if you could handle the situation in my stead. Brother Chu, please. It's rather inappropriate for me to go alone." Rogers began to protest. But before he could voice his refusal, Chu Xiao had vanished into the crowd, clearly having slipped away from the airport. Before Rogers could voice his complaints, he found himself besieged by reporters. "Lieutenant Rogers, as a member of the Special Operations Team, how would you assess your commander, Chu Xiao?" "Rogers, aside from his exemplary leadership and extraordinary talent, not to mention his striking appearance, what undisclosed secrets does your commander possess?" "Lieutenant Rogers, your commander, Chu Xiao, has played a pivotal role in bringing the war to an early conclusion, earning the title of hero in our hearts. Might I inquire if he has a romantic interest?" Rogers felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he dodged the reporters' probing questions, which were predominantly directed at Chu Xiao, making it inappropriate for him to comment publicly. The questioning only ceased when a military representative arrived to escort Rogers away. Once inside the vehicle, Rogers exhaled in relief, believing he had narrowly escaped an ordeal. However, seated across from him was Agent Carter, clad in a sleek black military uniform and adorned with flowing golden hair, scrutinizing him intently. "Lieutenant Rogers, where is your commander, Chu Xiao?" Rogers felt a momentary disorientation and feigned ignorance, hastily responding, "Oh, I'm just so exhausted. I need to rest suddenly." The ominous sound of a gun being cocked reached his ears, and he jolted upright to see Carter aiming a dark firearm directly at his head. "Agent Carter, please, remain calm. Brother Chu mentioned he had urgent matters and returned to Stark Industries." "Humph," Carter scoffed, turning to the driver. "Take Rogers to the White House and drop me off at the intersection ahead." "Agent Carter, are you going to find Brother Chu to collect an award? He specifically asked me to accompany him." Rogers interjected. "Your chatter is excessive." Carter shot him an exasperated glance and dismissed him. After they reached the intersection and Rogers attempted to speak again, Carter interrupted, advising him, "You either need to learn about women or keep your mouth shut." Feeling awkward, Rogers shook his head, recognizing that he indeed lacked understanding of women. Were it not for Chu Xiao's enhancement of his super soldier serum, he probably would not have even possessed the courage to engage in conversation with them. Rogers gazed silently at his hands as Carter's silhouette vanished from the car window. Stark Industries. Not long after Chu Xiao returned to the office, Howard received the news and hurried over. "Chu Xiao, my dear brother, you have finally returned. I have missed you terribly during this time." Howard intended to envelop Chu Xiao in a warm American embrace, but before he could, Chu Xiao seemed to flicker before him, only to reappear seated in his leather chair, a glass of crimson wine in hand. Gently sipping the wine, Chu Xiao inquired, "Howard, has anything significant transpired at Stark during my absence?" Howard, with a smile, replied, "Hey, you've just returned from the battlefield. There's no need to concern yourself with company affairs just yet. Take a few days to unwind. How about this? I'll arrange for some lovely ladies to keep you company and secure a private jet for you. How does an impromptu getaway sound? As Howard painted a vivid picture of the delightful journey ahead, he remained oblivious to Chu Xiao's disinterest. Howard, would you care to experience my special technique? Chu Xiao teased, raising his index finger. The Red Skull met his demise beneath this very digit. Would you like to try? Howard's expression shifted dramatically, for he had witnessed the efficacy of Chu Xiao's technique firsthand, and he dared not continue the banter. Chu Xiao, have you caught wind of some news? As Chu Xiao's brow furrowed, he realized that the rumors he had heard might indeed hold truth. A surge of anger ignited within him, days prior. While on the front lines, he had learned of a fire at the Stark laboratory, which tragically claimed the life of Dr. Erskine. Initially, he had dismissed the notion, knowing the laboratory's high safety standards and the improbability of such a disaster occurring, especially with someone as pivotal as Dr. Erskine. Yet, witnessing Howard's demeanor, it seemed the whispers of calamity were, regrettably, accurate. Dr. Erskine is dead. Chu Xiao's voice was low, sending a chill down Howard's spine. Indeed, in that fire, Dr. Erskine and most of the lab's researchers were unable to escape. Howard intended to elaborate, but upon meeting Chu Xiao's piercing gaze, he ultimately shook his head and sighed. Chu Xiao, this was not merely an accident. It was a meticulously orchestrated murder. Howard explained slowly. Upon finishing his words, the wine glass in Chu Xiao's hand shattered with a resounding crack, a powerful aura swirling around him, causing the air to stir. The notion that Dr. Erskine could fall victim to internal military strife was unfathomable. Were these politicians devoid of reason? With Chu Xiao's elimination of the Red Skull, victories on the battlefield had been numerous. It was evident to any discerning observer that triumph was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, the military elites began to vie for power, desperate to claim credit for the victories, seeking to amass the greatest benefits for themselves as the war drew to a close. They dared not focus their attention on Chu Xiao, naturally redirecting their gaze towards Dr. Erskine, fixating upon the super soldier serum in his possession. Various factions commenced a clandestine struggle, enacting numerous versions of a tug-of-war over the serum. In an instant, Dr. Erskine found himself at the center of a tempest. Yet, they failed to recognize that Dr. Erskine possessed an exceptionally tenacious character and unwavering beliefs. He would not easily surrender his serum formula to anyone, not even to the military elite. Thus, Dr. Erskine unwittingly summoned his own demise. Through the collusion of several military magnates, he was murdered in an attempt to forcibly seize the serum formula, with the scene meticulously disguised as an accident. Thus, Dr. Erskine lost his life under incomprehensible circumstances. They must pay the price for this. Chu Xiao's gaze swept over Howard, suggesting that you too might be implicated in this affair. Howard stiffened, hastily defending himself. Chu Xiao, my dear brother, I have no connection to this matter. They bribed the Stark Industries researchers. I too am a victim in this incident, a pitiful soul cleaning up their mess. You know my ties with Dr. Erskine and with you. How could I commit such a heinous act? After careful contemplation, Chu Xiao concluded that if Howard were indeed involved, such an occurrence would not transpire within Stark Industries. Clearly, Howard was merely a pawn coerced into covering for the military. In that case, let the military witness my prowess. Howard quickly interjected, Chu Xiao, do not act impulsively. We cannot contend with them. Their power is far too formidable. We are merely a company. And so what? The entire nation is aware that I rescued Dr. Erskine from the clutches of death, and they know the bond we share. Anyone who dares to harm my people must be prepared for the consequences, ready to face death. A cold sweat broke out on Howard's forehead, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 34. A bloodbath. Carter hailed a taxi and set off towards Stark Industries. Inside the vehicle, her expression was clouded with concern, burdened by unspoken thoughts. A foreboding feeling washed over her. She silently resolved that Howard must first placate Chu Xiao, and all else would follow upon her arrival. Under no circumstances should Chu Xiao learn that Dr. Erskine's death was a murder. Even in the worst-case scenario, should Chu Xiao uncover the truth of Dr. Erskine's demise, she had to ensure that he did not act recklessly. With the war nearing its conclusion, any significant upheaval within the military at such a critical juncture could lead to dire consequences. Carter shuddered at the thought of Chu Xiao's wrath, fervently hoping that matters would not spiral too far out of control. With this in mind, she anxiously urged the driver, please, speed up. I am in a hurry. Of course, madam. Please brace yourself. I shall accelerate. The driver glanced at Carter's alluring black stockings and pressed the accelerator. Upon arriving at Stark Industries, Carter hurried into Chu Xiao's office, only to find it deserted. A sense of dread filled her heart. She quickly inquired with Howard's secretary. Mr. Chu Xiao just left Stark Industries. Mr. Howard is on the rooftop, preparing to depart on a private flight. The secretary informed her. Depart on a private flight? Howard intends to evade the storm. Carter huffed in anger, making her way to the rooftop, where she pulled Howard down from the aircraft just as he was about to take off. Howard, where is Chu Xiao now? Carter, let me explain. I haven't said anything. Chu Xiao is remarkably astute. He would uncover the truth himself. This is not the time for such discussions. Tell me, where is Lieutenant Chu Xiao at this moment? Carter pressed urgently. Lieutenant? He may no longer hold that title, Howard murmured, calculating the time. He has likely arrived at the military base. It's possible the military personnel have already. Both Carter and Howard felt a chill run down their spines. Though Howard's words hung unfinished, the implication was clear to any discerning mind. A crisis was imminent. Without hesitation, Carter thrust Howard into the aircraft and boarded herself, commanding immediate departure to the military base. Wait, I have a crucial project to attend to. I could arrange another flight for you. With a swift motion, Carter fired her weapon, the bullet whizzing past Howard's ear and piercing the seat behind him, leaving a dark hole. Still wish to attend to your project? She queried, gun trained on Howard's head. And no, upon reflection, this assignment is not that essential. Let the secretary handle it. Take off, Carter commanded, stowing her phone away. As the aircraft began to ascend, heading straight for the military base, Howard observed Carter's stern demeanor, realizing that she, much like Chu Xiao, favored a rather forceful approach in her communications. Truly a woman of distinctive character. Summoning his courage, Howard stammered to Carter, Carter, have you ever considered finding a boyfriend? Startled, Carter instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist, causing Howard to tense up and hastily add, just kidding, forget I said anything. The helicopter sliced through the sky, transporting Carter and Howard toward the military base. Meanwhile, the base was in a state of alarm, having entered a level 1 emergency alert. With armed soldiers stationed throughout, alongside reinforcements rushing in from nearby military outposts. A spy has infiltrated the base. The blaring sirens, accompanied by commands crackling through the intercom, plunged everyone within the facility into a heightened state of anxiety. The target has already killed a general. Do not hesitate upon sighting the target. Eliminate it immediately. I repeat, eliminate the target. The target was en route to the central conference room where the generals were convening and had yet to evacuate. They were to intercept the target without delay. A squad of fully armed Special Forces soldiers took position, weapons aimed at the path leading to the conference room. The soldiers held their breath, utterly focused and poised to fire. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, raising the soldiers' hearts to their throats. At the moment of rounding the corner, a figure flashed into view. Almost all the soldiers stood frozen, momentarily stunned, forgetting to pull the triggers as they recognized the identity of the individual before them. The so-called spy was none other than Captain Chu Xiao, a celebrated war hero of America. How could their hero, Captain Chu Xiao, possibly be the main character in this unfolding crisis, having just killed a general? What? ISNT that Captain Chu Xiao? How could he be the target? A soldier, in disbelief, lowered his weapon, unable to accept the reality before him. Convinced there must be some mistake, that the actual target was someone else. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Captain Chu Xiao must be here to assist. The real target could be arriving at any moment. Captain Chu Xiao, come quickly, be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. The soldiers, unwilling to believe that Chu Xiao was indeed the target, urged him to approach them, hoping to avert any accidental harm. After all, Captain Chu Xiao held an esteemed position in their hearts. He was a major stakeholder in Stark Industries, a genius scientist who invented magnetic levitation technology, a researcher behind the super soldier serum, and a war hero who led a team to annihilate Hydra. Nearly every American could recite Captain Chu Xiao's heroic history by heart, and as soldiers of the U.S. military, they revered him even more. How could a hero possibly be a spy tasked with assassinating a general? Captain Chu Xiao remained silent, continuing his leisurely stride toward the conference room. At that moment, another command crackled over the intercom. Fire! You fools! Chu Xiao is the target. Shoot him down at once. What? Chu Xiao is the target? All the soldiers stood in stunned silence, as if they had misheard, while some began attempting to dial the intercom for confirmation. There is no need for confirmation. I am indeed the target this time, and it was I who took the life of that general. Chu Xiao continued to advance deliberately, unperturbed by the soldiers before him. The sound of boots echoed, and upon hearing his words, every soldier raised their weapons, shouting, Lieutenant Chu Xiao, halt your advance at once. Otherwise, we shall open fire. The smile on Chu Xiao's face widened. He showed no intention of stopping and continued his slow approach. As he drew nearer, not a single soldier dared to pull the trigger, as if they had silently agreed to wait, collectively holding their fire. Commands crackled through the radio once more. You worthless fools. Open fire and eliminate Chu Shao. If he reaches the conference room, you shall follow the general to the grave. Yet the soldiers remained resolute, instead forming a path for Chu Shao. Inwardly, he chuckled, contemplating whether the voice on the other end of the radio might actually be aligned with him. Each of their words not only failed to incite the soldiers to fire, but instead began to foster a tacit support for his advance. Lieutenant Chu Shao, while we do not know the full circumstances, we trust you. There must be a reason for your actions. You are a hero of America, and your deeds surely serve the greater good of our nation. As soldiers of America, our loyalty lies solely with our homeland. As for the individual on the radio, well, send our regards to his entire family. Chu Shao nodded slightly, acknowledging the soldiers. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many like them, individuals steadfast in their beliefs and convictions. Though their strength may be limited, in certain respects, they were indeed formidable. The conference room door swung open, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets aimed at Chu Shao. Drawing the vibranium sword from his back, he effortlessly deflected the onslaught. How is this possible? The generals within the conference room quivered, their hands trembling around their weapons. Eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. They had never anticipated that Chu Shao would dare to confront them, even with the demise of Dr. Erskine. How could a mere lieutenant seek vengeance against them? Lieutenant Chu Shao, please remain calm. The death of Dr. Erskine was a misunderstanding. If you spare us, we will agree to any terms you propose. Chu Shao coldly replied, terms? What condition could possibly bring Dr. Erskine back to life? Furthermore, do you truly believe I have come to avenge him? The general stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. Was Chu Shao not here for revenge? What then? Was his purpose in storming the base? With his sword drawn, he declared in a chilling tone, I have come today to make it known to the world that I, Chu Shao, am not only a hero but also a formidable reaper that none dare provoke. The room erupted in chaos as blood spilled and anguished screams filled the air, resonating throughout the conference chamber. Several generals collapsed into pools of their own blood, while the surviving ones stared in horror at the retreating figure of Chu Shao, as if gazing upon a demon from the depths of hell. They felt an immense relief that they had managed to suppress their desires and refrain from participating in the murder of Dr. Erskine, thereby preserving their own lives. Chu Shao is truly terrifying. Chapter 35, Return of the Dragon Balls Stark Industries. Chu Shao, burdened with a weight of 200 kilograms, was engaged in a strenuous series of push-ups, his perspiration having thoroughly soaked the ground beneath him. His robust muscles quivered rhythmically with each exertion. 995, 996, 997, 1000. With a sigh of relief, Chu Shao straightened his body and removed the weights, which thudded heavily against the floor. He greedily inhaled oxygen, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position to recuperate. Chu Shao, my good brother, have you finished your training? Howard's voice echoed from the doorway, accompanied by the serious countenance of Agent Carter. Chu Shao refrained from responding to Howard, merely casting a sidelong glance at the two before gradually propping himself up and moving towards the next weight training exercise, an even heavier deep squat. Hee. Chu Shao always trains with such dedication, Howard awkwardly explained to Agent Carter. I'll leave you here. If there's anything, just discuss it with Chu Shao. After Howard departed, only Carter remained. Carter observed Chu Xiao's grueling training regimen and silently pondered whether this was truly a humane method of training. The weights that would be insurmountable for an ordinary person were being utilized by Chu Shao for his conditioning. She couldn't help but recall the scene from a week prior when she and Howard arrived at the military base, the conference room awash in blood, generals lying in pools of their own, and Chu Shao emanating an aura of death. The memory sent shivers down her spine. A man like him possessed an irresistible allure for all women. Deep down, Carter recognized that such a man was the least suitable for a lifelong commitment. Yet unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly developed an uncontrollable affection for Chu Shao. Captain Chu Shao, regarding your unlawful incursion into the base last week, resulting in the deaths of several generals, the military tribunal has issued a formal resolution. Chu Shao, still bearing the weights, was executing full-depth squats, the contours of his leg muscles clearly visible under strain. Speak, Chu Shao succinctly commanded. In light of this incident, we are publicly claiming that Hydra's spies infiltrated the military. You received orders to execute a special mission and breach the base. As for the generals you dispatched, we will assert that they fell victim to Hydra's agents. Carter, observing Chu Xiao's formidable physique, instinctively swallowed hard. Tomorrow at noon, a press conference will be held at the White House to honor you. You must attend. Chu Shao continued with his squats, lifting the weights, and replied, such matters are trifles. Let Rogers handle it for me. Is there anything else? Carter bit her alluring red lip, pondering in silence for a moment before speaking. Are you free this Sunday? Chu Xiao instinctively turned to face Carter, which intensified her embarrassment. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. With a clang, Chu Xiao set down the weights on his trapezius, picked up a towel from beside him, and wiped the sweat from his brow as he leisurely approached Carter. As Carter sensed the approach of Chu Xiao, her heart raced with an intensity that felt as though it might leap from her chest at any moment. You wish to invite me? Chu Xiao leaned closer, an irresistible charm emanating from him that no man could easily resist. No, it's merely a discussion regarding work, Carter hurriedly clarified, feeling an overwhelming urge to draw her sidearm and end her embarrassment in a swift manner. For work matters, you could consult Howard. There is no necessity to seek me out. Chu Xiao gazed at Carter's flawless figure and continued, it is not solely about work. I heard from Howard that you have a particular fondness for meat. I happen to know of an excellent restaurant, and if you wouldn't mind, I could take you there to sample their fare. Chu Xiao nodded slightly as he passed by Carter, lifting a corner of the water bucket and gulping down the liquid. During this period, he had been fervently training, with food delivered daily that even a dozen individuals would struggle to consume, yet he managed to devour it all. Especially the meat, which constituted a significant portion of his diet. He had previously lamented to Howard about the subpar quality of the meat prepared by Stark Industries chefs. To his surprise, Carter had gleaned this information from Howard and had taken the initiative to find him a fine dining establishment. A thoughtful woman, Chu Xiao mused internally, and quite an attractive one at that. He couldn't help but recall Bulma. In comparison, Carter's mature sensuality and understanding nature undoubtedly surpassed Bulma's. However, did Chu Xiao harbor feelings for Carter? Ultimately, his emotions towards her were quite minimal. If anything, there was merely a flicker of primal instinct. Nonetheless, as a responsible man, Chu Xiao would not jeopardize Carter's lifelong happiness for a fleeting moment of passion. After all, he could only remain in the Captain America universe for 2 years, after which he would return to the Dragon Ball world. Whether he would have another opportunity to revisit the Captain America realm, or if Carter would still be alive upon his return, remained uncertain. Thus, even though he discerned Carter's burgeoning affections, he chose to feign ignorance. If it's about the restaurant, please inform Howard to make a reservation on my behalf. If there are no other matters, Miss Carter, you may take your leave. I still have training to complete. Carter bit her crimson lip, clenching her fists tightly as she gazed at Chu Xiao's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable sense of disappointment. She, Carter, possessed exceptional qualities in appearance, capability, and character. Those who pursued her could form a circle around New York. Yet, why did Chu Xiao remain indifferent to her? Even more perplexing was the fact that he seemed acutely aware of her feelings but chose to deliberately avoid her. Was it possible that Chu Xiao was a homosexual? Or perhaps the enhancement of the super soldier serum had left him with some side effects that compromised his normal masculine attributes. The more Carter pondered, the more frustrated she became. She took 3 determined strides toward Chu Xiao, who was performing squats, and extended her hand with a mischievous intent. Carter, what are you planning to do? With a heavy burden upon his shoulders, Chu Xiao found himself unable to evade and could only watch as Carter's hand approached him menacingly. Carter, stop! Chu Xiao, struggling under the weight, attempted to free himself from Carter's grasp. Unfortunately, just as he shed the burden, Carter lunged into his embrace. What the? Chu Xiao shivered, fearing Carter's persistence. In a swift motion, he vanished from Carter's sight. Moments later, he plunged into the frigid lake, seeking clarity for his mind. Phew! I nearly succumbed. He resolved to keep his distance from the Agent Carter in the future. 2 fleeting years had passed in the blink of an eye. This day marked Chu Xiao's departure from the world of Captain America. Rising early, he tidied himself as usual and made his way to Howard's office. Chu Xiao, my dear brother, what brings you here today? Have you forsaken your training? Howard inquired. Chu Xiao shook his head and replied, Howard, I have come to bid farewell. It is time for me to leave. Leave? That makes sense. After returning from the battlefield, you've remained at Stark Industries for 2 years without venturing out. Perhaps it's time for a change of scenery. As Howard observed Chu Xiao's demeanor, he quickly sensed something amiss. Howard, I do not know if I will ever return, or when I might come back. Perhaps this departure is a final farewell. Chu Xiao's words, though calm, struck Howard like a resounding blow. What? Chu Xiao, my dear brother. Where are you going? Howard initially wished to press further, but recalling Chu Xiao's relentless training over the past 2 years, he began to unravel the puzzle that had long eluded him. What could possibly drive someone as powerful as Chu Xiao to continue training with such fervor? In that moment, Howard realized that Chu Xiao harbored a secret, one that concealed dangers even he dared not underestimate. Chu Xiao, how may I assist you? Howard asked gravely. No. You cannot help, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Howard was taken aback. If even he was powerless to assist, then the situation must be dire. Chu Xiao. My dear brother, Stark Industries will always be your home. No matter what the future holds, you are always welcome to return. Chu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and said, Please convey my farewells to Rogers. He is currently preoccupied with training special soldiers. I will, Howard nodded. As for Carter, should I? No need to burden her with unnecessary worries. Chu Xiao interjected. Farewell, Howard. He quietly awaited the appointed time. As the 2 years came to an end, the cycle of the Black Lotus within Chu Xiao turned, and the rainbow clouds reappeared, enveloping his form. In the next moment, Chu Xiao departed from the world of Captain America and returned to the realm of Dragon Ball. Chapter 36. Yukong. As Chu Xiao opened his eyes, he was greeted by the very woods he had departed from 2 years prior in the Dragon Ball world. He had returned. A myriad of emotions welled up within him. It was akin to a wayward traveler finally returning to his homeland after a prolonged absence, a sensation of profound ease and comfort enveloping his heart. Closing his eyes, Chu Xiao expanded his aura. After enhancing his super warrior serum and enduring 2 years of arduous training, his energy had transformed remarkably. He could effortlessly sense UPA and others beneath the Korin Tower, while also perceiving the presence of Master Roshi and Son Wukong high above. UPA remained unchanged, which puzzled Chu Xiao. Wukong's strength had evidently increased significantly, surpassing even his own power from 2 years ago when he had left the Dragon Ball universe. Truly, he was deserving of the title of protagonist. Following UPA's energy, Chu Xiao soon arrived at the wooden cabin he had constructed with his own hands. Gazing at the unchanged structure, he recalled that although he had spent 2 years in the Captain America world, merely 2 days had elapsed in the Dragon Ball realm. This temporal disparity felt akin to Wukong still grinding through low-level monsters in the novice village, while Chu Xiao had already completed the introductory quests and returned. Brother Chu, you're back so soon? UPA emerged from the cabin, holding a burlap cloth, evidently having just finished tidying up Chu Xiao's room. Yes, I have returned. Chu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. With wide, dark eyes, UPA gazed at Chu Xiao in surprise. Just 2 days prior, Chu Xiao had mentioned his departure for a while. UPA had anticipated a long absence, committing to care for Chu Xiao's room daily. To his astonishment, Chu Xiao had returned after only 2 days. The more UPA observed Chu Xiao, the more he sensed a change. Not only had Chu Xiao grown taller and stronger, but his demeanor had also transformed significantly. Brother Chu, why do I feel as if you are a different person? Have you experienced many things in the past 2 days? UPA inquired with curiosity. Indeed. I have encountered numerous experiences, Chu Xiao reflected, memories of his adventures in the Captain America world flooding back, almost dreamlike in nature. If not for the tangible strength coursing through his body, he might have doubted his own existence. Recognizing the weight of Chu Xiao's words, UPA, who had matured rapidly since his father's passing, bowed deeply in gratitude. I cannot thank you enough, Brother Chu. You and Wukong have tirelessly strived to grow stronger in order to help me revive my father and our kin. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude to you both. Chu Xiao was taken aback by UPA's maturity. Such words were hardly those of an 8-year-old child. Clearly, his father's death had profoundly impacted him. UPA, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. My assistance, alongside Wukong's, is not solely for your benefit. It serves as a path of cultivation for us as well. Chu Xiao spoke sincerely. Ultimately, his quest for the Dragon Balls was not merely to aid UPA, but fundamentally for his own growth. In pursuit of strength, longevity, and the chance to traverse the cycles of reincarnation through the gathering of lotus petals, all actions are taken with self-interest in mind. Chu Xiao's agreement to allow Wukong to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Tao Bai is motivated by his desire to remain unperturbed in his mindset. Gradually, Chu Xiao has begun to embrace the pride and arrogance that accompanied being a formidable warrior. Days later, beneath the Tower of Korin, Chu Xiao finally awaited Wukong's arrival. Observing the exuberant energy emanating from Wukong, Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. His earlier suggestion for Wukong to ascend the tower to enhance his strength before joining him in confronting the Red Ribbon Army stemmed from his own inadequacies. Now, bolstered by his own prowess, Chu Xiao felt confident enough to vanquish the Red Ribbon Army single-handedly. Brother Chu Xiao, my strength has increased significantly. Let us spar. Wukong, oblivious to Chu Xiao's transformation, was eager to engage in combat. Oh, your spirit is quite high. Chu Xiao chuckled lightly, feeling a playful surge, knowing full well that Wukong would not pose a challenge. The mere thought of being able to effortlessly dominate the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Wukong, filled him with a profound sense of pride as a traveler from another world. Wukong, I shall use but one hand. If you can compel me to employ my other hand, you shall be the victor. Chu Xiao placed one hand behind his back, adopting a stance, ready to receive Wukong's assault. Eager to begin, Wukong perceived no leniency in Chu Xiao's actions. Deep down, he believed Chu Xiao had always been slightly stronger than he. "Brother Chu Xiao, I shall not hold back," Wukong declared, channeling his energy, fists clenched tightly, and with a powerful push from his legs, he leaped forth like a cheetah. Such speed. UPA, observing from the sidelines, marveled as Wukong became a blur, vanishing from view. In the next moment, Wukong's form reappeared before Chu Xiao, launching an arm towards his chest. Chu Xiao remained calm and collected, devoid of any tension, as he watched Wukong's approaching fist. "Wukong, you are too slow." With a swift counter, Chu Xiao intercepted Wukong's lightning-fast strike with a single hand, effortlessly blocking the attack. Wukong, thwarted, twisted mid-air, aiming a strike at Chu Xiao's lower body with a force akin to a serpent. However, Chu Xiao lightly tapped his foot, his body moving with the grace of a feather, evading Wukong's assault before it could connect, leaving Wukong once again empty-handed. As Wukong landed and prepared for another strike, he realized that straightforward attacks were ineffective and decided to change tactics. Suddenly, the air around Chu Xiao shifted as numerous phantoms of Wukong emerged, each displaying a variety of comical expressions, some making faces, others sticking out their tongues, some pouting, and others striking poses. These illusions encircled Chu Xiao, leaving him no room to evade. With a smile playing upon his lips, Chu Xiao acknowledged the effectiveness of Wukong's afterimage technique, which had produced a multitude of phantoms. This technique was one he too had mastered during his training with Master Rashi atop the Tower of Corinne. However, Chu Xiao could at most create 8 phantoms, which was already his limit. It appears that Wukong's innate talent in martial arts indeed surpasses that of Chu Xiao by a considerable margin. Yet, what does it matter? At this moment, Chu Xiao has already advanced far beyond Wukong on the path of cultivation. No matter how formidable your phantom fist may be, in Chu Xiao's eyes, your speed remains as sluggish as a snail. With a visage as calm as water, Chu Xiao extended a single arm, his limb flowing forth like a dragon, seemingly casually striking at an ethereal shadow. A piercing scream echoed as Wukong clutched his head, wincing in pain and collapsing onto the ground. It hurts so much. Brother Chu, you actually saw through my movements. You've grown significantly stronger. Chu Xiao offered a slight smile and addressed Wukong. No one remains stagnant. As long as you persist in your efforts, rewards will surely follow. Wukong, do not be disheartened. With diligence, one day you will surpass me. The 37th Crimson Ribbon has been vanquished. Chapter 37. The downfall of the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong rubbed the large bump on his head, regaining his confidence as he rose from the ground. Brother Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you for your encouragement. I will certainly follow in your footsteps and one day defeat you, he declared, his eyes brimming with determination. Chu Xiao thought to himself that he should not overly indulge Wukong with motivational platitudes. If Wukong truly dedicated himself to rigorous training, with his protagonist's innate talent, it was entirely possible he could surpass Chu Xiao. Yet, Chu Xiao felt no apprehension. Rather, having such a formidable figure as Wukong pressing him from behind would only serve to inspire him to strive harder and unlock even greater potential within himself. Brother Chu, do you have any of those magical beans left? Could you spare me one? Wukong inquired, having expended considerable energy in the recent battle, and the throbbing pain from the bump on his forehead still lingered. The cat sage mentioned that he had given you all the beans, instructing me to ask for 70 or 80 more, Wukong said, his innocent eyes fixed on Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao remained silent, inwardly cursing the cat sage 100 times over. What did it mean to have given him all the beans, and how could he casually suggest another 70 or 80? He had painstakingly obtained merely 2 bags of beans from the cat sage, totaling no more than 40 beans. How could it be said that he had received all the beans? How could he so easily provide Wukong with 70 or 80? That greedy fat cat. Meanwhile, far away atop Karen Tower, the cat sage suddenly sneezed twice, pondering who might be cursing him. Realizing Wukong had just descended from the tower and was likely meeting with Chu Xiao, a sly smile of triumph crept across his face. Chu Xiao counted the magical beans he possessed. In the world of the Avengers, he had used 1 bean on Dr. Erskine, and due to severe muscle damage from intense training, he had reluctantly consumed 8 more. Currently, he had only 31 beans left. Even though he needed to conserve them for himself, he couldn't bear to deny Wukong, who was gazing at him with such a forlorn expression, calling him Big Brother. Considering they were soon to venture to confront the Red Ribbon Army to seize 3 Dragon Balls, it was possible Wukong might truly need a magical bean. With a heavy heart, Chu Xiao decided to part with some of his precious beans. Wukong, I don't have many beans left myself. I've consumed quite a bit recently. I can only spare you a few, he said, as he retrieved 6 magical beans from his pouch and handed them to Wukong. Make sure to conserve these. Use them wisely. Don't consume them unless absolutely necessary. Chu Xiao had not finished his warning when Wukong, already excited, pinched one bean between his fingers and tossed it into his mouth, crunching it eagerly before swallowing. Instantaneously, the bump on Wukong's forehead vanished, and his depleted energy was completely restored. He beamed with satisfaction, a goofy grin spreading across his face as he turned to Chu Xiao. Thank you, Brother Chu. I feel fantastic now. Let us head to the Red Ribbon Army and find those Dragon Balls. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xiao shook his head. Goku's thoughts were remarkably simple. He always approached matters with a linear mindset. Having spent ample time with Goku, Chu Xiao had grown accustomed to this. Nonetheless, it was indeed time to visit the Red Ribbon Army, where 3 Dragon Balls awaited him. Moreover, it was time to settle the score with the Red Ribbon Army for sending Tao Pai Pai and Master Shun to trouble him. Having resolved to head to the Red Ribbon Army, Chu Xiao retrieved his maglev vehicle, initially intending to take Goku along. However, to his surprise, Goku summoned the flying Nimbus, perching himself upon it with a silly grin, urging Chu Xiao to lead the way. Chu Xiao mused that he couldn't control the Nimbus, and his current flight technique only allowed him to hover for short distances. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the maglev vehicle. Let us proceed, Goku. After pinpointing the Red Ribbon Army's location with the Dragon Radar, Chu Xiao drove the vehicle towards their base. After several hours, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. From a distance, they could see a modern military structure, formidable and more magnificent than Hydra's base in the Captain America universe, boasting a more powerful arsenal. Chu Xiao signaled Goku to slow down as they approached a nearby forest. Activating his sensory abilities, he quickly detected numerous Red Ribbon soldiers concealed within the trees, along with various anti-aircraft defenses, such as flak cannons. Goku, let us land here. The rest we shall cover on foot. The size of the maglev vehicle made it an obvious target, and its lack of maneuverability would make it difficult to evade the Red Ribbon Army's defensive artillery. Although Chu Xiao's strength had increased significantly, he still found it challenging to withstand heavy firepower. Thus, he was compelled to land nearby, relying on his legs to infiltrate the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Whatever you say, Brother Chu, Goku replied, trusting Chu Xiao unconditionally, even without noticing the hidden firepower in the woods. After Chu Xiao stowed away the maglev vehicle, he drew his vibranium sword, while Goku brandished his golden staff. The two transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing toward the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. With every step forward, Chu Xiao evaded the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army as much as possible, with Goku closely trailing him, his speed just slightly behind. Chu Xiao refrained from slaughtering the soldiers en route, as his primary goal was to obtain the Dragon Balls. Annihilating the Red Ribbon Army was merely a secondary objective. He had no intention of killing every single soldier. A thorough elimination of their higher-ups would suffice. Moreover, Chu Xiao felt disdain for those expendable soldiers, viewing it as a waste of energy to engage them. As long as they did not obstruct his path, he would not initiate any attack against them. However, he remained curious about Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. The ability to create android warriors surpassing Super Saiyan 1 was a testament to Dr. Gero's remarkable talent and ingenuity. If Dr. Gallo could be brought under his command, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous outcome for Chu Xiao. Hence, Chu Xiao's purpose for visiting the Red Ribbon Army was abundantly clear. Firstly, to acquire 3 Dragon Balls. Secondly, to eliminate the high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army, forcing their disbandment. And thirdly, to locate Dr. Gallo and devise a means to recruit him to serve his interests. Given that Dr. Gallo was capable of assisting the Red Ribbon Army in the creation of androids, he could undoubtedly be of service to Chu Xiao as well. Even if Dr. Gallo were to staunchly refuse to assist him, Chu Xiao would have no choice but to eliminate this genius. For he was unwilling to face the prospect of a horde of muscular androids descending upon him years later, vowing to reduce him to ashes. While geniuses are rare and precious, being constantly pursued by one is hardly a favorable situation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind Chu Xiao. It turned out that Goku had inadvertently triggered a landmine buried in the spot where he had just landed. Fortunately, Goku's remarkable speed allowed him to evade the blast radius before the explosion occurred. However, the detonation had already compromised their concealment. On the screens of the surveillance room at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the figures of Chu Xiao and Goku were magnified for all to see. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army, General Black, a man of diminutive stature reminiscent of the character Wu Dalong, puffed on a large cigar and commanded, "How dare anyone intrude upon the territory of the Red Ribbon Army? Investigate their backgrounds immediately." The battle was about to commence. Chapter 38. The outbreak of war. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army, the menacing Black Marshal, puffed on a cigar as he fixated his fierce gaze upon the video image of Chu Xiao and Wukong. Soon, his subordinates presented the profiles of the two individuals. Report to the marshal, they began. The handsome one in the video is named Chu Xiao. He is the boyfriend of Miss Buma, the heiress of the Dongqing Universal Capsule Company, and possesses mediocre strength. The shorter boy, Zhang Weiba, bears a striking resemblance to the target that Tao Baibai was sent to assassinate. He is the runner-up from the last global martial arts competition and is likely the one who killed Tao Baibai. The Black Marshal exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Deep in contemplation, the handsome one is clearly a pretty boy, and as for that child, no matter how formidable he might be, he remains just a child. How could Tao Baibai possibly perish at the hands of such individuals? What a waste of the considerable sum I invested. With a cold snort, the Black Marshal's eyes glinted with malice as he addressed his soldiers. Regardless of their origins, anyone daring to intrude upon our Red Ribbon Army must perish. Observing the ordinary soldiers rallying and charging toward Chu Xiao and Wukong, he took another deep drag from his cigar and commanded, inform the troops to unleash a massacre. Eliminate those two. Should they fail to accomplish their task, they shall face execution. The Black Marshal's harsh words revealed the terrifying nature of the Red Ribbon Army. Even their own members faced death if they did not complete their missions, transforming them into desperate fugitives. Such an organization deserved to be eradicated. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao and Wukong, upon being discovered, ceased their frantic escape as nearby soldiers armed with guns approached. Without providing any unnecessary explanations, the soldiers opened fire directly at Chu Xiao and Wukong. The torrent of bullets surged forth. For Wukong, ordinary ammunition posed little threat against his defenses, merely inflicting pain upon impact. However, despite the enhancement from the super soldier serum, Chu Xiao found himself unable to withstand the penetrating power of the bullets. Thus, Wukong braced himself against the onslaught, crouching in pain, while Chu Xiao wielded his vibranium greatsword, deflecting the bullets aimed at him. What? The soldiers, guns raised, stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Chu Xiao and Wukong, who remained unscathed amidst the relentless hail of bullets. How could this be? Were they even human? Under normal circumstances, their enemies would have been reduced to mere riddled corpses. Yet these two stood there, unharmed. Similarly, the Black Marshal at headquarters paused mid-drag, momentarily forgetting his cigar as astonishment washed over him. Is it possible that someone can withstand bullets? He exclaimed in shock. While there were those among his ranks who could evade bullets, and the extraordinary general slain by Tao Baibai could catch them with his abilities, he had never heard of anyone like Wukong, who could physically block bullets. Damn it! This child is clearly not ordinary. As for Chu Xiao, that great sword he wields must be a treasure. He must be eliminated, and that treasure seized. General Black. The opponent is a formidable martial artist. Should we summon our fellow martial arts generals, or have Dr. Gallo dispatch a contingent of android warriors? General Black scoffed, asserting that no matter how powerful they may be, our Red Ribbon Army headquarters boasts over 10,000 soldiers. I refuse to believe they can outlast us. Notify the entire army to equip themselves with heavy weaponry and deploy the armored units to eliminate the target with full force. Yes, General Black. As the new orders were issued, the soldiers donned more powerful weapons, and the armored units joined the assault against Chu Xiao and Wukong. The armored forces from the Dragon Ball universe are indeed elite troops, clad in exoskeleton armor reminiscent of Iron Man, equipped with formidable firepower. However, unlike Iron Man's sleek design, these exoskeletons bear a closer resemblance to the armor from the Matrix. Chu Xiao had previously encountered such mechas when he defeated the Fried Rice King, recognizing their immense prowess on the battlefield. Yet, against powerful martial artists, they may prove insufficient. Nevertheless, the Red Ribbon Army deployed all 50 of their armored units, their numbers overwhelming, creating a significant pressure on both Chu Xiao and Wukong. Returning to Chu Xiao and Wukong, after fending off a wave of attacks from the soldiers, they finally struck back. Wukong let out a mighty shout, charging toward the soldiers, his golden staff swirling like a paddle on a river, toppling numerous foes. Chu Xiao's expression was icy. He had previously dismissed the notion of slaying these insignificant pawns, but now, obstructed in his path, he felt the urge to kill. With a swing of his vibranium sword, the air split as the cold light reflected off the soldiers' iron armor. The soldiers felt a flash before their lives were extinguished, collapsing into pools of blood. Each of them, once ruthless and stained with the blood of innocence, believed they had long since become numb to death. However, when faced with their own mortality, the terror of death rendered them shrieking and struggling, yearning for life as they experienced its fleeting essence. Chu Xiao wielded his great sword with a tremor, casting a glance at the fallen soldiers, and with each step, he advanced toward the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Those who stand in my way shall perish. His voice resonated like the roar of a colossal beast in the depths of a forest, echoing throughout the woods. The approaching soldiers largely heard his cry, yet they paid it no heed, hastening their advance toward Chu Shao, drawing death ever closer. In the eyes of these ignorant soldiers, there was no doubt that no one could survive the onslaught of the Red Ribbon Army. Chu Shao and Wukong were destined to fall by their hands. Chu Zhao's words were merely a lamentation before death. They were firing their weapons here. The second wave of soldiers engaged Chu Shao and Wukong, now armed with even more lethal weaponry. The enhanced bullets possessed greater penetrating power than before. This time, it would be challenging for Wukong's physical form to withstand the bullet's harm. Yet, for Chu Shao, this posed no significant threat. No matter how formidable a weapon may be, its efficacy is contingent upon striking its target. The ordinary soldiers were utterly unable to keep pace with Chu Zhao's swiftness. Before they could even raise their firearms, Chu Shao transformed into a mere wisp of shadow, unleashing a flurry of phantom punches. 5 apparitions of Chu Shao materialized before the soldiers, leaving them momentarily bewildered, uncertain of which apparition to aim their weapons at. In their moment of confusion, the mighty golden sword had already cleaved through their throats, and blood gushed forth the instant the sword withdrew, staining the pale green ground crimson. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Chu Zhao's voice reverberated through the forest, yet all who had encountered him had already met their demise, leaving no one to warn the remaining soldiers of his terrifying prowess. The ignorant and fearless soldiers continued to surge towards Chu Shao as the slaughter unfolded relentlessly. Although the golden sword remained unsullied by blood, the ground beneath it was soaked in a deep red hue. Curse these inept soldiers, unable to withstand even a single blow from Chu Shao. This man, merely an effete figure, wields a treasured sword and has sent you into disarray. The furious Black Marshal bellowed. Where are my armored troops? Have they not yet arrived? I shall let them experience the most terrifying might of my Crimson Ribbon Legion, tearing their bodies apart inch by inch, and then feed their mangled remains to the dogs. Chapter 39. The Demise of the Crimson Satin Brigade. The Black Marshal, brandishing a cigar that spat sparks, let the ash tumble to the ground, while his subordinates stood silent, well aware of his volatile temperament. The surveillance footage revealed that even soldiers equipped with superior weaponry were no match for Chu Shao and Wukong. It was akin to a child wielding a wooden stick confronting an adult seasoned in the art of combat. The disparity in skill was glaringly apparent. As he witnessed his soldiers being systematically slaughtered, the Black Marshal's countenance darkened further. The Crimson Satin Brigade had long held dominion over their territory, routinely oppressing others, with no one daring to provoke them. Now, however, not only had adversaries breached their defenses, but his own troops were utterly outmatched. Black Marshal, the armored division is about to engage the enemy. Upon hearing this, the Black Marshal's spirit soared. Commence the assault. Crush those two into pulp. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he envisioned the formidable display of his armored forces, eager to showcase why they were heralded as the world's elite. A thunderous roar echoed as Chu Shao and Wukong distinctly sensed the approach of massive machinery. Soon, over 50 exoskeletal combat robots emerged before them, an ominous sea of metallic armor that instilled a sense of dread, making the very air feel dense with tension. Wow, so many metal beings, Wukong exclaimed, gripping his golden staff, his eyes wide with astonishment. The last encounter with a single armored foe had been a considerable challenge, and now, facing such a multitude, his excitement surged. Instead of feeling intimidated, his fighting spirit ignited further. Chu Shao observed Wukong's fervor and smiled lightly, brandishing his vibrating golden sword. Wukong, let us compete to see who can destroy the most metal foes. The wager is 2 magical beans. What do you say? 2 magical beans. I only have 5 left. Wukong hesitated momentarily, recalling Master Roshi's warnings against gambling, but he could not refuse the enticing challenge posed by his elder brother. All right, I'll wager 2 magical beans. No sooner had Wukong spoken than Chu Shao made his move. Chu, you cheat. You didn't even say go before attacking. Wukong protested, his feet already in motion as he charged forward. Fire. Open fire. They are coming, commanded the captain of the armored division, as over 50 armored units unleashed a torrent of ammunition. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Even the heavily reinforced armored vehicles would be reduced to mere sieves in an instant. However, reality proved less dire than anticipated. Although the exoskeletal armors boasted formidable firepower, they were still controlled by mere mortals, lacking the sophisticated intelligence assistance akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit with its JARVIS. They relied solely on the capabilities of their human operators. As they pulled the trigger, aiming their weapons at Chu Shao and Wukong, the targets before them suddenly became indistinct. The bullets struck their forms, resembling the ripples created upon a water's surface, eliciting no trace of blood. Had they vanished? Where were the targets? As the soldiers within their armored suits expressed their astonishment, a fleeting shadow re-emerged in close proximity. Open fire. Boom. A barrage of ammunition descended fiercely, instantly reducing the phantom to nothingness. The searing bullets pierced the ground, stirring clouds of dust. When the debris settled, a multitude of dense bullet holes marred the earth. Yet the bodies of Chu Xiao and Wukong remained absent. This was dire. They were far too swift. The targets could not be pinned down. The captain, seasoned by countless battles, quickly discerned the crux of the issue. All units, heed my command. Form small circles of 10, each person fixating on a single direction, and fire upon any detected target. The captain exemplified why he had risen to lead an elite force. Faced with an unprecedented combat scenario, he devised a countermeasure in mere moments. The tactics employed by the armored division indeed complicated Chu Xiao and Wukong's offensive maneuvers, yet they were merely an inconvenience. In the presence of true power, tactics would ultimately become inconsequential. Suddenly, Chu Xiao's figure manifested beside a squad of armored soldiers. He's here. Open fire. A soldier bellowed, as he attempted to align his weapon towards Chu Xiao. Yet, with a swift motion, a gleaming great sword descended with ferocity. With a sizzling sound, the seemingly impenetrable exoskeleton armor crumbled under the might of the vibrating gold sword, appearing as fragile as parchment. In the eyes of the astonished soldier, the great sword cleaved through his armor, traversing over his helm, the chilling touch of metal reaching down to his lower body. There was no time for a scream. The soldier, along with his armor, was severed in twain. Boom. The shattered armor, pulsating with blood and arcs of electricity, short-circuited, igniting a secondary explosion that engulfed everything in a fiery embrace. 1. Chu Xiao breathed, his great sword swirling with grace, his feet dancing lightly, then slicing horizontally again towards the adjacent armor. 2. The second piece of armor was similarly cleaved by the vibrating gold sword. At this moment, the remaining soldiers finally concentrated their fire upon Chu Xiao, flames erupting as they engulfed him and the wrecked armor. Lock onto the target. Fire, the soldiers shouted, their resolve evident as they pulled their triggers with fervor. Just as they believed Chu Xiao had been reduced to mere pulp, another vibrating gold sword emerged. He had already traversed to another squad of armored soldiers, employing the same assault pattern, achieving further victories. 3. 4. Chu Xiao was relentless in harvesting the lives of the armored soldiers. Regardless of how they altered their tactics, he exploited their weaknesses, dismantling them one by one. In contrast to Chu Xiao's swift and precise strikes, Wukong was considerably slower. The destructive capability of his golden staff paled in comparison to the vibrating gold sword, compounded by Wukong's significantly inferior strength. As Chu Xiao dispatched 30 armored soldiers, Wukong had merely breached the barrier of 20. The entire ordeal lasted a mere 10 minutes. The once invincible elite armored division now lay in tatters, with only a few remnants struggling for survival. Their demise was but a matter of time. How infuriating! How could this be? How could that young man possess such formidable power? What treasure is that colossal sword? It slices through steel alloy armor as effortlessly as one would chop cabbage. Is it truly possible that my armored forces have been obliterated by the hands of these two? The Black Marshal slammed his fist upon the table, having long discarded his cigar, his mind too consumed by rage to indulge in such trivialities. At this moment, thoughts of suicide even flickered through his mind. Trembling with fury, he gazed upon the 3 Dragon Balls before him, originally intending to gather them to wish for a slight increase in his height. Yet, he never anticipated that merely collecting 3 would invoke such a harbinger of death. His carefully cultivated Red Ribbon army was on the brink of annihilation. Black Marshal, the armored division is finished. What shall we do next? With a crack, the Black Marshal drew his gun and shot the questioning soldier dead, then growled ferociously. Immediately inform all generals of the Red Ribbon army to issue a kill order on Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong. Whoever brings me their heads shall be promoted to vice leader of the Red Ribbon army. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, also, notify Dr. Gero to expedite the development of more formidable robots or androids, using these 2 monsters as the benchmark. If I could possess 5, no, 10 subordinates as powerful as they, the world would belong to me. The Black Marshal, lost in his delusions of grandeur, he erupted into laughter, displaying no sympathy for the fallen soldiers, completely indifferent to their fates. As he spoke, he collected the 3 Dragon Balls and placed them in a box, preparing for a strategic retreat from headquarters. Who is the Black Marshal, after all? A formidable titan of the world, as long as he draws breath. He can rise again from any setback. The situation was urgent. He must evade the immediate threat and survive this calamity. You all continue to buy me time. I shall take my leave. Just as the Black Marshal was about to depart, gunfire erupted from behind him, followed by a searing pain in his chest. What? Who fired that shot? He turned to see a black general glaring at him with a vicious snarl. Foolish pig. Your orders have led to the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army. You should have died long ago. Now, I shall take command of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 40. The demise of the Crimson Satin Brigade. The Black General was none other than Black, the adjutant who had slain the Black Marshal in the original narrative. Initially reluctant to take the Black Marshal's life, he was spurred into action when the Marshal proclaimed that whoever eliminated Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong would ascend to the position of vice leader, thereby usurping his own role. In a moment of fury, Black could no longer contain his wrath against the Black Marshal. He had devoted himself tirelessly to the Crimson Satin Brigade, harboring dreams of unifying the world under their banner. Yet now, with his aspirations unfulfilled, the Black Marshal had chosen betrayal, casting aside their past camaraderie. It was a heinous act that warranted retribution. Approaching the lifeless body of the Black Marshal, Black retrieved 3 Dragon Balls that had rolled away, storing them carefully. He then produced a universal capsule from his waist and casually tossed it aside. In an instant, a formidable exoskeleton armor materialized before him, far surpassing the technology of the armored troops. Crafted from the most resilient metal and equipped with energy weapons, it could unleash energy waves akin to the Kamehameha, exhibiting agility and combat prowess several times greater than that of ordinary armor. Black adeptly entered the exoskeleton and addressed his soldiers, declaring, "What you require is a leader capable of guiding you to dominion over the world, and I am that leader you have longed for. Allow me to first vanquish Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong, and then we shall reign supreme." With a roar, he piloted the armor, crashing through the headquarters ceiling, heading straight for the direction of Chu Xiao and Wukong. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao extracted the vibranium greatsword from the last exoskeleton. 32. He called out, glancing at Wukong. The latter appeared somewhat dejected, lagging behind by 10 exoskeletons, clearly realizing that he had lost their wager. In truth, from the moment Wukong had agreed to engage in this bet with Chu Xiao, he had already sealed his fate. It was never a fair contest. Although disappointed, Wukong proactively produced 2 sins of beans, prepared to hand them over to Chu Xiao. "Brother Chu, a wager is a wager. Here are 2 sins of beans for you," he insisted. Chu Xiao smiled and shook his head, refraining from accepting the beans, not out of disdain for their value, but because he preferred not to acquire them in such a manner. The wager with Wukong had merely been a means to expedite the destruction of the armored forces before them, adding a dash of excitement to their battle. "Take them, Wukong. How could I possibly desire your belongings?" "The bet was merely a jest," he replied. Wukong, shaking his head, did not retract his hand. Instead, he took a few quick steps forward and pressed the 2 sins of beans into Chu Xiao's palm. "Brother Chu, a wager is a wager. We agreed on 2 beans for the fight." Observing Wukong's obstinacy and the beans in his hand, Chu Xiao chuckled softly, no longer resisting, and accepted the sins of beans. Just as they were about to charge towards the headquarters of the Crimson Satin Brigade, a colossal exoskeleton armor suddenly descended from the sky. "Humph. You two shall soon meet your demise. What are you still dawdling about?" Black's mocking voice resonated from within the armor. Before Chu Xiao could respond, Black raised his mechanical arm, unleashing a wave of energy towards him. With a resounding blast, a thick beam of white energy, even more potent than the Kamehameha, surged towards Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and his instinctive perception of danger allowed him to deftly evade the oncoming strike. However, the scorching wave of energy left him with a lingering sense of dread. The exoskeleton armor, equipped with an energy weapon, exhibited such formidable power that Chu Xiao could not help but recall the energy weapons devised by the Red Skull in Captain America's world, utilizing the Tesseract. If the Red Skull's energy weapon were to be mounted on the exoskeleton armor before him, even Chu Xiao would have long since capitulated. Regret washed over him as he lamented his decision to return to the Dragon Ball world with only a handful of energy weapons, having failed to locate the Tesseract. Without the Tesseract as an energy reservoir, the energy weapons became irretrievable consumables, diminishing their research value to a mere shadow of what it could have been. Once depleted, replenishment was impossible, rendering them devoid of substantial investigative merit. Had he known this earlier, during his 2 years with Captain America, he should have devoted himself entirely to searching for Dr. Zola and the Tesseract. Yet, these were certainties that Chu Xiao could no longer alter. Now, he had to confront the super exoskeleton armor before him. "You too shall perish. Witness the might of the Red Ribbon Army." Brack cackled, flames erupting from the rear of his armor as he soared into the air, unleashing another energy column aimed squarely at Chu Xiao. In Brack's eyes, Chu Xiao was the core of the two. Eliminating him first would render the remainder of the child a mere matter of time. Chu Xiao expanded his stance, having anticipated the attack, and his speed increased noticeably. Though the energy column surged toward him, he managed to evade it with some difficulty, yet it was not overly taxing. Observing Brack in the sky, Chu Xiao and Goku found themselves unable to approach him. Although Chu Xiao possessed the skill of air manipulation, its efficacy was lacking in combat. Goku's flying nimbus could indeed assist, but Goku's striking power likely fell short of penetrating Brack's armor. Just a couple of dodging mice. Where has your bravado gone? Prepare to meet your demise. Brack taunted, having discerned their helplessness, and relentlessly continued his assault. Chu Xiao relied on his footwork to maintain high-speed movement, evading Brack's attacks, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled. Do not get too complacent. Witness my Kamehameha. Goku finally spoke up. Seizing the opportunity while Brack targeted Chu Xiao, he prepared his technique, forming a sphere of white energy between his palms. Although the Kamehameha was powerful, its charging time was excessively lengthy, and Brack, recognizing Goku's intent to unleash a formidable attack, would not grant him the necessary time. A beam of energy hurtled toward Goku, instantly disrupting his concentration and scattering the nascent Kamehameha before it could fully form. I shall not afford you the opportunity to strike. No matter how formidable your techniques, they cannot surpass the swiftness of my assault. Brack cackled maliciously, ready to resume his attack on Chu Xiao. Suddenly, he perceived a flash of white light before him. The specialized glass hatch of his armor trembled violently. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiao thrust a single finger forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, each the size of a fist, with precision. A series of piercing waves proved difficult to dismantle the defenses of the armor. However, after 2 consecutive assaults on the same location, even the most resilient custom glass began to exhibit faint cracks. This is troubling. How is it that they all possess ranged attack skills? A swift resolution is imperative. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Brack promptly pressed the red button within the armor, instantly elevating its power to the maximum. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the suddenly accelerated Brack lunged forward, his cold metallic arm reaching for Chu Xiao's neck, a force potent enough to easily crush a human vertebra. Die! Thud! Through the glass hatch, Brack found that his mechanical arm had missed its target, instead plunging into the ground. Just as he intended to withdraw, a glimmering greatsword swept across the armor, producing a metallic clash. Astonishingly, the vibranium sword failed to cleave through the armor, merely leaving a white scratch. A testament to the armor's formidable material. You cannot breach my defenses. Brack taunted. His armor, now operating at full power, matched Goku's speed. Whoosh! The armored arm lunged at Chu Xiao once more, but again it grasped at nothing. You were too slow, Chu Xiao retorted coldly. Though reliance on external means grants you tremendous power, you fail to comprehend the true essence of that strength. With the vibranium greatsword in hand, Chu Xiao ceased to strike the armor directly, instead targeting the joints with precision. The sound of tearing metal resonated, and within mere breaths, Brack's armor was reduced to nothing but a metallic shell encasing him, his limbs severed by Chu Xiao. Even the propulsion device had been dismantled, rendering him a mere metallic sphere. Now who lives and who dies? Chu Xiao inquired, as he plunged the vibranium sword downward, not waiting for Brack's response before piercing through the cracks in the glass hatch. Blood splattered, and a scream erupted. Brack had met his demise within the glass chamber. 3 Dragon Balls rolled from the torn suit of Brack, catching Chu Xiao's eye. With 6 Dragon Balls gathered, only one remained to summon the Eternal Dragon and resurrect those slain by Tao Bai Bai. Meanwhile, the formidable Red Ribbon army crumbled under the onslaught of Chu Xiao and Goku. The Black Lotus of reincarnation within Chu Xiao transformed, coalescing into the 5th petal. With the gathering of 2 more, he would have the opportunity to traverse the realm of reincarnation once again. Chapter 41. The Death of Krillin with the Demise of Brack. The Red Ribbon army became akin to a headless fly, destined to disintegrate from within without any intervention from Chu Xiao. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, Chu Xiao did not cease his pursuits. He scoured the entire headquarters in search of Dr. Gero, yet the elusive scientist remained unfound. Upon capturing a minor leader through interrogation, he learned that Dr. Gero's laboratory was not situated at the headquarters, and only Black Marshal and Deputy Brack possessed knowledge of its whereabouts. This left Chu Xiao in a state of exasperation as he gazed upon the lifeless forms of Brack and Black Marshal, his brow furrowing in concern. In the world of Captain America, Chu Xiao had forfeited his chance to obtain the Tesseract by preemptively eliminating Red Skull. Now, with the deaths of Black Marshal and Brack, No one remained to reveal Dr. Gero's location. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao was resolute. Prior to the Tesseract incident, he was determined to locate Dr. Gero, whether to recruit him or to eliminate him personally, for he could not allow a potential threat to fester and lead to future calamity. Brother Chu, we have 6 Dragon Balls now. Where's the last one? The Dragon radar isn't showing anything, Goku pondered, staring blankly at the radar, struggling to comprehend the disappearance of the final Dragon Ball. Reflecting on the storyline from his memories, Chu Xiao recalled that the last Dragon Ball had been concealed by the King of Fried Rice using technology. Thus, finding the King of Fried Rice would naturally lead to the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, an important figure dawned on him, Master Roshi's sister, the fortune teller. In the original narrative, Goku and his companions, unaware of the last Dragon Ball's fate, sought the fortune teller under Master Roshi's guidance, resulting in several battles, even summoning Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan, from the afterlife. Now, due to Chu Xiao's intervention, they were aware that the Dragon Ball was in the possession of the King of Fried Rice, yet they still needed to consult the fortune teller to ascertain his location. Otherwise, navigating the vast world of Dragon Balls would prove quite troublesome. Furthermore, with Dr. Gero currently untraceable, it was imperative for Chu Xiao to seek the fortune teller for information regarding the scientist's whereabouts. Thus, it became clear that Chu Xiao's next course of action was to locate Master Roshi before seeking out the fortune teller. Goku, let us depart. I know where the last Dragon Ball is, but we must find someone first. Driving his hover car, Chu Xiao was accompanied by Goku on his flying Nimbus, and they headed straight for Master Roshi's abode. After several hours, they arrived at the Turtle Hermit's retreat, where they were greeted by Master Roshi. Additionally, Chu Xiao encountered Bulma, Oolong, and a bald little monk. Their reunion was filled with joy after a long separation. Bulma had come to the Turtle Hermit's residence because, after Chu Xiao embarked on his training journey, she could not contain her longing for him and had secretly ventured out in search of him, unaware of his whereabouts. She ended up at Master Roshi's place, only to find that Chu Xiao was not there. Consequently, she had no choice but to stay at the Turtle Hermit's until further notice. As for the bald little monk, he was none other than the future Earth's mightiest warrior, Krillin. At that moment, Krillin appeared to be just a teenager, still bearing the innocence of youth. Yet it was evident he possessed significantly more wit than Goku. At last, you have arrived, Chu Xiao. I have awaited your return with great anticipation. As soon as Bulma spotted Chu Xiao, she leaped into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. It has been over a year since you left. Do you have any idea how I have endured this time? Bulma, feeling as aggrieved as a child, lightly pounded her fists against Chu Xiao's chest. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Oolong looked on with envy, while Goku, blissfully unaware, could not fathom the reason for their admiration. Ahem. Bulma, let us discuss this later in the evening. Chu Xiao gently patted Bulma's fragrant shoulder and whispered, as the others were watching with amusement. Who dares to mock me? Bulma retorted, a mix of indignation and affection in her tone. I don't care. I just want to hold you and cry. Not only did Bulma not release her grip on Chu Xiao, but she clung to him even tighter. The moment Bulma embraced him, she sensed something amiss. Chu Xiao, why do I feel that you have changed? You seem larger. Bulma noticed that not only had Chu Xiao grown taller, but his musculature had also become significantly more robust. And even his aura had transformed greatly, as if he were an entirely different person. Indeed, a year had passed since Chu Xiao departed from Bulma. And with his 2-year sojourn in the world of the Avengers, 3 years had elapsed in total. Thus, it was only natural for him to undergo considerable changes. Having experienced a myriad of events during this time, Chu Xiao smiled and explained, though he refrained from detailing his experiences. As a fellow martial artist, Master Roshi immediately discerned the essence of Chu Xiao's transformation. The current Chu Xiao exuded an overwhelming presence. Even Master Roshi could not guarantee a victory against him. What trials has this lad endured? Moreover, the malevolent aura that once surrounded him seems entirely absent. Could it be that the cat sage has eradicated his dark energy? Master Roshi marveled while pondering the nature of Chu Xiao's metamorphosis. The previous dark energy emanating from Chu Xiao stemmed from the reincarnation Black Lotus within him. Now that the reincarnation Black Lotus had awakened, it remained undetectable to Master Roshi's keen senses. The origins of the reincarnation Black Lotus had always been a mystery. Even Chu Xiao could not unravel its secrets, and thus Master Roshi in the Dragon Ball universe was equally baffled. Since the awakening of the reincarnation Black Lotus, Chu Xiao had completed his first traversal into the world of reincarnation and had become one with it. Even the most enlightened beings would struggle to discern the presence of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him. Upon first encountering Chu Xiao, Krillin regarded him with utmost seriousness, scrutinizing him from head to toe, silently reflecting. This must be the Chu Xiao that Goku often speaks of. He certainly appears formidable. Observing the rapport between him and Bulma, Krillin resolved to foster a good relationship with him, hoping he might impart some powerful techniques. Contemplating these thoughts, Krillin wasted no time in stepping forward to introduce himself. Greetings, Chu Xiao. I am Krillin, Master Roshi's foremost disciple. I have frequently heard Goku speak of his powerful older brother, and now I see that not only do you possess great strength, but you are also remarkably handsome and charming. As Chu Xiao listened to Krillin's flattery, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Why was Krillin being so cordial toward him? After all, he had done nothing to warrant such enthusiasm. Is this the allure of the strong? Krillin, you must cease your flattery towards Chu Xiao. If you continue, he may very well ascend to the heavens, Bulma remarked, pouting as she gazed at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as he retrieved 2 magical beans from the pouch at his waist, tossing them to Krillin. Since this is our first encounter, and I came unprepared, let these 2 beans serve as a token of our meeting. Krillin accepted the beans, scrutinizing the 2 verdant legumes. Uncertain of their purpose, Master Roshi, upon hearing about the beans, immediately perked up. Krillin, do not underestimate their value. These are magical beans. As long as there is breath left, consuming one can bring a person back from the brink of death, fully rejuvenated. Really? Krillin exclaimed with delight, hastily expressing his gratitude as he tucked the beans away. The group continued exchanging pleasantries, and Chu Xiao articulated their purpose. Naturally, Master Roshi agreed to assist Chu Xiao and his companions in seeking out his sister, the fortune teller. The group then set off in a grand procession towards the home of the fortune teller. Chapter 42. The Fortune Teller in the World of Dragon Ball. The fortune teller is a truly remarkable figure. Initially, Chu Xiao perceived her merely as a greedy old woman profiting from her fortune-telling. However, it soon became evident that she possessed the extraordinary ability to summon Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan, from the underworld, and she appeared to have free access to the realm of the dead, seemingly well acquainted with its king. Thus, Chu Xiao realized that this fortune teller was anything but ordinary. Her true identity was that of a covetous old woman traversing between the mortal realm and the underworld, endowed with unique powers. Such an impressive character undoubtedly warranted Chu Xiao's attention, for individuals of her caliber would surely prove invaluable at some point in the future. Hence, while en route to the fortune teller's abode, Chu Xiao inquired about her preferences from Master Roshi. She has an insatiable fondness for money. If there is anything in this world that captivates her, it is undoubtedly wealth, Master Roshi replied with a hint of bitterness, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Money? Chu Xiao chuckled. In his past life, he had an overwhelming desire for wealth, constantly toiling for financial gain. Yet now, money merely represented a string of meaningless digits and a heap of useless metal to him. Was Chu Xiao wealthy? Naturally, he was exceedingly affluent. As the boyfriend of Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, how could he possibly lack resources? To put it bluntly, the entire Capsule Corporation could be regarded as his. So why would he ever worry about finances? With a smile, Chu Xiao turned to Bulma and asked, Bulma, do you have the card with you? We might need to swipe it soon. Bulma nodded and retrieved a few gilded cards from her wallet. Of course, I not only brought my card, but also yours. However, she added with a hint of confusion, Chu Xiao, have you forgotten that our cards have no spending limits? It's impossible for us to overspend. A silence fell over Master Roshi and the others, who silently pondered whether this couple had set out solely to flaunt their wealth. It was sufficient for them to know their own affluence. Did they truly need to proclaim it in front of others? With a sense of envy towards the rich, the group watched as Chu Xiao and Bulma continued on their way until they reached the fortune teller's home. Under Master Roshi's guidance, they finally encountered the fortune teller, and everything unfolded as it had in the original storyline. The fortune teller agreed to assist them in locating the Fried Rice King, but stipulated a fee of 50 million. To put this into perspective, the average family in the ordinary world earns approximately 100,000 a year, meaning that 50 million would require a family to forego food and drink, working tirelessly for 500 years to save such an amount. Clearly, the fortune teller's asking price was exorbitantly high. Yet, what did it matter? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao produced a gilded card, presenting it before the fortune teller. Can I swipe this? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Her assistant produced a PS machine and promptly charged 50 million from Chu Xiao's card. Upon witnessing the successful transaction, a smile spread across the fortune teller's wrinkled face, for she seldom encountered clients like Chu Xiao, wealthy yet with modest demands. The fact that he did not haggle was truly refreshing. The fortune teller produced her crystal ball, murmuring a series of bitter and unintelligible incantations. While the onlookers fixated on the transparent orb, Soon, a scene began to materialize within the crystal, and as Chu Xiao scrutinized it closely, he realized that the figure depicted was none other than the Fried Rice King. The Fried Rice King was cradling a black metallic box, which likely contained the Dragon Balls. Utilizing this box to block their signals, the person you seek, Chu Xiao, resides there, the fortune teller proclaimed, waving her hand to restore the crystal ball to its original state. You may now go and retrieve your Dragon Balls. Chu Xiao was preparing to summon his maglev vehicle to head towards the Fried Rice King's location when Wukong suddenly interjected, Brother Chu, let me go instead. I have the Nimbus Cloud, and I can reach there much faster than your car. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiao conceded, recognizing the truth in Wukong's words. Furthermore, since Wukong had volunteered, there was no need for him to decline. Wukong possessed the strength to confront the Fried Rice King, so Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. The group remained at the fortune teller's home, awaiting Wukong's return. During a lull in their meal, Chu Xiao approached the fortune teller alone. Fortune teller, I have another matter for which I require your assistance, he stated. Oh, what else do you need? Just provide the funds, and I shall grant your request. The fortune teller replied, her eyes glinting with the prospect of riches. Chu Xiao conveyed the essential details about Dr. Gero to her. Dr. Gero? I have heard of this individual. The fortune teller remarked inquisitively. What do you seek from this madman? He is perpetually tinkering with robots and androids, a quintessential evil scientist. Chu Xiao was not surprised by the fortune teller's knowledge of Dr. Gero, nor did he conceal his intentions. Wukong and I have destroyed the notorious Red Ribbon Army in our quest for the Dragon Balls, thereby creating enmity with Dr. Gero. Therefore, I must find him and attempt to thwart him before he develops his dreadful androids. Thwart him? The fortune teller's gaze sharpened, as if she could see through Chu Xiao's innermost thoughts. It is not merely to stop him, is it? You harbor intentions of recruiting him. Indeed, Chu Xiao admitted. It would be a tragedy for such a brilliant scientist to perish without achieving anything. Thus, I shall endeavor to persuade him, should he decline. I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. The fortune teller regarded Chu Xiao for a long moment before shaking her head. I fear you may only acquire a corpse. That deranged scientist is not easily swayed. She then refrained from further inquiries, casting her secret arts through the crystal ball. Quickly locating Dr. Gero, he was on an island, engrossed in studying a myriad of intricate blueprints. His eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, an intensity that Chu Xiao could sense even through the crystal. Look, he is right there, but judging by his demeanor, he truly harbors a deep-seated hatred for both you and Wukong. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xiao shook his head, refraining from further conversation. He committed Dr. Gallo's location to memory before proceeding to the dining hall to join the others for a meal. Several hours later, Wukong finally returned, clutching a Dragon Ball. While riding on Nimbus with UPA in tow, I'm back. I brought UPA along so he too can witness the dragon, Wukong exclaimed, handing the last Dragon Ball to Chu Xiao. The 7 Dragon Balls, placed upon the ground by Chu Xiao, emitted a dazzling golden glow. Stepping forward, Chu Xiao addressed the Dragon Balls, Arise, Dragon. As the sky transformed into a dark night, thick clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. A golden streak of light emerged, and the dragon finally manifested before the astonished crowd. Have you summoned me? Speak your wish. Chu Xiao gazed upwards at the dragon, reminiscing about the last time he made a wish, realizing how swiftly time had passed. The others, having never encountered the dragon before, gazed in awe at its magnificent form, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dragon, please revive the individual slain by Tao Bai beneath the Korin Tower. This wish was straightforward. The dragon's formidable presence radiated as its crimson eyes glowed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, it proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Upon speaking, the dragon transformed back into the 7 scattered Dragon Balls, dispersed across the world once more. Within Chu Xiao, the cycle of the Black Lotus began to evolve again. Forming the 6th petal of the lotus, only one more remained for him to traverse the cycle of worlds once more. Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction and turned to Wukong. UPA's wish has been fulfilled. You may take him back now. Thank you, Brother Chu. Wukong replied earnestly, nodding vigorously, while UPA expressed his gratitude with a deep bow toward Chu Xiao. As they departed, Chu Xiao resolved to journey to the island to seek out Dr. Gallo. Chapter 43. Dr. Gallo. Chu Xiao piloted the maglev vehicle towards the island where Dr. Gallo resided, while Bulma, seated in the passenger seat, blissfully dozed off against the backrest. Chu Xiao stole a glance at Bulma and shook his head in resignation. Ever since she learned that he would not accompany her back to East City, she had persistently clung to him, declaring that wherever he went, she would follow, regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead. All Bulma desired was to be with Chu Xiao. After all, It had been over a year since they had last parted, and their reunion felt akin to that of newlyweds. How could she possibly endure the thought of him seeking an audience with Dr. Gallo in solitude? After much entanglement, Chu Xiao reluctantly agreed to bring Bulma along. The island where Dr. Gallo was located was quite distant from the fortune-teller's abode, and it took them 2 days to reach their destination. Chu Xiao landed the maglev vehicle in a quaint town on the island, which, despite its modest size, boasted a remarkable level of modernization, rivaling that of East City. Bulma, upon witnessing the multitude of maglev vehicles soaring through the sky, was astonished to find such affluence in such a remote locale. The couple did not rush to seek out Dr. Gallo, opting instead to find a hotel in the town to rest for the night before proceeding to the secret base. No wonder this place was so prosperous. It turned out to be a renowned vacation destination, with the surrounding waters teeming with sardines, providing the islanders with their livelihoods. Once inside the hotel, Bulma utilized the computer to research information about the town, realizing that Dr. Gallo had indeed chosen this island with great foresight as his secret base. Indeed, such a locale was exceptionally suited for clandestine operations. Nearly all experimental materials could be procured in the town, and the human materials required for the androids were readily available as well. The annual disappearance of tourists served to perfectly obscure Dr. Gallo's activities. Chu Xiao, you've been mentioning androids. Can the technology truly create terrifying monsters? Bulma, a brilliant scientist, harbored an innate curiosity regarding this subject. Androids are far more formidable than you might imagine. Chu Xiao recalled androids 17 and 18, who could effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan 1, and even the more formidable Perfect Cell that followed. Bulma perceived the gravity of Chu Xiao's expression and, after a prolonged silence, found herself deeply intrigued by the technology of androids. As she observed Chu Xiao standing by the window, quietly watching the traffic flow on the street, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense that he bore many secrets she was unaware of. The man she loved was more enigmatic and captivating than she had ever realized. Bulma gracefully approached Chu Xiao, wrapping her arms around him from behind and leaning against his sturdy back, savoring the passage of time together. After a night of fervor, Chu Xiao and Bulma emerged from the hotel just before noon. Once they had confirmed their direction, they set off directly towards Dr. Gallo's secret base. 10 kilometers from the quaint town, on the rugged cliffs of Stone Peak, Chu Xiao discovered the whereabouts of Dr. Gallo's secret base behind a massive stone wall. Gazing at the formidable steel door, he found himself at a loss. How was he to gain entry? Should he merely knock and request Dr. Gallo to open the door? Bulma, sensing Chu Xiao's predicament, scoured the perimeter of the door and soon uncovered a hidden and intricately concealed keypad lock. With a deft motion, she retrieved specialized equipment from her universal capsule and connected it to the lock. After a flurry of operations, the steel door thunderously swung open, releasing a chilling breeze laced with the scent of blood from within the base. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. Having been tempered by the battlefields of Captain America's world, he could discern that the metallic tang of blood was a recent occurrence. This indicated that a violent incident had transpired within the base not long ago. Had Dr. Gallo recently conducted a human augmentation experiment? Cautiously, Chu Xiao summoned his aura to sense the internal conditions of the laboratory, only to be met with an unsettling realization. There was not a single trace of life within. This suggested that Dr. Gallo might have fled, or perhaps only artificial beings remained. Knowing that these constructs bore no life essence, Chu Xiao positioned Bulma behind him, instructing her to follow closely and retreat at the first sign of danger without concern for his safety. Bulma nodded, pressing against Chu Xiao's back as they cautiously ventured into Dr. Gallo's laboratory. After a thorough search, they found no sign of Dr. Gallo within the disarrayed lab, littered with scattered confidential documents. It appeared the scientist had made a hasty exit, leaving behind numerous crucial materials. Bulma bent down to collect the papers, and, after a cursory glance, gasped in astonishment. Dr. Gallo had combined mechanical technology with human cellular science to perform mechanical modifications on living beings, thereby creating formidable artificial warriors. The more Bulma examined the documents, the more she marveled at Dr. Gallo's brilliance. He was indeed a genius. Yet, it was a tragic misstep, for his experiments were profoundly inhumane. To utilize living subjects in such a manner, could those transformed still be considered human? Bulma refrained from delving deeper into this moral quandary, recognizing that it ventured into the realm of ethics. If viewed solely from the perspective of crafting powerful warriors, Dr. Gallo could undeniably be regarded as a prodigious talent. Chu Xiao, please help me gather these documents. I wish to study the technology of artificial beings thoroughly, Bulma said earnestly. Having sensed the weight of responsibility on Chu Xiao's shoulders since yesterday, she felt as though she had matured overnight. Now, She yearned to utilize her talents to share in his burdens and alleviate the pressures faced by her beloved. The pair busied themselves, meticulously packing all documents pertaining to artificial being technology into the universal capsule. The two individuals once again entered a laboratory, where a blood-stained experimental table bore witness to a recent, gruesome undertaking, the blood still fresh, indicating that the previous experiment had not long since concluded. Had Dr. Gallo been conducting human trials before his escape? Bulma clasped her nose, gazing at the macabre remnants, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. No. Chu Xiao shook his head. If he had been performing human experiments, where were the subjects? Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of any subjects. Not even the remnants of failed experiments. Without any subjects, whose blood and flesh were these? Bulma inquired. A dreadful thought flickered through Chu Xiao's mind as he touched the cold surface of the experimental table. Unless the subject had managed to leave the secret base on its own. Leave on its own? How could that be possible? How would Dr. Gallo allow a subject to escape? Bulma immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, Dr. Gallo transformed himself into an artificial human. Chu Xiao nodded gravely, exhaling deeply, realizing that the narrative was shifting unpredictably due to his small, butterfly-like influence. Dr. Gallo had astonishingly preemptively transformed himself into an artificial human, yet his technology had not yet advanced beyond the rudimentary level of Model 8, unable to reach the complexities of Models 15 and 16. Nevertheless, in a desperate bid to evade Chu Xiao, Dr. Gallo had recklessly undergone this transformation into a basic form of artificial humanity overnight. It seemed that upon discovering their ascent to the island, Dr. Gallo had hastened to alter himself, seeking to escape their pursuit. Chu Xiao's expression turned grave. It was evident that their fates were now irreversibly intertwined in a deadly conflict. Chapter 44. Cell. Chu Xiao's gaze was icy, and a murderous intent began to brew within and towards Dr. Gallo. He resolved to eliminate Dr. Gallo before the latter could develop any more formidable warriors. We should consult the fortune teller again and ask her to assist us in locating Dr. Gallo, suggested Bulma, having discerned Chu Xiao's intent. Chu Xiao nodded, acknowledging Bulma's proposal. He then surveyed the laboratory, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking for, Chu Xiao? Bulma inquired, just as she noticed that he had discovered a multitude of bombs in a corner of the lab. From their design, it was evident that they were intended for self-detonation of the laboratory. Let us leave here quickly, Bulma exclaimed, alarmed. The bombs alone posed a lethal threat to both of them, not to mention the chaos that would ensue from an explosion in the entire lab. There's no need to panic. These bombs haven't been triggered, nor is there a self-detonation timer set, Chu Xiao replied calmly. Ah, that's a relief. You gave me quite a scare. I thought they were about to explode, Bulma said, patting her chest in reassurance. That's the crux of the matter. Why hasn't Dr. Gallo detonated the laboratory? Chu Xiao pondered. Perhaps he left in such haste that he didn't have time to trigger the explosives? Bulma mused, but then shook her head, dismissing the notion. Activating a bomb wouldn't take long. It was merely a matter of pushing the self-detonation button. What could it be then? Chu Xiao inhaled deeply and speculated. Unless there is something here that Dr. Gallo holds in great regard but cannot take with him. Exchanging a glance with Bulma, they promptly set about searching the laboratory once more. Before long, Chu Xiao discovered a hidden door leading to a basement beneath a metallic table. There must be something of immense value to Dr. Gallo inside, Bulma remarked. Chu Xiao forcefully opened the concealed door, revealing a passage to the basement. After sensing the area with his energy, he found no signs of life. However, he remained cautious, instructing Bulma to wait above while he descended to investigate. As he made his way down the steps, he soon arrived at another laboratory. Leaning against the wall, he spotted a switch. With a click, the switch activated, unveiling a colossal, intricate supercomputer before him. Confirming that the area posed no threat, Chu Xiao signaled for Bulma to join him. What is this? Bulma gasped in astonishment at the sight of the advanced supercomputer. At its center, there was a petri dish filled with a faintly green cultivation solution, within which a tiny embryo floated serenely. Cell. Chu Xiao instantly recognized the identity of the embryo, its development strikingly reminiscent of the process he recalled from memory. To himself, he thought, I have discovered Cell's embryo long before it was meant to be found. Even before the appearance of King Piccolo, this formidable foe has come into my possession. Chu Xiao felt as though he had hit the jackpot in a lottery. Just imagine, with Cell as his powerful ally. Who could possibly stand against him in the early stages? Thoughts were merely thoughts, but as Chu Xiao regained his composure, he was compelled to consider the situation with clarity. At this moment, Cell was merely an embryo, devoid of the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, the essence of Piccolo, or the lineage of Frieza. He was simply an exceedingly feeble embryo. The energy expended to nurture Cell would be, for Chu Xiao, an insurmountable burden. With such efforts, he could instead focus on himself, thereby attaining greater strength without relying on Cell's potential. Adjusting his mindset, Chu Xiao gazed at the embryo of Cell, feeling no longer the intense impulse he had moments before. Meanwhile, Bulma had been tirelessly working at the supercomputer for quite some time. Chu Xiao refrained from hastening her, patiently awaiting her findings. After a considerable duration, Bulma shook her head in disappointment, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Chu Xiao, but I cannot alter the settings of this machine." She continued. "The purpose of this supercomputer is to gather the flesh and blood cells of all powerful beings, creating formidable artificial warriors, with the intent to eliminate you and Goku. I have tried every conceivable method to change its directive from killing you to assisting you. However, it is utterly impossible. The supercomputer has designated the mission to terminate you as its highest command, and it cannot be altered." Embracing Bulma, who was on the verge of tears, Chu Xiao consoled her. "It's all right, Bulma. I believe you have done your utmost. Since we cannot change it, we shall destroy it." With a resounding boom, flames erupted as a projectile pierced through the core of the supercomputer, causing it to crash instantly. And the Cell embryo within the petri dish lost vitality in the blink of an eye. With Cell's demise, the cycle of the Black Lotus within Chu Xiao transformed, culminating in the emergence of the final petal. 7 petals swirled around the Black Lotus of reincarnation, granting Chu Xiao the opportunity to traverse the world of reincarnation once more. Setting aside thoughts of crossing over for the moment, he activated the laboratory's self-destruct sequence and departed with Bulma towards the fortune teller's abode. Shortly after their departure, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, his face etched with wrinkles and his body wrapped in bloodied bandages. As he surveyed the ruins of the exploded laboratory, a sinister, terrifying expression overtook his countenance. "Chu Xiao, I, Dr. Gero, shall undoubtedly kill you." 2 days later, Chu Xiao and Bulma returned to the fortune teller's residence. After recounting the events, the fortune teller, upon realizing that Chu Xiao had not located Dr. Gero, graciously offered to perform a spell for him free of charge. Once again, she retrieved the crystal ball, and after a series of incantations, the orb began to shift. However, unlike the previous occasions where images appeared, it revealed only a blank expanse of white. The fortune teller's wrinkled face bore an expression of astonishment as she waved her hand and cast the spell once more. Regrettably, the crystal ball remained devoid of any imagery. Could it be that the crystal ball is broken? Chu Xiao instinctively inquired. The fortune teller, skeptical of the supernatural, once again cast her spell. This time, the crystal ball revealed an image of the illustrious Master Roshi, his shiny bald head illuminated, engrossed in a late-night program. Drooling and completely oblivious to the fact that he was being spied upon, the fortune teller hastily retracted her magic, her face flushing with embarrassment, realizing she had no such brother as Master Roshi. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Chu Xiao cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. "My spell has failed," the fortune teller continued, "which can only mean one thing. The person in question has passed away. I shall first inquire in the underworld to see if Dr. Gero's soul has descended there." After a prolonged absence, the fortune teller returned, exclaiming, "Strange, truly strange." She shook her head in disbelief. The crystal ball could not locate Dr. Gero, and the underworld has received no trace of his soul. Where could he possibly be? Perhaps Dr. Gero has transformed himself into an artificial being, rendering him undetectable by the crystal ball and untraceable by the underworld, as he has not perished, but rather become a hybrid of man and machine. Chu Xiao's conjecture held merit, and the fortune teller, unable to provide a rational explanation, found herself compelled to agree with his theory. "Since we cannot locate Dr. Gero, we must abandon the pursuit," Chu Xiao said with a resigned shake of his head, relinquishing the idea of continuing the search. "As long as my powers continue to grow, what does it matter if Dr. Gero creates the most formidable android?" Releasing this burden from his mind, Chu Xiao returned to East City with Bulma, realizing that after such a lengthy endeavor, he deserved a well-earned respite. It was also time to prepare for the next reincarnation world. Calculating the timeline, he noted that immediately following the World Martial Arts Tournament a year from now, it would be the moment for the emergence of the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Chapter 45. The Second World. Chu Xiao returned to East City with Bulma, and the two indulged in a blissful life together, watching movies, shopping, and savoring a variety of delectable cuisines. This period could be regarded as a compensation for Bulma after Chu Xiao's prolonged absence. A week later, without any prompting from Chu Xiao, Bulma took the initiative to delve into Dr. Gero's android technology, leaving Chu Xiao momentarily sidelined. Observing Bulma busily immersed in her research within the laboratory, Chu Xiao realized that she had matured significantly compared to her earlier self. A sense of pride welled within him, as Bulma's transformation was intricately linked to his own efforts. Witnessing the innocent young girl evolve into such a responsible and mature individual was an indescribable joy. During this time, Chu Xiao seized a moment to present Bulma with the energy weapon he had brought from the world of Captain America, hoping she could investigate its properties for potential applications. As for the super soldier serum, he refrained from sharing it with her, as it currently held little potential for further enhancement. After all, even a genius like Bulma had her limits when it came to energy and focus. With everything settled, Chu Xiao prepared for his second journey into the cycle of worlds. He excused himself under the pretext of needing 2 days for training, departing East City to a secluded cave. There, he summoned the reincarnation Black Lotus within him, and 7 lotus petals spun rapidly, coalescing into a vibrant cloud that infused the reincarnation Black Lotus. In the next moment, Chu Xiao vanished from the Dragon Ball world, arriving in the second cycle of worlds. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself on the side of a mountain. As he gazed around, he was greeted by lush greenery and fragrant grass, with a gentle breeze carrying the earthy aroma, evoking a serene sense of tranquility. Uncertain of which world he had entered, he followed a narrow path leading down the mountain. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he heard the sounds of combat ahead, indicating that a confrontation was taking place. Chu Xiao quickened his pace, reasoning that where there were people, he could inquire about the time and place, thereby deducing which world he had entered. As he drew near, he observed a slender young man clad in a green robe, resembling a scholar, grappling with a young woman dressed in a pink gown, standing defiantly against a group of fierce-looking individuals wielding long swords. The young woman's pale complexion suggested she had sustained injuries, while the scholar appeared utterly incapable of defending her. Initially reluctant to intervene, Chu Xiao's instincts prompted him to approach, realizing from the attire of those present that he might have arrived in ancient Huaxia. To ascertain his location, he stepped forward and inquired, "Esteemed sirs, might I trouble you for the name of this place and the current year and month?" Mimicking the formalities of ancient customs portrayed in dramas, he clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The previously tense atmosphere between the two parties shifted as they beheld the oddly dressed and peculiar-speaking Chu Xiao, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Among the sword wielders, the scholar recognized that Chu Xiao was merely seeking directions and hastily replied, "There is no need for such formality, my friend. You stand at the foot of Wuliang Mountain, and it is currently the 12th year of the Dali Baoding era." With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiao pondered internally, Mount Wuliang. Dali, 12 years. Why do these times and places resonate so deeply? He took another look at the scholarly figure before him and inquired, "Might I ask for your name, sir?" "I am Duan Yu, a resident of Dali," the student replied earnestly. Duan Yu. The realization dawned on Chu Xiao. No wonder it felt so familiar. This was evidently the world of Tianlong, and the scholar before him was none other than Duan Yu, the son of the prince of Town South in Dali. Beside him was the enchanting Zhongling from the Valley of Evil, a sight to behold. It was clear that their pursuers must be disciples of the Wuliang sword sect. Nodding thoughtfully, Chu Xiao's mind drifted to the jade wall beneath Mount Wuliang, a place that harbored the martial arts manuals of the Biming Divine Skill and Lingbo Weibu. Upon reflection, the Biming Divine Skill was indeed one of the pinnacle martial arts, capable of harnessing another's internal energy for oneself. Merely contemplating it sent shivers of excitement through him. Furthermore, the Lingbo Weibu was renowned for its unmatched footwork. Even seasoned martial artists would struggle to keep pace with Duan Yu, who had never trained in martial arts yet had mastered it. Although Chu Xiao had learned the Wukong technique, which allowed him to float for only a short distance, it hardly constituted true flight. If he could acquire the Lingbo Weibu, his speed would undoubtedly soar. Currently, he cultivated the energy of the Dragon Ball, uncertain if it could yield internal strength or enable him to master the Biming Divine Skill and Lingbo Weibu. Yet, a mere attempt would be worthwhile, should he succeed. His prowess would ascend significantly. Imagining himself executing the Lingbo Weibu while unleashing the Dongdong Wave, he envisioned a doubling of his combat power. With this resolve, Chu Xiao decided to venture beneath the jade wall of Mount Wuliang. Just as he planned to depart, Duan Yu called out to him, "Please, brother, wait. We find ourselves in peril and could use your assistance." Duan Yu pleaded, casting a pitiful glance at Chu Xiao. Momentarily halted, Chu Xiao suddenly recalled that he had almost forgotten about Duan Yu. As one of the 3 principal characters in Tianlong, Duan Yu was a person of extraordinary fortune, surrounded by beauty and serendipity, an ideal candidate for Chu Xiao to gather the lotus petals of the reincarnation Black Lotus. "You should not interfere. We are from the Wuliang sword sect, and this is our private matter. Otherwise, we may have to eliminate you as well," declared the speaker. The current master of the Wuliang sword sect, Zhuazimu. Oh, such arrogance from the Wuliang sword sect, Chu Xiao retorted with a cold smile. He had always preferred a softer approach, yet his self-interest compelled him to assist Duan Yu. Now that Zhuazimu had openly threatened him, Chu Xiao decided to escalate the matter. I give you 1 minute to vanish from my sight, or else face death. His eyes gleamed with intensity, exuding a murderous aura that sent shivers down the spines of the Wuliang sword sect members. What do you mean by 1 minute? Those Zhuazimu did not comprehend the term. He grasped the gravity of the threat. With a disdainful snort, he swung his sword arm, unleashing the Wuliang sword technique, aiming directly at Chu Xiao's vital points. You are far too slow. In the realm of qi cultivation, Chu Xiao's physical prowess far surpasses that of any individual from the heavenly dragon world. Although their techniques are exquisite and unparalleled, to Chu Xiao, they seem akin to a slow-motion replay, devoid of any real combat effectiveness. After all, Zhuazimu barely qualifies as a first-rate expert in the martial world, a level of skill that is, to some extent, understandable. With a cold smirk, Chu Xiao flicked his fingers, effortlessly pinching Zhuazimu's sword. With a forceful twist of his wrist, Zhuazimu felt as if his sword had pierced solid metal, immovable and unyielding. Then, an immense force surged forth, and the sword, forged from high-quality steel, shattered in an instant. With a swift motion, Chu Xiao appeared behind Zhuazimu in the blink of an eye. As Zhuazimu attempted to turn around, he felt a sudden warmth at his neck, and his consciousness began to blur, his body collapsing without strength. The onlookers, including Duan Yu, Zhongling'er, and all the disciples of the Wuliang sword sect, were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Everything transpired with such astonishing speed. The man who had just moments ago been a violent aggressor was now nothing more than a cold corpse. How could this be possible? The disciples of the Wuliang sword sect found themselves unable to grip their swords any longer, abandoning their weapons in fear, lacking the courage to confront Chu Xiao. After all, their master had already paid the price for his folly, and they had no desire to follow in his footsteps. Impressive, though Zhongling'er's complexion turned pale. Her eyes radiated admiration. Indeed, as the saying goes, a connoisseur perceives the underlying principles. Although her martial skills were lacking, her keen insight allowed her to discern Chu Xiao's formidable strength, which even the top martial experts could scarcely rival. Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed brother. May I inquire your name? Duan Yu, sensing that the crisis had passed, hastily bowed in gratitude. Despite recognizing Chu Xiao's exceptional martial prowess, he felt no envy, as he had no intention of pursuing martial arts. Simply call me Chu Xiao, he replied, and within him, the cycle of the black lotus began to stir, the first petal of the lotus already coalescing. Chapter 46. The Secret Manual of Martial Arts. Chu Xiao rescued Duan Yu and Zhongling'er from the hands of the Wuliang sword sect, and both were immensely grateful. Zhongling'er, in particular, found herself captivated by Chu Xiao's strikingly handsome appearance. Upon careful comparison, it became evident that Chu Xiao's formidable strength and striking looks far surpassed those of Duan Yu. Historically, beautiful women have always been drawn to heroes, and Zhongling'er's reaction was entirely understandable. However, Chu Xiao's thoughts were not on Zhongling'er. He noticed her affections, but feigned ignorance. Citing pressing matters, he bade farewell to Duan Yu and Zhongling'er and made his way toward the Wuliang sword sect. According to Chu Xiao's recollections, the Longhuan Blessed Land was situated near the cliff beneath the jade wall at the back of the Wuliang sword sect's forbidden area. With increased speed, he navigated smoothly through the sect's territory and soon reached his destination upon encountering a stone wall as white as jade. Gazing down the jade wall, he saw a bottomless chasm shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring its depths. Chu Xiao mused that in the original narrative, Duan Yu had fallen from this very spot and emerged unscathed from such a perilous height. Indeed, a testament to his fortuitous fate. Chu Xiao, however, did not consider himself to possess such luck. Taking a deep breath, he soared upward and gracefully descended using the dance of the sky technique. After approximately a stick of incense's duration, Chu Xiao finally reached the base of the chasm. He searched the surroundings but found no hidden paradise. Reluctantly, he continued on his path until he arrived at a waterfall cascading downwards. Before him lay a serene, deep lake, and through the veil of the waterfall, he faintly discerned the outlines of some structures. This must be the place. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he deftly leaped behind the waterfall. Shaking off the droplets of water, Chu Xiao encountered a stone door that barred his way. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 elegantly inscribed characters on the door: Longhuan Blessed Land. Indeed, this was the location. He pushed open the stone door and, following the natural course of events, entered the cave, where he discovered a jade statue. The statue was exquisitely carved, appearing ethereal and lifelike. Even Chu Xiao couldn't help but admire the sculptor's artistry. Yet, his focus was not on the statue, but rather on the mat beneath it. Disregarding the inscription that read, "Kneel and recite 100 times, and I shall guide you," he directly retrieved a scroll from the mat. It contained the Northern Underworld divine art and the Lingbo Weibo techniques. As he slowly unfurled the scroll, images of women, unclad and in various poses, filled his gaze, their bodies adorned with red lines indicating the flow of energy and marking significant acupoints throughout. The channels of the Lesser Een and Triple Warmer, the Unforeseen, the Stone Gate, the Great One. Chu Xiao's expression turned to one of confusion. While he understood that the human body contained various acupoints, he was utterly unaware of their exact number or locations. Chu Xiao had no prior knowledge of martial arts. And now, with the Northern Underworld divine art and Lingbo Weibo manuals in hand, he found himself in possession of a treasure trove without the knowledge of how to utilize it. What was he to do? He realized that the narrative trope of protagonists falling from cliffs only to discover unparalleled martial arts manuals and swiftly becoming supreme masters was nothing more than a clever fabrication. Individuals like Chu Xiao, devoid of any martial foundation, would find it exceedingly difficult to master the techniques contained within such revered texts. It seems I must seek the counsel of another. Chu Xiao immediately thought of Duanyu. When they parted ways, Duanyu had mentioned that he was taking Zhongling back to the Valley of Evil to tend to her wounds. However, Chu Xiao did not inquire about the location of the Valley of Evil, and attempting to locate Duanyu would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering why he was so entangled in seeking someone's guidance. The North Ming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo both belong to the esteemed sect of Xiaoyao, and naturally, to learn them, it is most appropriate to seek out the practitioners of Xiaoyao sect. As per Chu Xiao's recollection, the current leader of Xiaoyao sect, Wu Yizi, had been cast down a cliff by his disciple Ding Chunqiu, leaving him paralyzed and confined to a high position. Fortunately, he has sustained himself with 70 years of North Ming true energy and remains alive. Why not directly approach Wu Yizi to learn the North Ming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo? This would be the most fitting course of action. Resolute in his decision, Chu Xiao departed from the Longhuan blessed land, determined to find the Xiaoyao sect and seek Wu Yizi for his teachings. Yet, Chu Xiao could only recall that Wu Yizi had set up a rare chess game to find a worthy successor, inviting young heroes from across the land. Whoever could solve the chess puzzle would inherit his legacy. He could not remember where this chess game was held, nor did he know the location of Xiaoyao sect atop the secluded mountain. At present, the plot of Tianlong had only just begun, and there was still a considerable time until Wu Yizi would present the rare chess game. This meant that if Chu Xiao wished to find Wu Yizi, he would either have to exert considerable effort or simply wait for the grand opening of the chess game. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xiao rolled up the scroll and made his way down the Wuliang mountain. Several days later, he found himself at a humble tea house by the roadside, a temporary resting place. A handsome youth clad in a white long robe approached gracefully and took a seat at a guest table. Unlike the weary travelers surrounding him, this young man exuded an extraordinary charm, seemingly delicate and frail. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that his vitality was robust, moving with the swiftness of the wind, and the muscles beneath his robe were full and powerful. This exceptional youth was none other than Chu Xiao, who had descended from Wuliang Mountain. In order to facilitate his journey, he had donned this scholarly robe from a clothing store, which had indeed spared him from many peculiar stares along the way. Yet, no matter how ordinary his attire, it could not conceal the innate aura he possessed, drawing the attention of those around him, who engaged in whispers of discussion. As Chu Xiao sipped the clear tea served by the waiter, cleansing himself of the dust from his travels, he paid little mind to the gazes of the wandering souls around him. He had long grown accustomed to it. He had also dealt with a few unruly ruffians, none of which warranted his concern. Just as Chu Xiao finished his tea, settled the bill, and prepared to rise to leave, a hearty, booming laughter echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a burly man with an imposing presence entering the tea house. The man sat down with a wide stance, beckoning the waiter to bring him 2 jean of white wine and a plate of cooked meat. The esteemed guest, our establishment solely offers tea and simple fare for travelers. Should you desire wine and meat, you must journey 10 more miles ahead, where a bustling market awaits, replete with taverns. The robust man, initially filled with doubt, lifted his gaze towards the tea house's sign, realizing his oversight in mistaking the tea house for an inn. Just as he intended to depart, he was halted by Chu Xiao. "My friend, if you wish to indulge in wine, I happen to possess some. Would you care to share a drink?" Chu Xiao produced a universal capsule, conjuring a box of exquisite wine as if by sorcery. Such miraculous prowess instantly captivated the onlookers, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even the composed man could not conceal his surprise, marveling at Chu Zhao's ability to summon fine wine from thin air. Yet, upon observing Chu Zhao's demeanor, which bore no ill intent, he chuckled at his own earlier misjudgment and declared, "Brother, your skill is indeed remarkable. Since there is wine to enjoy, I shall gladly partake." The man rose with a commanding presence and took a seat opposite Chu Zhao, reaching into the box to extract a bottle of the fine wine. As he grasped the bottle, he was once again taken aback by its chilling touch and the crystal-clear brilliance of the vessel, containing an exquisite elixir. He marveled inwardly at the ingenious use of glass to hold such a precious drink. Clearly, this individual was of extraordinary caliber, considering his age and demeanor. There could only be one contender in the current martial world, Morong Fu of the Morong family. The man was none other than Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars' sect, who had come to rest after a long journey. With a tilt of his head, Xiao Feng drank deeply, the fiery liquid surging through him like a flood, invigorating his spirit and opening his senses. He could not help but exclaim in delight, "Excellent wine! Excellent wine! Excellent wine! If only there were meat to accompany it." Chu Zhao offered a slight smile, deftly revealing another universal capsule. Where there is fine wine, how could there be a lack of meat? As the mist dissipated, another large box appeared before Xiao Feng, its lid lifting to release an enticing aroma of meats, revealing a veritable feast. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Xiao Feng exclaimed thrice, raising his wine glass to toast with Chu Zhao. They drank heartily, devouring the delectable food before them. In that moment, the two men reveled in their camaraderie, forgetting all else, their eyes fixed solely on the sumptuous wine and cuisine, celebrating the rarity of true friendship. Chapter 47. The Apricot Grove. As the two indulged in their libations, having traversed 3 rounds and savored 5 flavors, the renowned Xiao Feng, famed for his capacity to consume copious amounts of alcohol without inebriation, began to display a rosy hue upon his visage, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. The wine presented by Chu Zhao was of a potency that far surpassed the low-grade spirits of the Tianlong realm. Each bottle, save for the red wine, was a high-proof liquor. Accustomed to milder beverages, Xiao Feng, unaware of the liquor's potency, indulged in a fervent drinking spree and inevitably succumbed to intoxication. In contrast, Chu Zhao, matching Xiao Feng drink for drink, imbibed the strong spirits without exhibiting any signs of drunkenness. Rather, he appeared to grow more invigorated. Having enhanced his physique with a super soldier serum, the resulting metabolic rate was several times that of an ordinary person, thus rendering Chu Zhao immune to the effects of intoxication. As Xiao Feng shook his head, realizing his own inebriation, he regarded Chu Zhao with astonishment, pondering how this man could possess such remarkable resilience to alcohol while he himself was becoming increasingly intoxicated. Truly, the reputation of Nan Morong was well-deserved. "Delightful. It is indeed a privilege to share this drink with you, my friend," Xiao Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Now that we have satisfied our appetites, shall we engage in a contest of agility?" Chu Zhao, intrigued by the proposition, had already surmised Xiao Feng's identity from his demeanor and was eager to witness the prowess of the famed Bei Xiao Feng. "Very well," he replied, stowing away 2 boxes into a versatile capsule and selecting a direction alongside Xiao Feng. With a surge of energy, they ascended into the air. Xiao Feng executed a masterful lightness technique, while Chu Zhao, lacking any martial arts training, relied solely on his physical strength, propelling himself forward with explosive power akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Observing Chu Zhao's movements, Xiao Feng noted that although his technique was rudimentary, his speed was astonishingly competitive, even surpassing Xiao Feng's own in certain respects. Astonished, Xiao Feng marveled at the existence of such a formidable individual, capable of achieving such velocity through sheer physicality. Contemplating this, he summoned his inner energy, refining his lightness technique to its utmost limits. Yet Chu Zhao remained unfazed, effortlessly trailing behind without a hint of fatigue. As they traversed several dozen miles, Xiao Feng ultimately found himself unable to maintain his pace and descended to the ground, followed closely by Chu Zhao, who had discerned Xiao Feng's state. "Indeed, you are from the Morong clan. I am Xiao Feng. Today, I am truly impressed," Xiao Feng remarked with a bow of respect, internally acknowledging that Chu Zhao's mindset, strength, and abilities were unparalleled, far exceeding his own, deserving of his reverence. "Nan Morong?" Chu Zhao replied, amused, realizing that Xiao Feng had mistaken him for Morong Fu. With a gentle smile, he assisted the bowed Xiao Feng to his feet. "You have mistaken me, my brother. I am not Nan Morong. I am Chu Zhao." "Chu Zhao." Xiao Feng paused, his mind racing through the names of prominent figures in the martial world, yet he had never heard of such a name. Logically, someone of Chu Zhao's caliber could hardly be an obscure individual. Could he be a newly emerged prodigy from a prestigious sect? Noticing Xiao Feng's contemplation, Chu Xiao clarified. I am but a newcomer to the martial world, without any sect or affiliation. This is my first encounter with a master such as yourself. Realizing his error, Xiao Feng felt a sense of humility and refrained from labeling Chu Xiao as a mere novice in the face of such evident skill. After all, in the recent two contests, Xiao Feng found himself outmatched by Chu Xiao in both drinking prowess and agility. Faced with such an exceptional individual as Chu Xiao, Xiao Feng could only feel a sense of admiration and awe, yet he harbored no inclination for brotherhood. Despite Chu Xiao appearing significantly younger, his abilities undoubtedly surpassed Xiao Feng's. To hastily propose a bond of brotherhood would be presumptuous. Xiao Feng believed he was unworthy of the title of elder brother. Conversely, to assume the role of a younger brother felt inappropriate, given that Xiao Feng was, in fact, the elder. Thus, he fell into a contemplative silence, lamenting the rarity of finding such a kindred spirit, yet lamenting that their connection was not akin to the esteemed friendship of Guan and Bao. Noticing Xiao Feng's unease, Chu Xiao was oblivious to the source of his discomfort. Brother Xiao, I see you have traveled far. Do you have pressing matters at hand? This question jolted Xiao Feng back to reality, and he realized that he was on the verge of neglecting an important engagement. His journey was intended for a rendezvous with adversaries in the Apricot Grove. The disciples of the Beggars sect had likely gathered there and were probably awaiting his arrival. Brother Chu, I indeed have urgent affairs that require my attention. I am to meet an enemy in the Apricot Grove. Alas, we have barely begun to drink. Let us indulge in merriment another time. Chu Xiao mused that the narrative had progressed to the impending encounter at the Apricot Grove. Brother Xiao, as I traverse the lands and broaden my horizons, may I accompany you to the Apricot Grove to witness the heroes of the realm? Xiao Feng regarded Chu Xiao with profound significance before exclaiming, Excellent. Excellent. If Brother Chu wishes to join me, I would never decline. With that, the two set forth towards the Apricot Grove, arriving just around noon. The grove, named for its abundance of apricot trees, was now in the season of ripeness, with branches laden with golden fruit, exuding an enticing aroma. As Chu Xiao and Xiao Feng ventured deeper into the grove, they soon spotted the assembled disciples of the Beggars sect. After a brief exchange of words, Xiao Feng led Chu Xiao to the gathering place of their sect. There, a multitude of disciples had already congregated, with a significant number of elders present. Chu Xiao glanced around and recognized several familiar faces amidst the crowd. Among them was a scholarly figure clad in a green robe, none other than Duan Yu. Brother Chu, Duan Yu exclaimed, waving eagerly upon spotting him. Beside Duan Yu stood a woman of ethereal beauty, resembling the jade figure Chu Xiao had encountered in the land of Longhuan, likely Wang Yuyan. It seemed Duan Yu had indeed crossed paths with Wang Yuyan. Nodding in acknowledgement to Duan Yu, Chu Xiao then turned his gaze to a rugged middle-aged man accompanying Wang Yuyan, who was presumably Ba Song. Subsequently, Xiao Feng ensured Chu Xiao was seated in a place of honor before he busied himself with organizing the gathering of the Beggars sect. Today, we gather here to identify the perpetrator responsible for the murder of Vice Leader Ma. Just as Xiao Feng spoke, a commotion erupted from outside the grove, as another group of Beggars sect disciples, led by Quan Guanqing, charged in with an intimidating air. Even Chu Xiao, as an outsider, could perceive their ill intentions reflected in their eyes. Xiao Feng's attention was solely focused on Quan Guanqing. Though surprised by his demeanor, he chose not to voice his concerns in the interest of maintaining the greater harmony. During this period of contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that the perpetrator behind the death of the deputy leader Ma is certainly not of the style associated with the Morong clan of Suzhou. The true culprit must be someone else entirely. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Feng, the disciples of the Beggars sect began to stir restlessly, for deputy leader Ma had met his demise at the hands of his own renowned technique, the capturing hand. Such a manner of death seemed strikingly similar to the Morong family's practice of returning the same method upon their adversaries. Why then is it deemed impossible for the Morong clan to be involved? Xiao Feng's assertion held merit. My esteemed son was in Yanzhou when deputy leader Ma perished. So how could he possibly be 100 miles away to commit murder? This matter undoubtedly involves someone framing my son, Bao Budong concurred. Indeed, there must be deeper implications at play. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, poised to elaborate further, yet was once again interrupted by Quan Guanqing. What you say, Xiao leader, seems to be a deliberate attempt at exoneration. This remark struck at Xiao Feng's authority as the leader. Quan Guanqing, from the moment he arrived, disregarded his own dignity in front of the Beggars sect disciples, and now he spoke with blatant disrespect, prompting Xiao Feng to reach his limit. Where are the two elders responsible for transmission of teachings and law enforcement? It was then that Xiao Feng realized that two of the most crucial elders of the Beggars sect were conspicuously absent. Quan Guanqing smirked disdainfully. Secretly reveling in his cunning, he had long since imprisoned the elders in charge of teachings and law, leaving Xiao Feng isolated and vulnerable. With just a little more maneuvering, he could force Xiao Feng out. The position of the leader of the Beggars sect was destined to be his. The atmosphere in the room had noticeably shifted. As Xiao Feng surveyed the crowd, he noticed that the gazes directed at him had become alien, devoid of the previous familiarity. He cast a cold glance at Quan Guanqing before turning to the four elders. Elders, what has transpired? Yet the elders remained silent, as if they had not heard his inquiry. Chu Xiao was acutely aware of the entire conspiracy surrounding the Xingzi Lin incident. While Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan observed the growing divisions within the Beggars sect, realizing they had been dragged into an internal strife of the sect. Chapter 48. The truth. Xiao Feng let out a cold snort, channeling his inner strength to execute the long-lost dragon seizing technique. Unbeknownst to the disciples of the Beggars sect, Quan Qing's knees buckled, and he knelt before him. Chu Xiao, with keen insight, recognized Xiao Feng's formidable skill. Pondering that the dragon-seizing technique was indeed an extraordinary martial art, capable of projecting internal energy outward and controlling it with grace. This technique was far more versatile and restrained than the mere use of qi, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative. Xiao Feng held Quan Qing accountable for his transgressions, meticulously recounting the illustrious achievements of the elders. To Chu Xiao, Xiao Feng's abilities, temperament, and fortitude were of the highest caliber. Having such a leader as Xiao Feng was a tremendous blessing for the Beggars sect. However, the elders within the sect vehemently insisted that Xiao Feng, being of Khitan descent, was unfit to hold the position of sect leader, and they began to turn against him, harboring resentment and anger. No matter how exceptional Xiao Feng was, he remained unseen in their eyes. Soon, Tan Gong and Tan Pa, along with the widow of the late deputy leader Ma, Kong Min, arrived in succession, and a conspiracy surrounding the enigma of Xiao Feng's lineage began to brew. Spurred by Ma Deyuan's demise, you seek to usurp my position as leader? I, Xiao Feng, am indifferent to that. Yet why do you malign me as the murderer of Ma Deyuan? Xiao Feng's words were heartfelt. He was a man of integrity, unwilling to bear such slander. Oh, Xiao leader, spare us the pretense. Quan Qing mocked, producing a confidential letter, which was the handwritten correspondence of the former leader of the Beggars sect, Wang Jiantong. Kong Min, why don't you enlighten everyone about the contents of this letter? All eyes turned to Kong Min, a woman who appeared alluring yet harbored a venomous heart. Alas, as the widow of the deceased, I dare not deceive the esteemed heroes gathered here. This letter contains a monumental secret of our sect, and thus, I, a mere woman, hesitate to speak of it, she lamented. Quan Qing responded with a chilling laugh. Deputy leader Ma was brutally slain. Now is the opportune moment to identify the true murderer. Kong Min, do share all that you know. Rest assured, someone will ensure your safety. With Quan Qing and Kong Min playing off each other, they drew the crowd's attention entirely to the thin letter. At this moment, Xiao Feng's fate was inexorably intertwined with that correspondence. Kong Min took the envelope from Quan Qing's hand, preparing to open it and read aloud. Just then, a sudden gust of wind whisked the envelope away, leaving the onlookers baffled. How could something so close vanish in an instant? Who possessed such extraordinary agility to snatch the envelope from Kong Min's grasp in plain sight? Where did the envelope go? A disciple of the Beggars sect exclaimed, pointing towards Chu Xiao. There, Chu Xiao slowly opened the envelope, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him. Thief! Halt! Do not tamper with our sect's confidential correspondence. The four great elders of the Beggars sect leapt into action, converging upon Chu Xiao, wielding their weapons, deer-headed clubs, broad-bladed knives, steel swords, and enforcement staves, each strike infused with fierce energy aimed at Chu Xiao's vital points. Get lost! Chu Xiao barked, executing a straightforward counterattack with a single hand, lacking any embellishment, as he collided with the weapons of the four elders. The formidable physique, bolstered by the infusion of energy, significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. The weapons of the four elders of the Beggars sect shattered upon impact, while Chu Xiao's fist remained unscathed. The four elders gasped in astonishment, staring at their broken weapons, exclaiming in disbelief at Chu Xiao's astonishing martial prowess. Unarmed, he could shatter the weapons of others. With merely the force of his punch, Chu Xiao quelled the audacity of the petty individuals surrounding him. He cast a scornful glance at the crowd, his gaze settling on a letter that confirmed his suspicions. It was a confidential missive from the former leader of the Beggars sect, Wang Jiantong, addressed to Deputy Leader Ma. The purpose of this correspondence was to prevent Xiao Feng, a man from Khitan, from undertaking actions detrimental to the Song dynasty. Initially, it was a precautionary measure. Yet now, this letter had been exploited by Quan Quanqing as leverage to coerce Xiao Feng into abdicating in favor of another. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Chu Xiao shook his head in disbelief. A legendary hero like Xiao Feng had his life irrevocably altered by this single letter, despite the hardships his fate had already encountered. He should not be subjected to the meddling of these ignorant ruffians from the beggar's sect. With a sudden burst of energy, Chu Xiao disintegrated the letter in his hand into fine particles that drifted to the ground. Heh, do you think that by destroying this letter, you can absolve Xiao Feng of his transgressions? Quan Quanqing sneered, mocking him once more. Whoosh. In an instant, Chu Xiao's figure flickered and appeared beside Quan Quanqing. With a swift motion, he pressed down with one hand, forcefully pinning Quan Quanqing to the ground, leaving him sprawled in submission. Stop! Kongmin cried out. Witnessing Quan Quanqing being subdued in a single move, her grand scheme to ruin Xiao Feng was on the verge of success. How could she allow it to fail now? Oh, are you concerned for your lover? Chu Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he regarded Kongmin. What nonsense are you spouting? What lover? Kongmin felt a chill run down her spine under Chu Xiao's piercing gaze, instinctively avoiding his eyes. You must all stand for the deceased lady. This man not only tore up our sect's confidential letter, but also assaulted the elders of the beggar's sect, and now he slanders my reputation. I slander you. You, who were abandoned by Duan Jinshan, married Ma Daiyuan, then murdered him, consorting with Quan Quanqing and Bai Shijing. All the while exploiting Wang Jintong's missive in a bid to assist Quan Quanqing in usurping the leadership of the beggar's sect. Do you think you are worthy of my slander? Hiss. The crowd was struck dumb by Chu Xiao's words, which held an abundance of implications. Each phrase was a dagger to the heart, each sentence a revelation. Kongmin was the murderer of Deputy Leader Ma. She was entangled with the two elders, Quan Quanqing and Bai Shijing. This entire conspiracy was orchestrated to aid Quan Quanqing in seizing control of the beggar's sect. The members of the beggar's sect began to murmur among themselves, weighing Chu Xiao's formidable strength and his resolute assertions, compelling them to reconsider the veracity of his claims. You speak nonsense. Upon hearing Duan Jingquan's name, Kongmin seemed to lose her composure entirely, abandoning the guise of the fragile woman she had previously portrayed. Humph. Chu Xiao did not engage further with Kongmin, but turned his attention to Bai Shijing, bellowing, as an elder responsible for enforcing the law within the beggar's sect. How do you intend to address this violation of the law? The crowd turned their gaze towards Elder Bai Shijing, and from his evasive glances, the veracity of Chu Xiao's words became increasingly apparent. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, Elder Bai, is it true what Brother Chu has stated? Bai Shijing looked at Xiao Feng, then at Kongmin and the prostrate Quan Guqing, and, filled with resignation, knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Chief Qiao. It is all my fault for a moment of folly, resulting in today's grave error. How to proceed is entirely at your discretion. The disciples of the beggar's sect erupted in uproar, for Bai Shijing's reaction effectively confirmed Chu Xiao's claims. Did Vice Chief Ma truly perish at Kongmin's hands? Xiao Feng questioned fiercely, his anger palpable. Indeed, Vice Chief Ma met his demise at the hands of that venomous woman, who sought to exploit my weaknesses to compel the chief to abdicate, with fury coursing through him. Xiao Feng recalled the immense gratitude he owed to Vice Chief Ma and the former Chief Wang Jiantong, both of whom had witnessed his growth. The revelation that Vice Chief Ma had been slain by this treacherous woman ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. That venomous woman, she deserves to die? Xiao Feng bellowed, raising his hand to strike Kongmin, only to be interrupted by a resonant voice. A bald old monk hurried forward, blocking Xiao Feng and momentarily delaying Kongmin's fate. Master Zhiguang recognized the elders of the beggar's sect, as he was a highly esteemed figure in the martial world. Master Zhiguang, why do you prevent me from cleansing my own house? Xiao Feng demanded angrily. Benefactor Qiao, Kongmin's actions are indeed reprehensible. Yet the resolution rests solely with the beggar's sect. You are not entitled to intervene. The master replied. Why? Xiao Feng pressed further. Because you are not Han, but Chitin. A gasp rippled through the disciples of the beggar's sect, astonished by Master Zhiguang's revelation. I am Chitin. Xiao Feng's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed. Benefactor Qiao, you are Chitin. Many present can attest to this. If you doubt it, observe the wolf's head tattoo on your chest, which signifies your royal lineage. Xiao Feng, in a daze, pulled aside his clothing to reveal a fierce wolf's head emblazoned upon his chest. I am Chitin, he echoed, as if struck by lightning. His mind momentarily blank. In the present turmoil of perpetual conflict between the Song and Liao, the animosity between Han and Chitin was indelibly etched in history. Should Xiao Feng truly be Chitin, Not only would he be unable to assume the role of chief of the Beggars sect, but he would find no foothold within the entirety of the Central Plains martial realm. Everything unfolded as per the original narrative, and Xiao Feng remained unable to alter his fate, destined to become Xiao Feng. Even with Chu Zhao's intervention, the ironclad truth remained unchanged. Yet, in this moment, Chu Xiao could no longer bear to witness the unfolding events. As a traveler from another realm, his worldview starkly contrasted with that of the inhabitants of the Tianlong world. What of Xiao Feng being chitin? Did that transform him from the hero of your tales into a pariah reviled by all? You, with your myopic vision, brandishing the banner of martial righteousness, yet harboring narrow-mindedness, are nothing but pretenders to greatness. The hypocrisy displayed is truly repugnant. Amitabha, this benefactor harbors excessive wrath and requires the teachings of the Buddha to find peace. Why not accompany me back to the temple to quietly study the sutras? Master Zhiguang, unaware of the depths of Chu Zhao's sentiments, felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards his words, chastising internally. Humph, you monk, 30 years prior at the Yamingwen Pass. You were swayed by Murong Bo, leading to the wrongful death of Xiao Yuanshan's beloved wife, shattering their family. Now, you emerge once again to wreak havoc upon others. Such are the noble deeds of a monk. Master Zhiguang's expression darkened, and he recited the name of Buddha, Amitabha. Indeed, in that fateful battle, it was true that we were manipulated by treacherous individuals, resulting in great calamity. If Xiaoshi seeks vengeance now, he is free to act. Xiao Feng was repeatedly taken aback by Chu Zhao's words. With Master Zhiguang urging him to take action for revenge, how could he possibly comply? It was clearly a ploy by the monk to absolve himself of guilt. Humph, what a monk! Fully aware that Brother Xiao would refrain from violence. You deliberately provoke him. Such cunning indeed. However, what Brother Xiao dares not do, I am more than willing to undertake on his behalf. Chapter 49. Sorrowful and clear breeze. Chu Zhao's words struck like the icy chill of December, sending a shiver down Master Zhiguang's spine. Having roamed the martial world for many years, he had often encountered similar situations in the past. He could always rely on the unwritten rules of the Jianghu to dissuade his opponents from striking him down. Yet now, with a mere suggestion from Chu Xiao, Master Zhiguang was utterly taken aback, poised to explain himself when suddenly he felt a sharp pain, as if a gaping wound had appeared in his chest, staining his monk's robe with blood. How could this be? Master Zhiguang stared incredulously at his own chest, then at the finger raised by Chu Xiao, silently cursing this reckless youth who disregarded the codes of the Jianghu, leading to his untimely demise at the hands of such a brash individual. Master Zhiguang's face contorted into a grimace, the dignity of a master vanishing as he struggled for a moment before life slipped away. How audacious! This scoundrel dares to slay the esteemed Master Zhiguang. The elder of the Beggars sect reproached Chu Xiao, yet none dared to confront him. The strength exhibited by Chu Xiao was formidable. Moments ago, he had unleashed a white energy from his fingertip that pierced through Master Zhiguang's chest. The onlookers were left in awe of such extraordinary martial prowess. Could this thief be a disciple of the Dali Duan family, employing the legendary Six Meridians divine sword? All eyes turned to Duan Yu, who had just proclaimed himself a disciple of the Dali clan. Given their earlier familiarity, it was only natural for the crowd to look in his direction. Duan Yu, feeling the weight of their gaze, responded awkwardly. Brother Chu is not a disciple of the Duan family, nor is he using our ancestral technique, the Six Meridians divine sword. As for his martial arts, I have little understanding, having never harbored a desire to practice. The crowd was further astonished. Was there truly another martial art capable of rivaling the Six Meridians divine sword? This individual's origins must be extraordinary. Silence enveloped the surroundings, while the members of the Beggars sect hesitated to engage with Chu Xiao. Those connected to the past incident at Yemen Pass, such as the Tan couple and others, felt compelled to confront him in light of Master Zhiguang's lifeless body. Aware that they were no match for Chu Xiao, they nevertheless summoned the courage to face him, displaying a certain resolve compared to the fallen master. Just as Chu Xiao prepared to clash with them, he was halted by Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao, please refrain from further violence. Xiao Feng's voice bore a tone of resignation and sorrow. His demeanor markedly changed from before. He gazed gratefully at Chu Xiao, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, brother. I have now recognized you as my true comrade. From this day forth, I renounce my position as the leader of the Beggars sect, severing all ties with them." Turning to the Tan couple and the others, he added, "Though you were manipulated by Murong Bo at Yinmen Pass, my parents ultimately fell by your hands. I am compelled to seek vengeance for their blood. I apologize for what must come." With that, Xiao Feng unleashed a palm strike akin to a dragon's claw, employing not the Beggars sect's renowned 18 dragon-subduing palms, but rather a simple, unrefined technique. It was evident that Xiao Feng had not lost his sense of reason and recognized that invoking the beggar's sect's signature skills against the Tans would be inappropriate. Even though Xiao Feng employed merely ordinary martial techniques, his profound martial arts mastery transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, rendering his combat prowess formidable. Within just a few exchanges, Tan Gong and his companions were cast to the ground, and as all anticipated a ruthless strike from Xiao Feng, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he targeted several individual stanchions, rendering their martial capabilities null and void. Thank you, Chief Xiao. The mercy of the great hero Xiao shall not be forgotten. Tan Gong, clutching his chest, weakly assisted Tan Po while his heart overflowed with gratitude. You may leave. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, Xiao Feng turned his gaze away from them and directed it towards Kong Min and Quan Guanqing. I am no longer the leader of the beggar clan, and I shall not meddle in its affairs. However, gang leader Wang is my revered mentor, and deputy leader Ma has watched me grow. They have been manipulated and slain. I must avenge them. Xiao Feng struck once more, employing no other technique than the beggar clan's ultimate skill, the 18 dragon subduing palms. With a fierce execution of the Kong Long Yu Hui stance, his murderous intent erupted forth. Kong Min, possessing only rudimentary martial skills, stood no chance against the ferocity of Xiao Feng's palm. Before he could utter a cry of despair, he was struck down instantly. Quan Guanqing, witnessing the tragic demise of Kong Min, was drenched in perspiration, his composure shattered in the face of impending death. He scrambled to his feet, desperately pleading with Xiao Feng for the preservation of his wretched life. Yet, Xiao Feng remained unmoved. The memory of Chu Zhao's execution of Master Zhiguang had left a profound impact on him. Those who exploit the customs and ethics of the martial world to evade responsibility deserve death. With a decisive strike, Xiao Feng unleashed his palm, a dragon's roar resonating through the air, and Quan Guanqing succumbed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Chu Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Approving of Xiao Feng's actions, an honorable man must take vengeance, upholding justice with discernment, truly embodying the essence of a dragon among men. As the crowd's attention fixated on Xiao Feng, an ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, unnoticed by nearly all, even by Chu Xiao. However, as the aroma permeated their beings, they felt an overwhelming lethargy, their internal energy stagnating as if rendered utterly immobile. This fragrance is toxic, they realized, but it was too late. They had already succumbed to the foreign poison, collapsing to the ground like lifeless husks. Even Xiao Feng, with his profound internal strength, found himself kneeling, unable to muster any power. The entire apricot grove lay shrouded in fallen figures, yet Chu Xiao stood unscathed, devoid of any signs of poisoning. The super soldier serum not only accelerated Chu Zhao's metabolism, but also significantly enhanced his resistance to toxins, leaving him unaffected. As the last remnants of consciousness faded, a group of armored soldiers swiftly surrounded them, members of the esteemed Yiping Hall of the Western Xia, among whom was none other than Murong Fu disguised as Li Yinzong. These brutes of the beggar clan have fallen into my grasp. Even the clan leader, Xiao Feng, has been captured alive. This is a resounding victory. The general of Western Xia laughed heartily, but his gaze fell upon the only unaffected Chu Xiao. Seize him. Yes. A throng of soldiers brandishing steel blades charged toward Chu Xiao with fierce intent. Amidst the anguished cries, the soldiers faltered before approaching Chu Xiao, collapsing to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. What could this force be? The general, taken aback, could hardly comprehend the nature of Chu Xiao's assault. Only witnessing his soldiers fall one after another. Brother Chu, I implore you to repel these Xixia soldiers. I am currently afflicted by a peculiar poison, rendering my internal strength ineffectual. Although the beggar's sect is of no concern to me, I cannot stand idly by as they are persecuted. Xiao Feng strained to maintain his composure, placing his hopes solely upon Chu Xiao. The disciples of the beggar's sect, along with Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan, gazed at Chu Xiao with a glimmer of hope. He was their only savior in this dire moment. First, we must extricate Miss Wang from her peril. Should she fall into the hands of the Xixia soldiers, the consequences would be dire. Duan Yu collapsed onto the ground, evidently unable to consume the blood toad or master the techniques of the North mysterious divine skill and the Lingbo Weibu, due to Chu Zhao's intervention, leaving him defenseless against the tragic winds of fate. Esteemed hero Chu, I beseech you to lend your aid, and do not let our ignorance be the downfall of the beggar's sect. The elder of the sect recognized the gravity of the situation. Should they be captured by the Xixia soldiers, they would be at the mercy of their captors. With the leadership of the beggar's sect gathered here today, their annihilation seemed imminent. Since all have requested my assistance, I shall reluctantly oblige. Chu Zhao's fists clenched lightly, an aura of immense power surging through him. reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon those present. The Xixiao general, though his countenance was grave, could not afford to withdraw, as the prospect of profit lay tantalizingly before him. He raised his hand and bellowed, "Advance, all of you. Whoever succeeds in slaying this man shall be richly rewarded." Chapter 50. The God of Slaughter, Chu Shao at the command of the Western Xia general. His soldiers surged towards Chu Shao, revealing that he was not a mere talentless individual. The troops exhibited unwavering obedience to their leader's orders. However, no matter how numerous the soldiers may be, facing an adversary of an entirely different caliber could hardly alter the outcome of the conflict. Like a bolt of lightning, Chu Shao advanced rather than retreating, plunging into the midst of the enemy. His fists moved with unadulterated speed and strength, devoid of any discernible technique. Each strike sending soldiers hurtling away, silenced forever. The sheer ferocity of his physical prowess was astonishing. It was evident that he had mastered an extraordinary form of martial arts, honing his body to such a terrifying degree without a hint of internal energy. As Chu Shao navigated effortlessly among the soldiers, harvesting their lives with ease, onlookers marveled at his might, silently grateful that a confrontation had not escalated with him, lest they find themselves among the fallen. The air reverberated with cries of despair, and in the blink of an eye, the soldiers by the Western Xia general had dwindled to a mere handful. Even Murong Fu, disguised as a Western Xia warrior, retreated quietly upon witnessing Chu Xiao's prowess, daunted by the thought of engaging him. With Murong Fu's esteemed lineage, he could hardly fail to recognize Chu Xiao's terror. He could barely discern Chu Xiao's figure, let alone contend with him. Chu Xiao's countenance remained as calm as still water, surrounded by a sea of fallen soldiers. An invisible aura of malevolence emanated from him, causing even seasoned generals, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, to retreat in fear, as if confronted by an ocean of blood and mountains of bones. Retreat, retreat, retreat. When the Western Xia general met Chu Xiao's gaze, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His resolve shattered, and his thoughts turned solely to fleeing this place. Thinking of escaping? I shall not allow it. Chu Xiao's speed surged. A sound of air-splitting echoed as he appeared beside the Western Xia general in an instant. His powerful legs unleashed a devastating blow upon the horse beneath the general, which let out a pained whinny before collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Li Yinzong, hurry. Quickly come to my aid. The Western Xia general pleaded, desperately attempting to crawl away. Murong Fu, masquerading as Li Yinzong, felt an oppressive force locking onto him at the mention of his name. Sensing danger, he prepared to employ his lightness skills to flee. Yet, how could Murong Fu's speed possibly rival Chu Xiao's? The moment he made a move, Chu Xiao's fist was already upon him. This is bad. I will die. Aware of the dreadfulness of Chu Xiao's punch, Murong Fu dared not linger, instinctively summoning the Murong family's ultimate technique, the doubled star shift. Chu Xiao felt as though his fist had struck a mass of cotton, lacking any solid resistance. Under Murong Fu's full control, the force described a circular arc, hurtling back towards Chu Xiao's face. What kind of martial art is this? Chu Xiao could not help but feel intrigued. This was the first time in the dragon taming world that someone had been able to withstand his punch. The sensation was akin to encountering a high-level character in a novice village, suddenly facing a newcomer capable of enduring significant damage. How could this not pique Chu Xiao's curiosity? This is the Murong family's doubled star shift. Though Chu Xiao could not discern the true nature of the situation, Wang Yuyin was all too familiar with this technique. The celestial shift was indeed a treasured skill of the Murong clan, and she recognized it at a glance. Celestial shift? Chu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling that in the original storyline, Murong Fu had once disguised himself as a Xixia warrior. You are Murong Fu? Murong Fu was startled, realizing that his identity had been exposed, fearing for the reputation of the southern Murong. It now seemed evident that his presence within the Xixiao army was intricately linked to the current siege of the Beggars sect, to the extent that it could be considered a scheme orchestrated by Murong Fu himself. Should this information leak, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished within the martial world. Murong Fu, unwilling to take any chances, quickly drew his blade while Chu Xiao was momentarily incapacitated, his target not being Chu Xiao, but rather the Xixia general. With a swift motion, the steel blade severed the general's throat, leaving the officer in disbelief, struggling to utter a word as blood poured forth uncontrollably. Murong Fu did not halt there. He continued his assault, eliminating the remaining Xixia soldiers one by one. This unexpected turn of events left Chu Xiao and the others utterly bewildered. Was this an attempt at self-redemption? Such behavior was indeed characteristic of Murong Fu. After dispatching the Xixia soldiers, Murong Fu retrieved a porcelain vial from his waist and tossed it to Chu Xiao, stating, This contains the antidote to the bitter sorrow elixir. A mere whiff will suffice to counteract the poison. With a facade of righteous intent, he tore off the human skin mask concealing his true identity and explained, "On my way here, I observed a gathering of Xixiao soldiers outside the apricot forest. Suspecting they would pose a threat to the beggars' sect, I eliminated one of their generals, disguised myself as an enemy, and infiltrated their ranks. As fate would have it, my suspicions proved correct. A grand conspiracy was indeed afoot. Fortunately, with the presence of the valiant Chu, we were able to swiftly rescue the heroes of the beggars' sect." Murong Fu, true to his southern Murong roots, succinctly elucidated his presence within the Xixiao army, thereby securing a significant favor from the beggars' sect. Chu Shao let out a cold snort, intending to expose Murong Fu's hypocritical facade, but was interrupted by the recovering Xiao Feng, who exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Shao, and the two vanished into the crowd. It turned out that Xiao Feng, having uncovered the truth of his lineage and the existence of his father, Murong Bo, was determined to leave the beggars' sect in pursuit of his long-lost father and his true nemesis, Murong Bo, reluctant to remain entangled with the elders of the beggars' sect. He utilized Chu Shao as a means to depart from the apricot forest. After bidding farewell, he disappeared into the woods. Once Xiao Feng had left, the cycle of the black lotus within Chu Shao finally stirred, manifesting a second petal. It appeared that being in proximity to the protagonist was indeed the most efficient method for coalescing lotus petals. After watching Xiao Feng's figure fade from sight, Chu Shao felt no inclination to return to the apricot forest and chose a direction to depart. His objective remained steadfast, to locate the address of the Xinxia sect or to await Su Xinghe's issuance of hero summons to gather various champions in unraveling the intricacies of the precious chess game. With the departure of Chu Shao and Xiao Feng, the members of the beggars' sect, unable to wait any longer for their return, gradually dispersed. Duan Yu initially intended to follow Wang Yuyan, yet was obstructed by Murong Fu, forcing him to depart with a sense of regret. Following the battle at Xingzi Forest, the disciples of the beggars' sect fervently propagated the events of that day, swiftly making the entire martial world aware of the occurrence. In an instant, the name of Chu Shao soared to prominence, and with a touch of embellishment from certain individuals, his prowess was likened to that of a celestial being descending to earth. Soon, the storytellers in tea houses and taverns seized upon this narrative, artfully enhancing it before launching into extravagant proclamations. Do you know of the illustrious Chu Shao? Revered as the god of slaughter, descended from the greedy wolf star of the heavens? You may wonder why. In the battle at Xingzi Forest, the god of slaughter, Chu Shao single-handedly annihilated the top experts of the Yipentang from the western Xia, rescuing the former leader of the beggars' sect, Xiao Feng, along with the elders and disciples of the sect. He even possessed the foresight to discern the perpetrator behind the assassination attempt on deputy leader Ma. Furthermore, the truth of the 30-year conflict at Yanmen Pass was unveiled by him, revealing that Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars' sect, was of Khitan descent, whose mother was treacherously slain by Murong Bo, the head of the Murong family, while his father remained missing. If you inquire about Xiao Feng's current whereabouts, he is undoubtedly in pursuit of avenging his mother's death against the seemingly deceased Murong Bo. And where can one find the god of slaughter, Chu Shao? It is said that he delights in wandering the majestic mountains and ridges, frequently spotted in various renowned peaks and rivers, embodying an ethereal presence, transcending the mundane. Chapter 51. Wu Yazi. Following the encounter at Xingzi Forest, Chu Shao continued his quest across renowned mountains and rivers in pursuit of the elusive Xiangyao sect. Since Wu Yazi was cast down the precipice by Ding Chuanxiu, the sect had vanished from the martial world, rendering its whereabouts a mystery to all. Despite his diligent efforts, Chu Shao spent a month searching in vain for the Xiangyao sect, though he had long possessed the North Ming divine skill and the Ling Bo Wei Bu. His martial arts remained at a rudimentary level, relying solely on brute physical strength to overcome techniques. The cultivation of qi inherently seeks the utmost power, and the rapid growth of strength diminished the significance of finesse. However, in Chu Xiao's eyes, when facing opponents of equal caliber and strength, combat technique became paramount. Take, for instance, the early stages of Dragon Ball. At similar levels, victory relied on the intricacy of techniques and formidable combat awareness. In contrast, the later stages were dominated by sheer power, overwhelming adversaries through the quantity and quality of qi. As the saying goes, one force can conquer 10 skills and 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds. To Chu Shao, both aspects were crucial in enhancing his prowess. What he lacked now was a distinguished mentor to guide him. On this day, Chu Shao ascended yet another famed mountain, the Thunderdrum Mountain. As he climbed, he encountered no one until he reached the mid-slope, where he met a woodcutter. Chu Xiao's gaze swept over the woodcutter, and he felt invigorated. During his time in the mountains, he had come across many woodcutters, all ordinary individuals devoid of internal strength. Yet the man before him was different. His internal energy was substantial, and his aura was profound, indicative of a skilled mentor's tutelage. Pray tell, is this place the Xiangyou sect? Chu Xiao inquired with certainty. The woodcutter paused, scrutinizing Chu Xiao cautiously, and replied, "Where in this world would you find the Xiangyou sect? I am merely a common woodcutter, and even if it exists, I am unaware." Chu Xiao chuckled, finding the woodcutter's words rather amusing. He clearly possessed internal strength, yet claimed to be an ordinary man. He denied the existence of the Xiangyou sect, while simultaneously professing ignorance of it. It was evident that this place was likely the very sect he sought. "Fear not, my good sir, I harbor no ill intentions. I have pressing matters to attend to. Might I inquire if Mr. Su Xinghe is present on the mountain?" Chu Xiao continued, probing to validate his suspicions. "You know my master?" The woodcutter blurted out almost instinctively. Chu Xiao noted inwardly that this was indeed the Xiangyou sect, and the woodcutter was a disciple of Su Xinghe. "I am not acquainted with him," Chu Xiao clarified, but simply conveyed a Mr. Su that I am from the Wuliang mountain, Lingya blessed land. He will understand. The woodcutter, though skeptical, unloaded the firewood from his shoulder and said, "What is your name?" "Wait here for me. I shall inform my master at once." "My name is Chu Xiao." "Chu Xiao, the god of death," the woodcutter exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock, hastening his steps. Chu Xiao watched the woodcutter's retreating figure, secretly rejoicing that he had finally found the Xiangyou sect and would soon meet Wu Yazi. However, he pondered what the title god of death, Chu Xiao, implied. During his time wandering the mountains, he had remained largely oblivious to the monikers circulating in the martial realm. However, he paid little heed to such hollow titles. Soon, Chu Xiao encountered a woodcutter hastening down the mountain, accompanied by an elderly man with hair as white as snow, who approached him directly. "You are the renowned god of death, Chu Xiao, are you not?" Su Xinghe, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkling with vitality, appraised Chu Xiao from head to toe with admiration. "I am indeed Chu Xiao, though the title of god of death is merely a moniker within the martial world." Chu Xiao replied with a resigned shrug, displaying a humble demeanor. A young man with such audacity and prowess, coupled with an extraordinary appearance and effortless charm. "My master will undoubtedly take a great liking to you." Su Xinghe coughed discreetly, realizing he had spoken too much, attempting to mask his words. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao listened intently, deducing that Wu Yazi was preparing to arrange the exquisite chessboard and select his successor. His arrival at this moment was indeed fortuitous, akin to being offered a pillow when one seeks slumber. "Young Chu, please follow me," Su Xinghe said, leading Chu Xiao up the mountain. Young Chu. Both Chu Xiao and the woodcutter were taken aback. The term was quite amusing. Given Su Xinghe's age, it seemed improbable for him to refer to Chu Xiao as a brother, yet he did so nonetheless. Clearly, Su Xinghe had already regarded him as the successor to his master, thus allowing for such a fraternal address. In a secluded part of the valley, Chu Xiao traversed a series of hidden doors, following Su Xinghe into a stone chamber. There, he beheld a figure suspended in midair, who was none other than Wu Yazi himself. Now incapacitated, relying on chains to keep himself aloft, Junior Chu Xiao pays his respects to Senior Wu Yazi. This marked Chu Xiao's first instance of addressing himself as a junior since arriving in the world of Tianlong. As he sought to learn the North mysterious divine art and the Lingbo Weibo, it was only fitting to observe the customary etiquette. "Ah, indeed. You are remarkably handsome and poised, exuding an extraordinary aura," Wu Yazi remarked with satisfaction. Despite having surpassed a century in age, his voice remained rich and magnetic, pleasing to the ear. "Senior, you flatter me," Chu Xiao modestly replied. "There's no need for such humility in my presence. I have heard from Xinghe that you have visited the land of Langya. How is it?" Wu Yazi inquired, seemingly lost in a reverie, his tone tinged with nostalgia and melancholy. "Senior, when I arrived at the land of Langya, it was already deserted, save for a solitary jade statue. Has Qiu Shui departed from there?" Wu Yazi murmured, his expression inscrutable. Chu Xiao pondered briefly. It seemed that Li Qiu Shui was now a queen in the western Xia, and considering Wu Yazi's demeanor, it would be best not to disclose this information, lest it provoke a fatal response from him. "Ah, well, the past has long since become mere clouds to me. My life draws to a close. I should not linger on worldly matters. Yet, my greatest regret in this life," Wu Yazi said gravely, "is having taken in the villain Ding Chuanxiu. In these days, I was preparing for Xinghe to issue a hero's invitation to seek a successor to my legacy, yet unexpectedly, you have come to me instead," Wu Yazi indicated with a nod. "Come forth, bow down 9 times, and from this day forth, you shall be my disciple." Unfazed, Chu Xiao gently shook his head and replied, "Senior, you have misunderstood. I have not come to seek apprenticeship today." "What?" Not here to be my disciple. Wu Yazi was taken aback and retorted. If you are not here to be my disciple, then what is your purpose in seeking me? Forgive me, senior. I have come to learn the Biming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo from someone as proficient as yourself, Chu Xiao respectfully stated. In this pursuit of knowledge, I seek only to learn from you based on the order of teaching, rather than a master-disciple relationship. Haha, what a delightful notion of teaching order. Wu Yazi chuckled heartily, finding Chu Xiao increasingly intriguing. The profound skills of the Xiaoyao sect that you seek are indeed your fortune. Since you are unwilling to take me as your master, I shall offer you some guidance. However, you must promise me that in return for your skills, you will eliminate the vile Ding Chuanxiu. Chu Xiao shook his head once more, responding, I appreciate your generous offer, senior, but as for the life of Ding Chuanxiu, I believe it would be better for you to take care of him yourself. Take care of him myself. Wu Yazi snorted lightly, glancing at his incapacitated body, and with a wry smile said, with this broken body of mine, senior, I can heal your body. Chu Xiao said calmly. What? You can heal my body? Wu Yazi nearly shouted, his chains rattling with excitement, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed. How could that be possible? My body has been paralyzed for many years, my muscles have long since atrophied. Even if I were healed, I would remain useless. How could I possibly confront Ding Chuanxiu? Besides, my life hangs by a thread, sustained solely by the Biming true qi. Sighing, Chu Xiao did not wish to elaborate further. He retrieved a mystical bean from his bag and said to Wu Yazi, Senior, please take this medicine. Chapter 52, The Path of Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi gazed skeptically at the celestial bean held in Chu Xiao's hand. Could such an unremarkable green bean truly remedy his decades-long affliction of paralysis? Could it restore his atrophied muscles? Wu Yazi found it hard to believe. Had Chu Xiao presented a pill, he might have been more inclined to accept its potential. Yet, a mere green bean lacked persuasive power. Senior, please open your mouth, Chu Xiao urged, extending the celestial bean. Reluctantly, Wu Yazi complied, acknowledging that Chu Xiao had no intent to harm him despite his reservations. Ultimately, he acquiesced, using his North Ming true qi to envelop the celestial bean and swallow it. As he gently chewed, a subtle aroma reminiscent of beans wafted through the air, indistinguishable from an ordinary green bean. Upon crushing the celestial bean and ingesting it, a surge of warmth erupted from his lower abdomen, causing Wu Yazi to gasp in astonishment. After years of paralysis, he had never experienced any sensation in that area. Yet now he distinctly felt a warm expansion. Could this truly alleviate my chronic ailment? Before Wu Yazi could dwell on his disbelief, the warmth began to radiate throughout his limbs and body, rejuvenating his damaged nerves and plumping his atrophied muscles. To his utter astonishment, Wu Yazi felt his body, once numb for decades, come alive once more. My body, he marveled, staring in disbelief at his own form as he attempted to move his arms and twist his torso. With a resounding burst, Wu Yazi's 70 years of North Ming true qi erupted forth, shattering the chains that bound him, and he gracefully descended from the air as if he were a celestial being. Thank you, Brother Chu Xiao, for using this miraculous medicine to cure my ailment. Wu Yazi expressed his gratitude, addressing Chu Xiao as a brother. As Chu Xiao had remarked, professions have their order, and skills have their specialties. Their relationship was not one of master and disciple, but rather one of colleagues sharing a journey. Wu Yazi had merely guided Chu Xiao onto the path of martial cultivation. Chu Xiao was equally elated for Wu Yazi, for the latter's recovery would not only enable him to impart the North Ming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo to Chu Xiao, but also catalyze a transformation within Chu Xiao's own reincarnation Black Lotus, culminating in the formation of a third petal. This marked the first occasion where Chu Xiao acquired a lotus petal from a non-protagonist. Such a notion suggested that altering the destinies of significant figures might also allow one to seize their fortune and cultivate lotus petals. Consequently, Chu Xiao's learning of the North Ming divine skill and Lingbo Weibo unfolded seamlessly. With Wu Yazi as his guide, Chu Xiao was confident that he would swiftly master these two divine techniques. However, fate had a jest in store for Chu Xiao. During Wu Yazi's instruction on the North Ming divine skill, they encountered an exceedingly challenging dilemma at the outset. To practice the North Ming divine skill, one must first forfeit their martial abilities and deplete their inner strength to start anew. Logically, Chu Xiao, devoid of inner strength, should be exempt from this requirement. Yet, while he lacked any inner power, he possessed an immense reservoir of qi. The qi from the dragon pearl was cultivated through relentless refinement of the physical body, extracted from every cell within. Although the methods of cultivating qi and inner strength differed significantly, both belonged to the realm of energy within the human body. Brother Chu, the formidable strength within you has hindered your cultivation of inner power, Wu Yazi lamented as he shook his head. Unless you relinquish your own abilities, it would be nearly impossible for you to master the Biming divine skill. Chu Shao furrowed his brow, plunged into contemplation. At present, he faced two choices. First, to abandon the Biming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo, continuing instead with his qi cultivation. Second, to forsake his current abilities to follow Weiyazi in re-establishing his inner power and embarking on the path of martial arts. This decision weighed heavily upon Chu Xiao's heart. The energy of the Dragon Pearl, while indeed potent, could not extend one's lifespan. Conversely, the inner strength of martial arts, though lacking the destructive force of qi, could compensate for the insufficiency of life. Chu Xiao found it exceedingly difficult to determine which path was more advantageous. Brother Chu, do not rush your decision, Weiyazi advised. First, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating the Biming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo, along with my personal insights. Ultimately, let your heart guide your choice. Chu Xiao nodded gravely, casting aside distractions, and devoted himself wholly to learning the theories of martial arts along with the techniques of the Biming divine skill and Lingbo Weibo. As time passed, Chu Xiao mastered the principles of these two divine skills, yet he found himself unable to cultivate inner power, making it impossible to manifest them. One day, seated atop the drum mountain, he harnessed his qi to refine his body, gradually enhancing his physical strength. Unbeknownst to him, Weiyazi had silently appeared beside him, observing without interruption, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Chu Xiao's training. When Chu Xiao finally opened his eyes, Weiyazi spoke. Brother Chu, my days are numbered. In the coming days, I shall descend the mountain to cleanse the starry sea. My voice carries the weight of time. This farewell may be our last, so I bid you to cherish yourself. Weiyazi bowed deeply, and Chu Xiao hastily rose to return the gesture. No gathering in this world remains unbroken. It is my fortune to encounter a kindred spirit in this lifetime. The two exchanged no further words, and Weiyazi executed the Lingbo Weibo, gracefully descending the mountain. By the halfway point, tears had already dampened his garments, uncertain whether they flowed for himself or for others. Chu Xiao watched Weiyazi's departing silhouette, his heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. If one day my own lifespan draws near its end, will I too feel the same sense of helplessness as Weiyazi? This world is so magnificent, with myriad wonders I have yet to experience. How could I bear to depart with regrets? Chu Xiao's thoughts drifted, his gaze sorrowfully fixed upon the slowly rising morning sun. Where, indeed, lies my true path? The night passed in silence. At dawn, Chu Xiao prepared to leave Drum Mountain and venture down for exploration. With Weiyazi no longer present, remaining there held little purpose, so he decided to traverse various locales, perhaps finding inspiration along the way. Journeying northward, he lost track of time and the places he passed. Whenever he encountered martial sects, he would engage their leaders in sparring, never tasting defeat. After each contest, Chu Xiao would share his martial wisdom, guiding the sect leaders and their disciples, exchanging insights on the art of combat. Soon, rumors spread throughout the martial world about the formidable slayer, Chu Xiao, who visited various sects without regard for their rivalries, uniting all under the banner of martial excellence and contributing to the prosperity of the Central Plains martial arts. The sect leaders who had been bested by him experienced significant enhancements in their martial prowess, elevating their skills to new heights. Their disciples also reaped immense benefits, finding their paths to martial enlightenment clear and unencumbered. In a short span, the name of Slayer Chu Xiao resounded once more across the martial realm, with nearly all sects expressing their fervent desire for him to engage in friendly exchanges with their leaders, eager for his guidance and their cultivation. On this day, Chu Xiao arrived at the territory of Mount Song, swiftly ascending the long staircase of Shaolin Temple. The Slayer Chu Xiao was coming to Shaolin. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding toll of Shaolin's great bell echoed deafeningly as the abbot, the foremost elders of various sects, and core disciples gathered outside the temple, preparing to welcome the arrival of Slayer Chu Xiao. Chapter 53, The 18 Low-Hand Skills Umatba. Honorable Chu, your esteemed presence graces our Shaolin Temple. On behalf of Shaolin, this humble monk extends a warm welcome. The abbot, with a gentle gaze and a compassionate demeanor, has certainly heard of Chu Xiao's remarkable reputation within the martial world during this period. He appreciates Chu Xiao's disregard for sectarian biases and his unwavering pursuit of martial arts wisdom. As the saying goes, all martial arts originate from Shaolin. Thus, it is entirely fitting for Chu Xiao to visit our temple. The abbot had anticipated that one day, Chu Xiao would ascend to Shaolin. Master Abbot, I apologize for not presenting my formal greetings in advance during my visit today. Please do not take offense. Chu Xiao replied with a respectful bow. He had gained an understanding of the customs within the heavenly dragon realm and intended to adhere to the local etiquette. Shaolin is indeed most accommodating. There is no need for you to concern yourself with such trivialities, the abbot replied. Though internally he held even greater admiration for Chu Xiao, such strength coupled with humility is indeed rare. With a slight smile and a nod, Chu Xiao, having completed the formalities, proceeded to the crux of his visit. Master Abbot, I have come to Shaolin not only to pay homage to the teachings of the Buddha and peruse the sacred texts housed within the sutra repository, but also to engage in martial exchanges with the esteemed monks of Shaolin. As he spoke, Chu Xiao raised his fists, his form unfolding as he executed a series of punches that were as vigorous as a roaring tiger. The powerful gust of wind swirling around him like a dragon emerging from the sea, formidable and awe-inspiring. His punches sent the fallen leaves on the ground spiraling, creating a miniature whirlwind of foliage that danced in tandem with his movements. Gasp! The monks of Shaolin collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the martial technique displayed. Is that not the Taizu Long Fist? Master Xiannan, standing behind the abbot, inquired. Indeed. Chu Xiao nodded affirmatively. A basic yet masterfully executed set of Taizu Long Fist. Chu Xiao's prowess in martial arts was indeed exceptional. The abbot expressed his admiration, acknowledging that while he was well-versed in various Shaolin techniques, he found Chu Xiao's execution of the Taizu Long Fist unparalleled. Master Abbot, you are too humble. After reciting a mantra, the abbot gestured for Master Xiannan to step forward. Chu Xiao, since we are here to exchange martial knowledge, please observe this technique. With beads in hand, Xiannan summoned his inner strength, his breath calm and contained, and executed a sequence of punches, a simplified yet profoundly balanced style known as the Lohan Fist. Characterized by its harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness, one of the foundational techniques of Shaolin. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he immersed himself in the essence of the Lohan Fist. After a brief moment, Xiannan completed his demonstration, standing poised, awaiting Chu Xiao's response. Chu Xiao remained tranquil, eyes closed, seemingly absorbed in the profundity of Xiannan's technique. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the onlookers refrained from interrupting his contemplation until, at last, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his expression as he sensed the shift in energy and unleashed his fists once more. Is that the Lohan Fist? Xiannan gazed in disbelief as Chu Xiao completed a sequence of the Luohan Fist. The intricacies and finesse of his technique surpassed even Xiannan's own, exhibiting subtle modifications that nonetheless amplified the force of his strikes. Having observed the Luohan Fist merely once, Chu Xiao mastered it and identified the flaws in my technique, making necessary adjustments. Deep within, Master Xiannan felt an overwhelming respect, bringing his hands together in reverence, silently chanting a Buddhist mantra as he committed Chu Xiao's rendition of the Luohan Fist to memory, gaining insight in the process. Noticing Xiannan pondering the flaws in his own Luohan Fist, Chu Xiao remained patient, quietly waiting for him. Although it was his first time learning this particular form, he possessed the foundation of over 70 years of martial arts experience from Wu Yizi, coupled with continuous sparring and understanding during this period. Thus, identifying and offering guidance on the flaws in Xiannan's technique posed no challenge at all. It was akin to a university student adept in advanced mathematics effortlessly solving basic arithmetic problems. Amitba, thank you, Master Chu, for your guidance. This humble monk is truly enlightened. Xiannan expressed with clarity of mind. For a martial artist of his caliber, even the slightest insight into the martial way represented significant progress. He was genuinely grateful for Chu Xiao's illumination today. Master Xiannan, there is no need for such formality, Chu Xiao replied respectfully. Master Chu possesses a profound martial realm and extraordinary talent, indeed a person of great merit in this world, the abbot of Shaolin praised once more, while another eminent monk, Master Xianku, stepped forward without further pleasantries. Master Xianku raised his palms, unleashing an incredibly forceful strike directed at a triangular incense burner that could be embraced by a single person. Boom! The iron incense burner emitted a thunderous sound as a clear palm imprint was left upon its surface. However, the ash within remained utterly undisturbed, without a trace of smoke rising. What a remarkable demonstration of the harmonious balance of strength and gentleness. Chu Xiao marveled. Is this not the famed great power Vajra palm of Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques? Indeed, it is the great power Vajra palm. Master Xianku confirmed with a nod, continuing. Master Chu, have you discerned any deficiencies in my execution of this technique? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, closing his eyes in contemplation as he mentally replayed the palm technique Master Xianku had just demonstrated. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. I am truly humbled. The intricacies of your great power Vajra palm are exquisite and multifaceted at my current level. Grasping its full essence is indeed challenging, Chu Xiao remarked, raising one palm to replicate the same technique. Although his execution was markedly less refined than Master Xianku's, Its power surpassed it by a fraction. Upon witnessing Chu Zhao's strike, Abbot Xianxi furrowed his brow, as if perceiving an issue with the technique he had just displayed. The previous techniques, the Taizu Changquan and Luohan Fist, required little inner strength. Thus no one had given much thought to Chu Zhao's internal cultivation. However, the great power Vajra Palm necessitated a profound inner strength from Shaolin to be executed effectively. Yet, Chu Zhao's palm strike, devoid of any inner force, appeared as though it were merely a display. Strangely, this seemingly insipid strike bore greater potency than Master Xian Ku's years of dedicated practice. How could this be? The abbot of Shaolin, Master Xuanzi, was perplexed and thus inquired, Chu, I observe that your comprehension is exceptionally high,
and your martial arts techniques seem to flow effortlessly from your fingertips. However, I have yet to witness the slightest manifestation of your internal energy.
Might I ask why this is the case? Chu Xiao shook his head in resignation, for this was indeed his greatest dilemma. He possessed no internal energy within him, making it impossible to exhibit even a trace of it. Though the energy from the Dragon Balls was a form of power, it could not traverse through the meridians to enhance the potency of his techniques. During this period, Chu Xiao had been immersed in understanding the intricacies of various martial arts forms. Yet without the aid of internal energy, he had already fallen short. Fortunately, his physical strength was extraordinarily formidable. Even in the absence of internal energy, his raw power was terrifying. However, martial arts techniques devoid of internal energy naturally suffered a significant reduction in their efficacy, and the potential for enhancement was greatly hindered. To be candid, Master, I am unable to cultivate internal energy, and thus cannot wield it, Chu Xiao stated honestly. The techniques I just demonstrated were executed solely through my physical might. I feel quite ashamed. A collective gasp echoed among the monks of Shaolin. The infamous god of death, Chu Xiao, possessed no internal energy whatsoever. Relying solely on his physical strength, he exhibited power rivaling that of masters endowed with internal energy. The abbot pondered. Could it be that Chu Xiao was indeed a celestial being, endowed with extraordinary strength from birth? If he were to cultivate internal energy, the implications would be staggering. Master Xuanzi then recalled the esteemed Shaolin secret, the Yi Jin Jing, which could transform decay into marvels. This practice could cleanse the marrow and fortify the sinews. In cases like Chu Zhao's, where one was unable to cultivate internal energy, mastering the Yi Jin Jing could surely improve the meridians and purify the essence, thereby enabling the development of internal energy. At that point, Chu Zhao's path in martial arts would become exceedingly smooth and unimpeded. Yet, unbeknownst to the abbot, the reason Chu Xiao could not cultivate internal energy stemmed from the influence of the energy within him. Nevertheless, whether the Yi Jin Jing could indeed alter Chu Zhao's constitution, allowing him to retain his unique energy while enhancing his meridians and cultivating internal energy, remained an open question. Chapter 54. The sweeping monk of Shaolin. The monks were profoundly astonished upon learning that Chu Xiao was devoid of internal energy. However, this revelation did not hinder his exchanges in martial arts with them. Subsequently, they engaged in a brief yet enlightening discussion on their respective martial arts, culminating in a respectful cessation of their sparring. As Chu Xiao had expressed, following their practice, he sought permission to study the scriptures housed within the Shaolin Temple. Aspiring to glean the essence of martial arts from Buddha's teachings, Master Xuanzi, the abbot of Shaolin, graciously granted him access to the first floor of the sutra repository, where he could examine the texts. However, the second floor, containing the temple's esoteric techniques, remained off-limits to him. Days later, within the tranquil confines of the sutra repository, illuminated by flickering oil lamps and permeated by the scent of incense, Chu Xiao sat in meditation, engrossed in the sutra of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Although the archaic language was dense and challenging to comprehend, he found solace and clarity in its recitation, invigorating his spirit. At that moment, a slender, seemingly frail elder in monk's robes entered, wielding a bamboo broom. His presence was so subtle that, had it not been for Chu Xiao's acute sensitivity to energy, he might have gone unnoticed. Chu Xiao, holding the scripture, bowed respectfully and greeted the elder, Master. I pay my respects. The elder's expression remained impassive, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he replied, there is no need for formalities. I have observed that you have been here for several days. Have you gained any insights? Shaking his head, Chu Xiao replied earnestly, to be candid, Master, I initially sought the Shaolin martial arts to discover a remedy for my inability to cultivate internal energy. Yet, after several days of studying the scriptures, I find myself without tangible results. However, immersing myself in these teachings has brought a sense of clarity and vitality. A rare smile graced the elder's face as he acknowledged, your honesty is commendable. Indeed, the scriptures do not provide solutions to your predicament. Please, master, I humbly seek your guidance, Chu Xiao implored, bowing deeply. For he recognized the elder's esteemed identity since his first visit to the repository. The nameless sweeping monk was renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess, having reached an extraordinary level of mastery. In the original tale, he single-handedly vanquished Jimozi and enlightened Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, nearly altering the narrative's conclusion. The elder, having observed Chu Xiao's character and determination over the past few days, found satisfaction in his humble demeanor, which prompted him to share some wisdom today. I perceive that your vitality is robust and your energy is profound. With such a constitution, one would naturally cultivate internal energy. Yet, paradoxically, you possess none. This is truly unprecedented. Unbeknownst to the nameless sweeping monk, he was unaware that Chu Xiao hailed from the Dragon Ball universe, and that his formidable vitality stemmed from his mastery of Qi. Extend your left hand, the elder instructed, gently placing 3 fingers on Chu Xiao's wrist. A stream of pure, rectified Shaolin internal energy flowed from his fingertips into Chu Xiao's being. Boom. The nameless monk felt his internal energy plunge into an expansive ocean, instantly engulfed by a colossal wave, vanishing without a trace. Gasp. The nameless monk inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing as he summoned all his internal power, directing it through 3 fingers straight into Chu Xiao's body. Buzz. The monk's robe billowed without wind, producing a rustling sound, while his gentle yet resolute internal energy underwent a sudden transformation, surging into Chu Xiao with the force of a battering ram. Chu Xiao felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, overwhelming him with no resistance. This warm current traversed his meridians, allowing him to perceive for the first time the precise locations of his channels, while also nurturing them remarkably. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the nameless monk's face turned pale as he withdrew his energy, slowly sitting down like an elderly sage. His expression was inscrutable as he silently recited a mantra, entering a meditative state to recuperate. Chu Xiao dared not disturb the monk, patiently awaiting his recovery. Eventually, the monk's complexion regained a hint of color, and upon opening his eyes to gaze at Chu Xiao, he exclaimed, "Chu benefactor, you are indeed a remarkable individual." With heartfelt admiration, the nameless monk continued, "Although your body harbors no trace of internal energy, the strength contained within your muscles is extraordinarily potent. This power, while akin to internal energy, is distinctly different." The monk pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, striving to articulate Chu Xiao's physical condition in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible. The might of your muscles grants you immense physical strength, however. Solely cultivating muscles without attending to your meridians will lead to an overwhelming compression of your channels, hindering their ability to cultivate internal energy. As a result, while your strength may be formidable, the absence of internal energy to nourish your muscles will inevitably curtail your lifespan. If care is not taken, it could even lead to a reduction in longevity. The path you are pursuing is indeed unconventional, seeking the pinnacle of physical strength. The creator of this method is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. The nameless monk's continuous praise left Chu Xiao in awe, recognizing the caliber of a man who nearly brought about the conclusion of the legendary dragon. At his level of martial prowess, merely probing into the matter revealed the flaws within the Dragon Pearl's cultivation method. Master, is there a remedy for this? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Chu Xiao's mind, whether it pertained to the energy of the Dragon Pearl or the internal power of the dragon. Both represented avenues for his enhancement. Now that he had the opportunity to learn from both, he was determined not to relinquish it easily. Chu Xiao believed that if the energies of the Dragon Pearl and the internal power of the dragon could be harmonized, they would complement each other, yielding results far beyond mere arithmetic. With a long exhalation, the nameless monk retrieved a weathered scripture from within his robes and handed it to Chu Xiao. This easing tendon scripture is the supreme method for cultivating and strengthening the meridians. Given your currently fragile channels, suppressed by the strength of your muscles, the solution lies in finding ways to reinforce your meridians. Delighted, Chu Xiao solemnly accepted the easing tendon scripture from the nameless monk, expressing his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, master. Do not rush to express your gratitude just yet. While the I Ching Jing undoubtedly strengthens your meridians, whether they can withstand the pressure of muscular strength and cultivate inner power remains uncertain, contingent upon your own insight and destiny." The nameless monk, with hands clasped in prayer, recited the Buddha's name, his eyes lowered and his countenance benevolent. "Amitabha," he intoned, "in all beings, one finds the essence of their connections and actions." With these words, the nameless monk appeared to dissolve into the air, leaving Chu Xiao alone within the scripture repository. Truly, he is a sage of profound wisdom. Chu Xiao bowed deeply in the direction the monk departed, filled with genuine admiration. The nameless monk was the second person in the world of Tianlong whom Chu Xiao held in high esteem. The esteemed Wu Yazi of the Xiaoyao sect and the nameless monk from the Shaolin scripture repository, these two masters of martial arts have profoundly impacted Chu Xiao, subtly guiding him towards the path of martial mastery. Chapter 55. The initial formation of Baiming at the Shaolin Scripture Pavilion. Chu Xiao's countenance was one of agony as he assumed a peculiar posture, reminiscent of an inverted toad, continuously inhaling and exhaling. His face, flushed with vitality, appeared as red as vermilion. Following the techniques outlined in the I Ching Jing, he diligently honed the frail meridians within his body. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, Chu Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a white serpent of qi erupted from his mouth, striking the ground and creating a small crater. Today's training concludes here. As the adage goes, moderation is key. Chu Xiao understood this principle well. Therefore, he always progressed gradually, choosing to rest once he reached the limit of his meridian's capacity. He mobilized the qi within his body, attuning himself to the changes in his meridians, and realized they had become more resilient and robust than before. If this trend continued, Chu Xiao was confident he would one day cultivate inner strength. With thoughts of the nearly rusting Baiming divine art and the Lingbo Weibu nestled against his chest, his heart felt considerably lighter. Time flowed like water, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Chu Xiao had been diligently refining the I Ching Jing. Through relentless strengthening and dialogue with the nameless monk, he resolved to attempt the cultivation of the Baiming divine art today. Holding the Shaolin I Ching Jing, he meticulously studied it once more. Although the text was written in Sanskrit, thanks to the annotations and direct guidance from the nameless monk, Chu Xiao had mastered its entirety. The seemingly simple movements, combined with a unique breathing technique, had remarkably transformative effects on the meridians. The creator of the I Ching Jing must undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. Chu Xiao marveled and centered his mind, channeling his entire strength. Before commencing the Baiming divine art, he decided to practice the I Ching Jing once more. Once he felt invigorated and his limbs were unimpeded, he retrieved the manuscript of the Baiming divine art from his bosom. The impoverished know the depths of the Baiming Sea. There is a fish within, its luminescence spanning thousands of miles, yet none know its cultivation. It is said that the accumulation of skin-deep water cannot support a large vessel. In the Baiming, there exists a fish named Kuan. The size of the Kuan is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. Transforming into a bird, it is named Peng, whose back is equally immense. Chu Xiao reviewed the mental mantra of the Baiming divine art once more. With a master like Wu Yazi guiding him and his own extensive research over time, the arduous and profound Baiming divine art became akin to sailing with the current, yielding great results with minimal effort. He opened the first diagram for practice, and following its instructions, he stimulated his meridians, mobilizing his internal breath to begin solidifying his inner strength. Breathe in, breathe out. Chu Xiao's breath was lengthy, akin to the great Kuan hidden within the Baiming Sea. Each inhalation and exhalation carrying an invisible force that rustled the surroundings. With a tranquil mind, he delved inward, sensing the transformations occurring in his meridians as they followed the prescribed path of the Baiming divine art. He observed that within his once empty meridians, a subtle sensation of qi emerged, growing with each breath and surge of energy. With this newfound sensation, the cultivation of inner strength was within his grasp. Chu Xiao, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, remained intensely focused, desperately clutching the fleeting sensation of energy he had worked so hard to attain, attempting to refine it into inner strength. Alas, just as he was on the verge of transforming this energy into inner power, a tumultuous wave surged within him. As if the energy within his muscles sensed the impending birth of inner strength and erupted forth, racing towards a slender strand of energy within his meridians. In an instant, the hard-won sensation was swept away without a trace. Defeated, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Yet, he had discovered the sensation. He was merely a step away from crystallizing inner strength. The method of the I Ching Jing was indeed viable. However, a mere wisp of inner strength was dwarfed by the vast energy within his body. Disheartened, he realized that the nascent inner power was utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught of energy. The path to refining inner power was fraught with difficulty, and achieving a harmonious coexistence between inner strength and energy within his body seemed an insurmountable challenge. As Chu Xiao contemplated giving up, preparing to hone his skills further before attempting again, a voice resonated from behind him, piercing through to his very spirit. Concentrate your mind. Do not speak of surrender lightly. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. A warrior must possess the audacity to forge ahead with unyielding resolve. The demeanor of the nameless monk had transformed dramatically. Gone was the gentle visage, replaced by that of a proud novice freshly emerged into the world of martial arts. Chu Xiao was awakened by the monk's words. He had grown overly fond of meticulous preparation before each endeavor. While this approach certainly mitigated the chances of failure, not everything could be controlled. Nor could time always be afforded for preparation. A warrior must embody the spirit of relentless progression, an indomitable force against any adversary. The nameless monk, seeking to reignite Chu Xiao's youthful fighting spirit, uttered these words, despite his own weariness with the conflicts of the martial world, having retreated from its strifes. Yet Chu Xiao was different. The monk recognized his potential and did not wish to see the vibrant youth lose his exuberance, becoming stagnant in the company of an aging recluse. Chu Xiao nodded earnestly, refocusing his mind and channeling the energy within his muscles back to its core. He activated the first layer of the Biming Divine Art, mobilizing the strength of his meridians along the prescribed path. I am here to assist you. The nameless monk extended his palms, channeling the gentle yet potent Shaolin inner power like a raging river into Chu Xiao's meridians. The vast influx of inner strength caused Chu Xiao's meridians to swell dramatically. The monk's palm force twisted, guiding the inner power to transform within Chu Xiao's pathways, forming delicate layers of inner energy. Chu Xiao's brow twitched, and he immediately grasped the monk's intent. His inability to cultivate inner strength was due to the influence of the energy. As long as he could sever this influence, he could naturally cultivate inner strength, given the current robustness of his meridians. With the monk's inner power as support to withstand his own energy's impact, Chu Xiao realized that his chances of success had multiplied significantly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination, like a person standing on the edge of a precipice. Glimpsing the sole path to survival, he summoned every ounce of his being, fueled by an unwavering belief in victory, and commenced his second attempt at cultivating inner strength. Breathe in. Exhale. Chu Xiao's aura had become more profound and substantial than before. With the experience gained from his initial encounter with Qi, he swiftly grasped a new sensation. A faint, almost imperceptible Qi emerged within his meridians. He began to condense his internal force. As Chu Xiao's meridians surged, he guided that thread of Qi along the path of the first level of the Biming Divine Skill, allowing it to circulate slowly. He sensed that this thread of Qi grew increasingly robust and clearer. The Qi within his muscles surged violently, attempting to break through the formidable internal force of the nameless monk, aiming to eradicate the internal energy within Chu Xiao's body. However, the nameless monk's internal force was remarkably formidable, and even Chu Xiao's Qi struggled to penetrate its resilience. With Qi now present, it transformed into power. Chu Xiao recited the incantation of his mental technique, his meridians pulsating like a dragon diving into the sea, tumultuous and relentless. Under this stimulation, the Qi became ever more concentrated and weighty, manifesting as a faint blue internal force gradually forming within Chu Xiao's meridians. The internal force had been born. Not daring to be complacent, Chu Xiao immediately controlled that thread of internal energy, maneuvering it through the nameless monk's internal force, continuously circulating it throughout his meridians. After completing 42 circuits, that thread of faint blue Biming true Qi solidified as if it were tangible. It was only then that Chu Xiao stored it within his dantian, condensing it into strands. The first level of the Biming Divine Skill had been mastered. Chapter 56, Re-entering the Martial World with the Assistance of the Nameless Monk. Chu Xiao finally mastered the first level of the Biming Divine Skill, awakening the initial trace of Biming True Energy. Following this achievement, his training progressed remarkably smoothly. Under the strain of suppressing his energy, Chu Xiao, leveraging that faint trace of Biming True Energy, continuously fortified his internal power, and within just a few days, he cultivated the Biming Divine Skill to its consummate form. With the Biming skill perfected, Chu Xiao shifted his focus to the Lingbo Weibu technique. Thanks to the guidance of Wuyazi, he swiftly attained a high level of proficiency in this art as well. At present, Chu Xiao, relying solely on his martial arts prowess, could effortlessly position himself among the elite of the martial world. However, when it came to the pinnacle of martial mastery, he found himself lacking a supreme skill that complemented the Biming Divine Skill. Despite having acquired knowledge of various martial disciplines during his adventures in the Jianghu, most of these were merely second-rate techniques, with first-rate skills being exceedingly rare, thus failing to unleash the full potential of the Biming True Energy. With both divine skills perfected, Chu Xiao was naturally reluctant to linger in the Shaolin Temple, yearning instead to seek out an extraordinary martial art to remedy his deficiencies. To fully harness the Biming True Energy, it was imperative to learn the techniques of the Xiaoyao sect. The Tianshan Jime Shou immediately sprang to his mind. This palm technique, which he had previously heard mentioned by Wuyazi, was one of the Xiaoyao sect's ultimate teachings. Though it comprised only 3 sets of palm techniques and 3 sets of grappling methods, it encapsulated the essence of Xiaoyao martial arts, incorporating the subtleties of swordplay, knife techniques, whip arts, spear skills, claw methods, axe techniques, and an array of other weaponry, all manifesting a complex array of transformations. According to Wuyazi, this palm technique could never be fully mastered, as one's internal power and knowledge expanded. Any martial arts move one encountered could be integrated into these 6 pathways of palm techniques. Given such high praise from Wuyazi, Chu Xiao understood its immense value. Currently, the sole practitioner of the Tianshan Jimeisho was the Tianshan Tonglao. It seemed I must make a pilgrimage to Tianshan. Resolute in his decision, Chu Xiao bid farewell to the nameless monk and departed from the Shaolin Temple, setting forth towards Tianshan. As he descended from the mountain, the abbot Xuanzi and others came to see him off, for Chu Xiao had previously aided them in refining their martial skills and resolving long-standing issues in their training, thus deserving such honor. However, the nameless monk, who had spent much time in close company with Chu Xiao, did not accompany him. Instead, he quietly swept the fallen leaves with his bamboo broom, lost in contemplation. Ba, all things arise and perish, gathering and dispersing. Such is the way of existence. The nameless monk recited his sutra, betraying no joy or sorrow, once again forgotten in a corner. As the wind stirred, leaves danced in the air. The nameless monk observed the freshly swept ground, now littered with dead leaves, and remarked, as the wind passes and the leaves fall, the martial world shall inevitably face a tempest. Silently holding his bamboo broom, he methodically cleared the leaves once more, devoid of any emotion. Days later, Chu Xiao journeyed northwest, making no unnecessary delays, heading straight towards Tianshan. On this day, he entered the realm of Piaomiao Peak. The ethereal peak, known as the foremost among the 72 peaks of Taihu, has long been celebrated for its celestial beauty, resembling a realm of immortals. Gazing upon the heavenly mountains shrouded in clouds, one can see the meandering streams through the valleys, akin to a jade ribbon adorning the landscape, evoking a sense of enchantment and tranquility. Legend has it that a fortunate soul once encountered an immortal engaged in a game of chess upon this mountain, giving rise to the saying, "A day spent with an immortal equals a century in the mortal realm." Clad in scholarly attire, Chu Xiao stood gracefully, exuding an air of elegance as he focused his senses toward the peak. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Despite detecting numerous presences on the ethereal peak, none bore the formidable essence of renowned masters such as Wuyazi or the nameless monk. Most were merely practitioners of the second tier within the martial world. Could it be that the Tianshan Tonglao was not present at the ethereal peak? Chu Xiao shook his head. It had been several months since his arrival in the Dragon Tiger world, and he found himself unable to predict the progression of the plot. Indeed, due to his involvement, the original storyline had already shifted, evidenced by the fact that Wuyazi had not summoned heroes from across the land to participate in the Zhuanlong chess match, thus eliminating the scene where he imparted his teachings to Su Zhu. Unable to locate any presence akin to Wuyazi's, Chu Xiao had no choice but to set forth and seek them out personally. Without further ado, he employed the elegant steps of the Lingbo Weibu, his figure appearing almost otherworldly as he created fleeting shadows, swiftly making his way toward the area where the crowd at the ethereal peak was most densely gathered. Since mastering the Baiming Shengong and achieving great proficiency in Lingbo Weibu, Chu Xiao had significantly amplified his speed, propelling himself several times faster through the use of Baiming True Energy. Not only had his velocity increased, but his agility had also been remarkably enhanced, contrasting sharply with his previous reliance on sheer physical strength. At this moment, his nimbleness was incomparably superior. Chu Xiao was confident that, when it came to the intricacies of Lingbo Weibu, few in the Dragon Ball world could rival his speed, let alone manage to brush against his garments. After a few breaths, he entered a thicket, soon catching sight of a peculiar group of individuals adorned in eccentric attire. Who were these people? It was his first encounter with such an unusual assembly in the Dragon Tiger world. Their clothing, even by modern standards, appeared strikingly unconventional, exuding an air of nonconformity. Naturally, Chu Xiao's arrival attracted their attention. One among them, a rugged man with a visage reminiscent of the lunar surface, brandished a steel scimitar and bellowed, "Good sir, this place is the gathering spot for the masters of the 72 caves and 36 islands. If you have no business here, we kindly ask you to depart." 72 caves, 36 islands? Chu Xiao mused, suddenly recalling their identities. These were indeed the peculiar minions of Tianshan Tonglao, belonging to the 72 caves and 36 islands. It was no wonder they appeared so bizarre. The man addressing Chu Xiao was none other than the formidable Wu Laoda, who had served Tianshan Tonglao in the original tale. Thus, it dawned upon Chu Xiao why he could not sense the powerful aura of Tianshan Tonglao. According to Weiyazi, Tianshan Tonglao practiced the unparalleled technique of 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, a method that caused her to rejuvenate every 30 years, each time losing her martial prowess completely. At this moment, it appears that the Tianshan Tonglao has indeed reached the stage of rejuvenation, having long lost her martial prowess, rendering Chu Xiao incapable of sensing her presence. As he spoke, Chu Xiao's attention was drawn to the burlap sack slung over Wu Laoda's shoulder, secretly surmising that it must contain the rejuvenated Tianshan Tonglao. Truly, after 1,000 miles of searching and countless turns, to suddenly discover her without effort is a remarkable twist of fate. All the cave lords and island masters gathered here. I have no intention of disturbing you. However, the individual within that burlap sack holds a connection with me, and I must take them with me. Chu Xiao pointed at the sack behind Wu Laoda, prompting an immediate response of vigilance from the crowd. They were all aware that the sack contained a member of the Lingzhou Palace, and by claiming a connection with this person, he was essentially declaring enmity with them. Their gathering today was to conspire against the Lingzhou Palace, with the intent to eliminate that old witch, Tianshan Tonglao. Who are you to know what is contained in my sack, and how could you possibly have a connection with them? Wu Laoda, not one to be easily deceived, demanded to know. Chu Xiao. The crowd gasped in astonishment, momentarily pausing, while Wu Laoda furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Chu Xiao? The infamous god of death in the martial world. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, that is I. Weren't you in Shaolin, delving into Buddhist teachings? What brings you to the Pyongyao Peak? Wu Laoda inquired. Chu Xiao found amusement in Wu Laoda's question. The news in the martial world seemed to spread rapidly, as even those living abroad were well aware of his diligent study of Buddhism in the Sutra repository. He was genuinely curious about who was disseminating such information. Without further ado, I implore you to hand over the individual within the sack, Chu Xiao commanded, cutting through the chatter. Chapter 57. The Child of Tianshan. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's command, Wu Laoda found himself in a predicament. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could not possibly stand against Chu Xiao. After all, reputation is often a shadow of one's true prowess. And Chu Xiao's remarkable standing in the martial world was certainly not unfounded. Even the venerable Shaolin Temple, after centuries of existence, treated Chu Xiao with the utmost respect, offering him the use of the Sutra repository for his cultivation. Wu Laoda lacked the courage to confront Chu Xiao openly in front of the other leaders of the 72 caves and 36 islands. Yet, he could not simply betray the person behind him, for that would tarnish his own honor. The leaders were watching closely, as Wu Laoda grappled with his dilemma. A group of individuals emerged from the woods. Upon closer inspection, one could see a refined gentleman accompanied by 2 servants and a stunning beauty resembling an ethereal fairy. It was Murong Fu and Wang Yuyan. Chu Xiao recognized them instantly, and Murong Fu, spotting Chu Xiao in the crowd, approached him without hesitation. Brother Chu, he exclaimed. It has been far too long. What a delightful reunion. While Murong Fu greeted Chu Xiao with a smile, his servants exhibited open disdain, even casting hostile glances. Chu Xiao understood the reason for their animosity. He had publicly revealed the mystery of Qiao Feng's lineage in Xingzi Forest, implicating Murong Bo as the mastermind and revealing his feigned death to the world. Thus, it was only natural that his actions had soured relations with the Murong family. Murong Fu's affable demeanor towards Chu Xiao was not lost on him. It was evident that Murong Fu saw some advantage to be gained from their association. Otherwise, he would not have been so cordial. Faced with such a self-serving individual, Chu Xiao chose not to engage further, merely nodding in acknowledgement, his disdain for Murong Fu deepening. Murong Fu, sensing the dismissal, felt a sting of embarrassment, yet he was cognizant of his own inferiority to Chu Xiao. His ambitions to restore the Great Yin were grand, and if he could enlist Chu Xiao's strength, it would far surpass that of any army. Thus, enduring a moment of indignity seemed a small price to pay. Once he had restored the Great Yin and claimed the throne, he would have his revenge. Wu Laoda, must I repeat myself? Chu Xiao's voice was frigid, enveloping Wu Laoda in an invisible pressure that threatened to incapacitate him. Brother Chu, we dare not oppose your demand for the person in Wu Laoda's possession. However, this individual is crucial to our plans today. Once we ascertain the whereabouts of the child of Tianshan from her, we shall willingly surrender her to you. One of the speakers declared, his back adorned with a finely crafted steel sword, radiating an aura of mastery in the sword arts. It was the self-proclaimed sword god, Zhuo Bufan. Indeed, once she reveals the location of the child of Tianshan, we will certainly present her to the esteemed hero Chu. Wu Laoda, seizing the moment, opened a burlap sack, revealing a frightened young girl adorned with delicate bracelets, her wide eyes scanning the crowd in terror. What a charming little girl. Deep within most hearts lies a certain thought. Yet Chu Xiao is acutely aware that the girl before him is, in fact, an ancient being who has lived for nearly a century. A figure of the same era as Wu Yazi. Just as Wu Laodao was preparing to interrogate the Tianshan Tong Lao regarding her whereabouts, Chu Xiao clasped his hands and introduced himself, stating, "I am Chu Xiao and have met Tianshan Tong Lao." Gasp. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Wu Laodao and the others immediately inhaled sharply, retreating several paces away from the girl, their faces etched with fear as they stared at her. The girl continued to feign innocence. After all, Tianshan Tong Lao had lost all her internal strength and found herself in the clutches of these malevolent beings. She would not easily reveal her identity, even if Chu Xiao had pointed it out. "Do not worry, Tong Lao. I am acquainted with the esteemed Wu Yazi, and I have come specifically to pay my respects," Chu Xiao reassured her. "Ah, so he is familiar with Wu Yazi. No wonder he could recognize me at a glance," Tianshan Tong Lao thought, as she began to lower her guard. "Wu Yazi's junior, is he well?" she inquired. "I have treated Wu Yazi's chronic ailment. He felt that his time was drawing near and bid me farewell at Lega Mountain, heading to Xingxiu to clear his path. As for his current state, I have yet to receive any news." "What?" Tianshan Tong Lao exclaimed in shock, pressing further. "Wu Yazi has been afflicted for so many years, completely paralyzed? No wonder I have not heard of his travels in the martial world. That wretched Ding Chuanxiu has squandered my junior's precious years. With my junior's 70 years of pure, beaming true energy, he could certainly vanquish this fiend. As for his impending demise, so long as he has not dispersed his internal strength." At this point, Tianshan Tong Lao abruptly fell silent. A wave of sorrow washing over her as she locked eyes with Chu Xiao, understanding dawning upon her. "Did he bid you farewell?" "Indeed, it was a final farewell," she replied, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes welling with grief as she realized why her junior had spoken of his impending end. It was not that Wu Yazi's life was drawing to a close, but rather that he had lost the will to continue living. After eliminating Ding Chuanxiu, he would seek a desolate place to disperse his beaming true energy, and thus, the world would no longer know of Wu Yazi. "Chu Xiao, take me from this place. I wish to be alone." Tianshan Tong Lao's voice was hoarse, as if she had aged decades in an instant. "Very well," Chu Xiao responded, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him as he stepped toward the weeping Tianshan Tong Lao. "Stop, Brother Chu. This person is the heinous Tianshan Tong Lao. You must hand her over to us." The leaders of the 72 caves and 36 islands drew their weapons, confronting Chu Xiao with hostility. "Today, we must detain Tianshan Tong Lao and compel her to lift the life and death talisman. Otherwise, we shall." But Chu Xiao paid no heed to their threats, continuing his approach toward the sorrow-stricken Tianshan Tong Lao. "Block him," someone shouted, and several figures surged from the crowd, weapons drawn, charging at Chu Xiao. Whoosh. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Chu Xiao's figure before he vanished from sight, leaving several opponents feeling a sudden gust, their bodies going limp as they lost consciousness. "How dare you!" The sword god, Zhuobufan, drew his sword with a flourish, executing an exquisitely intricate sword technique aimed directly at Chu Xiao's vital points. The force and momentum were truly worthy of his title as sword god. However, in Chu Xiao's eyes, his prowess was insufficient. The swordplay was undeniably refined, yet the swordsman wielding it was woefully inadequate. Chu Xiao's voice resonated in Zhuobufan's ears as he extended 2 fingers with blinding speed, effortlessly pinching Zhuobufan's sword in a remarkable display that left the latter in disbelief. "Disarm," Chu Xiao uttered succinctly, applying pressure with his fingers. Zhuobufan felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his wrist to weaken and relinquish his treasured sword. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers widened their eyes in shock. They were well aware of Zhuobufan's formidable strength, which even in the original tale allowed him to exchange dozens of blows with Su Zhu, who possessed 70 years of martial arts mastery. Yet, this formidable sword god was unable to even exchange a single blow with Chu Xiao before being disarmed. How could a sword god, effortlessly stripped of his weapon, still bear the title? His strength had become even more unfathomable. Morong Fu and Wang Yuyan, having witnessed Chu Xiao's prowess in the apricot grove, were silently astonished. They had not anticipated that in merely a few months, Chu Xiao would elevate his abilities to such a height, rendering others unable to match him and forcing them to gaze up in admiration. "Those who dare to obstruct me shall perish," Chu Xiao bellowed, immediately repelling those who sought to rush him. They stared at him in terror, their fighting spirit extinguished. "Let us depart." Chu Xiao approached the Tianshan old woman, channeling his inner strength to lift her effortlessly with one hand, and together they left the scene. Chapter 58. The Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand on the ethereal peak of the Lingxiu Palace. The Tianshan Tonglao sat quietly in a corner of the palace. The tears on her face had dried, yet her eyes remained red and puffy. Chu Xiao had never anticipated that the over-a-century-old Tianshan Tonglao would weep like a child. After all, in the original text, upon learning of Wuyazi's demise, she merely scolded him for his fate. Who would have thought that upon meeting her in person, he would witness such a scene? What is love in this world, that it compels one to risk life and death? Chu Xiao, come here. Tianshan Tonglao called him after a long pause. I have embarrassed you just now. Chu Xiao remained silent, not responding. You must have come to my ethereal peak for a reason, Tianshan Tonglao remarked, noticing his reticence, and directly posed her inquiry. I have learned the Biming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibu from Wuyazi, but I currently lack an offensive martial art, he replied. Tianshan Tonglao nodded, smiling. You have indeed come to the right person. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect are profound and extensive. My junior brother, Wuyazi, practiced the Biming divine skill, while my junior sister, Liqiu Shui, mastered the Zio Wuxiang divine skill. As for me, I have cultivated the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, which is unparalleled. The most formidable technique of the Xiaoyao sect, the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, is known only to me. With a smile, Tianshan Tonglao regarded Chu Xiao. You rescued me from the hands of the masters of the 72 caves and 36 islands. It is only fair that I impart a martial art to you. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing there was more to her words. However, the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique rejuvenates me every 30 years, and at this moment, I have lost all my internal energy. I must recultivate for 90 days to regain my power. I have an enemy who has calculated my vulnerability during this period and seeks to kill me. You need only to protect me, and I shall teach you the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand. Chu Xiao realized that Tianshan Tonglao required him to act as her protector. Her junior sister, Liqiu Shui, now the Empress of the Western Xia, had a fierce rivalry with her in the original narrative, leading to their tragic mutual demise. Tianshan Tonglao's request was not unreasonable. Chu Xiao indeed possessed the strength to contend with Liqiu Shui. Yet, the thought of waiting 90 days to learn the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand was a burden he could ill afford. After all, his time in the dragon-slaying world was limited to 2 years, and nearly half of that had already passed. With such thoughts in mind, he responded, Tonglao, I have no qualms about protecting you, but your junior sister's skills are extraordinary, and I fear I may fall short in technique. Tianshan Tonglao replied with a smile. Understanding his concerns, the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand comprises 6 techniques. I shall teach you 2 techniques each month, and after 90 days, you shall master it. Agreed. Chu Xiao nodded, as both parties made concessions and reached an accord. That night, Tianshan Tonglao required animal blood to cultivate her 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique. In the original narrative, it was Old Wu who assisted her in capturing mountain deer. At present, the Tianshan Tonglao has not departed from the Lingxiu Palace, and thus there is no need for Wu Laoda. The inhabitants of the palace have prepared blood offerings for her. Although Chu Xiao finds the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique intriguing, he holds it in little regard, recognizing its significant flaws. To him, it serves merely as a reference. He observes as Tianshan Tonglao consumes the essence blood of a mountain deer before entering a meditative state. Chu Xiao remains quietly vigilant nearby, refraining from disturbing her. While internally reciting the 2 variations of the Tianshan Jime hand technique she had just imparted to him. This set of palm techniques is truly exquisite, he muses. Under the influence of Wuyazi and the Nameless Monk's martial arts, combined with his extensive study of various martial disciplines, he finds that the more he refines this technique, the more profound and intricate it appears. It is no wonder Wuyazi remarked that this technique can never be fully mastered. Indeed, it lacks fixed moves, with its variations relying entirely on the practitioner's martial level and the intricacy of their opponent's techniques. The higher one's martial realm, the more sophisticated the opponent's moves, and thus the Tianshan Jime hand becomes increasingly formidable. The strongest techniques in the world are those without fixed forms, and the Tianshan Jime hand exemplifies this principle. As Chu Xiao immerses himself in the cultivation of the 2 variations of the Tianshan Jime hand, time passes steadily. As midnight approaches, Tianshan Tonglao continues her training in the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique to restore her inner strength. Suddenly, a sultry and sinister feminine voice echoes from outside the door. Sister, are you living comfortably in this Lingzhou palace? I have come especially to see you today. Chu Xiao raises an eyebrow, pulling his mind from meditation. Tianshan Tonglao's expression remains unchanged, for this moment is crucial for her practice, and she dares not allow herself to be disturbed. Chu Xiao darkly contemplates that this person must be Tonglao's junior sister, Liqiu Shui, and he cannot allow her to interrupt Tonglao's cultivation. lest he missed the opportunity to learn the final 4 moves of the Tianshan Jime hand. Acting swiftly, he darts out of the door, silently colliding head-on with Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui had originally come seeking revenge, but upon not finding Tianshan Tonglao, she is momentarily taken aback by the appearance of a handsome young man emerging from the hall. After a brief surprise, she speaks again. Sister truly has exquisite taste. No wonder you wish to remain in Lingjiu Palace, surrounded by such a charming figure. How enviable. Li Qiushui smirks, having already mistaken Chu Xiao for Tianshan Tonglao's young lover. This causes Chu Xiao's face to flush with embarrassment, although he is not entirely naive. He remains pure and devoted in matters of the heart, and now he is being teased by a woman well over a century old, insinuating an affair with the equally ancient Tianshan Tonglao. He feels a genuine sense of indignation, as if Li Qiushui perceives him as a mere fool, foolishly clinging to the wealthy Tianshan Tonglao. Li Qiushui, clean up your language. He retorts. Oh, is the little brother upset? Come here to sister's embrace and play. Chu Xiao's expression darkens. He understands that Li Qiushui's taunts are intended to provoke Tianshan Tonglao and disrupt her training. However, being teased by a woman over 100 years old is truly infuriating. Which, with a thunderous shout, Chu Xiao executed the Lingbo Weibo to its utmost, transforming into a series of ethereal shadows that surged toward Li Qiushui. Lingbo Weibo. How did you master it? What is your connection to Weiyazi? Li Qiushui immediately discerned the technique employed by Chu Xiao and swiftly shifted her tone, pressing him with inquiries. Yet, Chu Xiao had no intention of elucidating anything to Li Qiushui. With an elegant and extraordinary posture, he unleashed the Tianshan Jime hand, targeting Li Qiushui's vital points directly. Answer me, young man. Do you know the whereabouts of Weiyazi? Li Qiushui persisted in her questioning, but instead of a response from Chu Xiao, she was met with his fist. Crack. The sound of flesh colliding echoed as a soft gasp escaped Li Qiushui's lips. She was already at a disadvantage against Chu Xiao, and at this moment, her distraction left her even more vulnerable. Upon receiving Chu Xiao's punch, blood immediately spilled from her mouth, and her internal energy was thrown into disarray, creating chaos within her body. Li Qiushui was taken aback, never anticipating that Chu Xiao possessed such formidable prowess. She quickly suppressed the surging energy within her, channeling her skills in the Xiaowuxiang Gong to confront Chu Xiao. Thus, an elderly figure and a youthful one clashed fiercely outside the Lingjiu Palace. While Chu Xiao could have easily defeated Li Qiushui with a single strike, having just learned the Tianshan Jime hand, he sought a partner for practice and had no urgency to overpower her, seizing the opportunity to validate his understanding of the technique through their encounter. Chapter 59. The disciple of Wu Yizi Li Qiushui, a remarkable being who has lived for nearly a century, quickly discerned that Chu Xiao was honing his skills against her. She thought to herself that this young man's Tianshan Jime hand had become increasingly refined, showcasing his exceptional martial arts foundation and innate talent. After nearly 100 exchanges, Li Qiushui summoned her internal energy, using her minor wuxiang technique to force Chu Xiao back, creating distance between them. Little brother, your Tianshan Jime hand has indeed grown more proficient. However, you have yet to answer your sister's question. Where did you learn the Lingbo Weibo and Baiming Shingong? Chu Xiao's lips twitched, silently lamenting that Li Qiushui was indeed a cunning witch, still daring to refer to herself as sister despite nearing a century of age. Fortunately, this time she refrained from calling him little brother. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly retaliated, wishing to rid the martial world of her menace. Your minor wuxiang technique is also quite remarkable, effortlessly drawing from countless martial arts techniques. Engaging with you has truly been enlightening, Chu Xiao continued. I learned both my Baiming Shingong and Lingbo Weibo from Wu Yizi. Wu Yizi? Li Qiushui immediately inquired. Where is he now? Chu Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how carefree and unrestrained Wu Yizi had been in his youth, and how the emotional entanglements among the 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were exceedingly complex. You wretched witch, how dare you inquire about my junior brother's whereabouts? Chu Xiao, do not divulge anything to her. A voice filled with curses echoed from within the Lingjiu Palace. It was evident that the Tianshan Tonglao, who had completed her training for the day, was enraged upon hearing Li Qiushui's inquiry about Wu Yizi. Senior sister, you finally show your face. Li Qiushui retorted fiercely. In the past, when my master and I were deeply in love at Langyafudi, we enjoyed a life of joy and freedom. How could a girl like you ever understand such bliss? Even Chu Xiao, an outsider to their feud, found Li Qiushui's vile words unsettling. One could only imagine how Tianshan Tonglao felt. You wretched witch. Had it not been for your interference during my training that led me astray, I would not be in my current predicament, Tianshan Tonglao exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. If it weren't for your seduction of my junior brother, how could he ever take a liking to a venomous woman like you? Chu Shao, swiftly eliminate this vile woman, and I shall impart the entirety of the Tianshan hand to you, Li Qiushui proposed. Upon hearing Tianshan Tong Lao urged Chu Shao to take action against her, Li Qiushui, aware of Chu Zhao's formidable prowess, felt a wave of dread wash over her. With a forced chuckle, she quickly added, "Little brother, do not heed the words of this witch. If you wish to learn martial arts, I possess the minor wuxiang technique, which is far superior to her Tianshan hand. Help me rid myself of this witch, and I shall teach you the minor wuxiang technique." "Ha! Shameless witch, your minor wuxiang technique, which merely imitates others' moves, cannot possibly compare to my Tianshan hand that integrates the essence of all martial arts. Which, if you claim your Tianshan hand is superior, then come forth and engage me in 300 rounds. I shall not hesitate to defeat you." The cacophony of insults exchanged between Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui echoed in Chu Zhao's ears, leading him to ponder how these two, once sister disciples, had devolved into such bitter adversaries. Chu Shao could not help but lament the shortcomings of the founder of the Xiaoyao sect, Zaiyozi, who only imparted martial arts to his disciples without teaching them the principles of being a good person, truly a failure. Sigh. Chu Shao sighed for Zaiyozi, and his exclamation was distinctly heard by Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui. "What are you sighing about?" they inquired almost simultaneously, and upon noticing each other's identical questions, they glared at one another in fury. "Chu Shao, do not heed this demoness," cried Li Qiushui. "Little brother, pay no mind to this wicked child." Seeing the impending conflict approaching him, Chu Zhao's mind sparked with inspiration, and he suggested, "If both of you wish to compare your martial prowess, why not bestow your skills upon me, allowing me to judge for myself?" As soon as his words fell, Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui stared at him as if he were a simpleton. "Chu Shao, do you genuinely believe that I could be so easily deceived?" Tianshan Tong Lao retorted. "Little brother, you are indeed naive. Such a notion is truly peculiar." Realizing that their mockery had turned upon him, Chu Shao silently acknowledged that he was evidently not destined to be the protagonist, as these two were completely disregarding the usual narrative. In the realm of martial arts novels, protagonists in such situations were typically coerced into learning unparalleled skills by formidable masters. Yet here, he was regarded as a fool. As Chu Shao shrugged off the awkwardness, a powerful voice resonated from outside Lingzhou Palace. "May I inquire if Tianshan Tong Lao resides here? I am Su Zhu, visiting under the guidance of the esteemed Wuyazi." The three within the palace were jolted by the commanding resonance of the voice. Chu Shao was greatly astonished, pondering how Su Zhu had encountered Wuyazi again. The evident mastery of internal energy suggested that Wuyazi had indeed imparted 70 years of his power to Su Zhu. It seemed that the narrative altered by Chu Shao was being realigned by some unseen force. Tianshan Tong Lao, however, felt an immense joy within her heart. She had learned from Chu Shao that Wuyazi was likely deceased, yet here appeared someone claiming to be sent by him, indicating that Wuyazi's thoughts had still lingered on her until his last moments, rather than on his junior disciple, Li Qiushui. "Listen closely, junior sister. This person is sent by Wuyazi's disciple to find me. Do you not wonder why he did not send for you? Because you are merely an unremembered old hag." Li Qiushui, seething with rage and with a decidedly unflattering expression, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Let us not quarrel, but rather allow this person to enter first," Chu Shao proposed. "Whoever is outside, please come in." When the outsider entered, Chu Shao fixed his gaze upon him. And to his surprise, it was none other than Su Zhu, with his naive expression and awkward demeanor, complemented by a conspicuously shiny bald head. A little monk. How could it be an unattractive monk? Both Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui were incredulous, for the Xiaoyao sect had always accepted only handsome men and beautiful women, never ordinary-looking individuals. While Chu Shao, as Wuyazi's disciple, perfectly embodied the sect's ideal of attractiveness, this unsightly monk hardly seemed fit to join the Xiaoyao sect. Though the Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui were reluctant to believe it, the emerald-green jade ring on Su Zhu's thumb delivered a resounding slap to the faces of both, confirming that he was indeed the disciple of Wuyazi. Tianshan Tong Lao glanced at Su Zhu and then at Chu Shao, gently rubbing Chu Zhao's lower back, and whispered, "Chu Shao, tell me the truth. Have you joined the Xiaoyao sect? Why did Wuyazi's junior not pass down the leadership to you, instead opting for an unattractive monk?" Chu Shao shook his head in response. "I have no master-disciple bond with Senior Wuyazi. Our relationship is merely one of mutual learning, with no formal ties." A gasp escaped Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui as their hearts sank. They had initially thought that Chu Shao was a junior disciple of Wuyazi, guided into the Xiaoyao sect, but to their astonishment, he had not joined the sect. Instead, He had cultivated the sect's profound techniques and was considered a peer of Wu Yazi. Both were taken aback, and Su Zhu, standing beside them, could not help but lean forward, scrutinizing Chu Xiao. If what Chu Xiao said was true, then this youth, seemingly of similar age, was indeed Wu Yazi's equal. Did that mean he must address him as senior? In that moment, Tian Shan Tonglao, Li Qiushui, and Su Zhu were rendered speechless. Chapter 60. Return. As Chu Xiao and the others settled down, they listened intently as Su Zhu recounted his encounter with Wu Yazi and how he had received the elder's legacy. The group was struck by the sheer fortune that had befallen Su Zhu. It turned out that after Chu Xiao assisted Wu Yazi in recovering from his affliction, Wu Yazi journeyed to the Starry Sea to settle scores with Ding Chuanqiu. With Wu Yazi's formidable prowess, upon reaching the Starry Sea and facing Ding Chuanqiu, he swiftly dispatched him within mere exchanges. Consequently, the Starry sect disbanded, and Ding Chuanqiu was no more in the martial world. Having fulfilled his aspirations, Wu Yazi felt a profound detachment from the mortal realm and began to wander aimlessly, seeking a fitting place to conclude his life. At this juncture, Su Zhu, under the guidance of his master Xian Nan, was honing his skills in the martial world and encountered the remnants of the Starry sect perpetrating evil. As a high monk of the Buddhist order, Xian Nan naturally intervened to rid the world of their menace. Regrettably, despite his formidable skills, Xian Nan fell victim to the sect's insidious poisons and met a tragic end. Just as the remnants were about to eliminate Su Zhu, Wu Yazi fortuitously passed by and eradicated the villains, saving Su Zhu in the process. Witnessing Su Zhu weep bitterly over the corpse of his master, Wu Yazi was profoundly moved by his filial piety. Although he found Su Zhu's appearance unremarkable, he decided to pass the leadership of the Xiaoyao sect to him, recognizing his virtuous character. Thus, Su Zhu, a third-generation disciple of Shaolin, miraculously inherited Wu Yazi's 70 years of profound internal energy and ascended to become the contemporary leader of the Xiaoyao sect. I have buried Elder Wu Yazi in a stone forest. As per his wishes, Su Zhu stated solemnly. Then what brings you to my Lingzhou palace now? Tianshan Tonglao inquired. Elder Wu Yazi expressed that he had no intention of teaching me martial arts and urged me to seek you in Tianshan, stating that upon seeing this jade ring, you would naturally impart your skills to me, Su Zhu replied, displaying a degree of naivety, completely unaware of any implications. Now, possessing the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, I have been expelled from Shaolin and have nowhere else to turn, so I came to find you. The young monk was quite earnest. Li Qiushui chuckled. It seems that rather than my senior brother remembering you before his demise, it was simply that your Lingzhou palace is easy to find, prompting him to send you to assist our new leader. Tianshan Tonglao's expression darkened. As previously noted, she had assumed her junior brother had kept her in his thoughts before passing, only to learn that he had merely sought her help with this young monk. Humph. Junior sister, cease your gossiping. At least you have it better. My junior brother could hardly muster the inclination to mention you, she retorted. You impudent child. Repeat that. Enough. You too. Chu Xiao interjected, unwilling to endure further bickering. Since he is Wu Yazi's disciple, it is our duty to guide him. Tong Lao and I have a prior agreement. Until her strength is restored, I shall ensure her safety. Li Qiushui, if you are wise, you will take your leave. Young brother, Li Qiushui initially intended to argue further. Yet she wisely chose to remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Since the two of you have made an agreement, I shall not disrupt it. However, I must have a decisive confrontation with this demon child. Therefore, once she has regained her strength, we shall duel, and I implore you, young brother, to refrain from intervening. Chu Zhao's gaze rested upon Li Qiushui as he quietly observed this woman, reflecting on her formidable skills yet recognizing her as a person of narrow-mindedness. Let it be a contest. Do you think I, the Tianshan Tonglao, would fear you? She declared. Nevertheless, our battle will undoubtedly result in casualties. The legacy of the Xiaoyao sect, unparalleled in this world, should not be jeopardized by our personal grievances. During this time, let us each seek a disciple to carry on our martial arts, and once my inner strength is restored, we shall settle this in a final confrontation. Aha. Li Qiushui nodded in agreement, expressing her approval of Tianshan Tonglao's proposal. Let it be as you say. As for the disciples, I must say I have taken quite a liking to this young brother. He shall be my apprentice. You vile woman. Clearly, he is to be my disciple. How could he learn your skills? Seek another. Demon child. This young brother mentioned previously his desire to learn my little wuxiang divine skill. Why the sudden reluctance? The two women resumed their quarrel, yet this time, Chu Xiao refrained from interjecting. It appeared that, prior to the decisive battle, they intended to bestow their martial arts upon him. Such an arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous for Chu Xiao. Li Qiushui's little wuxiang skill could emulate all martial arts techniques, while Tianshan Tonglau's Tianshan Jime hand could integrate the essence of every style. Moreover, the life and death talismans Tianshan Tonglao employed to control the leaders of the 72 caves and 36 islands were indeed supreme skills for subjugating others. Should Chu Xiao be able to learn these arts, it would greatly enhance his prowess. There is no need for further dispute. I shall reluctantly endeavor to master both of your exceptional skills. After all, the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect must not be lost. Chu Xiao proclaimed with an air of righteousness, as if he himself had been wronged. So it is settled. So it is settled. Tianshan Tonglao and Li Qiushui echoed in unison. Both women yearned to vanquish one another, yet with Chu Xiao positioned between them, it would be challenging for either to determine the outcome. By imparting their martial arts to Chu Xiao, they ensured the preservation of the Xiaoyao sect's legacy while simultaneously complicating their own conflict, thereby allowing for a separation of life and death. As the three reached a consensus, Chu Xiao suddenly recalled that Su Zhu was still standing there. Esteemed seniors, Su Zhu hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Despite now being the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, he felt no authority in front of Chu Xiao and the two formidable women. Little monk, no, leader. Do not fret. While I teach this demoness my skills to Chu Xiao, I shall certainly impart some knowledge to you as well, Tianshan Tonglao reassured him. Impart some knowledge? Su Zhu looked utterly helpless, unable to counter her statement. Little monk, no, leader, do not be afraid. When I teach this demon child the skills, you may listen attentively and learn a substantial portion of the essence, Li Qiushui added, offering her own consolation. Listen attentively. Su Zhu felt increasingly helpless. Yet he could not refute the words. Chu Xiao patted Su Zhu on the shoulder, offering consolation. Do not lose heart. With effort, you shall undoubtedly become an outstanding leader. The future of the Xiaoyao sect rests in your hands. Su Zhu, resigned, nodded. Once a Navi soul oblivious to the ways of the world, he had finally come to witness the darkness and corruption that permeated it. 90 days swiftly passed. The day had arrived for the confrontation between the Tianshan Tonglao and Li Qiushui. During this time, under their guidance, Chu Xiao's martial arts ascended to a new level. He not only mastered the Tianshan Jime hand, but also acquired the life and death talisman, along with the Qiushui's lesser no-image divine skill. These skills not only compensated for his deficiencies in offensive power, but also provided him an additional means to exert control over others. On the misty peak, Tianshan Tonglao and Li Qiushui faced each other from a distance, while Chu Xiao and Su Zhu observed the battle. Demoness, prepare to meet your end. Demon child, face your doom. With fierce cries, they clashed, engulfed in combat. As they hailed from the same school, their understanding of each other's martial arts was profound, resulting in a fierce struggle that seemed evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Senior Chu, should we truly refrain from intervening? Su Zhu, having learned of Chu Xiao's equal standing with Wuyazi, began to refer to him as senior. Chu Xiao, indifferent to such formalities, replied, we need only to observe. Let them resolve their own matters. Silently, Chu Xiao watched as the two continued to exhaust themselves. He had already surmised the eventual outcome. They would both deplete their inner strength and ultimately perish in their mutual destruction. As anticipated, the battle raged for a day and a night until both fighters, utterly drained, collapsed on the misty peak, still inflicting harm upon each other until their last breath. After a long while, Chu Xiao gazed at the two lifeless bodies, now rigid, and spoke with resignation. Su Zhu, gather the bodies. Let us bury them together. If there is a next life, may they not meet this fate again. 2 years swiftly elapsed. Standing atop the misty peak, Chu Xiao lowered his head, quietly admiring the ethereal beauty of the place. It is time. We must return. With those words, his figure transformed into countless stars, vanishing from the world of demigods and semi-demons. Chapter 61. The greatest martial arts tournament in the world. In the fleeting passage of 2 years within the Dragon Ball realm, Chu Xiao found himself once more in a secluded cave he had previously discovered, attuning to the energy within his body and the internal force coursing through his meridians. He reflected on the substantial gains he had achieved. He had nearly mastered the entirety of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts. The simultaneous cultivation of internal power and energy not only endowed him with formidable physical strength, but also enhanced the finesse of his techniques and contributed to an extension of his lifespan. Through the awareness of his extraordinary self-healing ability, Chu Xiao realized that his lifespan had stabilized around 270 years. Initially, upon entering the Dragon Ball world, his lifespan was approximately 271 years. However, after 2 years, instead of diminishing by 2 years, it had only decreased by 1. Such an outcome was a testament to his diligent cultivation of internal energy, which continuously nourished his essence and significantly prolonged his life. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Chu Xiao acknowledged that he had returned to the Dragon Ball universe, where the petals of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him had coalesced into 3 distinct blossoms. With merely a year remaining until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, he believed that this event would undoubtedly yield a considerable number of lotus petals for the reincarnation Black Lotus. Thus, he resolved to participate in the tournament, aiming to acquire more petals while also yearning to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's prowess a year hence. After all, as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong was a figure of immense significance, and one could not dismiss the possibility that he might, in a moment of revelation, surpass Chu Xiao by leaps and bounds. This persistent sense of pressure propelled Chu Xiao to relentlessly pursue methods of strengthening himself. Concurrently, according to the original narrative, the conclusion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament would herald the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. As a formidable antagonist in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, Piccolo's reputation was formidable. At this juncture, Chu Xiao remained uncertain of Piccolo's true strength, leaving him unsure of his ability to emerge victorious against such an opponent. This year would serve as a prime opportunity for him to engage in rigorous training, harmonizing his energy and internal power in preparation for the impending confrontation with the Demon King Piccolo. As for why Chu Xiao did not preemptively thwart King Egg Fried Rice from unleashing the Demon King Piccolo, it was simply because the reincarnation Black Lotus within him required the acquisition of others' fortunes to blossom further. Otherwise, Chu Xiao would have orchestrated his strategies from afar long ago. On another note, having received guidance from the nameless monk, Chu Xiao's resolve as a warrior had been ignited. No matter how formidable the Demon King Piccolo might be, he was merely an obstacle along his path, one to be faced without fear. A true warrior stands resolute against any foe, embodying the spirit of relentless advancement. If one were to cower in apprehension, fretting over being surpassed by others, how could they ever find the time or energy to elevate themselves? With a clear mind, Chu Xiao set forth, adeptly employing the light wave step as he made his way to Bulma's residence in East City. In East City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma was engrossed in her research. Although Chu Xiao had spent 2 years in the Dragon's world, only 2 days had passed in the Dragon Ball realm. His brief absence went unnoticed by Bulma, who was deeply immersed in her experiments in the laboratory. Even upon returning home to visit Bulma, she remained utterly absorbed in deciphering and studying Dr. Gero's android technology, hardly acknowledging his presence. Understanding the situation, Chu Xiao refrained from disturbing her, quietly exiting the lab to rest at home. The following day, inspired by Bulma, Chu Xiao chose not to indulge in leisure, but instead stepped into the training grounds she had meticulously prepared for him, commencing his rigorous training. All his efforts were directed towards the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament and the impending threat of the Demon King Piccolo. Time flowed like a tranquil river, and a year passed swiftly. On Papaya Island, the plane from East City was preparing to land. "Ladies and gentlemen, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark," announced the flight attendant. Slowly opening his eyes, Chu Xiao stretched comfortably and nudged the sleeping Bulma beside him. "Bulma, we've arrived." Compared to a year prior, Bulma's appearance had not changed significantly, yet her aura exuded a distinctly different essence. The youthful naivety still lingered, but hints of her brilliance as a genius scientist in the Dragon Ball universe were beginning to shine through. "Already here?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes and gazing curiously out of the window at the blue skies, white clouds, and the inviting beaches. Truly a paradise for vacationers. The decision to host the World Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island stemmed from its reputation as a renowned tourist destination. "Fantastic. This place has exceeded my expectations," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Chu Xiao's arm. "Let us go play on the beach. I want to wear a bikini, eat ice cream, and try surfing." Chu Xiao smiled gently and nodded. "Hold on. Let us first register for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi and Goku should be arriving soon, and we can all go together." "All right, your matters take precedence. After a year of arduous training, you must be eager to showcase your achievements." Bulma giggled, making a playful face as she pulled Chu Xiao off the plane towards the registration point. Upon reaching the registration area, they were met with a long, winding line resembling a dragon. Exceptional martial artists from across the nation had gathered to participate in the quadrennial tournament. Chu Xiao expanded his aura, enveloping the surroundings. While ordinary martial artists remained oblivious, those who had cultivated their energy immediately sensed his presence and turned their gazes towards him. Among the familiar faces that recognized him were Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha, who stood in line, all stirred by the energy emanating from Chu Xiao. "Chu Xiao." As the turtle hermit called out Chu Xiao's name, he was internally astonished. Judging from Chu Xiao's aura, it was evident that his current strength far surpassed his own. Indeed, It seemed that no one present possessed an energy as formidable as Chu Xiao's. The turtle hermit pondered, how on earth has this young man trained? How has he experienced such rapid enhancement in his abilities? A few of the turtle hermit's companions stepped forth from the ranks, approaching Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, what brings you to Papaya Island? Surely you are not here to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? The turtle hermit inquired. Indeed, like you, I plan to register for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Eager to assess the fruits of my recent training, Chu Xiao replied. The turtle hermit winced, speaking softly to Chu Xiao. Ahem. My dear Chu Xiao, we both understand the reality of the situation. Given your prowess and level, registering for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament lacks any challenge. You must allow the younger generation a chance. Goku and Krillin still require guidance. Chu Xiao chuckled, realizing the concern of his master. Fear not, Master Turtle. I comprehend your intentions. Should I encounter Goku or Krillin in the competition, I shall ensure they receive the proper mentorship. The turtle hermit, feeling increasingly awkward, shook his head with a sigh. Very well, very well. This is a matter for the youth. As an old man, I ought to refrain from meddling. I shall rely on you then. He took a moment to mourn for Goku and Krillin, hoping they would encounter Chu Xiao later in the competition. Otherwise, they might not even survive the preliminary rounds, and his reputation would be tarnished. As the group engaged in conversation, two figures emerged from the crowd, prompting Chu Xiao to focus his gaze. Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi? Tianjin Fan, with his 3 eyes and an imposing presence, exuded strength, his muscles taut with power. Floating beside him was a pale-faced child, his cheeks flushed, undoubtedly Jiaozi. Chu Xiao, you've grown even stronger, but I am not afraid. I will surely defeat you. This is for my master and my uncle, Tianjin Fan declared, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiao. Chapter 62. The Great Demon King. As Chu Xiao gazed upon the fiercely determined Tianjin Fan, he felt not a flicker of anger, but rather a deep sense of satisfaction. Years ago, beneath the Korin Tower, Chu Xiao had captured Master Roshi with his purple gold treasure gourd and could have easily slain Tianjin Fan. However, he chose to spare him. Now, the Tianjin Fan before him was no longer the same as in the past. Through relentless training over the years, Tianjin Fan's martial prowess had surged, surpassing even his original strength in the narrative. Tianjin Fan, you have indeed not disappointed me. You have grown stronger than before. Chu Xiao commended lightly. He harbored no concerns. His own strength had escalated far beyond Tianjin Fan's imagination, and the chasm between them had not narrowed but widened. This was the confidence Chu Xiao had possessed back in the day. I knew you would become formidable, but what of it? I shall surpass you. Chu Xiao asserted with a dismissive scoff. Humph. Chu Xiao, I will personally defeat you on the martial arts stage. Just wait. Tianjin Fan bellowed angrily before turning back to rejoin the queue in silence. Master Roshi, witnessing the exchange between Chu Xiao and Tianjin Fan, asked in astonishment, Chu Xiao, he is Master Roshi's disciple? Indeed. You killed Master Roshi? Did you not know? Chu Xiao replied, his expression one of confusion. This event had transpired long ago. With Goku present at the time, surely Master Roshi was aware. It was surprising that he appeared to have no knowledge of it. Upon reflection, Chu Xiao found it quite reasonable, for Goku's nature was not one to indulge in gossip. You had the power to defeat Master Roshi years ago, Master Roshi exclaimed, staring at Chu Xiao in disbelief as he quietly stowed away his costume resembling Jackie Chan, resolutely deciding that he would not don it for this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. If he were to encounter Chu Xiao on the stage, his undefeated legend as Jackie Chan would be irrevocably tarnished. It was indeed time to step back and allow the younger generation to take the reins. After this small interlude with Tianjin Fan, the others completed their registration, with only a day remaining until the competition began. Chu Xiao, have you been in contact with Goku this year? Master Roshi inquired. No, Goku never carries a phone. Finding him is quite challenging. Chu Xiao shook his head. However, there is no need for concern. Goku will surely make it in time for registration. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need not worry about Goku. With his strength, he will manage just fine. With only a day left until the competition, shall we all go surfing at the beach? Master Roshi's eyes brightened, secretly contemplating that missing the stage this time could lead to a delightful trip to the beach. To enjoy surfing. Indeed, it was a splendid choice. I concur. Let us all relax before the competition, he declared. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, looking somewhat resigned. Although they were reluctant to go, with their master having spoken, they felt it inappropriate to object. Since no one opposes, it is settled. Bulma cheered, pulling Chu Xiao along towards the beach. A group of individuals frolicked on the beach, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were competitors in the martial arts tournament scheduled for the following day. They appeared more like carefree tourists. While they reveled in their enjoyment, An ominous and formidable aura emanated from the distant horizon of the sea. In an instant, this malevolent force nearly dissipated. Yet on the beach, Chu Xiao sensed the terrifying evil presence. King Piccolo had finally been unleashed. Chu Xiao mused inwardly, realizing that the aura he had just detected was more potent than his own, by at least twofold. King Piccolo was far more powerful than Chu Xiao had anticipated. This was merely the weakened form of Piccolo upon his release. If Piccolo were to utilize the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, one could only imagine the extent of his might. Chu Xiao shuddered at the thought, recognizing that the situation was far graver than he had foreseen. However, he remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, when water rises, soil is displaced. When soldiers come, generals shall arise. What did it matter if King Piccolo's aura surpassed his by twofold? Over the past year, Chu Xiao had dedicated himself to the harmonious interplay of energy and inner strength, rendering his prowess beyond mere quantification. It was time for the world to witness true power. Simultaneously, Master Roshi, the stalwart of the martial world, sensed this sinister aura as well. His expression shifted dramatically, his gaze now laden with gravity as he observed the bikini-clad girls with a lecherous eye. Upon noticing that Chu Xiao had also perceived the threat, he approached him. "Chu Xiao, have you sensed it?" he inquired. "Indeed, merely a remnant from a bygone era," Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Yet, Master Roshi felt an unsettling anxiety deep within. "Do not underestimate him. He is far more terrifying than you can imagine," he cautioned. "And I am equally more formidable than you might think," Chu Xiao retorted, a smile adorning his face. As if the sky were to collapse, he would remain unfazed. Master Roshi was taken aback, recognizing that Chu Xiao's confidence was deeply rooted. Reminiscent of the legendary Master Wu Tai Do of old, such confidence is essential for a martial artist. The path ahead is fraught with thorns, and we must wield our resolve like a blade to carve through it. Master Roshi thought to himself, "Chu Xiao, you are increasingly embodying the essence of a master. Yet, I hope you possess the strength to match." He hunched over, muttering, "If you cannot defeat him, I shall take it upon myself to end the remnants of the old era, forging a brighter future for you young ones." Master Roshi appeared increasingly haggard, resembling an ordinary, lustful old man. The following day, at the registration point for the world's premier martial arts tournament, Chu Xiao and the others inquired about the registration details, but found no sign of son Wukong's name. "Where's Wukong? Today is the final day. He is likely en route," Yamcha suggested. "Let us wait a bit longer. If necessary, I can have Puar transform into Wukong to assist with the registration." Sensing the group's anxiety, Chu Xiao expanded his aura, reaching out to perceive Wukong's energy, and soon discovered his whereabouts. "There is no need for concern. Wukong will arrive shortly." Chu Xiao distinctly sensed the presence of Wukong, swiftly approaching from the sea towards Papaya Island. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Wukong traversed the vast expanse of Earth to reach Papaya Island, a method of cultivation unique to the Dragon Ball universe. The others were astounded by Chu Xiao's awareness of Wukong's imminent arrival. At that moment, apart from Master Roshi, who could utilize his energy sensing abilities, Krillin and the others had yet to master this skill, leaving them perplexed. As Chu Xiao had predicted, after a brief wait, Wukong indeed arrived. His appearance had not changed significantly, save for a slight increase in height. Through Chu Xiao's perception, Wukong's unrestrained energy was laid bare before him. Remarkably, the intensity of that energy was on par with his own, indicating that Wukong had been diligently training over the past year. Chu Xiao mused to himself, eagerly anticipating a contest with Wukong in the arena. Once Wukong had registered, the group headed to a nearby restaurant. With the formidable appetite of the Saiyans, compounded by Chu Xiao and his companions consuming several times more than the average person, their table devoured the entire month's worth of food reserves in the establishment. After settling the bill, Master Roshi gazed at his considerably lighter wallet, internally lamenting that he could not afford to treat them again. This band of individuals had wiped out his savings in one sitting. Should they return for more, the treasures within his cane house would soon vanish. As the sun set and the moon rose, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament at last commenced. Chapter 63, the preliminary selection of the World Martial Arts Tournament in Tianjin officially commences. Chu Xiao and his companions collect their identification tokens and await their turn in the designated area. This year's tournament boasts double the participants compared to previous years, which inevitably prolongs the selection process. After 2 days of fierce competition, the list of contenders advancing to the preliminary round has been unveiled. The outcomes of the selections are self-evident. With Chu Xiao and his peers present, those who emerge from the preliminary rounds undoubtedly possess considerable prowess. The caliber of this preliminary round is exceptionally high, featuring participants such as Chu Xiao, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Additionally, from the original storyline, The renowned basketball player Puff, who, due to Master Roshi's destruction of the moon, is unable to transform into his Wolfman form, also makes the cut. With the top 8 now determined, the subsequent group preliminaries are set to begin. As the 8 contenders draw their tokens in the waiting area, Chu Xiao keenly observes Tien Shinhan discreetly manipulating the grouping arrangements for Kairatsu. However, he remains unfazed. After all, the outcome of this contest has long been predetermined. Chu Xiao's participation is largely motivated by a desire to gather lotus petals for the reincarnation Black Lotus. The top 8 are divided into 4 groups. The first group features Chu Xiao against Tien Shinhan. The second group pits Yamcha against Puff. The third sees Sun Wukong face Krillin, and the fourth has Kaiatsu against the Wolfman. This arrangement is rife with malice directed towards Chu Xiao. Has Tien Shinhan grown impatient so quickly? Chu Xiao muses, chuckling at the youthful impetuosity. As the first match of the top 8 commences, with Chu Xiao facing Tien Shinhan, the announcer's voice rings out, signaling the start. Chu Xiao soars into the air, landing gracefully on the stage, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience below. Wow! Did you see that? The contestant named Chu Xiao just flew up. A man exclaims. Indeed, I saw him take flight. Another responds. Goodness, how can he fly without wings? A dinosaur-like earthling ponders, beginning to question his existence. Seeing Chu Xiao's display, Tien Shinhan's rage ignites. The technique Chu Xiao has just executed is none other than their Crane School's signature move, the Sky Dance technique. Tien Shinhan's mind races. It is clear that Chu Xiao must have learned this technique from his master, Master Roshi. Not only did you kill my master, but you also appropriated our Crane School's ultimate skill. Today, it will be either your demise or mine. Tien Shinhan bellows, launching himself onto the stage, employing the same Sky Dance technique. Gasp. The three-eyed contestant Tien Shinhan has also taken to the air. They can both fly. The crowd gasps in astonishment, their minds racing as they wonder if they too could possess such abilities. Incredible. They can both fly? Another cries out. How can he fly without wings? The dinosaur-like earthling muses, his worldview beginning to unravel. Chu Xiao, prepare to meet your end. Tien Shinhan, fueled by fury, unleashes a colossal punch aimed directly at Chu Xiao. The intensity and ferocity of the confrontation unmistakably signaling a battle to the death. As Chu Xiao faced the onslaught of Tianjin Fan, his expression remained utterly unperturbed, as if he were a serene cloud drifting in the sky. With a gentle tap of his foot, he initiated the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo, causing his figure to become almost ghostly, akin to countless graceful warriors dancing upon the arena. What a profound technique! The turtle sage, observing Chu Xiao's movements from the sidelines, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, fervently removing his sunglasses to fixate on the intricate footwork. Is it possible that such an exquisite and profound style exists in this world? Each step taken by Chu Xiao seemed to embody esoteric principles, and before he realized it, beads of sweat began to trickle down the turtle sage's forehead. He found it hard to fathom who in this world possessed such extraordinary talent and brilliance to create such an unparalleled martial art. The turtle sage felt an overwhelming urge to pull Chu Xiao from the stage and immediately inquire about the origins of this technique, reigniting the long-buried desire for knowledge that had lain dormant within him for decades. The previously despondent demeanor vanished, replaced by a fervent spirit that aspired to hone his martial skills for another 500 years. With a whoosh, Tianjin Fan struck down with immense force. Yet he could never quite graze the hem of Chu Xiao's attire. Despite pushing himself to the limits of speed, in the face of Chu Xiao's Lingbo, he resembled nothing more than a child recklessly charging forward, utterly unable to match Chu Xiao's agility. Why? I can distinctly feel you brushing past me. Yet I cannot reach you. Tianjin Fan roared in frustration, his gaze fixed intensely on Chu Xiao. Buzz. Chu Xiao stood with calm composure and replied nonchalantly. You are simply too slow. I am faster than you. Tianjin Fan's face contorted with anger, veins bulging as he focused his sight to its utmost limits, defiantly charging at Chu Xiao once more. Humph. Chu Xiao executed the Lingbo Weibo and vanished once again. Tianjin Fan, utilizing his third eye, diligently tracked Chu Xiao, gradually managing to discern his movements clearly. There you are. Tianjin Fan unleashed a punch, and despite being able to see Chu Xiao's actions, he only perceived the intricate footwork beneath him. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Chu Xiao slipped past at an unimaginable angle, almost brushing against his knuckles. Cursed be this technique. What manner of footwork is this? Lingbo Weibo. Chu Xiao answered calmly. Lingbo Weibo. Both Tianjin Fan and the turtle sage below were momentarily taken aback. This technique indeed resembled walking upon water. enabling a remarkable increase in speed and agility through minimal changes in footwork, a true pinnacle of martial prowess. Realizing that he could not keep pace with Chu Xiao, Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. Taking a deep breath, he distanced himself from Chu Xiao and assumed a peculiar stance. Tianjin Fan raised his fist above his head, his entire being pulsating with energy, as if countless forces were coursing through his muscles. With the acceleration of his breath, an expression of immense pain emerged on his face. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, fixated on Tianjin Fan's movements, as he activated the lesser no-form divine skill, beginning to memorize the forthcoming techniques of Tianjin Fan. After all, the techniques he intended to employ were surely not mere inconsequential moves, especially now that he was aware of not being Chu Xiao's match. Tianjin Fan's expression grew increasingly agonized, and Chu Xiao, along with the audience below, could distinctly hear the crackling sound of his bones. Was Tianjin Fan about to self-destruct? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, though he felt it unlikely, for there were no signs indicating such a self-detonation. What, then, was this technique? Just as Chu Xiao pondered in confusion, Tianjin Fan's maneuver was finally completed. To everyone's astonishment, 2 additional arms sprouted from his shoulder blades, transforming him into a being with 4 arms. The 4 demon fists. Chu Xiao finally recognized the name of this technique. It was indeed the very same used by Tianjin Fan against Sun Wukong in the original storyline. Prepare to meet your demise, Tianjin Fan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. However, in Chu Xiao's eyes, Tianjin Fan's speed could not keep pace with his own. Even if he were to grow 2 more arms, becoming a 6-armed entity, how would that fundamentally alter the situation? Yet, what could possibly instill such immense confidence in Tianjin Fan, enabling him to believe he could defeat Chu Xiao with the 4 demon fists? Chapter 64. The confidence of Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan unleashed the 4 demon fists, his aura surging dramatically. Yet, to Chu Xiao's discerning eye, it was evident that this technique would not enable Tianjin Fan to vanquish him. The 4 demon fists, in Chu Xiao's assessment, were rather superfluous. What good were 2 extra arms if one could not surpass their opponent? Relying solely on quantity without a fundamental enhancement was inherently flawed. As Tianjin Fan waved his 4 arms, he refrained from hastily attacking Chu Xiao. Instead, he assumed a stance once more. It was clear that he was preparing to execute a formidable move. Below the arena, Jiaozi wore a worried expression, anxious for Tianjin Fan's safety. For the forthcoming technique he was about to employ not only possessed immense power, but also posed a significant risk to himself. Chu Xiao activated his minor imperceptible divine skill, attempting to simulate Tianjin Fan's maneuver. Tianjin Fan positioned his 4 arms, bracing them against either side of his head, his fingers splayed wide. Veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "Solar Fist!" Buzz! As he shouted, a blinding radiance emanated from Tianjin Fan's body, reminiscent of the sun itself. Rendering it impossible for onlookers to gaze directly at him, they were compelled to shut their eyes. All spectators had already fixed their attention upon Tianjin Fan, and his solar fist transformed the entire audience into the blind. Chu Xiao was no exception. Despite his formidable strength, his eyes were not enhanced, and he too succumbed to the blinding effects of the solar fist, momentarily rendered sightless, with a sharp pain in his eyes. Chu Xiao sought to enhance his perception to sense Tianjin Fan's position. To his astonishment, he found that the energy he had previously relied upon was now entirely obscured. He could feel himself enveloped by Tianjin Fan's aura, which permeated the surroundings. An upgraded version of the solar fist? Chu Xiao pondered, recognizing that the initial solar fist merely induced temporary blindness, without significantly hindering one's ability to perceive energy. However, this enhanced solar fist not only blinded the opponent, but also interfered with their ability to sense energy. The fact that Tianjin Fan had managed to create an upgraded version of the solar fist in response to Chu Xiao's influence was truly unexpected. As the piercing pain subsided, Chu Xiao's innate super healing ability activated, a warm sensation coursing through his eyes, alleviating the discomfort and swiftly restoring his vision. He focused intently, scanning the arena for Tianjin Fan's silhouette. Chu Xiao let out a soft exclamation, for there was no trace of Tianjin Fan on the stage. He found himself utterly alone. Had Tianjin Fan, after executing the solar fist, employed some form of invisibility? Chu Xiao could not recall any such techniques existing in Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, the audience below gradually regained their sight, only to face the same predicament as Chu Xiao. Where had the contestant Tianjin Fan gone? How did he vanish? Indeed, just moments ago, I witnessed him glowing brilliantly, and now he has seemingly disappeared. Has he ascended to the heavens? Ascended? How does that determine the outcome of this match? Does that mean Chu Xiao wins? How utterly unsatisfying. We came to witness a battle. This is clearly a farce. There must be some conspiracy at play. Not only did the contestant take the stage under the spotlight, but he now also flees without a fight. I demand a refund. The audience below began to murmur in discontent, a chorus of curses echoing through the air as they expressed their disdain for the match and demanded refunds. Chu Xiao steadied himself, reflecting on the enmity between himself and Tianjin Fan. It was clear that Tianjin Fan would not retreat without a fight. Moreover, having unleashed the 4 demon fists and the solar fist, Tianjin Fan would not resort to evasion to conceal his whereabouts and escape the contest. Chu Xiao extended his senses once more. The influence of the solar fist on his energy perception had dissipated, and now he could feel the presence of everyone around him. But where was Tianjin Fan? There. Chu Xiao suddenly looked up, locking onto the energy signature in the sky, where he spotted 4 dark figures hovering quietly above. The spectators below were equally astonished by Chu Xiao's abrupt gaze upwards, and following his line of sight, they too discerned Tianjin Fan's figure. Tianjin Fan had not fled. He was indeed above them. He had ascended after unleashing his power. Ascended my foot. The man could fly to begin with. Wait, am I seeing things? Why do I see 4 Tianjin Fans? I must be hallucinating. There are indeed 4 Tianjin Fans soaring in the sky. The audience's chatter grew more intense rather than subsiding. For what they witnessed was beyond their comprehension. 4 Tianjin Fans. Under Chu Xiao's heightened perception, all 4 figures in the sky emanated the same energy signature. For Body's fist. In the original narrative, Tianjin Fan utilized this technique to create 3 clones, each possessing identical strength to the original, albeit divided into 4, rendering each only a quarter of his full power. By employing the 4 demon fists to increase the number of his attacks, and then utilizing the solar fist to impair Chu Xiao's vision and perception, he executed the 4 Bodies fist, manifesting 4 Tianjin Fans. The 4 Tianjin Fans, each with 4 arms, hovered silently in the sky. Chu Xiao was certain that Tianjin Fan had not yet revealed his ultimate technique. Prepare to meet your end, Chu Xiao. Tianjin Fan bellowed from above. As each of the 4 figures raised their 4 arms, extending a single finger towards Chu Xiao on the arena below. Poof, poof, poof. For times 4 is 16. 16 streams of white energy blasts erupted from Tianjin Fan's fingers. This was none other than the signature technique of the Crane School, the Dodone Wave. The 16 Dodone waves surged toward Chu Xiao with remarkable speed, effectively sealing off any avenue of escape and leaving him no room to evade. Chu Xiao found himself ensnared. Like a caged bird surrounded by adversaries, trapped within the onslaught of the Dodone waves. What an impressive strategy. Rather than succumbing to fear, Chu Xiao admired the synergy in Tianjin Fan's techniques. First, he used the 4 demon fists to amplify the number of Dodone waves, then employed the solar fist to dull his senses and vision, subsequently executing the 4 Bodies fist to create 4 clones, further increasing the number of attacks. Finally, all 4 four-armed clones unleashed the Dodone waves simultaneously, placing Chu Xiao in a seemingly inescapable predicament. Such a meticulously crafted maneuver truly earned Chu Xiao's respect. Indeed, Tianjin Fan was formidable, but would Chu Xiao truly meet his demise beneath Tianjin Fan's Dodone waves? With a subtle smile gracing his visage, Chu Xiao faced the onslaught of flawless attacks, his internal North Ming divine art operating at its zenith, infusing an overwhelming force into his legs. In an instant, his form became ethereal, akin to the mist shrouding a secluded mountain, rendering him elusive. Just as the onlookers believed that Chu Xiao could only rely on speed to evade Tianjin Fan's assaults, the swiftly moving Chu Xiao raised his arm, extending a solitary finger. From the depths of the mountain mist, waves of white energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Tianjin Fan's Ding wave. What is this? The Ding wave. A pallid expression of shock crossed Jiaozi's face. He never anticipated that Chu Xiao not only mastered the Crane School's dance of the sky, but also its Ding wave. How ruthlessly did Chu Xiao employ his methods to compel his master, the Crane Immortal, to divulge the school's ultimate techniques? Jiaozi's heart grew increasingly heavy, pondering whether Tianjin Fan could truly defeat Chu Xiao, who shared the same formidable skills of the Crane School. Boom, boom, boom. The various Ding waves collided, producing an ear-splitting cacophony, while brilliant white blossoms erupted in the sky, reminiscent of festive fireworks. The audience beneath the ring held their breath. Moments ago, those clamoring for refunds now stood in stunned silence. Wow, so beautiful, incredible. I can hardly see Chu Xiao make a move. All I witness are explosions. An array of explosions. It's nothing short of artistry. This battle is absolutely magnificent. Chu Xiao's martial prowess is undeniably exceptional. Tianjin Fan's skills are impressive as well. with so many wondrous techniques. As the thunderous roars gradually subsided, the four manifestations of Tianjin Fan in the sky gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from their recent exertions. In stark contrast, Chu Shao appeared tranquil and unfazed, as if the preceding attack had not originated from him at all. How infuriating! How could this be? Tianjin Fan wore an expression of disbelief. In such a seemingly lethal scenario, how was it that Chu Shao remained utterly unscathed? Is this truly the extent of your power? Chu Shao, with a smile, gazed upon Tianjin Fan, instilling a chill in the heart of his aerial counterpart. Chapter 65. The defeat of Tian Xinhan. Four-armed Tian Xinhan gracefully descended from the heavens. Upon touching the ground, three of the doppelgangers faded into mere illusions. And Tian Xinhan released the technique of the four bodies fist, gasping heavily for breath, evidently fatigued. Yet, Tian Xinhan did not allow his exhaustion to extinguish his fighting spirit. Instead, he seized the brief respite to regain his strength. Chu Shao, rather than taking advantage of Tian Xinhan's weariness to strike him down, granted him the time to recuperate. This decision was not born from a sense of superiority or a lack of respect for Tian Xinhan, but rather from Chu Xiao's genuine curiosity regarding Tian Xinhan's techniques. The four demons' fist held little allure for Chu Shao, and the notion of sprouting additional arms felt somewhat peculiar to him. What piqued his interest next was the solar fist, a technique he deemed quite captivating. The solar fist not only had the capacity to temporarily blind adversaries, but also to obscure their sense of energy detection. Whether employed in combat or for strategic retreat, it was indeed a formidable maneuver. In certain exceptional scenarios, the skillful application of the solar fist could yield remarkable results. Moreover, Tian Xinhan's four bodies fist astonishingly created three indistinguishable duplicates. Although these doppelgangers would dilute the principal's strength and dissipate upon being struck, the practicality of such a technique akin to a shadow clone was undeniably profound. If Chu Xiao's memory served him right, the android cell had once employed an enhanced version of the four bodies fist, retaining the ability to generate true copies while overcoming the limitation of divided strength, allowing each clone to possess the full power of the original. The presence of three doppelgangers on par with Chu Xiao's strength was self-evident in its implications. Thus, the four bodies fist was indeed a technique of considerable allure for Chu Xiao. Solar fist. For bodies fist, Chu Xiao quietly recited, diligently channeling the essence of the subtle no-form divine art to its utmost limit. When Tian Xinhan had previously executed the four demons' fist, Chu Xiao had utilized the subtle no-form divine art to simulate its energy manipulation, fostering a growing confidence in his ability to replicate both the solar fist and the four bodies fist. With the anticipation of Tian Xinhan utilizing his signature moves once more, Chu Xiao resolved to harness the extraordinary mimetic capabilities of the subtle no-form divine art to reproduce these exceptional techniques. Tian Xinhan, striving to regain his strength, remained vigilant against any potential assault from Chu Xiao. At that moment, as Tian Xinhan was taut with concentration, he observed Chu Xiao relax completely, sitting cross-legged upon the arena, entering a state of tranquil meditation. What? Tian Xinhan gazed at Chu Xiao in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The spectators below were equally perplexed, bewildered by Chu Xiao's unexpected behavior. Fixating on the serene and composed Chu Xiao, Tian Xinhan quickly deduced the rationale behind his actions. He thought to himself, Chu Xiao, you are allowing me time to recover, are you not? What manner of person are you? Last time, you could have ended my life, yet you chose to spare me. This time, you could have effortlessly defeated me, yet you still granted me time to recover. Tianjin Fan shook his head in frustration, unable to devise a solution. He settled into a cross-legged position, striving to restore his energy to the best of his ability, attempting to recuperate from his recent losses. What is this? Tianjin Fan has also sat down. Are they no longer going to continue fighting? What are they doing? A strategy of inaction? You know nothing. This is clearly Chu Xiao allowing Tianjin Fan a moment to recover, recognizing that his exhaustion would affect his subsequent performance. From this perspective, Chu Xiao truly exemplifies the virtues of a great martial artist. Indeed, you have a point. Not only is Chu Xiao immensely powerful, but his level of mastery is also remarkably high. We should learn from him. Below the arena, the crowd erupted in applause for Chu Xiao, praising his recent actions as a model of martial artistry. Master Rashi observed the serene figure of Chu Xiao, feeling both admiration and a tinge of regret. Reflecting on their first encounter, when Chu Xiao was merely a weak and ordinary individual, Master Rashi had sensed an unawakened dark power within him and hesitated to accept him as a disciple. Now, it is evident that the malevolent force within Chu Xiao has long since dissipated, replaced by a righteous aura of integrity. His every action is commendable, marked by profound wisdom and insight, truly a talent of great promise. Master Roshi shook his head in resignation, pondering how he had once been blinded by ignorance, allowing such a remarkable individual to slip through his fingers. Regretful as he was, there was no remedy for past mistakes. He recognized that Chu Xiao's current prowess had vastly surpassed his own, making any hope of forging a master-disciple bond impossible. At this moment, Master Roshi could only wish for Chu Xiao to continue on his martial path with the same noble spirit he possesses now. After a brief interval, Tianjin Fan slowly rose from the ground, his condition having improved significantly. While he had not fully regained his previous strength, he had restored about 70 to 80% of his energy, largely thanks to the energy from the Dragon Balls, which not only boasted formidable destructive power, but also excelled in recovery speed. Chu Xiao, come forth, Tianjin Fan declared, his voice now laced with considerably less animosity and a hint of respect. Chu Xiao gradually opened his eyes, stood up with a light clap, and smiled at Tianjin Fan, saying, Tianjin Fan, do employ that technique of yours once more. I am quite intrigued by your solar fist and four-way fist. Tianjin Fan fixed his gaze on Chu Xiao, internally acknowledging that while his previous technique had effectively blocked Chu Xiao's movements, the latter could easily counter the attack with his own techniques. Such an assault, even repeated 10 times, would not be sufficient to defeat Chu Xiao. Must I use that technique? Tianjin Fan steeled himself, clenching his teeth. Below the arena, Zhaozi seemed to sense Tianjin Fan's intentions and immediately sent a telepathic warning. Tianjin Fan, no, do not use that technique. I have no choice. Zhaozi, Chu Xiao is far too strong. Even if I were to employ that technique, I cannot guarantee my victory over him. Yet to refrain from using it would compel me to surrender now, a decision that would haunt me for a lifetime. As Tianjin Fan spoke, he summoned his energy, first manifesting the four bodies fist. 3 ethereal duplicates slowly emerged from his form, standing in alignment before Chu Xiao. So it was. Chu Xiao utilized the lesser formless divine art to simulate the energy technique of the four bodies fist, imprinting its essence in his memory with a single iteration, leaving only the subsequent techniques for simulation. Scatter. The 4 Tianjin Fans dispersed, each occupying a corner of the arena, encircling Chu Xiao in the center, once again assuming the stance of the solar fist. With a thunderous roar, four blinding beams of white light surged forth, plunging everyone into a momentary blindness. Buzz. Chu Xiao's remarkable self-healing ability activated, swiftly alleviating the discomfort in his eyes. Looking around, he found no trace of Tianjin Fan. Raising his gaze, he confirmed that Tianjin Fan still hovered in the sky. The same technique again. Chu Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he also found contentment. Disappointed that Tianjin Fan had seemingly exhausted his repertoire of skills, but satisfied that he had thoroughly recorded the techniques of the solar fist and the four bodies fist. With further simulation and refinement, the likelihood of successfully executing these 2 extraordinary techniques was exceedingly high. Chu Xiao, prepare to meet your demise. Tianjin Fan bellowed, palms pressed together, an immense aura radiating from him. Chu Xiao immediately sensed the unusual nature of this energy, centering himself and channeling his northern underworld true chi to its utmost potential, allowing it to surge from his muscles, enveloping his entire being. Boom. For formidable pressures, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, descended from the heavens, layering upon one another and crushing down on Chu Xiao. He felt the gravity surrounding him intensify abruptly, rendering his body heavy as iron, his bones bearing immense strain. The energy within Chu Xiao surged forth, resisting this overwhelming force. The northern underworld true chi coursing through his meridians not only persisted, but became increasingly vibrant, cleansing his pathways with fervor. Under this immense pressure, Chu Xiao sensed his muscles tautening, his latent potential being fiercely extracted and transformed into raw power. His demeanor remained as calm as a tranquil sea, yet his eyes shone with an indomitable spirit. Crack! Chu Xiao suddenly lunged forward, his foot shattering the marble arena beneath him, the fragments quickly disintegrating into dust under the weight of the pressure. Crack! He stepped forth again, his muscles coiling, veins bulging, his entire form launching skyward like a cheetah. Come down. Chu Xiao's voice had yet to reach the ground when he was already airborne, his powerful fist crashing down upon one of Tianjin Fan's duplicates, which erupted into a mere illusion. Whoosh! A sweeping kick dispatched another duplicate. Thud! The final duplicate was similarly obliterated. Tianjin Fan's remaining true form, weakened and breathless, fell from the sky before Chu Xiao could strike, his aura faint, clearly having succumbed to exhaustion. This is bad. He is about to crash down. It is certain death. The turtle sage discerned the truth with a single glance and exclaimed. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, executing the light wave step beneath his feet, treading upon the very air, as he deftly twisted his form to firmly catch Tenshin in. The first match of the quarterfinals. Victory to Chu Xiao. Chapter 66. Wukong and Chu Xiao in the fierce contest between Chu Xiao and Tianjin Fan. The latter suffered a devastating defeat. Observing the feeble breath of Tianjin Fan in his arms, Chu Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. The power of that recent Kamehameha was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the rigorous training and profound cultivation he had undergone over the past year, he would have been crushed to the point of shattered bones in that moment of crisis. Although he would have survived, invoking his formidable self-healing ability would have inevitably taken a toll on his lifespan. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao harbored no regrets, for the gains from that battle far outweighed his losses. In terms of martial prowess, Chu Xiao had already memorized the breathing techniques of the Solar Fist and the Four-Body Fist. With a moment of tranquil contemplation, he could master these two formidable skills. From a strength perspective, Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha not only failed to injure Chu Xiao, but also ignited the potential he had cultivated over the past year, propelling his abilities to new heights. Furthermore, at the moment the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament declared Chu Xiao the victor, the cycle of the Black Lotus within him transformed once more, resulting in the emergence of the fifth reincarnation Black Lotus. The battle with Tianjin Fan bestowed upon Chu Xiao three significant advantages, which naturally filled him with joy. He approached Jiaozi, cradling the unconscious Tianjin Fan, and, amidst Jiaozi's apprehension and concern, entrusted Tianjin Fan to him. Although Tianjin Fan was not in life-threatening danger, he could not use his energy during this period, otherwise he would surely perish. Chu Xiao turned away, choosing not to say more, for further words would hold little meaning. Jiaozi would undoubtedly care for Tianjin Fan, and as for why Chu Xiao did not offer Tianjin Fan a senzu bean, well, it was a jest. He possessed only 24 senzu beans himself, treasures he could not easily part with. The first match of the quarterfinals concluded, leading into the second match between Yamcha and the Black Fighter Pudding, which Yamcha naturally won. In the third match, Goku faced Krillin. As they were both disciples of the same master, it was a contest of equals, and Goku, as expected, triumphed over Krillin. Chu Xiao paid particular attention to Goku's displayed strength, quietly reflecting that after visiting renowned masters in the Dragon World and returning to train for over a year, his current prowess was only 2 or 3 times stronger than Goku's. This realization stirred within Chu Xiao a sense of admiration for the Saiyan bloodline, which was indeed magnitudes more powerful than that of Earthlings. A thought began to take root in Chu Xiao's mind. Should he seek the power of the dragon to acquire the Saiyan bloodline? He shook his head with a wry smile. While the Saiyan bloodline was undeniably potent, its drawbacks were equally apparent. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, could succumb to heart disease, displaying almost zero resistance to magical attacks. He possessed the reincarnation Black Lotus, which allowed him to traverse the realms of reincarnation. Though the Saiyan bloodline held boundless potential, its adaptability was lacking. The notion of obtaining the Saiyan bloodline through the dragon's power was appealing, but it was a consideration best reserved for the future, once methods to mitigate the Saiyan bloodline's shortcomings had been discovered. After all, Chu Xiao was unwilling to arduously enhance the Saiyan bloodline only to enter a magical realm of reincarnation and fall victim to a feeble curse from an enemy. That would be a most lamentable demise. In contrast, while the evolution of humanity on Earth may be gradual, their overall qualities are remarkably well balanced, exhibiting exceptional adaptability with untapped potential in various aspects. This grounded reality is far more pertinent for Chu Xiao than the lofty aspirations of becoming a Super Saiyan. Following Goku's victory, the final match of the quarterfinals, featuring Dumplings against the werewolf, was devoid of suspense, with Dumplings easily triumphing over the werewolf competitor. With the conclusion of the quarterfinals, the semifinalists have been determined: Chu Xiao, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and Dumplings. The semifinals are scheduled for tomorrow, wherein Chu Xiao will face Sun Wukong, and Dumplings will compete against Yamcha to discern the two finalists. In the waiting area, the unconscious Tianjin Fan gradually awakened. He silently observed Dumplings, who was visibly anxious beside him, and with a bittersweet smile, he reached out to pat Dumplings' head in a gesture of reassurance. "Dumplings, I am fine. There is no need for concern," he said, gazing at the now deserted arena, reflecting on whether the quarterfinals had concluded. "Did you make it to the semifinals?" "Indeed. The next match is Chu Xiao against Sun Wukong, and I will be up against Yamcha," Dumplings responded. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's name, Tianjin Fan stiffened momentarily, falling into a contemplative silence. "Dumplings, was it Chu Xiao who saved my life?" Dumplings, though reluctant to admit it. Dumplings understood that the one who had rescued Tianjin Fan was indeed their master-esque killer, yet the truth was indisputable. "Yes, at that moment you were unconscious in midair, and only Chu Xiao had the ability to rescue you. Tianjin Fan slowly rose to his feet, bearing the weight of his experiences. He raised his gaze towards the horizon. As if conversing with Chu Xiao, I owe you a life. Tianjin Fan, will you not seek revenge for our master? Dumplings inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. The grudge against our master cannot be overlooked. One day I will defeat Chu Xiao and avenge him, Tianjin Fan declared. However, I am not one to be ungrateful, nor do I wish to owe Chu Xiao a debt of gratitude. I shall repay this life debt. With faltering steps, Tianjin Fan departed from the martial arts arena, followed silently by Dumplings, as they both faded into the setting sun. The following day, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. In the waiting area, Chu Xiao, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and Dumplings awaited the beginning of the matches in quiet anticipation. Dumplings approached Chu Xiao, and amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, he deeply bowed. Thank you for saving Tianjin Fan's life yesterday, Dumplings said succinctly. And before Chu Xiao could respond, he continued, Tianjin Fan has left Papaya Island to continue his training. He asked me to convey to you that he will repay the life he owes you, but he will also ensure that our master's vengeance is fulfilled. Having spoken, Dumplings fell silent, retreating to a corner to sit quietly. Chu Xiao shook his head in resignation. Realizing that Tianjin Fan and Dumplings could openly express such sentiments in his presence, indicating that their nature was not entirely malevolent, regrettably, they had not been guided by a commendable master. Yesterday's matches were exceptionally thrilling, leaving us in awe, and today the semifinals are about to commence. Now, let us welcome our first contestants, Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong. The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers as the host's words echoed, and with the signal given, Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong strode confidently onto the stage. Let the match begin. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his gaze sharp and resolute, embodying the unique stance of the Turtle Hermit School, poised to unleash an attack at any moment. In stark contrast, Chu Xiao remained unperturbed, standing quietly upon the arena, devoid of any stance. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. Chu Xiao's demeanor, seemingly passive, imposed immense pressure upon him. As the saying goes, the most formidable technique is one that appears to have none. Chu Xiao's current state was the epitome of naturalness, leaving no apparent flaws to exploit. Sun Wukong yearned to strike first, yet discerned no vulnerabilities in Chu Xiao's demeanor. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate, an electric tension filling the air as both awaited the slightest opening from the other. The battle could ignite at any moment. Chapter 67. The Sun Fist upon the arena. Chu Xiao stood in confrontation with Sun Wukong. Below the stage, the audience held their breath, utterly engrossed. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust between Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong, a thin veil obscuring their vision. Now is the moment. Sun Wukong let out a low growl, his feet exploding off the ground, his body surging forward before the sound had even reached the audience. A shadow was all that remained at his previous position, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Chu Xiao. Shadow Fist. Chu Xiao raised his hand, executing the Tianshan folding plum technique, colliding with Wukong's fist. Puff. Wukong's fist wavered, revealing yet another illusion. In a split second, a fierce wind surged from behind Chu Xiao, aimed directly at his waist. If struck, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Wukong's steel leg swept in, hitting Chu Xiao's waist, yet it felt insubstantial, as if it were a reflection in a mirror dissolving into nothingness. Phantom Fist. A tremor of danger coursed through Wukong as he instinctively rolled backward to evade. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated as Chu Xiao's fist crashed into the marble arena, shattering the solid stone beneath. With a faint smile, Chu Xiao addressed Wukong. Well dodged. Let us continue. The two once again became mere shadows, vanishing upon the stage. The rapid succession of phantoms on the arena left the audience in a daze. Ordinary spectators could hardly keep pace with the two, only able to hear the resounding clashes of metal, echoing like thunder. Are they both exerting their full strength from the onset? Master Roshi watched in astonishment. Typically, combatants would begin with tentative exchanges. Yet, the battle between Chu Xiao and Wukong had commenced with unrestrained fervor, devoid of any semblance of cautious probing. In truth, Chu Xiao and Wukong were well acquainted, their familiarity eliminating the need for such tentative measures. Wukong, from the very start, had exerted his utmost, driven by this understanding. For Chu Xiao, however, this display was not his pinnacle of strength. In this moment, Chu Xiao relied not only on his chi for combat, but also on the North Ming true chi residing within his dantian. During his engagement with Wukong, he chose to utilize solely his chi, maintaining a steady upper hand. Yet, should he incorporate the North Ming true chi, he would undoubtedly overwhelm Wukong in a brief span. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao was reluctant to conclude the battle so swiftly. He had yet to fully replicate the Sun Fist and the four-body fist techniques he had learned from Tenshinhan. Just moments ago, he had meticulously studied their applications. And now was the perfect opportunity to employ them in real combat. Action without thought is futile. With a surge of energy, Chu Xiao distanced himself from Wukong, altering his stance to assume the initial posture of the Sun Fist. Wukong uttered a soft exclamation, uncertain of Chu Xiao's intentions, yet upon closer inspection, he recognized the movements as something familiar. What technique is this? Master Roshi's gaze was fixated on Chu Xiao. Realizing that the stance he had adopted was none other than the Sun Fist utilized by Tenshinhan the previous day. This is the solar flare of Tianjin Han, Dumpling exclaimed in astonishment. Unlike Master Roshi, he was thoroughly familiar with the solar flare, while Master Roshi merely observed the technique. Dumpling focused on the method of energy manipulation employed by Chu Xiao. To his surprise, upon closer examination, it mirrored precisely the energy flow used by Tianjin Han when executing the solar flare, as if it had been carved from the same mold. How could this be? How could Chu Xiao perform the solar flare? He had only witnessed Tianjin Han use it twice yet managed to master this extraordinary skill? Dumpling muttered in disbelief, gazing at Chu Xiao as if he were a monster, for he was acutely aware of the difficulty in mastering the solar flare. To learn it after merely observing it twice, what level of insight must Chu Xiao possess? Goku on the stage also overheard Dumpling's words and curiously scrutinized Chu Xiao, halting his assault. In Goku's eyes, the outcome of the match paled in comparison to the enjoyment derived from the battle. He relished the thrill of combat and the opportunity to witness various extraordinary techniques. The Saiyan blood coursing through Goku ignited an insatiable desire for battle within him. Dumpling's astonishment was entirely understandable, as he was unaware of Chu Xiao's possession of the remarkable small no-form technique. This technique inherently allows one to mimic the martial arts of others, and through Chu Xiao's lateral thinking, he adeptly applied it to the imitation of energy manipulation. As energy surged around Chu Xiao, the qi within his muscles began to converge towards his head, in a manner unimaginable to ordinary individuals. He transformed the originally turbulent energy into a unique radiant light. Buzz. Chu Xiao felt a humming sound resonating in his head, and following Tianjin Han's method of energy manipulation, he fully unleashed the qi within him. To the onlookers, his head began to emit a dazzling white light, akin to a sun suspended in the sky, blinding everyone and making it difficult to open their eyes. The solar flare, Chu Xiao bellowed, radiating like the sun at its zenith, enveloping all in his light. The energy unfurled, further disrupting Goku's ability to sense energy. So this is the solar flare? Chu Xiao mused, observing the surrounding spectators temporarily blinded by the intense light and Goku, who stood perplexed in the arena. At last, Chu Xiao experienced the sensation of executing the solar flare, and the doubts that had lingered in his heart found clarity. The solar flare is more suitable for escape or long-range attacks, rather than close combat. When Tianjin Han unleashed the solar flare, he could have taken advantage of Chu Xiao's temporary blindness to defeat him directly. Yet he resorted to the cumbersome four-body fist followed by the Dodon Ray to eliminate Chu Xiao. It was not that Tianjin Han was unwilling to strike directly at Chu Xiao. Rather, this approach was fundamentally impractical. Although the solar flare induces temporary blindness and obscures one's perception, for a martial artist like Chu Xiao, his hearing was exceptionally acute. Thus, merely blinding vision and perception posed limitations for individuals like Chu Xiao. As long as Chu Xiao approached Goku, his position would undoubtedly be discerned by Goku's keen hearing. Hence, the significance of employing the solar flare was negated. No wonder Tianjin Han went to such lengths. At this moment, Chu Xiao chose not to launch an attack against Wukong. Instead, he continued to circulate the energy within his muscles, beginning to execute the formidable technique known as the Four Bodies Fist. This intricate and elusive maneuver unfolded vividly in Chu Xiao's mind, thanks to the mimetic abilities of the lesser formless divine art. There was no necessity for Chu Xiao to comprehend the underlying principles of the Four Bodies Fist. He merely needed to grasp that by channeling his energy in this manner, he could manifest 3 avatars. With prior experience from employing the solar fist, Chu Xiao found it considerably easier to simulate the Four Bodies Fist using the lesser formless divine art. In the blink of an eye, for identical Chu Xiaos appeared on the stage, indistinguishable from one another in both aura and perception, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the true body from the replicas. After a few breaths, the spectators gradually regained their vision. Look, there are 4 Chu Xiaos on the stage. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement among the audience, who began to murmur animatedly. Just moments ago, Chu Xiao had utilized the solar fist of the Tianjin fan contestant. And now he unveiled the Four Bodies Fist, manifesting 3 avatars. The astonishing comprehension of Chu Xiao is evident, after only a single encounter. He had mastered a technique that had taken others years of arduous training to perfect. This truly opened my eyes to the reality of my own slow progress. Surely, my lack of advancement stems from not facing genuine masters. Perhaps if I were to spar with Tianjin Fan even once, I too could grasp a remarkable skill. Spare me your delusions. Does Tianjin Fan even need to employ a special technique to deal with you? One finger would suffice to obliterate you. To be continued. Chapter 68. The champion beneath the arena. A pallor enveloped Jiaozi's face, devoid of any discernible expression, yet his eyes radiated a profound mix of admiration and trepidation. Could it be that true martial arts prodigies existed in this world? A tumult of emotions surged within him. As Chu Xiao's prowess escalated, so too did his innate talent, rendering Jiaozi's and Tian Fan's quest for vengeance increasingly elusive. The more formidable Chu Xiao became, the more arduous their path to retribution appeared. Thus, Jiaozi found himself ensnared in a web of despair. Moreover, at this moment, Jiaozi's mental fortitude had yet to mature, making it arduous to bear such immense pressure. What would Tian Fan do if he were present? Jiaozi pondered, his youthful mind gradually inching towards maturity. In stark contrast to Jiaozi's concerns, the spectators on Chu Xiao's side erupted in applause. The future held limitless potential for Chu Xiao. Master Rashi, consumed by regret, yearned to chastise himself for failing to recognize Chu Xiao's extraordinary talent from the outset. Bulma, basking in the adulation directed at her boyfriend, couldn't help but smile with delight. After all, every woman would relish the praise bestowed upon her partner. On the arena stage, Goku marveled, wow, there are 4 Chu Xiaos. He gazed at the 4 identical figures with astonishment. Although he had witnessed Tian Fan's 4 bodies fist, Chu Xiao's rendition still left him in awe. He eagerly anticipated a confrontation with all 4 Chu Xiaos. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to launch an attack, only to see 3 of the Chu Xiaos flicker and vanish, leaving the original standing alone in the arena. Why did Brother Chu disperse the 3 clones? Goku found himself perplexed, unable to fathom Chu Xiao's reasoning. While Goku remained in the dark, Chu Xiao understood fully that the 4 bodies fist, despite its apparent strength, relied on the principle of overwhelming numbers. Yet, in its current, unrefined state, each clone would only wield a fraction of Chu Xiao's power. With 3 clones, each possessed merely 1/4 of his strength. This reduction encompassed not only the internal energy and northern darkness true chi, but also diminished aspects such as speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, and control. Given the negligible disparity in strength between Chu Xiao and Goku, further dividing his power could lead to Goku uncovering the 4 bodies fist shortcomings, ultimately leading to Chu Xiao's defeat. Rather than courting such risk, it was wiser for Chu Xiao to voluntarily dissolve the 4 bodies fist and reclaim the dispersed energy. While this would affect his state, it would minimize power consumption. Having simulated both the solar fist and the 4 bodies fist, Chu Xiao found no need to prolong his engagement with Goku on the arena. With a surge of energy coursing through his muscles and inner strength rapidly circulating through his meridians, the 2 forces complemented each other, exponentially amplifying Chu Xiao's power. His footwork danced like a fleeting spirit, while his palms executed the Tianshan plum blossom technique, his energy surging like a dragon. Such formidable might rendered Goku, who relied solely on his energy, unable to contend. After several exchanges, Goku ultimately succumbed to Chu Xiao's prowess and was sent tumbling from the arena. In this battle, victory belonged to Chu Xiao. The host, brimming with excitement, announced that contestant Chu Xiao would step into the grand finals, vying for the championship title of the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside another competitor. Upon the announcement, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao coalesced once more, manifesting a petal, surrounded by 6 others. Just one more petal would enable Chu Xiao to traverse the realm of reincarnation once again. In the next match, Dumpling faced Yamcha. Despite Yamcha's formidable strength, he found himself at a disadvantage against Dumpling. Not only had Dumpling trained under Master Crane to cultivate his energy, but he was also a possessor of supernatural abilities. In the original narrative, Dumpling had utilized his powers to restrict Goku's movements, showcasing his exceptional talent and boundless potential. Therefore, for Yamcha to triumph over Dumpling would indeed be a grueling battle. As the match commenced, it unfolded precisely as Chu Xiao had anticipated from the outset. Yamcha was overwhelmed by Dumpling's relentless onslaught, finding it nearly impossible to retaliate. Dumpling executed the sky dance technique, floating gracefully above, maintaining distance while attacking Yamcha with his whole wave. Yamcha, lacking any long-range offensive capabilities, could only watch helplessly, unable to touch Dumpling. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. It wasn't long before Yamcha was struck by the whole wave, his arm falling weakly to his side. Frustrated, he lamented. At this rate, defeat is certain. With no viable strategy in sight, Dumpling, with a pallid visage and devoid of expression, boasted an abundant reservoir of energy. Even if he were to continue the battle, he felt no strain. The whole wave continued to rain down, and in a matter of moments, Yamcha was left battered and bruised. Chu Xiao shook his head. The outcome of this match was already predetermined. Yamcha would undoubtedly lose. As expected, after a brief stalemate, the injured Yamcha collapsed, unconscious. With this victory, Dumpling emerged triumphant. The exhilarating moment was at hand. The champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament was soon to be unveiled. Let us take a brief respite before the championship finale unfolds this afternoon. In the afternoon, during the championship final, Chu Xiao and Dumpling locked eyes. In stark contrast to Chu Xiao's calm demeanor, Dumpling appeared anxious and tense. Observing this young boy, barely in his teens, Chu Xiao felt a pang of reflection. He had never possessed such strength at that age. Yet here stood Dumpling, sharing the stage in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Talent? At times, speaks for itself. Come on, Dumpling, show me your strength, Chu Xiao urged gently, signaling him to commence his attack. Dumpling's face remained ashen, betraying no emotion. He spread his fingers wide, thrusting his palms forward as his mental energy erupted, pressing toward Chu Xiao. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Chu Xiao, with keen awareness, immediately recognized the presence of an entirely different force enveloping him, akin to being ensnared in quicksand, rendering him helpless. Is this Dumpling's supernatural ability? Chu Xiao pondered. Experiencing mental pressure? Mental force? Rather than feeling apprehensive, he was, in fact, exhilarated. This was his first encounter with a wielder of supernatural powers since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. In this world where prowess is measured by the manipulation of chi, individuals endowed with superhuman abilities seem to lack prominence and are often easily forgotten. Take Jiaozi, for instance. Despite possessing extraordinary powers, his primary mode of attack still revolves around chi. In the realm of superhuman capability development, he remains ensconced in the most primal methods of utilization, treating his powers merely as a unique skill. While chi is undeniably potent, superhuman abilities transcend the notion of a mere specialty. They represent a novel avenue of strength, with potential that is certainly on par with that of chi. As a traveler from another realm, Chu Xiao is acutely aware of the latent possibilities inherent in mental power. Should he harness this mental force, his capabilities would become far more comprehensive. Physical prowess and mental acuity are inherently interdependent. Observing Jiaozi, it becomes evident that superhuman abilities and chi can indeed coexist within the same individual. The mental powers associated with superhuman abilities do not conflict with chi. Rather, they exhibit remarkable compatibility and synergy. With this realization, Chu Xiao resolved to explore whether he could derive a method for cultivating mental power from Jiaozi, thereby enriching his own abilities. Only through holistic development can one adequately confront the unpredictable nature of the cyclical world. On the arena, the clash between Chu Xiao and Jiaozi had escalated to a fervent intensity. Though Chu Xiao could have easily vanquished Jiaozi, he intentionally restrained his strength to study Jiaozi's superhuman abilities, engaging him in relentless combat to compel him to utilize his powers. As he pushed Jiaozi to deploy his abilities against him, Chu Xiao's internal technique, the minor formless skill, was pushed to its limits in an attempt to simulate superhuman powers. However, the outcome was predictable, yielding no tangible results. After further exchanges, Chu Xiao ultimately relinquished the notion of deciphering mental power from Jiaozi. Jiaozi's abilities stemmed from innate talent, a gift from birth, rather than acquired through rigorous training, making them inherently challenging for others to replicate. To attain mental power, Chu Xiao would have to seek alternative means. With a deep exhale, Chu Xiao ceased his entanglement with Jiaozi and unleashed the Tianshan Jime hand. Within mere moves, he sent Jiaozi tumbling from the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament has been crowned. That champion is none other than Chu Xiao. Surrounding the reincarnation Black Lotus, vibrant clouds of 7 colors began to manifest, slowly forming the final petal of the lotus. The 7 petals encircled one another, and the authority of the reincarnation world was once again unveiled. Chapter 69. The Tambourine the World's premier martial arts tournament concluded with Chu Xiao claiming the championship. However, many martial artists present lingered, gathering in small groups to exchange ideas and learn from one another. Among them were Chu Xiao, Wukong, and Master Roshi. Brother Chu has grown increasingly formidable. Each encounter with him enriches my understanding, Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement, even feeling a lingering desire for more. Indeed, he has improved tremendously compared to before, Master Roshi concurred. Chu Xiao, the technique you employed in the arena, known as the Lingbo Weibo, who did you learn it from? Perhaps you could introduce us for mutual learning. And let us not forget that palm technique. Its intricacy seems to encompass every martial art. Chu Xiao hesitated, reluctant to divulge the origins of his skills, as it pertained to the secret of his traversal through the cycle of reincarnation. The fewer who knew, the better. Yet, when Master Rashi mentioned Lingbo Weibo, it stirred memories of his time in the Tianlong world, where Wu Yazi had imparted that same technique to him. Their parting had been final. A wave of sadness washed over Chu Xiao, and he replied, I learned from a mentor who was both a teacher and a friend. Though sadly, he is no longer in this world. Noticing Chu Xiao's somber demeanor, Master Rashi quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was unaware that this esteemed master had passed. It's all right. Let bygones be bygones, Chu Xiao replied with a wry smile, deftly steering the conversation onward. The group resumed their light-hearted chatter, discussing trivial matters. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao remained vigilant, expanding his senses to perceive the environment around him. According to the original plot, the conclusion of the tournament heralded the arrival of the evil King Piccolo. His minion, Tambourine, was destined to assassinate Krillin at the venue. Due to Chu Xiao's intervention, Krillin had not departed alone, thus Tambourine should lack the opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, the uncertainty of forthcoming events warranted caution. Master Rashi sensed Chu Xiao's unease, although he could not ascertain what threat he was anticipating. Given Chu Xiao's current prowess, no one present posed a danger to him. Yet, he remained alert, scanning for any suspicious characters. Suddenly, Krillin appeared to recall something of significance and addressed the group. You all continue your discussion. The host just called for me to verify my personal information, and I nearly forgot. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the moment had finally arrived. Krillin's departure would inevitably lead him to Tambourine, who would attempt to seize the list of participants from the tournament. In the original storyline, Krillin met a tragic end while thwarting Tambourine's efforts. I'll accompany you, Krillin. I also have matters to discuss with the host, Chu Xiao proposed. His suggestion somewhat abrupt, yet not attracting undue attention. Only Master Rashi appeared to sense something amiss, but considering Chu Xiao's strength, he set aside his concerns. All right, let us go together. Klin remained unaware of the fate that awaited him, obliviously following Chu Xiao to the venue of the martial arts conference. Upon their entrance, they were met with the sight of a grotesque creature, its skin a sickly green and covered in warts akin to that of a toad, with flesh-like wings sprouting from its back. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened. The creature was none other than Lingu, a minion of the formidable demon king Baiku. At that moment, Lingu was in the midst of seizing the contestant list from the host's hands. Chu Xiao, please save me. This monster is trying to take the contestant list. He pleaded. Huh. It's futile to call for help. Lingu cackled ominously, the sound sending shivers down the spine. Once I obtain this list, all those names shall perish. What a boastful claim. Chu Xiao scoffed, channeling his full northern underworld true chi, with utmost precision in his movement. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Lingu in the next breath. Hand over the list to me. Otherwise, I shall end you. Lingu's words were abruptly cut off as he spotted Chu Xiao standing before him with a blur. Huh. Lingu exclaimed in shock, preparing to retaliate. But his copper-like pupils reflected a single finger poised before him. A swift motion ensued. There was no splatter of blood nor any cries of agony. Instead, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on Lingu's forehead, and he fell backward, lifeless. Dead. Both the host and Klin stared in disbelief at Lingu's corpse, turning their incredulous gazes toward Chu Xiao. Although Chu Xiao had displayed formidable strength in the arena, it had not reached the level witnessed just now. The truth was undeniable. Even Klin had failed to comprehend the swiftness of Chu Xiao's actions. Chu Xiao, did you not unleash your full power in the arena? Klin swallowed hard, inquiring. Was that just now your true strength? One could say so, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly, for the martial arts conference was merely a means for him to gather lotus petals. The solar fist and four-body fists of Tianjin Fan were indeed unexpected gains. Chu Xiao had no intention of exerting his full strength at the conference, nor was it necessary. However, when confronting his enemies, he held no reservations and unleashed his full might, swiftly dispatching Lingu. With Lingu's demise, Klin's destiny was inevitably altered. Chu Xiao focused inwardly, sensing the transformations within his reincarnation Black Lotus. At this moment, the lotus had coalesced into 7 petals. As he contemplated seizing fortune once more, he pondered how the reincarnation Black Lotus would react. A gentle breeze swept through, yet there was no notable change within him. The 7 petals floated serenely within his dantian, showing no signs of further coalescence. Why have I not formed additional petals? He mused. Must the existing 7 petals be expended before I can cultivate new ones? Chu Xiao speculated that the underlying cause was likely tied to the fact that he had already gathered 7 petals. This suggested that the reincarnation Black Lotus was not boundless in its ability to form petals, and that each cycle could yield a maximum of 7, necessitating their consumption to initiate the formation of new ones. Chu Xiao shook his head helplessly, having gained a deeper understanding of the usage of the reincarnation Black Lotus. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, aboard a maglev aircraft, a green-skinned creature, the King Piccolo, whose face was marred by deep wrinkles, felt a twinge of anguish in his heart. Recently released from the confines of a rice cooker, he remained exceedingly weak. With the little energy he possessed, he summoned a tambourine to eliminate the martial artists of this world. However, he did not anticipate that the tambourine would meet a tragic fate at the hands of others merely days after its release. It seems that many formidable experts still exist in this world. Slowly rising to his feet, King Piccolo cast a glance at the busy fried rice king and his subordinates. Locate the Dragon Balls. I must first gather all 7 to restore my former strength, he declared, his eyes filled with malevolence. Clenching his fist, he muttered darkly. At that time, the entire world shall witness the terror of King Piccolo. The fried rice king trembled, realizing the true nature of the creature he had unleashed. Initially intending to use King Piccolo's might to conquer the world, it now appeared that merely surviving under his command would be a considerable achievement. Chapter 70. The third transcendence. The commotion at the martial arts tournament quickly drew Goku and the others in. Upon witnessing the grotesque form of the corpse, they were taken aback. Master Roshi scrutinized the lifeless body of Ling Gu for an extended period, and an ominous premonition began to settle in his heart. Earlier, while frolicking on the beach, both Chu Xiao and Master Roshi had sensed the presence of the demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi understood that the ancient monarch of darkness had been unleashed, yet he did not anticipate that the minions of the demon would appear so swiftly before them. As Master Roshi examined Ling Gu's corpse, he soon unearthed a red-edged, black-marked insignia. The Demon King. Indeed, Piccolo had been released. His thoughts drifted back to the past when his mentor, Master Mateto, had sacrificed his life to seal away the Demon King. Now, with this tyrant's return, humanity faced yet another cataclysmic threat. Master Roshi, is the Demon King Piccolo truly formidable? Goku inquired innocently. Extremely powerful and exceedingly malevolent. He is a demon devoid of any compassion, Master Roshi replied gravely. Goku clenched his fists and declared, I've defeated many villains like him before. I can vanquish him again. Shaking his head, Master Roshi responded, Goku, the Demon King Piccolo is far more powerful than any adversary you have previously encountered. Even our strongest ally, Chu Xiao, would likely find himself outmatched. A chill ran through Chu Xiao. While he sensed Piccolo's aura, the true extent of the demon's strength remained known only to Master Roshi. The elder's assertion that he could not contend with Piccolo was not an exaggeration, compelling Chu Xiao to take heed. Master Roshi, how do I measure against the Demon King Piccolo of old? After a moment's contemplation, Master Roshi replied, with your current strength, facing Piccolo would be a perilous endeavor. The others gasped in astonishment. Chu Xiao's prowess was well established, yet Master Roshi's sudden revelation of a demon even beyond Chu Xiao's capabilities was difficult for them to grasp. Was there truly such an overpowering entity in this world? Master Roshi and the others fell into a profound silence, unsure of how to proceed. Although Chu Xiao harbored a fierce determination, he recognized the necessity of treating his foes with caution. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. One may disdain their adversary in spirit, but must regard them with seriousness in action. Thus, Chu Xiao understood he must elevate his strength once more. The host of the martial arts tournament, upon hearing this news, was also engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. The display of power from Chu Xiao and his companions had already left him astounded. Now, the emergence of a formidable demon even stronger than Chu Xiao was unfathomable. The notion was terrifying, akin to Chu Xiao suddenly rampaging into the audience to wreak havoc upon innocent bystanders, a catastrophe unimaginable. As the host of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, though lacking extraordinary power himself, he possessed a broader perspective on the matter than many martial artists. Although I lack the strength you all possess, I believe there is nothing to fear from the formidable King Piccolo. The crowd turned their gaze towards the host. If we cannot defeat him, we need not engage in battle. If our strength is insufficient, we can hone our skills. This is akin to the world's martial arts tournament. If we do not claim victory this year, we shall strive to seize the championship next year. The host's words were straightforward yet profoundly reasonable. Indeed, what if King Piccolo is stronger than Chu Xiao? Does that mean Chu Xiao will never surpass him? With diligent training and self-improvement, it is entirely feasible for Chu Xiao to overcome King Piccolo. The Turtle Hermit and others regained their confidence, looking towards Chu Xiao, for he alone possessed the strength, potential, and responsibility to confront King Piccolo. The weighty duty of preserving world peace and safeguarding the earth now rested upon Chu Xiao's shoulders. Chu Xiao, noticing the hopeful expressions of those around him, smiled gently and proclaimed, "Rest assured, I will handle King Piccolo. Give me 2 days, and I shall rid us of him." Chu Xiao currently held the privilege of traversing the reincarnation world, and he intended to use this opportunity to enhance his strength over the course of 2 years. However, before departing from the Dragon Ball world, he needed to make thorough preparations, especially concerning Goku and the others. "Goku, how many Dragon Balls do you currently possess?" "I have 2 Dragon Balls, my grandfather's 4-star ball and a 1-star ball," Goku replied. "Hand them over to me. King Piccolo is currently gathering Dragon Balls, and it is far too perilous for you to keep them." After a moment's hesitation, Goku retrieved the 2 Dragon Balls from his waist and handed them to Chu Xiao. "Brother Chu Xiao, please take good care of my grandfather's 4-star ball. Do not let King Piccolo steal it." Chu Xiao nodded, confident that as long as the Dragon Balls remained in his possession, he could ensure that King Piccolo would not obtain them. He understood that King Piccolo's aim in collecting the Dragon Balls was to restore his youth. In his youthful form, King Piccolo would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. Chu Xiao had to prevent King Piccolo from gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, so he resolved to take the Dragon Balls with him into the reincarnation world. Let King Piccolo scour the entire earth. He shall not hope to find these 2 Dragon Balls. After securing the Dragon Balls, Chu Xiao urged everyone to avoid conflict with King Piccolo until his return. Everything would be addressed in 2 days when he came back. Once he had finished his instructions and parted ways with the group, Chu Xiao sought out a secluded spot and activated the Black Lotus of reincarnation within him, commencing his 3rd journey into the reincarnation world. With the experience of his previous travels, he felt quite at ease. After a series of maneuvers, Chu Xiao vanished from the Dragon Ball world. The next moment, he found himself in an unknown new realm. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar environment, his first instinct was to check the 2 Dragon Balls nestled in his waist pouch. The once resplendent Dragon Ball, adorned with a shimmering red pentagram, had now transformed into a pallid stone, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Indeed, upon departing the realm of the Dragon Balls, it bore no distinction from an ordinary rock. Chu Xiao stowed the Dragon Ball away, taking a moment to survey his current surroundings. He glanced around, noting the dim atmosphere that enveloped him, reminiscent of an enclosed iron box. In his previous 2 reincarnations, he had found himself amidst the bustling streets of New York and atop the dramatic Wuliang Mountain at the onset of a narrative. However, this time, Chu Xiao had materialized within a confined space. What sort of reincarnation world was this? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he was not alone in this metallic chamber. Sprawled across the floor were several individuals. Counting carefully, he noted 5 men and 2 women, all unconscious. At the opposite end of this enclosed space, a group of foreigners stood, their attire strikingly akin to that of modern mercenaries. What manner of world was this? Chapter 71. Infinite Biochemical. In that moment, Chu Xiao found himself bewildered, uncertain of which world he had entered. The scene before him bore no resemblance to anything in his memory, compelling him to gather information from the individuals around him. He observed 2 groups, one consisting of 7 individuals, all of whom were of Asian descent like himself, while the other comprised mercenaries of various Caucasian and African descents. Instinctively, Chu Xiao decided to wait for the unconscious individuals at his feet to awaken before inquiring about the specifics of his situation. However, his gaze drifted past the mercenaries and was abruptly captured by a striking blonde woman clad in a fiery red dress, her long legs adorned with alluring black leather boots. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he scrutinized her. She seemed eerily recognizable, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. It was imperative that he ask her. She might hold the key to understanding this world. Resolute, Chu Xiao moved toward the mercenaries, but just as he took his first step, an invisible energy barrier materialized out of nowhere, separating him from the mercenaries and the others. What is this? He soon realized that he and the 7 unconscious individuals had already been enveloped by this intangible energy shield. The mercenaries outside were completely oblivious to the movements and conversations of those within, creating an unsettling atmosphere that sent chills down his spine. At that moment of anxiety, one of the unconscious men finally stirred. He was a young man with neatly cropped black hair, appearing to be in his 20s, though his features were unremarkable. Several gruesome scars marred his face, making him appear quite fearsome. "You woke up before me?" The man expressed mild surprise as he scrutinized Chu Xiao. A smirk spread across his face, suggesting that he believed Chu Xiao was an exceptionally talented newcomer. "Master God?" "Newcomer." Chu Xiao's heart raced at these words. Though not entirely unfamiliar, they resonated deeply with him, evoking memories of the limitless realms discussed in his previous life. The terms Master God and Newcomer had become iconic within those narratives, with these words echoing in his mind. Chu Xiao swiftly deduced the nature of the world he had arrived in. To his astonishment, he realized he had entered the realm of infinite terror. A wave of shock coursed through him. His previous 2 experiences of transmigration had been confined to films and television dramas, but this time, he found himself within a novel's universe. How could he not be astounded? If his previous ventures into film and television held a value of 1, then the world of novels represented a staggering 100 in terms of potential worth. Setting aside other considerations, this realm of infinite terror was akin to a vast treasure trove for Chu Xiao. He vaguely recalled that the Master God's reward system allowed for the exchange of ample reward points and side storylines, enabling even deities to procure what they desired. Techniques, bloodlines, technology, entertainment, creation. Each ability to redeem is immensely alluring to Chu Xiao. His intention was to leverage this reincarnation world to enhance his strength, ultimately returning to the Dragon Ball universe to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. Now that he finds himself in the infinite terror realm, securing sufficient reward points would allow him to confront not just Piccolo, but even the Omni-King himself. Ahem. Chu Xiao coughed lightly, realizing that such aspirations might be somewhat unrealistic. At present, he merely confirmed his arrival in the infinite terror world, specifically the inaugural horror film, Resident Evil. Other circumstances remain unverified. Yet he finds himself preoccupied with the potential benefits he might gain. This is excessive. Such arrogance. Chu Xiao urged himself to regain composure, meticulously observing the rugged, scarred man before him. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was Zhang Jie, a pivotal character in the early stages of infinite terror, a unique being who had fused unsuccessfully with the guide, becoming a hybrid of guide and reincarnator, and currently the strongest reincarnator within the team. Chu Xiao's impression of Zhang Jie was vague. He knew only his identity and that he was a mental power manipulator. Lacking additional specific information, Zhang Jie regarded the composed Chu Xiao with admiration, proclaiming, "You are the most promising newcomer I have encountered. I can't help but wonder if you've secretly crossed over as a seasoned veteran." His gaze instinctively fell upon Chu Xiao's wrist, only for him to be momentarily stunned. As if struck by lightning, his mind blank. "Where is your reincarnator watch? How is this possible? You are clearly among us. Why do you not possess a reincarnator watch? Are you not a reincarnator? Then who are you?" Zhang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief, as though his very soul had been shaken. Chu Xiao also noticed the stark contrast between himself and the others. Each of them bore a black watch upon their wrists, while his own was conspicuously bare. Despite lacking a reincarnator watch, he could distinctly perceive theirs. Everything felt so peculiar, leaving Chu Xiao utterly bewildered. "I am Chu Xiao. As for why I lack a reincarnator watch, or whether I can truly be considered a reincarnator, I truly do not know." For a moment, he felt somewhat dazed, grateful that his earlier fantasies had not been overly grandiose. He had only contemplated gathering sufficient reward points to directly redeem for divinity. Now, he found himself unable even to enter the main god space, let alone discuss the prospect of redemption. Upon reflection, he realized that he had entered the infinite terror world through the reincarnation Black Lotus, akin to a stowaway boarding a ship, following the main god's vessel into the realm of Resident Evil. It was as if Chu Xiao had stepped into a painting, subsequently traversing into another canvas alongside the characters within. His current state was indeed extraordinary. Just as Chu Xiao conversed with Zhang Jie, another reincarnator awakened. This individual, known as Zheng Jia, was a white-collar worker, and Chu Xiao recognized him as the protagonist of the infinite terror world, ultimately wielding apocalyptic powers. Subsequently, the other reincarnators began to awaken one by one. The third to awaken was a bespectacled and demure woman named Zhan Lan, who appeared to be an exceptionally significant supporting character. Chu Xiao recalled that Zhan Lan, much like Zhang Jie, was among the rare individuals endowed with the ability to control mental powers. As for the remaining few, such as Li Xiao, Yi, and others, Chu Xiao's memory of them had long faded, for it is indeed challenging to retain a vivid recollection of such minor characters. Zhang Jie discerned that Chu Xiao was deliberately concealing the reasons for his presence here. However, he admitted his own ignorance regarding the absence of the reincarnation watch, indicating that Chu Xiao harbored a secret unknown to others. Observing that everyone had awakened, Zhang Jie refrained from further probing and instead encouraged everyone to introduce themselves before providing a brief overview of the main god space. As you all have witnessed, we have been forcibly drawn into the main god space, where the sole truth is to survive. With the conclusion of Zhang Jie's words, the energy barrier enveloping the group vanished. The harrowing narrative of infinite terror was officially set in motion. Chapter 72. Chu Xiao's plan. With a shrill screech of metal on metal, the train approached the platform, its body vibrating slightly before coming to a halt. The mercenaries disembarked in succession, followed closely by Zhang Jie and his companions. The narrative now officially commenced. As it appeared that Zhang Jie and his group had received the main quest from the system, they deliberately trailed closely behind the mercenary team, evidently aware of the significant connection between their main task and the mercenaries. Chu Xiao had long since forgotten the intricate details of the plot and was oblivious to the nature of their mission. However, within the reincarnator team, two individuals remained skeptical of Zhang Jie's assertions. One was a slightly rotund man, and the other, a woman of middle age. They fancied this to be either a kidnapping or a reality show, and though they had exited the train, they did not follow the main contingent. Chu Xiao shook his head. The perilous nature of the infinite terror world was exceedingly high. Those like the two who refused to accept reality were left with but one path, death. Thus, Chu Xiao deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with their fates. After all, the moment they made their choice, they had already become two corpses. Stepping forth, Chu Xiao planned to proceed alongside the group, but as he exited the train, an unforeseen situation arose. "Who are you? What are you doing in the hive?" demanded the mercenary team's African-American captain, leveling a dark muzzle at Chu Xiao. As the captain moved, other team members raised their weapons, aiming them at Chu Xiao. This abrupt turn of events left Chu Xiao somewhat vexed, but he quickly deduced the underlying reason. His arrival in the infinite terror world was facilitated by the power of the reincarnation Black Lotus, and the system would not extend the same courtesy in providing him with a suitable identity as it would for the reincarnators. Thus, in the eyes of the mercenary team, Chu Xiao appeared as an unnamed, suspicious individual lacking any credentials. The reincarnators, witnessing the sudden confrontation between Chu Xiao and the mercenaries, wore expressions of confusion. They had awakened after Chu Xiao and were unaware of the dialogue between him and Zhang Jie, perplexed as to why the system had not assigned Chu Xiao an identity. Zhang Jie, however, understood that Chu Xiao was not a reincarnator and grasped the reason behind the situation, narrowing his eyes as he silently observed the interaction. The mercenary captain, noticing Chu Xiao's prolonged silence, pointed to Zhang Jie and the others, stating that these individuals were security personnel whose backgrounds could be verified within the company system. Although most of them did not appear as such, compared to someone devoid of any identity, Chu Xiao was indeed highly suspicious. "Speak. Who exactly are you?" Chu Xiao regarded the weapons aimed at him, realizing that although he no longer feared bullets due to his current strength, it was unnecessary to engage in conflict with the mercenary team at this juncture. His objective in the reincarnation world was to enhance his abilities, and thus, matters that could facilitate his growth were of utmost priority. The reincarnators from the system were merely a stepping stone for Chu Xiao. By leveraging them, he could acquire the things he desired. Chu Xiao had firmly resolved to exchange items that could enhance his strength through barter. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to disrupt the progression of the narrative due to his own circumstances, risking the opportunity for the reincarnators, particularly Zhang Jie, the protagonist of the infinite terror world, to gain substantial reward points. Such an outcome would indeed be counterproductive. After all, the wealth of the reincarnators was essential for redeeming the items that Chu Xiao desired. In a state of confusion, he pondered his identity, utterly blank, unable to recall how he had arrived in this place or what he had done. His mind was a complete void. By chance, he recalled elements from the storyline of Resident Evil, and his amnesia provided an ideal cover to evade the inquiries of the mercenary team's African-American captain. Due to a catastrophic error by the Hive's artificial intelligence queen, all personnel within the Hive had succumbed to poisoning, and those outside were temporarily afflicted with amnesia due to a neurotoxin. Chu Xiao cleverly utilized this pretext to obfuscate his true identity. As anticipated, the mercenary captain accepted Chu Xiao's explanation and ceased further questioning. He ordered his subordinates to cuff Chu Xiao's hands behind his back and instructed his team member, Ryan, to keep a vigilant watch on him. Given the current crisis within the Hive, Chu Xiao was the prime suspect among those present. With his amnesia rendering him unable to provide answers, they could only await the restoration of his memories to extract valuable information. "Before your memories return, you must stay close to us and cannot leave our sight. Otherwise, I will incapacitate you and hand you over to the company," the captain warned Chu Xiao, continuing. "We have already wasted enough time. Let us proceed to the Hive and restart the Queen." With his freedom curtailed, Chu Xiao followed the main group into the depths of the Hive. As in the original narrative, the path to the Hive was submerged, necessitating descent via a stairway. The first physical trial of infinite terror had commenced, and with his hands restrained, Chu Xiao felt no significant hindrance. However, for the other reincarnators, keeping pace with the group while his hands were cuffed proved to be a considerable challenge. Once inside the Hive, The imminent danger posed by the unleashed zombies was abundantly clear, eliciting sympathetic gazes from the others directed toward Chu Xiao. Zhang Jie observed Chu Xiao's restraint, noting his lack of resistance or protest. Unfazed by the cuffs on his wrists, Chu Xiao understood that, given his current capabilities, those restraints were as fragile as paper, incapable of hindering his movements, merely providing the mercenary team with a semblance of psychological reassurance. As the group hurried downwards, the disparities among them became evident. Chu Xiao took note of Zhang Jie, a deeply concealed veteran whose strength was undeniable. Next was Zheng Jia, the protagonist of Infinite Terror, despite being a white-collar worker. His physique suggested a regular fitness regimen, allowing him to keep pace with the group. Lastly, there was a woman named Zhan Lan, who, though lacking in physical strength, possessed keen intelligence and cleverly grasped Zhang Jie's hand, conserving her energy by relying on him. Although Zhang Jie may appear to be a villain, he did not relinquish his grasp on Zhan Lan's hand, tacitly accepting her actions. As for the others, Chu Xiao paid them little heed, for they were merely nameless extras. Within the Reincarnators team, 2 members lagged behind the main group, a portly fellow and a middle-aged woman, both of whom were incredulous about their arrival in this realm of biohazard. The group moved swiftly, and soon the 2 were left far behind. They were eliminated. Zhang Jie's expression turned frosty as he sneered. As his words echoed, Zhang Jia and the others seemed to receive a message from the Master God, turning back towards the staircase with faces pale as ghosts. Chu Xiao, sensing the situation of the 2, felt a once vibrant life force vanish in an instant, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Was this the erasure of the Master God's space? Chu Xiao pondered in astonishment. The Master God's ability to annihilate beings from existence was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, he was not a reincarnator and thus free from the Master God's constraints. Halt! We have been locked onto by the Queen. Just as Chu Xiao reflected on this, a member of the hired team suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 73. The Strength of Chu Xiao the Queen. Chu Xiao lifted his gaze towards the surveillance camera suspended above, the lens clearly reflecting his image. In the realm of Resident Evil, if there were anything that captured Chu Xiao's attention, it was undoubtedly the T-virus. After all, the extraordinary powers exhibited by Alice, following her enhancement with the T-virus, were truly astonishing. She not only acquired superhuman reflexes and nearly flawless combat instincts, but even demonstrated a form of telekinetic ability in Resident Evil 2. For Chu Xiao, this presented a swift avenue to augment his own strength. Furthermore, what piqued Chu Xiao's interest was the artificial intelligence known as the Queen, residing within the hive. While the technological advancements in the Resident Evil universe may not rival those of the Dragon Ball world, its prowess in artificial intelligence is indeed unparalleled. The Queen, a class of artificial intelligence, possesses remarkable technological sophistication. Apart from lacking human emotions, she is virtually indistinguishable from humanity. Once programmed with directives, the Queen adheres strictly to her instructions, exhibiting no tendency towards betrayal or rebellion. Take the Hive incident as an example. The designers issued the Queen an absolute command to prevent any leakage of the T-virus. To fulfill this directive, she did not hesitate to eliminate thousands of employees within the Hive, showcasing her terrifying execution capabilities. The prospect of integrating such a devoted artificial intelligence with the android technology from the Dragon Ball universe, implanting the Queen within an artificial body to replace the original intelligence, raises the tantalizing possibility of granting Chu Xiao a powerful and obedient android subordinate. For Chu Xiao, this notion certainly holds considerable feasibility, and given his current strength, accompanying his companions to the Queen's mainframe to obtain her core version would be a relatively effortless endeavor. Recognizing that the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks, Chu Xiao was naturally inclined to act. As the mercenaries became aware of the Queen, they devised their own strategies. A technical mercenary skillfully connected his equipment to the Queen's port, executing a series of commands that temporarily severed her control over certain devices. The group proceeded unhindered into the Queen's mainframe. Along the way, Chu Xiao learned from Zhang Jie and others that the mission assigned by the Overseer was to survive for 4 hours in the Resident Evil world. For seasoned individuals like Zhang Jie, this task was hardly daunting. Similarly, it posed a relatively manageable challenge for the protagonist Zheng Jia of this world. The true difficulty lay in obtaining additional reward points and side storylines during their time in the Resident Evil universe. Chu Xiao understood that without a reincarnation watch, he would not depart the Resident Evil world after 4 hours to enter the Overseer's space. He would inevitably remain there for 2 years before returning to the Dragon Ball world. Thus, in order to acquire items, bloodlines, skills, and technology from the Overseer's realm, As previously mentioned, he would need to rely on Zhang Jie and especially the world's protagonist, Zhang Jia, as the protagonist of the Infinite Terror world. Zhang Jia naturally experiences rapid enhancement. The more reincarnators enter various cycles, the greater the augmentations and items they acquire. From a broader perspective, Chu Xiao feels it is essential to collaborate with Zhang Jia and his companions, exchanging their respective resources for some exceptionally valuable items. While Chu Xiao is formulating his plans, the narrative continues to unfold. The mercenaries have successfully breached the Queen's defense system and are poised to traverse the lethal laser corridor. A scene deeply etched in the minds of Chu Xiao and the reincarnators, as it is one of the most iconic moments in the Resident Evil saga. Observing the reincarnators, Chu Xiao notes their profound silence. Despite knowing the imminent peril, they dare not utter a warning. They have already been cautioned by Zhang Jie against altering the storyline, for such actions could lead to unimaginable consequences, escalating the difficulty of the main god's tasks. The repercussions could range from death to complete annihilation. With Zhang Jie's warning echoing in their minds, these newcomers are understandably apprehensive. Wait, don't you find it peculiar? How could such an advanced artificial intelligence as the Queen be so easily compromised? The speaker is none other than Zhang Jia. Chu Xiao internally acknowledges that, as the protagonist, Zhang Jia is acutely aware of the dangers of altering the plot and chooses to voice his concerns, unwilling to witness the mercenaries' demise. Upon hearing Zhang Jia's words, Zhang Jie merely huffs in response, choosing not to elaborate further, while Zhanlan pulls Zhang Jia back, attempting to silence him, though it is already too late. I have suspected you all from the beginning. The mercenary captain, a man of African descent, fixates on Zhang Jia. This group, as security personnel for the Umbrella Corporation, does not meet the requisite standards in terms of identity, physique, or capability. They resemble a makeshift team, infiltrating the hive. Since you believe there is something amiss with this corridor, then you too shall accompany me to investigate. The captain directly names Zhang Jia and Mao Gang, offering them no opportunity for explanation, instead pressing a gun against them. No, I won't go in. I refuse. Mao Gang's face turns pale. He is acutely aware of the lethal nature of the passage. Upon hearing his name called, the thought of being dismembered by lasers sends him into a frenzy, prompting him to attempt an escape from the Queen's control room. Bang! A searing bullet hurtles toward Mao Gang's forehead at such a close range. A direct hit would undoubtedly claim his life. But will Mao Gang perish so easily? Chu Xiao is unwilling to stand by and witness Mao Gang's demise. The reason is straightforward. The reincarnation Black Lotus condenses petals by seizing the fortunes of others, by saving the seemingly doomed Mao Gang. Past experiences suggest that he could successfully gather a lotus petal. In a mere instant, Chu Xiao swiftly activates his skill, moving like a fleeting shadow, appearing before Mao Gang. With a vibranium greatsword raised, he intercepts the fatal strike with a resounding crash. What? The mercenaries stared at Chu Xiao in disbelief, their weapons raised in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon him. Bang! 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 Chu Xiao's expression remained as calm as still water, wielding his vibranium greatsword. He executed the Tianshan folding plum technique, rendering his defenses impenetrable. For a fleeting moment, he stood undaunted amidst the hail of bullets, several of which ricocheted perilously close to the mercenaries' lives. In awe, Zhang Jia gazed at Chu Xiao, profoundly shaken by his formidable prowess. He turned to the equally astonished Zhang Jie and inquired, "How many horror films must I endure to attain strength akin to Chu Xiao's?" Zhang Jie furrowed his brow, refraining from responding, instead pondering in silence. Who exactly is this Chu Xiao? He is neither a reincarnator nor a character from the narrative, yet possesses such extraordinary power. "Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Ceasefire!" commanded the mercenary captain, a man of African descent, as he witnessed his comrades sustain injuries from the ricocheting bullets. He halted the gunfire, staring in terror at the unscathed Chu Xiao. Is this truly a human? In this world, is there someone capable of deflecting bullets with cold weapons? If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, it would be utterly inconceivable. Chapter 74. The transaction. Chu Xiao slowly lowered the massive, vibrating gold sword in his hand, his gaze sweeping across every member of the mercenary team. None dared to meet his eyes, ultimately landing on the black captain. He spoke in a calm tone, "Captain Matthew, while our identities may raise suspicion, it should not warrant a price as grave as our lives. Even if we are indeed implicated in the hive incident, that matter ought to be addressed by the Umbrella Corporation. Therefore, until the facts are clarified, I implore you to lower your weapons." As his words echoed, no one dared to retort. After all, the mercenary team had no legitimate reason to bring harm upon Chu Xiao and his companions. Their purpose in this venture was to restart the Queen and to uncover the truth behind the Queen incident. Any measures taken could wait until the investigation yielded results. The mercenary captain snorted disdainfully. He found Chu Xiao perplexing. In his years of service, he had never heard of, let alone witnessed, a mere human deflecting bullets with cold steel. Having seen it with his own eyes now, he was cautious about provoking Chu Xiao. Nevertheless, their mission must proceed. The Red Queen needed to be reactivated, and the hive incident required thorough investigation. A sense of foreboding washed over the captain, should the findings implicate Chu Xiao and his companions. It seemed likely that their team would meet their demise within this hive. I promise you, we shall not engage in unnecessary slaughter, but you must also be forthcoming. Await the investigation's conclusion. The captain then turned to Zheng Jia, and you, Zheng Jia, must accompany us into the passage. Each individual must be accountable for their words. Even if someone stands in your defense, he instinctively cast a glance at Chu Xiao, noting his indifference, before continuing, stay behind us and proceed into the passage. Zheng Jia's complexion turned pale, but he quickly regained his composure. Chu Xiao keenly sensed the fluctuations in Zheng Jia's demeanor. Recognizing the hallmark of a protagonist, his remarkable ability to self-regulate was indeed commendable. Even when faced with the perilous path ahead, he could swiftly adjust his mindset, a quality essential for a true stronghold. Meanwhile, the man saved by Chu Xiao, Mao Gang, slowly rose from the ground, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I owe you my life. I will repay you. Chu Xiao paid little heed to Mao Gang, focusing instead on the changes within himself. Indeed, the reincarnation Black Lotus had coalesced into its first petal. Mao Gang clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by the magnitude of Chu Xiao's strength. Previously resistant to the Master God space, he now felt a compelling urge to reach it swiftly in exchange for power. As in the original narrative, the mercenary team and Zheng Jia entered the laser passage in succession. As anticipated, the door sealed shut, the lasers activated, and chaos erupted within the corridor. Zheng Jia reacted swiftly, seizing Captain Matthew and thrusting him against the wall just in time, as the web of laser beams dissipated a mere 0.01 centimeters from them. In the blink of an eye, the few individuals who had just entered the laser corridor were reduced to only Zheng Jia and Matthew. Chu Xiao said nothing about this. However, when Zheng Jia emerged from the corridor, it was evident that he had undergone a transformation. His gaze was more intense than before, as if his mental fortitude had recently experienced an elevation. In the face of life and death, Zheng Jia had transcended his mental limits, a feat that filled Chu Xiao with admiration, recognizing him as the protagonist of the infinite horror world. Since witnessing the psychic abilities of Dumpling, Chu Xiao had developed a keen interest in mental prowess, and seeing Zheng Jia's changes only intensified his desire to enhance his own mental strength. After all, for Chu Xiao, mental power had become a glaring shortcoming in his overall capabilities, and addressing this weakness was the quickest way to augment his strength. Matthew, the captain of the mercenary team, was profoundly grateful to Zheng Jia for saving his life, and his perception of the entire reincarnation team had shifted positively. As the group entered the Queen's control room, they disregarded the Queen's warnings and proceeded to reboot her, adhering to the original narrative. Soon, the sounds of gunfire from the team members heading to the B cafeteria echoed from outside. Matthew immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed with the remaining team members towards the source of the gunfire for support. Meanwhile, Zheng Jia and the others resolved to harness the power of the laser corridor to fortify their position in the Queen's control room. Matthew said nothing against this plan, especially since Zheng Jia had just saved his life. Before departing, Matthew cast a meaningful glance at Chu Xiao, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained. It was evident that he recognized the peculiarities of the hive and had intended to request Chu Xiao's assistance, but he chose to forego that thought. After Matthew's departure, only Chu Xiao and the reincarnation team remained in the control room. Are you all going to just sit here for the next 4 hours? Chu Xiao turned to Zhang Jie and inquired, what else can we do? This mission is simply a survival task. As long as we hold this position, we will easily navigate through the main storyline, Zhang Jie replied candidly, having previously established that even if Chu Xiao was not a reincarnator, revealing information about the main god would not incur punishment. It was evident that Chu Xiao's presence was shrouded in mystery. According to the rules of the main god you speak of, matters are certainly not as straightforward as you presume. In the final moments, unforeseen complications may arise, Chu Xiao kindly cautioned. From his perspective, he naturally hoped the reincarnators would take risks to obtain more reward points and side plots, thus facilitating future transactions with him. Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia remained silent upon hearing Chu Xiao's words. They were not fools but rather astute individuals who understood that his warnings were far from mere hyperbole, with a probability of occurrence exceeding 90%. Yet, They pondered whether they should remain in the Queen's control room or venture outside to engage in combat with over 1,000 ravenous zombies, or worse. Offer their own flesh to the famished lickers. Perhaps we could arrange a deal. Chu Xiao observed their concerns and difficulties with a smile, eyeing the reincarnators. A deal? What kind of deal? Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia were both fixated on Chu Xiao at this moment. The transaction that could be on the table was certainly no trivial matter. Zheng Jia even felt a glimmer of hope rising within him. Chu Xiao offered no extensive explanation. He casually retrieved a universal capsule from his waist and, upon finding a clear space, tossed it aside. After a puff of white smoke dissipated, an array of weapons emanating a faint blue glow appeared. These were the energy weapons that Chu Xiao had confiscated from the Red Skull's base in the Captain America world. Although he had given a portion to Bulma for research, he still had plenty stored within the universal capsule, and now they served as leverage for trading with the reincarnators. What is this? Zhang Jie, the most seasoned among them, narrowed his eyes with keen perception, immediately recognizing the origin of the capsule and the value of the weapons. The universal capsule from the Dragon Ball world, and it seems to be energy weapons crafted from the cosmic cube in the Captain America universe? Zhang Jie mused inwardly. Chu Xiao, are you truly not a reincarnator? If you're not, how could you possess such items? If I recall correctly, a single universal capsule is worth 3,000 reward points in the main god world and corresponds to a D-grade side storyline. Chu Xiao drew one of the energy weapons and aimed it at a chair within the Queen's control room, pulling the trigger. A flash of blue light erupted, and the chair instantly vanished into thin air. Hiss. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with disbelief, having witnessed the power of the energy weapon. They could not help but compare it to the firearms wielded by the mercenaries, which now seemed like mere toys. Would you be interested in discussing the details of the transaction? Chu Xiao inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he brought the astonished crowd back to reality. No matter the transaction, we can certainly have a thorough discussion. Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia responded almost in unison. Chapter 75. The Queen with a flick of his wrist. Chu Xiao tossed the energy weapon to Zheng Jia and spoke. Firstly, my offer is exclusively for promising newcomers. If you can demonstrate potential that satisfies me, I shall provide you with an energy weapon free of charge. Zheng Jia caught the energy weapon, momentarily stunned by the unexpected generosity of such a formidable weapon. Had he truly heard correctly? Zhang Jia, upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, furrowed his brow, contemplating a response that remained unvoiced. Instead, he harnessed his mental energy, discreetly extending it towards Chu Xiao without the others noticing. Suddenly, Chu Xiao felt a buzzing in his head, an unsettling sensation rising from his core. The North-Ming true energy within him instinctively circulated throughout his body, shielding his mind, dissipating the discomfort in an instant. Humph! Chu Xiao snorted coldly, raising his palm. Clouds of energy coalesced in his grasp, and soon, a thumb-sized transparent ice crystal materialized. With a barely perceptible speed, the crystal shot towards Zhang Jie, propelled by the North-Ming true energy. Thud! The ice crystal struck Zhang Jie, vanishing in the blink of an eye as it entered his body. The next moment, Zhang Jie was engulfed by an unbearable itching sensation, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, overwhelming his senses. Each passing second felt excruciatingly prolonged. It itches. Zhang Jie screamed in agony, furiously clawing at his body until it was bloodied and raw. The sight sent chills down the spines of Zheng Jia and the others, who, though unaware of Chu Xiao's motives, were deterred from uttering a word upon witnessing Zhang Jie's torment. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Xiao sent a vermilion pill into Zhang Jie's mouth. In the next instant, Zhang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. I advise you once more. Do not attempt to control me with your telekinesis. Zheng Jia and the others suddenly understood and immediately turned their wary gazes to Zhang Jie. It became clear that this seasoned individual had honed his telekinetic abilities to manipulate others. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Had they been under his control previously? If, at a critical moment, Zhang Jie had seized control, it could have spelled certain doom. Instinctively, they distanced themselves from him. The recent events were evidently driven by Zhang Jie's envy of Chu Xiao's energy weapon, leading him to attempt to dominate Chu Xiao to obtain it. However, it appeared that not only had he failed to control Chu Xiao, but he had also been discovered, resulting in his predicament. This pill will alleviate your itching for 3 days. You may return to the main divine space to clarify this death symbol with your reward points. Zhang Jie lay on the ground, unable to rise, silent and fixated on Chu Xiao. Their eyes locked. Chu Xiao contemplated ending Zhang Jie's life, but refrained. Considering Zhang Jie's unique position as both a semi-guide and reincarnator, with a knowing glance at Zheng Jia, Chu Xiao resolved to leave Zhang Jie in his hands. As the protagonist of the Infinite Terror world, Chu Xiao believed Zheng Jia possessed the capability to use Zhang Jie as a stepping stone to ascend to greater heights. If Zheng Jia could not even contend with Zhang Jie, then there would be no need for Chu Xiao to engage in any further negotiations with him. Having experienced the interlude featuring Zhang Jie, the reincarnators dared not question Chu Xiao's decisions. Instead, they pitifully implored him to favor them as he had favored Zheng Jia. Chu Xiao's gaze swept across the reincarnators, and he once again extracted an energy weapon, tossing it to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan's heart leapt with joy, expressing his gratitude profusely. Mu Gang hesitated, his face a mask of uncertainty, yet he mustered the courage to beseech Chu Xiao. Brother Chu, could you grant me a weapon? Oh. Chu Xiao turned his head to regard Mu Gang, the man he had just saved from death. I have already saved your life once. Tell me, what reason do I have to assist you a second time? Mu Gang paused, clenching his fists tightly, and replied, my life now belongs to you. As long as I live, I am willing to do anything for you. Haha. It was unclear whether Chu Xiao was mocking Mu Gang or genuinely pleased with his answer. Then live well, using the life I have given you. Mu Gang accepted the energy weapon, nodding solemnly, determination and resolve gleaming in his eyes. Could I perhaps have one as well? Came a timid voice from the corner, belonging to Li Xiaoyi. State your reason. I do not wish to die. Li Xiaoyi's response was blunt, yet it failed to sway Chu Xiao. Who among them desired death? None. All yearned to survive. Even Chu Xiao's ultimate goal was to ensure his own survival, and to live with dignity, hence his relentless pursuit of strength. Your reasoning does not persuade me. Chu Xiao rejected Li Xiaoyi's plea but did not extinguish his hope for life. However, you may convince me with your potential, should you dare to try. Youthful and impassioned, Li Xiaoyi was spurred by Chu Xiao's provocation. He stepped forward, joining Zheng Jia and the others, even without an energy weapon. He could confront the zombies with other means. Since you have received my sponsorship, let us discuss what you must offer in return. Zheng Jia and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, inhaling deeply as they awaited Chu Xiao's words. In 3 hours, you shall return to the main god space. Thereafter, you will face an unending series of mainline tasks, traversing countless terrifying worlds. I do not require you to undertake anything extraordinary. Simply bring me any valuable items you obtain from the task worlds, or any techniques, artifacts, bloodlines, or technology you exchange with the main god. All that is of worth may be traded with me. At that moment, Zhang Jie rose from the ground, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Xiao, silently speculating. Is this what they call a transaction? He enters the main god space and seeks to engage with us for the sake of the main god's exchanges. Are these the universal capsules from Dragon Ball, Captain America's energy weapons, and the life-death talisman from the Dragon World all acquired through trades with other reincarnators? Zheng Jia realized that, although Chu Xiao was not a reincarnator, he now bore the semblance of a wandering merchant or perhaps a black market dealer in the game. Regarding the items for trade, we shall adopt a barter system. I will conduct a reasonable assessment based on the value of the items you present, and you may choose to engage in the exchange or not. As Chu Xiao spoke, he produced a vial of blue serum, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd. This is the Super Soldier Serum of Captain America, an item of immense necessity for you. If you desire it, you must offer an equivalent item in exchange. Nearing the end of his statement, Chu Xiao added, I possess many valuable items here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come for a trade soon. Zhang Jia gazed longingly at the Super Soldier Serum, his eyes reflecting a deep yearning, yet he understood that he currently had nothing of value to offer in exchange. How shall we trade with you once we leave the world of biohazard? Zheng Jia inquired. That is quite simple. Zhang Jie, as a seasoned individual, can address your queries. Chu Xiao replied, turning his gaze towards Zhang Jie. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jie responded, to return to a previously experienced mission world. One merely needs to pay for a D-grade side story and exchange 10 reward points daily at 10 o'clock. Chu Xiao nodded appreciatively, smiling. Then I welcome you all to seek me out for exchanges when the time comes. As Zhang Jie and Zhang Jia departed from the Queen's control room, only Chu Xiao remained. He slowly approached the main motherboard of the Queen, meticulously following Matthew's method to reboot the Queen, disassembling the motherboard with precision. Observing the motherboard. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, Chu Xiao retrieved an empty universal capsule from his waist and stored the Queen's motherboard within. Confirming his direction, he set forth towards the exit of the hive, recalling that the T-virus from Biohazard was located on the train. Having acquired the Queen's motherboard, his focus naturally shifted to the T-virus. Chapter 76. The T-virus. With a graceful step, Chu Xiao traversed the hive, retracing his path toward the platform. His journey uninterrupted and devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Upon reaching the platform, he spotted a figure in the distance, clutching a silver case, swiftly entering a train. followed shortly by the sound of its engine starting. Had someone found the T-virus ahead of time? Chu Xiao was taken aback, his senses extending toward the train, where he immediately recognized the identity of the individual inside, none other than Alice's former lover, Spence. Furthermore, he was the architect of the Hive incident, the one who had stolen the T-virus and unleashed it upon the Hive's inhabitants. To prevent the virus from leaking, the Queen had resorted to releasing toxic gas, resulting in the demise of everyone within. In that moment, it appeared that Spence had regained his memory prematurely, taking advantage of the mercenaries' inattention to escape the Hive. Now intent on absconding with the T-virus to sell it to his benefactor, Chu Xiao scoffed, erupting with indignation. Individuals like Spence, who would forsake their principles for monetary gain, were despicable in his eyes. Now, driven by the power of the rebirth Black Lotus, there was a significant chance that petals could coalesce from Spence's presence. Thus, Chu Xiao was more than willing to eliminate such filth, motivated both by the desire for the T-virus and the petals of the rebirth Black Lotus. With a resounding clang, the train had barely begun to move when Chu Xiao leaped aboard, wielding his vibranium sword with intent, delivering a powerful downward strike that effortlessly tore through the seemingly impenetrable metal shell. Through the fissure, he clearly beheld Spence's astonished expression and the silver case tumbling within the carriage. Without pausing, the vibranium sword swiftly carved a gaping entrance, allowing Chu Xiao to descend into the carriage, where a startled Spence collapsed in panic. In the Queen's control room, Spence had witnessed the might of Chu Xiao's vibranium sword firsthand. Now, confronted with Chu Xiao's menacing demeanor, how could he not be filled with dread? Chu Xiao, what are you doing here? Were you frightened by those monsters as well? Let us flee together. Spence feigned innocence, offering a disingenuous smile, underestimating Chu Xiao's resolve. Enough. Chu Xiao dismissed the charade, commanding, open the case and hand over the T-virus. Spence's hypocritical grin faltered. T-virus? I have no idea what you're talking about. He continued his clumsy act, his hand stealthily reaching for the firearm he had pilfered from a mercenary in the chaos. As soon as Spence's fingers brushed the gun, a crystalline shard of ice sliced through the air, embedding itself in his arm. Instantly, his complexion paled, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead as an overwhelming itch spread from his limb, compelling him to claw at his own skin. In mere moments, he was writhing on the ground, groaning in agony. The terror of the death symbol is such that even Zhang Jie, a reincarnator, finds it unbearable, let alone an ordinary person like Spence. Itching. It itches so much. I feel like I'm going to die from the itch. Chu Xiao remarked with a cold smile. There was once a man who secretly drew a gun before me. His demise was utterly complete. After saying this, Chu Xiao disregarded Spence's lamentations and stepped over his body to retrieve the silver briefcase that had fallen to the ground. It was an ordinary 4-digit combination lock. Although Chu Xiao possessed the strength to destroy the case, he saw no need to resort to violence to extract the T-virus within. Speak the password, and I can grant you a merciful end. Spence, frantically scratching at his body, which no longer resembled that of a human, heard Chu Xiao's words and, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, quickly recited the password, desperate for liberation. Chu Xiao entered the password, and the briefcase opened with a click, revealing 3 light blue spiral vials and 2 light green spiral vials, quietly resting within the case. The green vials contained the T-virus raw solution, while the blue ones held the T-virus antidote. Chu Xiao nodded, closing the briefcase. Although he had obtained the T-virus, he dared not use it directly. He was uncertain whether he possessed the same immunity to the virus as Alice, enabling a perfect fusion and subsequent evolution. Should he inject the virus and succumb to its effects, transforming into a zombie instead, it would be a grave jest. Thus, Chu Xiao needed to ensure the feasibility of the T-virus enhancement, confirming that he would not become a monster before considering any augmentation for himself. Observing Spence, who was now breathing shallowly, Chu Xiao gently raised a finger and fired a piercing bullet straight into his forehead, ending his life. With Spence's demise, the Black Lotus of reincarnation within Chu Xiao indeed began to change, slowly coalescing into a second petal. Satisfied, he prepared to stow away the briefcase containing the T-virus, only to be interrupted by the sound of chaotic footsteps and terrifying monster roars emanating from the hive's entrance. Chu Xiao had never paused to ponder what kind of creature could emit such chilling cries. Sensing the atmosphere, he immediately perceived the scene unfolding within the hive. Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia had emerged. Sure enough, at the corner of the hive's entrance, the figures of Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia swiftly appeared, closely followed by Zhan Lan, Mu Gang, and Li Xiao Yi. Indeed, the reincarnators had fully retreated. Furthermore, Alice, the heroine of the Biohazard saga, was accompanied by the remaining members of the mercenary team, the Black Captain and the female mercenary Ring. Following them was Matt, who had transformed into an Avenger after being infected by the T-virus in the original narrative. The moment they burst from the hive. Hot on their heels were nearly 1,000 zombies, resurrected from death within the hive. Among the horde of zombies, Chu Xiao vaguely spotted several grotesque crawlers. Why were Zheng Jia and the others so disheveled as they fled the hive? Given the power of the energy weapons Chu Xiao had provided them, they should have been able to hold out for 3 hours. During that time, if used properly, they could not only have amassed numerous reward points, but also successfully completed the main quest. Yet now, not only did they fail to delay for 3 hours, but they also managed to draw out the majority of the zombies and crawlers from the hive, which truly astonished Chu Xiao. In fact, with the energy weapons bestowed upon them by Chu Xiao, Zheng Jia and his companions could have effortlessly endured the remaining 3 hours of the biohazard crisis. However, the Master God would never allow them such ease. After Zheng Jia and the others amassed a wave of reward points, they received a notification regarding a change in the main quest from the Master God. The previously assigned 4-hour survival task transformed into a mission to protect the mercenary team as they departed from the hive. For every mercenary team member that survived, corresponding reward points and side storylines would be granted. Although this appeared to be a manageable challenge, just as they received the task, the hive was abruptly plunged into darkness. The controlling queen could no longer be contacted, all equipment became inoperative, and the sealed doors swung open, unleashing a horde of zombies and some crawlers. It was evident that the hive's breakdown was a direct consequence of Chu Xiao extracting the queen's mainframe, thereby forcing Zheng Jia and his companions to bear the full brunt of the zombie onslaught. As they fought and fled, merely escaping the hive was a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Chu Xiao noted that aside from Zheng Jia, who still wielded an energy weapon, the others had long lost their arms, their dread swallowed by the tide of corpses. Upon exiting the hive, they spotted Chu Xiao, and Zhan Lan, leveraging her feminine advantage, immediately cried out for help. "Brother Chu, please save us. The monsters are about to break through." Chapter 77. The Kamehameha wave quickly leave the hive. Those creatures are about to catch up. Zheng Jia had also noticed Chu Xiao, yet having faced zombies and crawlers directly, Zheng Jia doubted Chu Xiao's ability to withstand such a horde. Most often, individual strength appears trivial and powerless in the face of a terrifying zombie tide. As Zheng Jia's words fell, he was taken aback to see Chu Xiao not fleeing. Instead, he calmly placed the silver briefcase down, slowly rising to face Zheng Jia and the others. Zheng Jia, bewildered, wondered what Chu Xiao intended to do. Did he not comprehend the terrifying nature of those monsters? His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Spence on the ground, shock coursing through him as he recalled the original storyline. Zheng Jia's attention immediately fixated on the silver briefcase beside Chu Xiao's feet. It must contain the T-virus. No wonder Chu Xiao chose to act alone. He was after the T-virus. "Step aside." Chu Xiao's voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully in their ears, compelling them to instinctively part. What was Chu Xiao planning? Did he truly possess a method to confront the monsters behind them? Zheng Jia expressed his disbelief. As the crowd cleared a path, Chu Xiao could clearly see the decaying zombies and the grotesque crawlers. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and an aura enveloped him as he brought his palms together, pushing them out from his chest and then retracting them to his waist. This posture, Zheng Jia's eyes widened, fixated on Chu Xiao's movements, for this stance was strikingly familiar. Almost all reincarnators had encountered such a pose. Was it the Kamehameha? Zhang Jia, a seasoned veteran, discerned more acutely than Zheng Jia and the others. "The Kamehameha from the Dragon Ball universe," Zheng Jia instinctively exclaimed. Before anyone could fully comprehend, they watched as a dazzling pale blue energy sphere gradually coalesced between Chu Xiao's palms, radiating intense energy waves that instilled a suffocating pressure upon Zheng Jia and the others. Indeed, it was the Kamehameha wave. How could Chu Xiao wield the Kamehameha? Zheng Jia gasped in astonishment. If Chu Xiao could deflect bullets with a vibranium sword, one might attribute it to superhuman strength. However, to manifest the Kamehameha wave was a power beyond ordinary comprehension. This force, existing within the realm of anime, why did it manifest in Chu Xiao? Was this power something Chu Xiao acquired through transactions with the reincarnators? The confusion among Zheng Jia and the others remained unanswered as they witnessed the energy wave in Chu Xiao's hands grow to the size of a volleyball. With a mighty shout, Chu Xiao propelled the pale blue energy beam forward, shattering all their speculations, stirring the air in its wake. The scorching wave of energy was suffocating, exhibiting a terrifying destructive force aimed directly at the T-virus-infected corpses. Boom. Just as expected, The horde of zombies and crawlers that had initially trailed closely behind Xingxia and his companions emitted not even a sound of struggle before being utterly disintegrated into ashes by the Kamehameha wave. Chu Zhao's Kamehameha carved out a nearly 10-meter vacuum within the tide of corpses. Even the slightest contact with the wave caused the zombies to lose half their bodies, writhing and roaring in a pitiful state on the ground. At that moment, the air within the hive seemed to grow eerily silent, leaving the reincarnators and the remaining mercenaries in stunned disbelief. The sheer power of Chu Zhao's recent Kamehameha surpassed even that of a formidable rocket launcher. Indeed, no rocket launcher could compare to such a devastating strike, as it could never create a vacuum of nearly 10 meters. Was this truly the power that humanity should possess? Zheng Jia pondered silently, contemplating how many enhancements one must undergo in the main god space to attain such terrifying combat prowess. Zhang Jia, too, began to speculate about individuals like Chu Xiao, who navigated the main god space as black market merchants, no, as itinerant traders, unbound by its restrictions, yet able to acquire most enhancement resources through reincarnators. Suddenly, a deep sense of envy welled up within Zhang Jia, having experienced life and death. He found himself in a precarious position as a half-guided, half-reincarnator, enduring the horrors of numerous films simply to survive. Yet, the ultimate outcome had long been a predetermined dead end. In stark contrast to Chu Zhao's freedom, Zhang Jia couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Everyone possesses their own life. Some can choose their paths, while others lack even the opportunity to make a choice. What are you waiting for? Am I to face this horde alone? Chu Zhao's words jolted everyone from their stupor, reminding them that the threat of the monsters had not yet dissipated. Although Chu Zhao's Kamehameha had eliminated a significant number of zombies, it merely slowed the tide of nearly 1,000 corpses, granting the group a moment to catch their breath and regroup. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao retrieved the universal capsule containing energy weapons, equipping Zhanlan and the others, while also providing each member of the mercenary squad with a weapon. This was not an act of benevolence on Chu Zhao's part. Rather, it stemmed from the transactional agreement between himself and the reincarnators. Only by allowing Zheng Jia and his companions to accumulate more reward points and survive through more narrative worlds could Chu Xiao obtain greater treasures in return. Should Zheng Jia and his group perish here today, the benefits of Chu Zhao's journey through this reincarnation world would be severely diminished. In 2 years, upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, he still had the formidable Piccolo waiting for him. He could not afford to relinquish the opportunity to grow stronger so easily. As for Zhang Jia, due to prior conflicts with Chu Xiao, coupled with the fact that he possessed an infinite bullet Desert Eagle, he was once again overlooked in this distribution of weapons. Zhang Jia had no words to contest this, for the strength and methods displayed by Chu Xiao, along with his esteemed position among the group, rendered him hesitant to act on any ill feelings. Draw your weapon. With a commanding order from Chu Xiao, the crowd directed their weapons towards the entrance of the hive. Fire. Pale blue energy beams sliced through the air, their reflections staining the walls with a sanguine glow. The entrance to the hive was already narrow, and now, faced with such a barrage of fire, it was rendered impenetrable. Any zombie daring to approach would be reduced to ashes upon mere contact with the blue light. After several minutes, the once thundering horde of zombies surging towards the hive had dwindled to a mere handful, their numbers insufficient to pose any threat to Chu Xiao and his companions. Even the crawlers mingling among the zombies could not withstand a single strike from the energy weapons, and they too were swiftly eradicated. Once the remaining zombies were cleared away, the threat from the hive was effectively neutralized. Chu Xiao led the reincarnators to a corner and inquired, "Is your new mission to escort the mercenaries out of the hive?" "Indeed," Zheng Jia replied, nodding appreciatively. "The difficulty of the task has significantly increased, and correspondingly, the reward points have doubled. Without your assistance, we would never have achieved such substantial rewards so effortlessly or navigated the bioweapon crisis safely. Brother Chu, does the box you hold contain the T-virus?" "There's no need to call me Brother Chu. Simply address me as Chu Xiao," he replied, opening the box to reveal the T-virus resting quietly within. He tossed a vial of the T-virus directly to Zheng Jia. With a raised eyebrow, Zheng Jia caught the vial, and the moment it touched his hand, he paused, seemingly receiving information from the main god space. Moments later, he was overwhelmed with joy. "What information did you receive?" Chu Xiao inquired. "The main god informed me that directly injecting the T-virus will grant T-virus enhancement and automatically unlock the first stage gene lock for a period," Zheng Jia exclaimed. "Automatically unlock the first stage gene lock?" Zhang Jia asked in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his decorum. He recalled that he had only unlocked the first stage gene lock after merging with the guide. Now, just a single vial of the T-virus could achieve this? The group, already aware of the formidable nature of gene locks from the main god, gazed longingly at the T-virus vial in Chu Xiao's hand, which, aside from the one given to Zheng Jia, remained untouched. Zheng Jia, that vial of T-virus is yours. Next time you come, bring an equivalent item in exchange. As for this one, I will keep it for myself. However, do not be disheartened. When you come to trade, I will have plenty of T-virus vials prepared. And the prices will be fair for all. The reincarnators could only watch helplessly as Chu Xiao secured the T-virus. They had already sensed the heavy scent of a scheming merchant in his promises. Chapter 78. Umbrella Corporation. Upon learning about the effects of the T-virus reagent from Zheng Jia, Chu Xiao's spirit soared. The enhancement provided by the T-virus not only bolstered his physical attributes, but also offered a chance to awaken psychokinetic abilities. Most importantly, after the injection of the T-virus, his body would, after a period, automatically unlock the first-tier genetic lock. What is a genetic lock? As a transmigrator, Chu Xiao comprehended its significance far better than a mere reincarnator. The genetic lock is the most valuable entity within the infinite terror realm. The unlocking of the first-tier genetic lock could restore humanity's instinct for combat and their ability to sense danger. Even a reclusive individual, once liberated from their genetic constraints, could emerge as a formidable warrior. Coupled with millimeter-precise control and a precognitive reaction time, an ordinary person could perform intricate surgical procedures, preliminarily read another's brainwaves, and achieve a level of neural reflexes that allows them to perceive the trajectory of bullets, thereby gaining a tangible awareness of threats and their severity, with foresight sufficient to effortlessly evade a silenced pistol. For someone as inherently powerful and deeply rooted as Chu Xiao, the unlocking of the first-tier genetic lock would undeniably yield an extraordinary enhancement. Furthermore, the unlocking of this genetic barrier signified that Chu Xiao had opened the gateway to genetic evolution, with each subsequent tier promising immeasurable benefits. Whether viewed in the immediate context or from a long-term perspective, the injection of the T-virus reagent held immense value for Chu Xiao. As Chu Xiao watched Zheng Jia and the mercenary team board the train, he resolved to remain at the hive for a while longer, eagerly anticipating the injection of the T-virus. After all, the enhancement from the T-virus is immediate. Yet the unlocking of the genetic lock requires approximately 10 days, a duration Chu Xiao was unwilling to postpone. Choosing a pristine office, he locked the door and retrieved the T-virus from a silver case, preparing to inject it into himself. With a deep breath, the pale green reagent coursed through his veins, a chilling sensation enveloping him entirely. Once the T-virus was fully injected, a surging torrent of ferocious power surged through Chu Xiao's veins, rampaging within him like an enraged dragon, twisting and constricting everything in its path. Even though Chu Xiao had braced himself, the pain still caught him off guard. He had previously endured similar torment when injecting the super soldier serum, yet the T-virus's onslaught was far more aggressive and destructive. Chu Xiao sensed his body teetering on the brink of being overwhelmed by the T-virus, on the verge of collapse, potentially losing consciousness indefinitely. Fortunately, just as he believed he could endure no longer, the super healing ability bestowed upon him by the Dragon Balls came to his aid, guiding him through this tumultuous trial. The remarkable self-healing ability was activated, as the muscle tissue, cellular structure, and meridians ravaged by the T-virus began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. The restored bodily tissues exhibited significantly enhanced resistance and adaptability to the T-virus. Even when faced with the relentless encroachment of the virus, they could withstand its onslaught with ease. As this protracted battle ensued within Chu Xiao's body, the potency of the T-virus gradually waned until the last vestige of it was obliterated by his fortified muscles. Chu Xiao realized that his enhancement through the T-virus had reached completion. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling an immense power coursing through his limbs, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. After all, achieving such a monumental enhancement with such ease would elate anyone. A glance at the clock revealed that merely over an hour had elapsed, indicating that it had been an hour since Zheng Jia and the others departed from the hive. Within this brief span, Chu Xiao had successfully completed the T-virus enhancement, elevating his strength to a new echelon. Zheng Jia and the others must have returned to the main god space by now. Rising to his feet, Chu Xiao opened the door, planning to leave the hive. Now, he awaited their return from the biochemical realm, hoping that Zheng Jia would not disappoint him and that the items he brought back would meet his expectations. Just as he prepared to exit the hive, he sensed that something was amiss outside. Expanding his awareness, he noticed a vast assembly of heavily armed personnel surrounding the hive. Clad entirely in uniforms emblazoned with the Umbrella Corporation logo, they were evidently dispatched by Umbrella itself. A frown creased Chu Xiao's brow. In the span of just an hour, Umbrella had mobilized such a formidable contingent of armed forces. underscoring the terrifying extent of their power as a top-tier enterprise. Aware that he would remain in the world of Resident Evil for 2 years, a duration neither particularly long nor short, Chu Xiao recognized that he had developed an intricate relationship with the Umbrella Corporation, leading to immediate strategic considerations for his future. With a slight adjustment to his attire, he approached the heavily armed personnel outside the hive with an air of nonchalance, striding forward confidently. His demeanor was not born from an overestimation of his own strength against concentrated firepower, but rather from a deep-seated conviction that Umbrella would not dare to act against him. The armed personnel's hesitance to breach the hive's entrance was undoubtedly due to the mercenary team having relayed his information to Umbrella. Given the superhuman abilities exhibited by Chu Xiao, it was only natural that Umbrella's higher-ups would take notice, mistakenly believing that his prowess stemmed solely from the T-virus enhancement. Chu Xiao had inadvertently assumed the role once occupied by Alice in the original narrative, becoming the central figure in Umbrella's pursuit of unraveling the mysteries of T-virus enhancement. As he gracefully stepped out of the hive, the armed personnel raised their weapons in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if a moment of deadly confrontation was imminent. Wait! From behind the armed personnel, a deep male voice resonated. Chu Xiao focused his gaze and beheld a pallid man with a cold demeanor, by the air he exuded. It was evident that he held a significant position within the Umbrella Corporation. This man's true identity was none other than the antagonist, Thomas Kretschmann, from Resident Evil 2. Mr. Chu Xiao, I am Thomas, the one responsible for this mission. It is a pleasure to meet you, he greeted politely, utterly oblivious to the fact that countless firearms were aimed at Chu Xiao at that very moment. Hee, with such a grand reception. How could I be unaware of your intentions? Chu Xiao replied with a smile. I am not affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation, however. I hereby formally express my desire to join your esteemed organization. I wonder if Supervisor Thomas would be welcoming of my application. Chapter 79. The extension of life. It was quite unexpected and astonishing that Chu Xiao actively chose to join Umbrella Corporation. Even Thomas, the commander of this operation, was taken aback. After all, the hive incident had laid bare the corporation's clandestine research into biochemical viruses. These terrifying viruses could instantaneously transform thousands into bloodthirsty, soulless creatures. Any individual of sound moral judgment would find it intolerable to accept such inhumane experiments. Yet, Chu Xiao, fully aware of Umbrella's secrets, still opted to join the corporation, raising questions about his true motives. Thomas shook his head, realizing he was overthinking the situation. Regardless of Chu Xiao's intentions, he had a singular objective: to acquire Chu Xiao, the perfect host for the T-virus, whether alive or as a lifeless corpse. What Umbrella sought was merely data on the enhancement of the T-virus. Welcome, welcome. On behalf of Umbrella Corporation, I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Chu Xiao, Thomas said with a disingenuous smile, signaling the armed personnel to lower their weapons. The New York headquarters has arranged everything for you. Please follow me. Chu Xiao refrained from further conversation, accompanying Thomas onto a helicopter headed for the New York headquarters. He harbored no concerns about what awaited him there. Given his current prowess, coupled with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, he felt little apprehension regarding any dangers that might threaten his life in the world of the biochemical crisis. In New York, at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, under Thomas's guidance, Chu Xiao navigated through numerous security checkpoints, ultimately arriving at a secret base concealed beneath a skyscraper. Throughout the realm of the biohazard crisis, Umbrella Corporation stood as a formidable entity capable of influencing the entire world, with clandestine bases established in various nations, typically hidden beneath different structures to evade detection. Upon entering the base, a throng of researchers clad in white lab coats awaited his arrival, converging upon him with the eagerness of infatuated admirers. Mr. Chu Xiao, please do not take offense. Your current physical condition is unique and requires a thorough examination, Thomas explained. While the armed personnel behind him appeared tense, their weapons already unlatched, creating a heavy atmosphere. After all, being the subject of Umbrella's research was far from a simple blood draw or test, reflecting on the events of Resident Evil 2, where the protagonist Alice was seen lying naked on an examination table, tubes protruding from her body. One could only wonder if Chu Xiao, despite agreeing to join Umbrella, would willingly submit to being treated as a mere lab rat. Thomas had to be prepared for the possibility of coercing Chu Xiao with force, and he believed that with his carefully selected elite armed personnel, he stood a reasonable chance of subduing him. In response, Chu Xiao let out a derisive smile. Not to mention the armed personnel behind Thomas, who appeared utterly inconsequential in Chu Xiao's eyes. Even the researchers present did not seem to possess abilities surpassing his own. Chu Xiao had previously collaborated with Dr. Erskine in the realm of Captain America, delving into the research of the super soldier serum. and had made notable contributions to the field of biological research. Furthermore, under the tutelage of the brilliant scientist Bulma from the Dragon Ball universe, his research capabilities had indeed become far more profound than those of the researchers surrounding him. There was no need to trouble them. He would conduct a comprehensive examination of himself. Ignoring the onlookers, Chu Xiao strode toward a corner of the laboratory. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he adeptly commenced his self-examination. The equipment here was dreadfully outdated, far inferior to what he was accustomed to. Chu Xiao murmured to himself, nevertheless, it is barely sufficient for basic tests. Upon hearing this, the researchers twitched at the corners of their mouths. Had they not observed Chu Xiao's remarkable expertise, they would have surely pointed at him and chastised him, for the Umbrella Corporation's laboratory equipment was indeed of leading global standards, capable of outshining any other lab by leaps and bounds. How could he dare to label it as rudimentary? This experimental subject, who had emerged from nowhere, was truly audacious and utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Seeing Chu Xiao so willingly engage in the experiments, Thomas felt a sense of relief. He signaled to the researchers to closely monitor Chu Xiao and to expedite the reporting of the T-virus adaptive body's data. Moreover, he ordered the armed personnel behind him to serve as Chu Xiao's personal guards from then on. Ostensibly for protection, it was, in truth, to surveil every movement of Chu Xiao. Should he exhibit even the slightest deviation, they were authorized to eliminate him on the spot. In Thomas's eyes, Chu Xiao, alive or dead, held equal research value. After Thomas departed, a group of researchers gathered around Chu Xiao, fixated on his self-assessment. As the saying goes, amateurs observe the technique, while experts appreciate the nuances. Soon enough, the umbrella scientists were astounded by Chu Xiao's research capabilities. Hey, this cell separator can be utilized in such a manner? Wow. The muscle fiber composition analyzer can actually be adjusted to function as a muscle tissue strength analyzer? Why adjust this 35,000 RPM precision target cell tracker down to 25,000 RPM and increase the threshold variation by 38 degrees? Adding 3 degrees of culture medium to the biological cell petri dish can remarkably triple the cell growth rate? How did we overlook this? Throughout the laboratory, exclamations of surprise and admiration resounded as researchers expressed their astonishment. With each test Chu Xiao completed, they experienced an enlightening epiphany, realizing that research could indeed be approached in such innovative ways. Observing the once aloof researchers now surrounding Chu Xiao like elementary students, eagerly raising their hands to inquire, the armed personnel left behind by Thomas stood in bewilderment. Where had the researchers' usual arrogance gone? What of that air of superiority you often exhibit? Several hours later, Chu Xiao finally completed his self-assessment. A report detailing his findings was presented before the gathered crowd. After a cursory glance, he found his current state to be unsurprising. However, the data that unfolded before the researchers was akin to a sudden clap of thunder in spring, leaving them momentarily speechless. Could this truly be human biological data? My heavens! The cellular strength is 6 times that of an ordinary person. He could even withstand certain low-caliber gunshots. The cellular metabolism is 5 times that of an average individual. How is it conceivable that he exists in such a manner? Merely to sustain his metabolism, he requires nearly 10 times the food intake of a typical human. Moreover, have you noted the rate of cellular division? It is merely a quarter of that of an ordinary person. I conservatively estimate that Chu's lifespan could reach 4 times that of an average individual. 4 times. How long is that? At least 250 years. The researchers fell into silence. A lifespan exceeding 2 centuries is almost unfathomable for ordinary humanity. Listening to their discussions, Chu Xiao internally corrected them. His lifespan now exceeds 250 years, due to the injection of the T-virus. His original longevity of 269 years has now extended to 300. For Chu Xiao, a lifespan of 300 years is not particularly long, especially considering his remarkable self-healing abilities, which render such a duration seemingly trivial. To be continued. Chapter 80. The gene-locked dilemma. Time flows like a stream, imperceptibly slipping away. It has been 10 days since Chu Xiao arrived at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation in New York. During this period, he has ascended to become a central figure among the leadership of the New York branch, with both the research and armed divisions firmly under his influence. Chu Xiao's methods of control are both straightforward and effective, employing a dual approach of coercion and reward. He understands that it is unnecessary to dominate every individual. Rather, securing the power centers in key positions suffices. Utilizing his scientific prowess, Chu Xiao effortlessly established himself as the linchpin of the research department. As for the armed division, he adeptly wielded life and death talismans to seize control of the core authority within the New York headquarters. By employing these talismans, he ensured their loyalty, compelling them to serve his interests without daring to betray him. Concurrently, he produced a batch of super soldier serums, endowing them with formidable strength, thus illustrating the benefits of aligning with him. Under this dual strategy, the New York headquarters has, unbeknownst to Thomas, transformed into Chu Xiao's private stronghold. He has also harnessed the resources of the headquarters to develop 12 vials of the T-virus and an additional batch of 12 super soldier serums, intended as commodities for trade with Zhang Jia and other reincarnators. However, as 10 days elapsed, Chu Xiao found himself devoid of Zhang Jia's company, yet he felt no disappointment. After all, for reincarnators to return to worlds they once traversed, they require certain reward points and side quests, necessitating time for preparations to maximize the profitability of their trade. What perplexed Chu Xiao was that despite 10 days having passed since he injected the T-virus, his body exhibited no further changes beyond the initial surge of power and a slight increase from his training. In his original scheme, he anticipated gradually acquiring psychokinesis and the automatic unlocking of the first-tier gene lock, yet neither ability showed any signs of awakening or release. It was as if the T-virus had failed to endow him with these two capabilities. This situation undoubtedly harbored a problem. Although Chu Xiao was initially at a loss regarding the source of the issue, he was certain that the information received from the Supreme Deity was undeniably accurate. Thus, the problem must lie within himself. Setting aside the psychokinesis that the T-virus promised, the unlocking of the first-tier gene lock held immense allure for Chu Xiao. Yet, why had he not unlocked it? After careful contemplation, he could only conclude that the answer rested within the realm of the Supreme Deity's space. The gene lock is a unique power possessed by the reincarnators within this domain, and as a stowaway, Chu Xiao had never considered whether he possessed the capability to unlock it. However, it is now evident that this stowaway lacks the potential to release the gene lock. This scenario resembles a fish in a pond, marked distinctly by the confines of its habitat. Yet one day, an unfamiliar fish is introduced into the pond, one that does not belong and, thus, bears no markings. When it comes to markings, Chu Xiao believes that merely entering the main divine space may grant him the chance to unlock the capabilities tied to his genetic lock. However, is it truly necessary for him to voluntarily enter this divine realm solely for the sake of unlocking his genetic potential? Chu Xiao shook his head, dismissing that notion. The concept of infinite horror, as its name suggests, entails enduring an array of terrifying worlds, akin to nurturing a parasite that fights among itself, ultimately leaving only the strongest survivor. In comparison to the reincarnation Black Lotus that Chu Xiao possesses, which allows traversal through the cycles of existence, the latter is evidently far superior and more suited to his needs. Naturally, Chu Xiao would not forsake the fundamental for the trivial by abandoning the reincarnation Black Lotus to enter the main divine space. But does this mean he should relinquish the pursuit of unlocking the genetic lock? Chu Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. After all, such readily attainable power lay before him. How could he easily let it slip away? Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to make every effort to try. For if he could indeed acquire the ability to unlock the genetic lock, it would be splendid. Conversely, should he find himself unable to succeed, he would at least know he had tried his utmost and would harbor no regrets in the future. Clang, clang, clang. The gentle rapping at the door of Chu Xiao's office interrupted his thoughts, drawing him back to reality. Come in. A woman dressed impeccably in professional attire entered, gracefully holding a document. Mr. Chu Xiao, here is the latest report just received from Raccoon City this morning. Please take a look. As Chu Xiao accepted the report, an alluring fragrance wafted from the woman, prompting him to instinctively glance at her voluptuous figure and enchanting waist. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the report in hand. The woman seemed to sense his gaze, subtly leaning closer, striving to present her most perfect posture before him. Is there anything else? Chu Xiao inquired, his attention fixed firmly on the report, his tone indifferent. The woman appeared startled, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she replied, No, sir. You may leave. Yes. The woman bit her crimson lip, seemingly aggrieved. As she neared the door, she added, Mr. Chu Xiao, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Chu Xiao chose not to acknowledge her further, immersing himself entirely in the report, for a particular piece of information had captured his attention. Yesterday, 2 unfamiliar Chinese men were spotted in Raccoon City, their appearances strikingly similar to the target individuals. Initial assessments suggest they are Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie. Notably, these two did not arrive in Raccoon City simultaneously. Zhang Jia appeared an hour prior to Zhang Jie. At present, they are residing in separate hotels located in the southern and northern parts of the city, respectively. The Raccoon City depicted in the original narrative had devolved into a hell on earth due to the T-virus leak. However, due to the intervention of Chu Xiao, the zombies and crawlers within the hive have long been eradicated. Coupled with the Umbrella Corporation's subsequent remedial measures, the outbreak of the T-virus has been temporarily suppressed, avoiding a full-scale eruption that would affect the entire Raccoon City. Nonetheless, according to the estimations of the Umbrella Corporation, it is merely a matter of time before the T-virus erupts. Has the moment finally arrived? Chu Xiao mused, pondering what worlds you have traversed, and what treasures you may bring upon your return this time. After reflecting, Chu Xiao noted that this time Zhang Jia had also arrived, and they had not traveled together. It seemed that Zhang Jia was unaware of Zhang Jia's presence in the biochemical realm. There must have been some developments between you two, Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia. Slowly rising to his feet, Chu Xiao picked up the phone beside him, instructing, "Prepare a plane to Raccoon City for me in 10 minutes. He then double-checked the items he needed to bring: 12 vials of Super Soldier Serum and 12 vials of T-Virus Enhancement Solution, all of which had already been stored in the Universal Capsule. With everything in order, Chu Xiao set forth towards Raccoon City, where Zhang Jia awaited him. Chapter 81. The transaction. The private plane of the Umbrella Corporation gently descended onto the landing pad. Chu Xiao alighted alone, gesturing for no one to accompany him, and seamlessly blended into the crowd, making his way towards the hotel where Zhang Jia was staying. As for why Chu Xiao did not employ the technique of aerial flight to traverse directly, it was primarily because his ability to float was not as unfettered as later stages in Dragon Ball. He could only hover 3 to 4 meters above the ground, advancing at a modest speed of 20 to 30 miles per hour, rendering it unsuitable for travel. Approximately an hour later, Chu Xiao knocked on the door of Zhang Jia's hotel room. "Who is it?" A familiar voice called from behind the door, unmistakably Zhang Jia. "Chu Xiao." After a brief flurry of commotion, the door finally opened to reveal a perspiring Zhang Jia, shirtless, showcasing his well-defined muscles, a broad smile adorning his face. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the current Zhang Jia bore a stark contrast to the one from their last encounter. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, exuding a delicate yet chilling beauty that might easily captivate unsuspecting young maidens on the street. Further scrutiny revealed that within Zhang Jia's core resided a trace of pure, gentle internal energy, lingering in his dantian. Compared to Chu Xiao's vast and encompassing beaming true qi, Zhang Jia's internal force was seemingly insignificant. Vampiric lineage? Internal energy? Chu Xiao recalled vividly that in the original narrative, Zhang Jia had exchanged for both the vampiric lineage and enhancements in Huaxiao internal energy. It appeared that he had indeed retained these augmentations. Zhang Jia's smile faltered momentarily. Then he nodded. "Chu Xiao, you truly are impressive, discerning my enhanced lineage and attributes at a glance. I had initially planned to have you guess." With a hearty laugh, Zhang Jia welcomed Chu Xiao into the room. Whereupon entering, they were met with utter disarray, as if a thief had ransacked the place. The bed was collapsed, the table was broken, and the bathroom pipe had burst, spraying water incessantly. "Haha, please don't take offense. I was just training, having recently mastered the power of the second-tier gene lock. My control over this newfound strength is still inadequate, which inadvertently led to some damaged furniture." Chu Xiao nodded, surveying the chaos with no available space to settle. "Let's go to my place. I have prepared a residence specifically for our transaction in Raccoon City." As they departed the hotel, Chu Xiao silently mused. Has Zhang Jia truly unlocked his gene lock to the second tier? No wonder he is the protagonist of Infinite Terror. His power escalates at an astonishing pace. Along the way, Chu Xiao inquired further, learning that after departing the world of Resident Evil, Zhang Jia and his companions had subsequently traversed through the realms of Juan, Alien, and the Mummy, particularly noting that in the Mummy, they had experienced their first team battle. During the fierce skirmish with the team from India, Zhang Jia and his companions had paid a considerable price to annihilate all opposing reincarnators. Having witnessed the terrifying nature of team battles, Zhang Jia was now informed that the next horror world would be Resident Evil 2, and it would again involve a team battle, where his squad would encounter the most formidable demon team from the main god space. Thus, Zhang Jia willingly expended his side quest and reward points to traverse into the realm of Resident Evil. On one hand, he intended to barter items with Chu Xiao, while on the other, he aimed to meticulously strategize within this hazardous world, preparing for the impending team battle. The duo arrived at the trading location mentioned by Chu Xiao, a privately owned villa, surreptitiously acquired by Chu Xiao through the financial backing of Umbrella Corporation. Once seated, they delved straight into the matter at hand. "Zhang Jia, let me see what valuable treasures you have brought forth," Chu Xiao inquired. Zhang Jia remained silent, raising his right hand to reveal an ancient ring adorning his index finger. With a flick, a dazzling array of items materialized upon the table before them. In what seemed like an illusion, Chu Xiao beheld the luminous effects of these items. produced by the main god space, truly a collection of exquisite craftsmanship. His eyes gleamed as he meticulously scrutinized the goods Zhang Jia had to offer. However, a minute later, the corners of Chu Zhao's mouth twitched, and his expression soured. Zhang Jia, sensing Chu Zhao's dissatisfaction, hastily explained, the exchange rates within the main god space are exorbitant. The reward points and side quest achievements our team has painstakingly acquired are insufficient to cover the costs. After our harrowing encounter with the Indochina team, the items I can present are limited to this. Following his explanation, Zhang Jia fell silent, casting a forlorn glance at Chu Xiao, acutely aware that his offerings were far from impressive. Among the items were a pitch-black tome embossed with a skull, the material of which remained a mystery. A somewhat damaged dagger with an exceptionally sharp blade, a ring resembling the one on Zhang Jia's finger, presumably another storage ring, and, rather disturbingly, the charred corpse of a muscular man, his body marred by flames. None of these items seemed to pique Chu Zhao's interest. This is all I can offer for trade, Zhang Jia lamented. This ancient book is the necromancer's Bible from the legend of the undead, which allows the casting of numerous necromantic spells. This dagger, the infernal blade, was not discarded by Zhao Kong. No. It was procured at a steep price from the main god space and not only enhances physical attacks, but also inflicts additional damage to spiritual entities. Chu Xiao shook his head, casting a glance at Zhang Jia that conveyed his deep dissatisfaction, though he uttered no words. Do not be hasty. This ring, however, is the fabled storage ring, possessing a cubic meter of space, and it also bestows damage against spiritual beings. Chu Xiao retrieved his box containing the universal capsules, waving it before Zhang Jia. Unlike the universal capsules, the storage ring offers far greater convenience. Although it may lack in spatial capacity, its flexibility and utility far surpass that of the capsules. Consider it. Chu Xiao's countenance remained unchanged, though inwardly he acknowledged the potential utility of the storage ring. At the very least, it could accommodate frequently used items, making retrieval and storage considerably more efficient. The universal capsules, while capable of holding numerous items, proved cumbersome in terms of extraction and storage, lacking the ease offered by the storage ring. There lies a corpse, no, rather a material, an exceptional specimen indeed. He was a first-tier genetic lock powerhouse from the Inzhou team, his enhanced lineage being that of the renowned demon, H-Gyuro, from the illustrious series Yu Hakusho. With a lineage strength reaching 80%, capable of effortlessly shattering boulders with a single punch. Boom. Before Zhang Jia could finish his words, Chu Xiao stepped forward, and the stone floor beneath him shattered with a resounding crack. Is this how one shatters it? Zhang Jia fell into silence once more, unsure of how to respond to Chu Xiao, yet deep within, he lamented, had he known he should have brought Xiaolu. With his intellect, he would undoubtedly outshine Chu Xiao, extolling these items to the heavens and then selling them at a handsome price. Observing Zhang Jia's predicament, Chu Xiao understood the difficulties he faced. The main god space was indeed fraught with peril, and gathering these items was no small feat, however. Chu Xiao was not a charitable soul. He could not simply purchase these items out of pity for Zhang Jia. As previously stated, what Chu Xiao sought were items of true value, and among the 4 objects before him, he deemed only the storage ring to possess some merit. The remaining holy scriptures of the undead held no value for him, as he was entirely unfamiliar with ancient Egyptian texts and could not possibly learn the spells inscribed within. That dagger was clearly a discarded piece of equipment from Zhang Jia and his companions. The most disheartening was the corpse of the Inzhou team member. What use was there in a formidable first-tier genetic lock powerhouse, with an 80% lineage strength, when he was already lifeless and his body long since stiffened? Wait. Chu Xiao suddenly paused, gazing intently at the corpse on the ground, a bold idea sparking in his mind. To be continued. Chapter 82. The slaughtered Chu Xiao gazed at the lifeless body strewn across the ground, lost in contemplation. What if, using advanced artificial human technology, he could reconstruct one of these corpses and infuse it with the Queen's artificial intelligence? Would he not then acquire a fiercely loyal subordinate? A first-tier powerhouse imbued with the bloodline of the legendary H-Gyoku? After assessing the feasibility of this notion, Chu Xiao concluded that, given the current technological capabilities, it was indeed plausible. To begin with, the artificial human technology, exemplified by Android 8 from the Dragon Ball universe, is a composite life form created from numerous corpses. Utilizing a similar technique, it would be possible to transform the bodies of the formidable members of the Inzhou team into artificial beings. Moreover, the Queen's mainboard is already secured within Chu Xiao's versatile capsule. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, he could entrust it to Bulma for research. With Bulma's extraordinary talent, resetting its parameters or crafting a substitute should pose little challenge. Thus, it appeared that this venture was indeed achievable. The next step was to discuss pricing with Zhang Jia. Upon observing Zheng Jia's troubled expression, Chu Xiao recognized the latter's dissatisfaction with the current offerings. In an effort to stimulate Chu Xiao's purchasing desire, Zheng Jia contemplated a simple yet effective strategy: a significant price reduction, an extravagant auction of sorts. Chu Xiao, this is all I can offer. I understand it's not quite to your liking, but I genuinely need to become stronger, Zheng Jia implored earnestly. Please, help me out. Feigning difficulty, Chu Xiao picked up the Book of the Dead, flipping through its pages filled with incomprehensible ancient Egyptian script before shaking his head and setting it down. Chu Xiao, it's all right if you can't comprehend the text in the Book of the Dead. I possess a tutorial on ancient Egyptian prepared specifically by Cheating E, complete with phonetic illustrations, simple and easy to learn, ensuring that you will grasp it, Zheng Jia suggested. Still shaking his head, Chu Xiao replied, even if I could learn it, what would it matter? The magic contained within the Book of the Dead holds little significance for me. He then picked up a dagger, remarking, this dagger is indeed commendable, yet I am not skilled in its use. Acquiring it would merely result in an ornamental piece. As for the storage ring, I could find a use for it, but the price I offer won't be substantial since I possess an abundance of versatile capsules, he continued. Zheng Jia, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted, to be frank, the items I have brought forth hold negligible practicality for our team. If it weren't for the impending horror film featuring the notorious demon team, I wouldn't even consider spending reward points to return to the biohazard world. Chu Xiao, what price can you offer for this storage ring? Zheng Jia inquired. What price do you seek? Chu Xiao countered. When purchasing, you state your price. When selling, you do the same. The two shared a knowing smile, and Chu Xiao took the initiative, proposing, for a storage ring, I offer you 3 vials of T-virus serum. Zheng Jia frowned, shaking his head in refusal. The demand for T-virus serum has diminished significantly for our team. It is primarily reserved for newcomers to unlock their first-tier gene locks. The super soldier serum you possessed earlier has become nearly ineffective for me now. I wonder if you have anything else to offer for trade. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao realized that the T-virus serum and super soldier serum held no allure for Zheng Jia, who was attempting to unlock the second-tier genetic lock. Chu Xiao then suggested, since you have no interest in the T-virus serum or super soldier serum, let us exchange for something else. I see that you possess pure inner strength. Therefore, I shall impart to you a set of Lingbo Weibu. Lingbo Weibu. Zheng Jia's heart leaped with joy. He was well aware of this premier lightness skill from the main god space. This technique was valued at 5,000 reward points and was associated with a B-level side quest. In contrast, the storage ring could only be exchanged for a D-level side quest and 2,000 reward points. The disparity between their values was unmistakable. Deal, Zheng Jia exclaimed almost instinctively, fearing that Chu Xiao might suddenly retract his offer. What about this Holy Bible of the Undead? Although it may not serve you well, it is still an A-level storyline item. With their first transaction breaking the ice between them, Zheng Jia felt increasingly at ease. How about this? I will trade 1 Holy Bible of the Undead for 3 T-virus serums and 3 super soldier serums. Chu Xiao thought to himself that Zheng Jia was indeed quite bold, wanting to exchange a single Holy Bible of the Undead for 6 enhancement potions. While the T-virus serum and super soldier serum were not of tremendous value to Chu Xiao, they were certainly not as trivial as cabbages that could be sold off recklessly. The worth of a Holy Bible of the Undead was far from equivalent to 6 enhancement potions. Seemingly indifferent, Chu Xiao produced the Hellfire Dagger. If this dagger were included, he might reconsider the proposal. The Hellfire Dagger was a D-level magical weapon with considerable utility. It certainly could not be treated as a mere gift. Zheng Jia mused to himself that if Zhao Kong were to discover that he had foolishly sold her dagger, she would undoubtedly be furious. Very well. Let us consider this useless corpse as a bonus. As for the dagger, I will add 1 T-virus serum and 1 super soldier serum. Zheng Jia paused for a moment. Upon reflection, Chu Xiao's proposal was quite reasonable, and he instinctively nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. The Holy Bible of the Undead, the Hellfire Dagger, the storage ring, and this corpse, no, this top-tier material, shall be exchanged for a set of Lingbo Weibu, along with 4 T-virus serums and 4 super soldier serums. Chu Xiao readily retrieved the promised items from his universal capsule. However, when Zheng Jia beheld the 12 T-virus serums and 12 super soldier serums lined up before him, he suddenly realized that he had indeed been duped. These 2 types of enhancement potions were not particularly significant to Chu Xiao. Yet now that the price had been agreed upon, Zheng Jia could neither raise the price nor retract his commitment. He had no choice but to accept the trade. Chu Xiao presented 8 vials of medicine to Zheng Jia, then retrieved an exquisitely crafted silk book from his pocket, which contained the meticulously prepared manual for the martial art technique known as Lingbo Weibu. This technique, a hallmark of the Shao sect, is a light-footed skill derived from the principles of the I Ching's 8 trigrams. Peruse the manual thoroughly. During this interval, I shall impart this technique to you, he instructed. Zhang Zhe nodded emphatically, glancing over the core principles of Lingbo Weibo before carefully stowing the silk book away. At that moment, Chu Shao took hold of a storage ring, biting his own fingertip to draw a drop of blood, which he let fall upon the ancient ring. With a sizzling sound, the drop of blood was swiftly absorbed, and in the next instant, Chu Shao felt an intrinsic connection with the ring, his consciousness delving into it, revealing a cubic meter of space within his mind. He grasped the soulfire dagger, and with a mere thought, it vanished from his hand, only to reappear within the cubic space. With another mental command, the dagger returned to his grasp. How convenient. Chu Shao mused inwardly, subsequently stowing away the necromancer's Bible and the Egyptian translation of cheating into the storage ring. He then produced an empty universal capsule, carefully encapsulating the corpse of the formidable member of the Yinzhou team. Once all tasks were completed, Zheng Jia, too, stored the items acquired from the transaction into his storage ring. Just as Chu Shao was about to speak, he sensed something amiss with Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia stood frozen, his eyes devoid of focus, as if he had received a message from the divine realm. In the next moment, a complex expression crossed his face, imbued with lethal intent as he turned his gaze upon Chu Shao. A primal sense of danger surged within Chu Shao, and without exchanging a word, their eyes locked. Yet Zheng Jia's fist was already propelled toward Chu Shao. Boom! The stone floor of the living room shattered under the impact, debris scattering in all directions as Zheng Jia's arm surged in size, veins bulging like ancient roots, transforming from 30 centimeters to over 50. In the preceding moment, they had appeared as long-lost friends, yet now, they stood as adversaries locked in a deadly confrontation. Chapter 83. Punitive Task Regarding Zheng Jia's Sudden Aggression. Chu Shao did not perceive it as a kitsch scene from a black comedy film. The moment Zheng Jia was momentarily distracted clearly indicated that he had received a mission from the main divine realm. While the specifics of the task eluded Chu Shao, it was evident that the mission bore significant implications for him. After all, how else could one explain Zheng Jia's abrupt confrontation? Zheng Jia, Chu Shao bellowed, channeling his inner strength to amplify his voice, which resonated powerfully, directly assaulting Zheng Jia's eardrums. Buzz! Zheng Jia felt a jolt in his head, a shock that roused him from his frenzied state. Though it did not inflict any real harm, it pulled him back to reality. I apologize, Chu Shao. Today, we must determine our fates, Zheng Jia declared heavily, his countenance revealing a sense of helplessness and inevitability. Let me clarify, I have no desire for meaningless slaughter. Chu Shao gazed at Zheng Jia, pressing for the reasons behind this confrontation. After a brief pause, Zheng Jia hesitated but ultimately divulged the circumstances. At the very moment we completed our transaction, the main divine realm issued a compulsory task, nay, a punitive task. Zheng Jia's complexion turned ashen, as the overwhelming dread of the main divine realm still loomed over him. The punitive task is due to an invasion of the divine realm. As a member of the Zhongzhou team, I must eliminate the invader within 7 days. Should the time elapse and the invader remain alive, I shall be obliterated. If the invader survives, the demon squad will descend upon the world of biohazard, assuming the mandatory task to eliminate me. Punitive, Chu Shao mused, realizing why Zheng Jia had transitioned so suddenly from cordiality to lethal intent. It became clear that he had received a life-threatening punitive mission from the main divine realm. According to the task, Zheng Jia was compelled to kill Chu Shao within 7 days. Otherwise, he would face obliteration. Moreover, what surprised Chu Shao even more was that upon Zheng Jia's demise, the demon squad would undertake the compulsory mission, arriving in the biohazard world to eliminate him alone. The main divine realm seeks to bring about my demise. Chu Xiao's brow furrowed as he recognized that he, the stowaway, had finally come under the scrutiny of the main divine realm. A lethal trap had been laid, leaving him to ponder how to escape this fate. At that moment, Zheng Jia had already unlocked the second-tier genetic lock, enhancing his bloodline and inner strength. Even Chu Shao could not guarantee that he could contend with him. Furthermore, the impending arrival of the demon squad loomed ominously. From the previous narrative, it was clear that they consisted of the most formidable copies from various reincarnation teams, essentially a concentration of the strongest individuals assembled by the main divine realm. Each member possessed terrifying combat prowess, capable of standing alone in a fight. If the demon squad truly descended into the world of biohazard, it would spell certain doom for Chu Shao. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the ramifications of the demon squad's arrival. At that moment, Zheng Jia was glaring at him with a murderous intent, ready to strike and claim his life at any moment. The immediate priority for Chu Xiao is unequivocally to find a way to neutralize the rampaging Zheng Jia. The two are now locked in a life-and-death duel on the perilous stage dictated by the main god space. Today, either Chu Xiao must perish, or Zheng Jia must meet his end. With no room for retreat, if a battle is to ensue, then let it be. At this juncture, the only certainty is that one of them will not survive. Soon, it will be revealed whether Chu Xiao falls amidst a sea of blood or Zheng Jia is obliterated by Chu Xiao's might. All remains uncertain. Boom. No sooner had Chu Xiao spoken than Zheng Jia sprang into action. The previously robust frame of Zheng Jia suddenly swelled with muscle, akin to a seasoned bodybuilder who has devoted years to rigorous training, showcasing an alarming potential for destruction and explosive power. Jin Lock, second stage, engaged fully. Zheng Jia, having just engaged in a brief skirmish with Chu Xiao, realized the latter's formidable prowess and thus approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness. Hence, he unleashed an all-out assault. Chu Xiao's gaze was sharp and unwavering. His internal energy, the North mysterious true Qi, surged to its zenith, while his feet danced with the utmost swiftness, employing the ripple step technique against the ground. The energy within his muscles surged forth, enveloping his entire being in a delicate blue mist, akin to an aura of energy that encased him. This is the world of Dragon Ball, where reaching a certain level of energy cultivation naturally emanates a protective force, renowned for its defensive and destructive capabilities. In stark contrast, Zheng Jia remained a mass of tightly wound muscle, his eyes cold and unfocused, seemingly devoid of spirit, yet exhibiting a combat instinct that even astonished Chu Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of fists and feet resonated as Chu Xiao employed the Tianshan Plum Blossom hand against Zheng Jia. Though Zheng Jia's martial techniques paled in comparison to the intricacies of Chu Xiao's Tianshan Plum Blossom hand, his combat instinct, gained from unlocking the first stage of the Jin Lock, allowed him to hold his ground against Chu Xiao. As Chu Xiao executed the Tianshan Plum Blossom hand with all his might, each ethereal move targeted Zheng Jia's vital points, while Zheng Jia, despite his muscular build, moved with remarkable agility. Each time Chu Xiao's assault approached, Zheng Jia, with an almost prophetic combat instinct, evaded the lethal strikes. Within a brief span, they exchanged nearly 100 blows. The inherent danger of their encounter was palpable, yet difficult to fully comprehend without first-hand experience. Boom. Chu Xiao's energy surged, propelling Zheng Jia backward, as his palms shifted to frame his forehead, clearly preparing for a particular technique. While Zheng Jia could not decipher Chu Xiao's true intentions, conventional wisdom dictated that he must not allow Chu Xiao the opportunity to execute his move. With a sudden burst, Zheng Jia lunged toward Chu Xiao like a leopard. Just as he neared, Chu Xiao's eyes blazed with intensity as he bellowed, unleashing a dazzling radiance. Buzz! The blinding light momentarily stunned Zheng Jia, who found himself momentarily paralyzed, instinctively attempting to retaliate, yet unable to open his eyes or perceive Chu Xiao's presence through his combat instinct. Zheng Jia suddenly found himself transformed into a sightless being, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Yet, being the protagonist of infinite terror, he swiftly adapted to this unforeseen predicament. His muscles tensed, and he became acutely vigilant. Suddenly, a searing wave of energy rushed towards him, triggering an alarm from his fully unlocked first-tier Jin Lock, indicating imminent peril. He instinctively turned his head away, but his movements were no match for the velocity of the oncoming force. A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared from his left cheek to his ear, blood gushing forth and staining half of his face, drenching his shirt in crimson. Danger! Zheng Jia had no time to attend to the wound on his face as a new sense of crisis surged forth, this time threatening his very heart. It was evident that every move executed by Chu Xiao was aimed at delivering him to his demise. To be continued. Chapter 84. Zheng Jia's defeat. Blood, fresh and vivid, stained the stone floor that had been marred by the fierce battle between Chu Xiao and Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia bore new wounds, having endured a fatal strike aimed at his heart with a single arm. The gaping, bowl-sized injury on his robust arm oozed a mixture of blood and bone fragments, saturating the ground beneath him. Such a grievous injury would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious, yet Zheng Jia, despite his pallor, remained resolute and spirited, exhibiting an exhilarating fervor for the deadly struggle, as if he relished the peril of combat. Truly, he was a protagonist forged through the trials of the main god space. Zheng Jia strained to open his eyes, his vision gradually returning, and he discerned Chu Xiao standing directly before him. With 2 attacks, Zheng Jia had lost an arm, significantly impairing his ability to contend with Chu Xiao. The equilibrium that once favored him had vanished, tipping the scales of victory toward Chu Xiao. With a fierce roar, Zheng Jia summoned the power of his bloodline, performing a forbidden technique of his clan. A searing red flame erupted from his palm. A manifestation of the bloodline's secret art exchanged in the main god's space, possessing a potency beyond mortal comprehension. The intense heat radiating from it threatened to scorch the very essence of one's soul. Wielding the flame with one arm, while the other hung limply by his side, Zheng Jia eschewed a defensive posture and instead unleashed an offensive assault, directing the crimson blaze toward Chu Xiao. Die! He bellowed, unlocking all levels of his gene lock. His muscles writhing like worms, granting him an unimaginable swiftness. The air seemed to part as Zheng Jia surged forward, producing a deafening crack. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Chu Xiao. The red flame descended upon Chu Xiao, striking at the crown of his head. Unlike mundane fire, this scorching blaze clung to Chu Xiao, enveloping him like a venomous essence. A scream pierced the air. Chu Xiao's visage contorted in agony, his expression a grotesque mask of torment. Zheng Jia's strike landed, but rather than elation, his countenance darkened. Why had the once formidable Chu Xiao failed to evade his bloodline flame, even in his wounded state? Zheng Jia scrutinized the figure engulfed in flames. Despite the unmistakable aura and appearance, could it be that Chu Xiao had so easily succumbed to his attack? Perishing under the fiery onslaught? The situation seemed increasingly bizarre. The wound on Zheng Jia's left cheek, owing to his bloodline heritage, began to heal. Yet the injury to his arm was far too severe to mend quickly. Though his condition showed slight improvement, it did little to assuage Zheng Jia's unease. Instead, it heightened his sense that something was amiss. Suddenly, as he remained fixated on Chu Xiao, the latter's form began to waver, losing its corporeal solidity under the relentless heat of the flames, transforming into an elusive shadow, inscrutable and enigmatic. What is this? A doppelganger? As Zheng Jia's words hung in the air, an icy chill enveloped him from behind. Before he could fully comprehend the danger, the acute awareness granted by his first-tier gene lock surged almost simultaneously with the frigid sensation. With a swift thrust, a colossal golden sword pierced through Zheng Jia's chest. Wielded by another figure, Chu Xiao, whose expression bore a chilling resolve, striking without a hint of hesitation at his vital point. At that moment, Zheng Jia felt his heart pierced. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable, even for one of his bloodline's mutation. Coughing violently, blood mixed with internal remnants erupted from his mouth. The sword was withdrawn with a sickening sound, exacerbating Zheng Jia's already grievous injuries, draining him of strength until he helplessly knelt, sustained only by an indomitable will to resist defeat. Hey, do you remember? Zheng Jia mused bitterly as he faced his impending demise, realizing that he should have anticipated that an entity capable of infiltrating the main god's realm was beyond his capacity to vanquish. In his fading consciousness, he recalled the teammates waiting for him to conclude their transaction in the main god's space, and the little girl he had vowed to protect for a lifetime. All of this would dissolve into nothingness upon his death. Or rather, once Zheng Jia perished, none of it would hold any significance for him. Was he unwilling to accept this fate? Naturally, he was. Yet what could he do? At this moment, Chu Xiao had raised his golden sword. Unlike the typical villains of television dramas who, just before delivering a fatal blow, would regale the protagonist with grand philosophies or elaborate on their schemes, only to be inevitably outsmarted, Chu Xiao would not commit such a folly. After all, as the saying goes, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. From the outset of their confrontation, he had given his all, showing no mercy. This was the time to strike decisively, leaving no room for Zheng Jia to turn the tide. With a swift motion, the golden sword descended toward Zheng Jia's neck, and should it connect, his demise would be assured. Following Zheng Jia's death, the main god would unleash the demon squad, and the threats Chu Xiao would face would multiply manifold. Yet, if he refrained from killing Zheng Jia now, the demon squad would still arrive in the biochemical realm in 7 days. And Chu Xiao could not guarantee that Zheng Jia would not achieve further breakthroughs within that time, potentially overpowering him with newfound strength. Such a fate would be most unjust. After all, Zheng Jia's innate talent far surpassed Chu Xiao's remarkable abilities. The only path to survival for Chu Xiao lay in slaying Zheng Jia, and then concealing himself after the demon squad's arrival, awaiting the return to the Dragon Ball world facilitated by the reincarnation Black Lotus within him. This was his sole chance at survival. Just as Chu Xiao's golden sword was poised to deliver the final blow to Zheng Jia, a sudden, immense force struck his mind, rendering his consciousness momentarily hazy. A grave realization dawned upon him. It was a mental lash. Upon being struck by this unexpected mental assault, Chu Xiao found himself momentarily disoriented. He swiftly summoned the North Ming True Qi, employing the incantations of his mental technique to regain his composure. In an instant, he steadied himself and cast his gaze downward. The figure of Zheng Jia had vanished beneath his feet. Focusing intently, he discerned amidst the ruins a man with a scarred face, supporting Zheng Jia, who was now administering a crimson pill to him. This individual was none other than Zhang Jie, a seasoned member of the Central Continent team. Having accompanied Zheng Jia into the biochemical world, Zhang Jie finally made his move, radiating the distinctive aura of a mental power enhancer, firmly locking onto Chu Xiao. Coughing. Just a few breaths later, the heavily injured Zheng Jia began to regain his strength. Though his wounds were not entirely healed, his life was no longer in peril. Zhang Jie, what brings you here as well? Release me. How much power have you been concealing? Zhang Jia exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Zhang Jie. The rift that had formed between them during their time in the world of ghosts and legends was palpable. Everyone was aware of Zhang Jie's formidable abilities, yet he had remained indifferent in the face of his comrade's tragic demise. How could one entrust their back to such a teammate? I have told you. The time has come. I will provide you with an explanation. Now, it is time to unveil the truth to you. Our captain, Zheng Jia? Chapter 85. Zhang Jie and the Gene Lock Zheng Jia. I actually have significant grievances. Zhang Jie exclaimed, his expression one of relief. The story begins with my first horror film, A Nightmare on Elm Street. He tilted his head upwards, gazing at the sky as the ash from his cigarette fell. Just as he was about to recount his tale, a fierce wave of energy surged toward him, leaving no time for his narration. What? Zhang Jie hastily retreated, activating his first-tier gene lock. His enhanced combat instincts allowed him to deftly evade Chu Xiao's attack. With his finger raised, Chu Xiao spared no moment for Zhang Jie to catch his breath, unleashing another wave of energy. This time, not only was Zhang Jie targeted, but Zheng Jia, still recovering, was also locked onto as a victim of the assault. Stop. Just give me a moment to finish. Zhang Jie lamented internally, frustrated that he was about to reveal a long-buried secret to Zheng Jia, only to be interrupted by Chu Xiao's relentless aggression. He cried out in despair. Despite his prowess as a mental strength enhancer, he was no match for Chu Xiao's might. He managed to dodge several attacks solely due to the power of his first-tier gene lock. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. After a brief struggle, he was struck. One of his legs was severely injured, and while he evaded an attack aimed at his heart, it instead impacted his abdomen, spilling his innards onto the ground. Zheng Jia, already injured, found himself unable to avoid Chu Xiao's onslaught, suffering further wounds as his life ebbed away rapidly. Within less than a minute of his entrance, Zhang Jie had yet to explain his experiences before being gravely wounded by Chu Xiao. Now, Chu Xiao raised his finger again, pointing directly at the foreheads of both men. His intentions clear, to end their lives. As a traveler, Chu Xiao was well aware of the secret Zhang Jie spoke of. As a half-guide and half-reincarnator, Zhang Jie was indeed a pitiable existence. In the realm of the main god, survival was the ultimate goal, yet the cost of living was exceedingly high. Particularly for someone like Zhang Jie, the price for his survival meant gradually leading his comrades to their demise. Only by continuously lowering the main god's evaluation score could he cling to life. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Jie no longer wished to prolong his existence. He saw hope in Zheng Jia, a sense of belonging that urged him to sacrifice himself as a guide so that Zheng Jia and the others could endure longer and venture further. Death was his only path to redemption, yet it signified a new beginning for Zheng Jia. With a serene smile, Zhang Jie spoke without elaboration, simply conveying his trust in Zheng Jia. As a guide, I recognized this person before me as the captain of the Central Continent team. Zhang Jie began to recite an incantation, radiating an astonishing aura. I shall dedicate all that I am to merge with this individual, granting him the authority of captain. As he spoke, he slowly raised his arm, fingers splayed, reaching out toward Zheng Jia. Zhang Jie, what are you saying? Zheng Jia endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body, intending to muster his final strength for a desperate confrontation with Chu Xiao. However, Zhang Jie's words left him momentarily stunned. What did he mean by guide? What was this about the captain of the Central Continent team, self-sacrifice, and unlocking captain privileges? At the same time, Chu Xiao, poised to deliver a lethal blow, was invigorated by Zhang Jie's declaration. He realized that Zhang Jie intended to utilize the guide's privileges to bestow Zheng Jia with the captain's authority of the Central Continent team. Furthermore, if memory served him correctly, bestowing captain privileges would elevate Zheng Jia's genetic lock tier as well. This implied that Zheng Jia, initially capable of unlocking the second tier of his genetic lock, would automatically progress to the third tier upon merging with Zhang Jie. While gaining captain authority would bear no significant consequence for Chu Xiao, the prospect of Zheng Jia ascending to the third tier of his genetic lock posed a grave threat. His strength would surge exponentially, rendering Chu Xiao utterly incapable of contending with him. It was conceivable that before the demon squad even arrived, Chu Xiao could meet his demise at Zheng Jia's hands. Thus, for Chu Xiao, it was imperative that he prevent Zhang Jie from granting Zheng Jia captain privileges and merging with him. However, the situation was dire, leaving Chu Xiao without effective means to intervene. Should he kill Zheng Jia directly? What if the starlight particles possessed regenerative capabilities? Even if he severed Zheng Jia's head, could the merged Zheng Jia rise again? In that case, death would still await Chu Xiao. The most prudent solution to avert the immediate crisis seemed to lie in intercepting the flow of those starlight particles. As he contemplated this, Zhang Jia's form began to gradually dissolve, transforming into myriad tiny particles akin to stars, coiling around his arms and slowly encroaching upon Zheng Jia. Chu Xiao let out a cold snort, resolving to thwart Zhang Jia's actions. He channeled the Beiming true energy within him to its zenith, activating the Lingbo Weibu with all his might, propelling himself like a rocket towards the space between Zheng Jia and Zhang Jia. At that moment, Zhang Jia had lost consciousness. Only the starlight particles remained, signifying his former existence. These luminous particles embodied the captain privileges conferred by the main god to the guide, as well as the divine rules governing the unlocking of genetic locks. Whosoever possessed them could attain the captain's authority within the main god's realm and break the constraints of the first-tier genetic lock. Simultaneously, as Zhang Jia began to dissolve, time within the biohazard world seemed to freeze, as if everything had come to a standstill. Yet, Chu Xiao remained unaffected by these rules, his form and consciousness unbound by the temporal suspension. Whether this anomaly was a flaw in the main god's rules or a consequence of the formidable power of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him, it mattered not. In that moment, within the entire biohazard world, only Chu Xiao, Zheng Jia, and Zhang Jia were able to move. Just as the starlight particles were on the verge of merging with Zheng Jia, Chu Xiao, utilizing the speed of Lingbo Weibu, interposed himself between Zheng Jia and Zhang Jia. In an instant, countless starlight particles enveloped him, encasing him in a luminous shroud as they surged through the void. Chu Xiao felt countless tiny particles permeating through the pores of his skin and infiltrating his being, a wave of exhilarating pleasure coursing through him, reaching deep into his soul. The particles entered his body, further differentiating into an array of imperceptible energies that flowed within him, continuously transforming his physique and penetrating every cell, every tissue, and every organ. Buzz. Chu Xiao sensed a profound clarity in his mind. The surroundings became increasingly vivid. He could distinctly perceive Zheng Jia's breathing, the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation through every pore of Zheng Jia's body. All the subtle information that once eluded his attention surged into his consciousness. His eyes vacant. A primal ferocity erupted from within, as an intense instinct for battle awakened, reminiscent of humanity's ancestors who survived by the most primal means, deeply embedded in his genes. First-level genetic lock, unlocked. Chu Xiao realized that his current state was akin to unfastening the first-level genetic lock. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure descended through layers of space, bearing down upon him, emanating from the domain of the Lord God. At that moment, Chu Xiao had been branded by the Lord God, much like a new fish in a pond that, after prolonged immersion, becomes an old inhabitant of that water. Buzz. An irresistible force enveloped Chu Xiao, its nature suggesting not a summons to return to the reincarnation space, but rather an outright attempt to erase his existence from this realm. Boom. In that critical moment of life and death, the reincarnation Black Lotus within him seemed to sense the pressure from the Lord God's domain. The petals surrounding the Black Lotus shattered instantaneously, transforming into pure energy that surged towards it with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a cascade of colorful radiance erupted from the reincarnation Black Lotus, resisting the overwhelming force from the Lord God and enveloping Chu Xiao. The indelible mark imprinted upon his soul by the Lord God was eradicated without his awareness. Buzz. The vibrant light swirled, and in the next moment, Chu Xiao vanished from the world of biohazard. Severely injured, Zheng Jia gazed around in bewilderment, having lost sight of both Chu Xiao and Zhang Jia. It was only upon receiving the notification from the Lord God's space, releasing him from the compulsory mission, that Zheng Jia began to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Had Chu Xiao entered the realm of the Lord God?